Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 526 Divide the treasure and whip the corpse. The moon-toed pearl truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure coveted even by nascent soul cultivators. Although Zhou Chun's cultivation level limited his ability to unleash its full power, even a fraction of its power was stronger than most high-grade magic treasures. Previously, when he had just emerged from seclusion after forming his core, he had easily killed a 4th-tier demon beast and a multi-winged archmage with his treasure. Now, his long-planned Taine annihilation divine light had unsurprisingly pierced through the defenses of Yu Jinghua, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, turning him into an ice sculpture. However, Yu Jinghua was, after all, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, with far greater magical power than an early-stage golden core cultivator. Although frozen into an ice sculpture, Zhou Chun sensed that his life force hadn't immediately dissipated. Clearly, the all-consuming cold hadn't completely extinguished his golden core spirit, leaving him with a chance to survive. Even so, Yu Jinghua was currently focusing all his attention and strength on resisting the extreme cold, leaving him utterly powerless to pay attention to anything outside. And Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't just stand by and watch. Relying on his innate divine power, Jin Yuan golden glow, and his 4th-tier thunder dragon body, he withstood the attack of the Tai Ba dragon-slaying sword. He quickly separated from the dragon, then unleashed the golden sword conjured by the myriad transformations golden cauldron, slashing horizontally at the ice sculpture. Although Yu Jinghua sensed the situation outside, powerless to break free, he could only watch helplessly as the golden giant sword sliced him in two at the waist. This cruel punishment of being cut in half was Zhou Chun's retribution for his betrayal of the Zhou family. With the powerful vitality of a golden core cultivator, even being cut in two wouldn't kill Yu Jinghua immediately. This was Zhou Chun's deliberate act. He wanted to wait for Zhou Ming to arrive so he could personally behead him and vent his hatred. Yu Jinghua seemed to understand Zhou Chun's intentions. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Zhou Chun, but deep within them, fear was barely concealed. Unfortunately, he was a coward who clung to life. Even knowing Zhou Chun's intentions and knowing he was unlikely to escape unscathed, his survival instinct stubbornly resisted the corrosive power of the Taine extinction divine light, unwilling to give up his life. Less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, Zhou Ming and the others arrived at the scene. Seeing Yu Jinghua lying on the ground, cut in half at the waist, Zhou Ming instantly understood Zhou Chun's intentions. Immediately, a look of glee appeared on his face. He raised his hand and grasped his natal magic weapon, the crimson flame heaven-burning blade, then laughed as he walked towards Yu Jinghua. Ho ha, Yu Jinghua, you shameless traitor. When you betrayed the Zhou family, did you ever imagine this day would come? Zhou Ming stood before Yu Jinghua, the blade pointing at his head, his heart filled with immense joy and excitement. But Yu Jinghua couldn't utter a single word, only shame and indignation shone in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Ming sighed with regret. What a pity. What a pity I couldn't capture you alive and bring you back to the Zhou family. Otherwise, I would have invited guests from all directions and gathered all the cultivators of the clan to witness how you, this traitor, would die. I would have personally beheaded you, this traitor, in front of everyone and our ancestors. As he finished speaking, he activated his magical weapon, swiftly slashing at Yu Jinghua's neck. Zhou Chun perfectly timed the icy chill to dissipate from that spot PFFT. With a spurt of blood, Yu Jinghua's head separated from his upper body, his corpse becoming 3 pieces. With only his head remaining, he could no longer withstand the power of the Taine extinction divine light, and his soul was completely scattered. Having confirmed that Yu Jinghua's soul had truly been scattered, Zhou Chun immediately congratulated Zhou Ming, saying, "Congratulations to the Supreme Elder on fulfilling your long-cherished wish, avenging your great grudge, and personally slaying the traitor to uphold our clan's prestige." Hearing this, Zhou Ming laughed heartily. Ha, it should be me who is thanking you. If it weren't for your help, Zheng Chun, and fellow Taoist Su, How could I have fulfilled this long-cherished wish? He then bowed to the Su family patriarch and Ling Hongyu, saying, I sincerely thank you all, Hei, fellow Taoist Zhou, you're too kind. There's no need for such formalities between our two families, the Su family patriarch chuckled, not taking credit. Then, he glanced at Zhou Chun with a strange look, a thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. No one saw Zhou Chun use the moon-toed pearl to freeze Yu Jinghua. However, seeing that Yu Jinghua, a dignified mid-stage golden core cultivator, was frozen and unable to move, the Su family patriarch knew without a doubt that he must possess a powerful magic weapon that he couldn't easily reveal. Of course, the magic weapon was too astonishing, and the Su family patriarch couldn't believe that Zhou Chun could refine such a treasure. He only guessed that it might be a powerful high-grade magic weapon, or even a top-grade magic weapon. But being an old and shrewd man, since Zhou Chun was unwilling to reveal this magic weapon in public and hadn't mentioned it beforehand, he wouldn't be foolish enough to ask Zhou Chun how he did it. Afterwards, the group didn't linger at the scene. After hurriedly packing up the belongings of Yu Jinghua and his disciple, they quickly left and returned directly to Jing Kingdom. It was foreseeable that Yu Jinghua must have left a life-bound soul tablet at the Yuling sect. Now that he had perished, the people of the Yuling sect would definitely discover this. It wouldn't be long before Yuling sect cultivators found their way here. After all, the battle fluctuations from the previous fight between the 6 golden core cultivators were too intense. It would probably spread throughout the surrounding area very quickly. Even if the Yuling sect knew that Yu Jinghua was killed by the Zhou family, they certainly wouldn't dare to go to Jing Kingdom to avenge him. On the contrary, they should be the ones who are nervous now. Harboring a traitor like Yu Jinghua, who is wanted by the nascent soul cultivator Tianjing's Henren, would be a serious matter. Once exposed, Tianjing's Henren would definitely not ignore it and would personally come to demand an explanation. Therefore, the Zhou family didn't need to worry about creating a powerful enemy after killing Yu Jinghua. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun and the others returned to Jing Kingdom, they began to take stock of their spoils from killing Yu Jinghua and his disciple. Because Yu Jinghua was frozen solid, his belongings were remarkably well preserved, including the 4 magical treasures he used, apart from the Azure Banner, the Thick Earth Cauldron, and the Azure Light Immortal Staff, which had suffered some damage due to excessive wear and tear on their essence. They were basically undamaged. Aside from the Thick Earth Cauldron, whose essence is severely damaged and may be difficult to restore to its complete state, the other magical treasures can all be restored to their original state with proper refinement and nurturing. Furthermore, Zhou Wei, this foundation establishment cultivator, possesses quite a few useful items. In his storage bag is a pseudo-magic treasure called the Azure Wood Seal, specially crafted for a descendant by a golden core cultivator of the Zhou family, and previously wielded by Zhou Senken. The previous chapter was revised, replacing Azure Wood Seal with Azure Light Immortal Staff. However, pseudo-magic treasures are generally only usable by late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators. This pseudo-magic treasure has been gathering dust in the storage bags of both Zhou Wei and the former Zhou Senken. Nevertheless, this treasure only requires the Zhou family bloodline and a special refinement technique to refine and use. In the future, late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators of the Zhou family could wield this treasure, gaining an additional powerful means of combat. Meanwhile, the third-tier demonic beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros, left behind by Zhou Senken, was also slain by the Thunder Flood Dragon, its demon core and corpse falling into Zhou Chun's hands. This silver-horned rhinoceros was only a low-grade third-tier cultivator, but fortunately, its demon core was of the metal element, which could nourish the golden-winged tiger and the golden-armored mountain-carrying turtle. Of course, Yu Jinghua's storage bag also contained many valuable items. Although Zhou Chun hadn't found the Zhou family's other magic weapon, the Wind and Fire Universe Fan, it contained over 1.2 million spirit coins. In addition, there were 7 magic weapon materials, 16,000-year-old spirit herbs, and 2,000-year-old treasure herbs. There were also 3 4th-tier magic talismans, 23 3rd-tier magic talismans, 8 3rd-tier magic artifacts, and over a dozen bottles of various pills. As for cultivation manuals and secret techniques, there were also many piled up. These were just the treasures in the storage bag. Yu Jinghua also had 2 other spirit beast bags at his waist. One spirit beast bag contained a low-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, the Azure Feather Crane, and the other contained a flock of fat spirit birds. Among them, The azure feather crane was likely an inherited demonic beast of the spirit control sect. Zhou Chun found its natal beast token in Yu Jinghe's storage bag, probably a mount assigned to this elder. The flock of spirit birds was a pity. They were all corpses, clearly killed by Yu Jinghe before his death by activating the contract's restriction. Otherwise, these spirit birds would have been invaluable helpers to cultivators, playing a significant role in exploration and the search for spiritual herbs. Yu Jinghe had previously released these spirit birds to search for traces of the wood spirit. After inventorying Yu Jinghe's belongings, it was time to distribute the spoils. Although most of the treasures on Yu Jinghe's person were taken from the Zhou family, the Su family patriarch, Su Yazin, and Lin Huangaiyu had all contributed significantly, and therefore deserved a share of the spoils. However, when Zhou Chun inquired about the distribution of the treasures, the Su family patriarch very considerately said, "These magic treasures are all passed down from your Zhou family ancestors. There's no reason for Yu Zhen and me to take them. How about we give the azure feather crane to you as a mount? Adding the demon core and corpse of the wind demon spider, Yu Zhen and I will have a considerable gain." This time, the Su family produced 2 golden core cultivators. Given the many magic treasures they acquired, it was only right and proper that they take at least one. His request for only a low-grade 3rd-tier azure feather crane and a wind demon spider whose demon core and body were severely damaged due to stimulating its potential was already very considerate of the Zhou family's feelings. Therefore, after hearing his words, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming not only didn't think his request was excessive, but actually felt it was too lenient. Zhou Ming then spoke up, "This isn't enough. Fellow Taoist Su has put in a great deal of effort, and Yu Zhen was even injured. How can we just accept this little? If word gets out, our Zhou family will be a laughingstock." He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zheng Chun, how about this? We'll divide the spirit coins we received and give 400,000 to fellow Taoist Su, no problem. I completely agree with your suggestion." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement without hesitation, their opinions completely aligned. Hearing this, the Su family patriarch hesitated. He had originally intended to do the Zhou family a favor, which was why he only accepted such a small reward. However, now that the 2 heads of the Zhou family didn't want to owe any more favors, he didn't know whether he should continue to refuse. "In my opinion, this division is quite good. Fellow Taoist Su, please don't be modest. Otherwise, if you don't take any, I'll be even more embarrassed to accept." Lin Hongaiyu seemed to see the Su family patriarch's hesitation and immediately smiled, giving him a way out. Seeing this, the Su family patriarch readily chuckled and said, "Hey, since fellow Taoist Lin has said so, then this old man will shamelessly accept it." With the Su family's share settled, the Zhou family's internal distribution became easier. Zhou Chun, taking the lead, allocated the thick earth cauldron to Lin Hongaiyu, and gave his blazing flame gloves to Zhou Ming. The Tabe dragon-slaying sword was given to himself. The remaining azure light immortal staff, azure wood seal, and Yu Jinghe's natal magic weapon, heavenly wind flag, were first stored in the family treasury. Of the remaining 800,000 spirit coins, Zhou Chun took 400,000, Zhou Ming took nothing. 200,000 were stored in the family treasury, and 200,000 were distributed to Lin Hongaiyu. The remaining raw materials and other items all went to Zhou Chun. After all, from any perspective, his contribution and merit in killing Yu Jinghe was the greatest, and he deserved a larger share than others. Furthermore, Yu Jinghe's corpse could still be reused. After being displayed, it would be sent to Xianjing Manor to receive a reward. Xianjing Manor had offered a generous reward for this villain's capture, and the warrant remained in effect. After this distribution of treasures, the Su family patriarch and Su Yazhan returned to the Su family's mountain gate. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, gathered all the Zhou family members he could openly summon, especially those cultivators who had merit into the Zhou family, at the Tuyanling mountain gate, instructing them to view Yu Jinghe's corpse in front of the ancestral hall. There, in front of the Zhou family ancestral hall, Yu Jinghe's stitched-up corpse knelt before the hall's gate, sealed with ice. Once all the Zhou family cultivators had arrived, Zhou Ming personally stepped forward and addressed the crowd in a loud voice, "Fellow members of the Zhou clan, and all sons-in-law and daughters-in-law of the Zhou family, there is only one reason for summoning you here today, to participate in the clan-wide trial of a traitor. That's right, you see him now. This traitor is him, the greatest traitor in the history of my Zhou family, the traitor who almost caused the extinction of my Zhou family lineage, A heartless and ungrateful scoundrel, Yu Jinghua. Zhou Ming pointed excitedly at the ice sculpture on the ground, his tone filled with resentment. Only elders like him truly understood the extent of the damage Yu Jinghua had caused the Zhou family. Even though he had personally killed this traitor, he still felt a deep hatred when discussing the harm this man had inflicted on the Zhou family. And as his words fell, even those who had previously been unaware of the ice sculpture's identity suddenly understood. A murmur rippled through the hall, most of the cultivators present showing shock. Within the Zhou family, Yu Jinghua wasn't a taboo name. On the contrary, to ensure the clan remembered this traitor, the Zhou family had consistently educated the younger generation about their enemies. It was precisely because they had heard of Yu Jinghua's deeds that these cultivators were so astonished. They all knew that this traitor, who had single-handedly split the Zhou family and nearly caused the extinction of its 1,000-year lineage, was a genuine golden core cultivator, and had successfully formed his core hundreds of years ago. Many even knew that the nascent soul cultivator, true person Shinjing, was hunting him down. And now, this veteran golden core cultivator, who had been at the core for hundreds of years, had actually been found by the Zhou family and executed. Such an astonishing event could not fail to shock those in the know. After the initial shock, many Zhou family cultivators revealed expressions of joy, feeling extremely relieved. Zhou Daoyi, who was still recovering from his injuries, immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Grand Elder, Yu Jinghua is a treacherous villain who has forgotten his roots and betrayed the family. He deserves to die. I implore you, Grand Elder, to display his corpse in public and let all Zhou family cultivators whip it. This will vent our hatred and serve as a warning to future generations not to imitate him and commit such acts of forgetting their ancestors." Before he finished speaking, Zhou's Hongayong immediately chimed in support. "Grand Elder's words are absolutely right. I also support your suggestion." Seeing his father speak up, Zhou Xinlin, as the son, naturally couldn't stand idly by and immediately joined in the support. With these influential family elders taking the lead, many foundation establishment and key refining cultivators from the Zhou family also loudly echoed their sentiments. This scene of surging emotions left the Zhou family's sons-in-law and maternal relatives with fluctuating expressions and hearts filled with apprehension. How could they not know the purpose of summoning them here today? It was nothing more than making an example of someone. Since even a golden core cultivator like Yu Jinghua was found and killed for betraying the Zhou family, how could they possibly survive if they dared to harbor any disloyalty towards the Zhou family? Under these circumstances, even if they were now completely innocent, they couldn't help but feel their minds were in turmoil. This was especially true for Zhang Lang, the Zhou family's son-in-law. As the Zhou family's most powerful son-in-law, and seemingly highly regarded by the higher-ups, he was often compared to Yu Jinghua out of jealousy. Even if he had never harbored any thoughts of betrayal, witnessing Yu Jinghua's fate was bound to shake him. He could even clearly feel the gazes of many Zhou family cultivators and relatives of the Zhou family falling on him, their eyes filled with various meanings. But fortunately, he was still a Purple Mansion cultivator, and even though his heart was in turmoil, he managed to maintain a composed expression. At this moment, his Taoist partner Zhou Zindi seemed to sense something, suddenly reaching out to grasp his hand and smiling at him. Seeing the serene smile on his partner's face, Zhang Lian quickly calmed down, returning the smile with a gentle nod, and soon composed himself. Seeing the fervent emotions of the clansmen, Zhou Ming naturally yielded to popular demand and agreed to Zhou Daoyi's request. Thus, aside from preserving Yu Jinghua's head, the ice below his neck was quickly thawed, and the stitched-up corpse began to endure the whipping of one Zhou family cultivator after another. Even though the corpse of a golden core cultivator was as hard as a second-tier demon beast, under the whipping of the Zhou family cultivators, it quickly developed welts and then tore apart. Later, whether to show loyalty or to avoid suspicion, some Zhou family sons-in-law and daughters-in-law also joined in whipping the corpse. Yu Jinghua, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, probably never imagined that his corpse would be whipped by a group of key refining cultivators after his death. In the end, his body was whipped until only a skeleton remained. Even so, his remains were not spared, the scraps of flesh were thrown to feed the demonic beasts, and the skeleton was dismantled and thrown into the various latrines of the Zhou family's mortal clansmen, to be forever filthy by those filth. This was the Zhou family's punishment for the traitor. While not as cruel as burning his soul to death, it was certainly not a peaceful end. Just as news of the Zhou family's long journey to hunt down and kill Yu Jinghua began to spread, Zhou Chun, carrying Yu Jinghua's specially protected head, went to Xianjing Manor to pay his respects to Master Xianjing. Previously, when the Zhou family was infiltrated by Di Long, the Black Dragon Hall master of the Hulong sect, who wreaked havoc at the Zhou family's gates, Zhou Chun, to express his gratitude to Master Xianjing for saving them, had also come to offer gifts. Although his gifts were accepted then, he hadn't actually seen Master Xianjing's face. This time, bringing Yu Jinghua's head, he finally received Master Xianjing. Led by Wen Qingyan, a golden core cultivator from Xianjing Manor who had attended his golden core ceremony, Zhou Chun quickly met Master Xianjing in a grand hall. He had once seen the Heavenly Mirror Master at the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly, where the latter was a white-haired old man with a youthful face, exuding the air of a highly accomplished Taoist master. But the Heavenly Mirror Master he saw now, while vaguely similar in appearance to his previous recollection, appeared to be a black-haired youth. Clearly, this was the new form of the master after possession. Zhou Chun had read about nascent soul stage cultivators possessing other bodies in some ancient texts. According to these texts, once a nascent soul stage cultivator possesses someone, a karmic bond is formed, so they generally don't intentionally change that person's appearance and might even protect their relatives and friends. Some speculate that without this, the possessed person's obsession would be difficult to dispel, affecting the fusion of the nascent soul cultivator and their physical body. Zhou Chun, in a sense, had also been reborn through possession. Therefore, upon seeing the Heavenly Mirror Master's appearance, he didn't feel much discomfort and adapted quickly. He glanced up at the other man briefly, then quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Junior Zhou Hengchen greets the true man. The head of the traitor Yu Jinghua is here, please examine it, true man." He then handed over the head he was carrying. True man Xianjing merely glanced at the head, confirming its authenticity, then casually unleashed a golden light that obliterated the head into wisps of smoke. He then looked at him indifferently and said, "Since your Zhou family was able to kill this traitor, it saves me the trouble of doing it myself. If you have any requests, just state them, as long as they aren't too unreasonable, I will grant them." Chapter 527 Heavenly Mirror bestows treasure. Treasure map appears in the world. The attitude of Master Xianjing left Zhou Chun somewhat unsure of the other party's thoughts. Originally, Zhou Chun had expected Master Xianjing to inquire about how Yu Jinghua died, where he had been hiding, and how the Zhou family had found him. But Master Xianjing's attitude was so indifferent, as if he didn't care at all whether Yu Jinghua was alive or dead, and had no interest in the matter of a dead man. Such a detached attitude was truly unexpected. Was this the mindset of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, not daring to speculate too much. It was just a pity that this meant his plan to use Master Xianjing to put pressure on the Yuling sect was basically impossible. This debt would likely only be settled with the Yuling sect after he reached the core formation and nascent soul stage. Right now, he needed to consider how to answer Master Xianjing. The other party's offer of Yu Jinghua's head as a reward for making his own request was actually a test. If he made an exorbitant demand, his impression in the other party's mind would be greatly diminished. However, if he simply asked for something casually, putting aside whether he would be at a disadvantage, true person Xianjing might not even appreciate it. They might just give him whatever came to mind, leaving him with no grounds for complaint. These various thoughts flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, and he ultimately chose a reasonable answer from all sides. He replied respectfully, replying to true person, "This junior desires a core formation spiritual item that will aid in the core formation process." A core formation spiritual item might seem rare, but in reality, it's only worth a few 100,000 spirit coins, nothing special to a nascent soul stage true person. And the head of Yu Jinghua, a mid-golden core cultivator, couldn't possibly be worth less than that. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Chun's reply, true person Xianjing nodded slightly and said, "This request is not excessive. However, I do not currently possess the core formation spiritual item you require. If you are willing to wait a few more years, I can have someone purchase and exchange it." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile wryly and bow to him, saying, "To be honest, true person, I actually applied to the Heavenly Spirit Alliance to exchange for 3 core formation spiritual items. However, because the Alliance produces a limited number of such items, and there are many people who need them at the same time, I have not yet been able to queue up to receive the relevant spiritual items, and time waits for no one. One of my elders is now nearly 400 years old. If we delay any longer, he may miss the optimal age for core formation. Therefore, I want to exchange a core formation spiritual item for him as soon as possible. This was not an excuse. Zhou Daoi's age was definitely not young compared to Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Moreover, over the years, he had worked tirelessly for the revitalization of the Zhou family, engaging in fierce battles, accumulating many hidden injuries in his body, and his own essence had also been greatly depleted. If he waits until he's over 400 years old to form his core, without the aid of a precious elixir like the Holy Spirit Blood Pill, the success rate is hardly worth anticipating. Therefore, he must enter a closed-door core-forming state within 10 years to have a real chance of success. After hearing this, True Person Shinjing fell silent for a moment. After a brief silence, he sighed softly. Very well, since you're unwilling to wait any longer, let's change the reward. He didn't let Zhou Chun choose a reward again, lest he be unable to fulfill his promise. He simply waved his hand, presenting a jade box to Zhou Chun. This talisman inside was crafted by me in my spare time. Because the sealed primordial power is limited, it can only be used once, probably unleashing about 10% of its power. I'll give it to you for self-defense, a talisman crafted by a nascent soul stage true person? Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the jade box, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. Thank you for the treasure. However, before he could finish his thanks, True Person Shinjing waved his hand and said, all right, since you are satisfied with this treasure, I won't keep you any longer. He was essentially dismissing him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only tactfully take his leave and depart from Shinjing Manor. I always felt that this True Person Shinjing was a bit strange. Even if while nascent soul cultivators have high levels of mental cultivation, they shouldn't be as detached from worldly desires as him, right? When he first successfully formed his nascent soul, he was quite ambitious, wasn't he? After returning to his cave on Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Chun reviewed his experience of meeting True Person Shinjing and immediately became suspicious of his state. Considering his several encounters and the fact that True Person Shinjing had rarely made any moves in recent years, his condition seemed somewhat abnormal. If one had to describe it in a single word, it would be lying flat. The feeling Zhou Chun got of True Person Shinjing was that he was completely at ease, devoid of desires and ambitions, indifferent to everything. However, this was extremely abnormal for a nascent soul cultivator, especially one who had only formed their nascent soul less than 200 years ago. Normally, even after successfully forming their nascent soul, knowing that further breakthroughs were virtually impossible, other desires would arise. For example, they might indulge in pleasure, taking in numerous female cultivators as concubines, indulging in delicacies, and living a life of luxury to compensate for the regrets left by their 1,000 years of single-minded cultivation. In other words, after a lifetime of cultivation, finally achieving nascent soul formation, shouldn't they enjoy themselves? And many rare rogue nascent soul cultivators like True Person Shinjing would even consider establishing their own sect, wanting to become a revered patriarch. However, Zhou Chun hadn't heard any rumors about True Person Shinjing taking concubines. Otherwise, many cultivation families would be rushing to send their female cultivators to True Person Shinjing Manor. It seems the problem still lies in True Person King Xiao's capture of his nascent soul back then. Perhaps this high-ranking nascent soul true person isn't as carefree as people think, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, seemingly understanding something. But even if he guessed why True Person Shinjing had become like this, there was nothing he could use it for. So he quickly dismissed these speculations and took out the jade box True Person Shinjing had given him to examine. Inside the jade box was a talisman radiating a faint golden light, with a golden mirror pattern imprinted on it. It was likely made by True Person Shinjing using the essence of his own natal magic weapon. Using only a small portion of a magic weapon's essence to create a talisman wouldn't cause permanent damage, it would only temporarily reduce its power, requiring nurturing and refinement to restore it. With Shinjing Zhenren's nascent soul stage cultivation, as long as his natal magic weapon hasn't been upgraded to a spiritual treasure, it won't take long for it to recover. Even if his natal magic weapon is only a top-grade magic weapon, this talisman, capable of unleashing 1/10 of its power, is still a superior treasure for Zhou Chun, a golden core stage cultivator. When used in combat, it wouldn't be inferior to a high-grade magic weapon. The only pity is that this talisman can only be used once. Zhou Chun needs to make good use of it and not waste it easily. After examining the talisman, Zhou Chun put it away and then took out a mid-grade magic weapon, Tabe dragon-slaying sword, which he had obtained from Yu Jinghua. This, Tabe dragon-slaying sword, was a magic weapon used by Zhou Tong, the Zhou family ancestor, to slay a 4th-tier dragon. It wasn't his natal magic weapon, but rather something he obtained through fortuitous encounters, likely a natal magic weapon left behind by a powerful golden core stage cultivator. This treasure wasn't originally called by this name. It was only after slaying a 4th-tier dragon that the sword gained a legendary aura within the Zhou family, and it was renamed after the passing of their ancestor, Zhou Tong. This treasure is arguably the Zhou family's most precious magical artifact, truly a family heirloom. Originally, Zhou Chun possessed the myriad transformations golden cauldron, and didn't necessarily need to refine this other magical artifact. However, after giving the Earth Vajra shield and blazing gloves to Zhou Ming, he had no other magical artifact available. When needing to supplement his defense, he still had to use the myriad transformations golden cauldron to protect himself. Therefore, refining this artifact would provide more room for error. Because it was a mid-grade magical artifact, Zhou Chun spent almost a month refining the Tabe dragon-slaying sword. He also learned about the artifact's supernatural abilities. This flying sword is an incredibly hard and sharp magical artifact, forged with a rare and precious material, Tabe refined gold. It possesses powerful armor-piercing and shield-breaking abilities, easily cutting through even the scales of a low-grade 4th-tier dragon. Furthermore, it can store a Tabe Yonzin sword key within its blade. When unleashed, its power is extraordinary. Previously, during the attack on Yu Jinghua, this villain used this Tabe Yonzin sword key to break through Su Yuzhen's defenses and injure her. However, Zhou Chun felt that the sword's true power was likely greater than this, requiring the use of a swordsman's sword control techniques to fully unleash its potential. Unfortunately, true swordsmen are few and far between, and those reaching the golden core stage are even rarer. This sword falling into the Zhou family's hands is a waste of its potential. But the advantage of magical artifacts is that as long as someone continues to refine and nurture them, they can be used even after thousands of years. As long as this treasure continues to be passed down within the Zhou family, it will eventually find a true patron to make it shine. Since Zhou Chun failed to obtain the essential core formation materials from true person Xinjing, Lin Honggai went to the Great Zhou Kingdom to collect such materials for Zhou Daoai. Zhou Chun even gave her several unused 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs and some magical artifact materials to exchange for them with golden core cultivators. For many golden core cultivators, core formation materials were simply rare and useless items. They were willing to exchange them for other treasures unless they needed to cultivate future generations. If Zhou Chun were willing to part with a magical artifact, exchanging it for a set of core formation aids wouldn't be a problem. Of course, such opportunities were rare. Afterward, Zhou Chun focused primarily on cultivation in his cave, neglecting family affairs and leaving everything to Zhou Ming. Meanwhile, the Zhou family, having first won against the Qinglian temple in a gambling match and then purging the family of the traitor Yu Jinghua, enjoyed unprecedented morale. External forces held the Zhou family in high esteem for their demonstrated strength. Aside from a few major powers, few families or sects in Jing Kingdom dared to disrespect the Zhou family. The Zhou family's businesses suddenly became much easier to run. Even some smaller families began to actively seek refuge, wanting to become vassals of the Zhou family, betting their entire clan's fate on the future dominance of the Zhou family. These smaller families had mostly only existed for 1 or 2 generations. Their founders had strengthened themselves through numerous adventures, ultimately building their empires. Because of this successful experience, they weren't afraid to take a gamble. After all, their entire clans only numbered a few, or even a dozen people. As for these smaller forces seeking refuge, after discussing it with Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming decided to refuse such a vassal relationship, instead offering them a gift as a token of gratitude for their goodwill. After all, the Zhou family had already established a low-key development strategy for the future, and there was no need to further cross the Qinglian temple's bottom line in such matters. The Zhou family's current plan is for the higher-ups to support Zhou Daoai's attempt at core formation, while the middle and lower levels will cultivate talent to solidify the family's foundation, and simultaneously increase development efforts in the wilderness. Time is on the Zhou family's side. Their several core formation cultivators still have ample lifespans and can simply wait and see how things unfold. In the Ice Kingdom, atop a precipitous snow-capped peak, Qing Wezi, disguised as a white-haired old man, arrived based on gathered intelligence and carefully used his divine sense to search. However, no matter how he searched, he couldn't detect anything unusual on this snow-capped peak where spiritual energy wasn't particularly abundant. After several attempts, he gave up and activated a specially made talisman. Watching the talisman transform into a white eye pattern floating motionless in the air, Queen Wheezy could only wait patiently. After about 15 minutes, his divine sense suddenly stirred, and his gaze fell upon a snow-covered area 100 feet away. A flash of white light appeared, and a figure completely shrouded in a white robe materialized out of thin air. Queen Wheezy's divine sense was repelled as it approached. Even with his mid-stage golden core cultivation, he couldn't discern the other's cultivation level, only knowing it was undoubtedly a golden core cultivator. "Fellow Taoist, was that ice escape technique you just used?" Queen Wheezy asked tentatively, his gaze fixed on the white-robed cultivator. The ice escape technique he spoke of was actually a niche escape technique, derived from water escape technique, usable only in snowy or icy environments. Its advantage lay in its ability to be used freely in icy and snowy conditions once mastered. At the snow-capped peak where Queen Wheezy was now, the snow and ice beneath his feet were tens of feet thick, making ordinary earth escape techniques and water escape techniques impossible. However, the ice escape technique here allowed him to easily traverse and fly through the snow and ice, just like those two techniques. In such an environment, cultivators skilled in ice escape techniques would truly have unparalleled freedom of movement, possessing a significant geographical advantage. Furthermore, 7 or 8/10 of the entire Bingai kingdom is covered in ice and snow. However, facing Queen Wheezy's question, the white-robed cultivator showed no intention of responding, only coldly asking, "You've come with a token, so you must know our sect's rules. Whom do you wish our sect to deal with?" Hearing this, Queen Wheezy knew her attempt to ingratiate herself was futile. Therefore, she quickly adopted a solemn expression and said, "Of course I know the rules. The person I wish your sect to deal with is a golden core early-stage cultivator tens of thousands of miles away from the Bingai kingdom. His information is recorded here." With that, she waved her hand, and a jade slip flew towards the white-robed cultivator. The white-robed cultivator took the jade slip but didn't immediately examine its contents. He coldly stated, "Our sect needs time to investigate the target's true situation and assess the reward for this operation. We will contact you once the assessment is complete." With that, he formed a hand seal and vanished into the ground right before Queen Wheezy's eyes. Seeing this, Queen Wheezy narrowed his eyes and quickly turned and left. He needed to continue waiting in the ice prison sect for them to contact him again to discuss the specific reward. This was the ice prison sect's rule: when the assassination target was a golden core cultivator, they wouldn't immediately accept the mission. Instead, they would investigate the situation, determine the target's danger level, and then provide a comprehensive quote based on all factors. If they felt the target was too difficult, they might even refuse the assassination mission. Without this caution, their assassin sect would probably have been wiped out long ago for kicking a hornet's nest. After all, in the cultivation world, you can't hide your sect in the shadows and expect no one to find you. For some nascent soul-stage cultivators, simply gathering a trace of your aura is enough to locate your hiding place across vast distances. The cultivation world even possesses miraculous divination techniques capable of directly predicting a target's location. Zhou Chun, focused solely on his family's mountain gate, was naturally unaware that Queen Wheezy had already traveled to the Bingai kingdom to hire assassins to kill him. His reason for remaining in the family's mountain gate instead of going to the Great Zhou Kingdom was primarily due to his fear that the King Lian Temple, unwilling to accept defeat in the bet, would secretly plot against the Zhou family. Furthermore, he no longer had much need for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Aside from needing Luo Qingni's help in refining the dragon transformation pill, he had no other reason to go there. The task of collecting materials for the ancient dust pill could be handled by Lin Honggai or other family cultivators. He even sent some Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion stage cultivators on trips to various countries to help him gather the necessary materials. If Luo Qingni emerges from seclusion and sees the message he left behind, she will send someone to inform him, so he won't need to go there to wait. It's strange, the duel ended more than a year ago, and King Lian Temple hasn't made any move. Could it be that they're afraid to make any small moves because of Beiyu's Henren's warning? It doesn't seem like the style of Yang Dorn and King Wheezy. That day, Zhou Chun went to Zhongping Hall to check on the family's finances. After learning that everything was steadily improving, He couldn't help but mutter to himself upon returning. He had already prepared for King Lian Temple to use commercial means to attack the Zhou family from all sides. Given King Lian Temple's size, such an attack could cause considerable trouble for the Zhou family. Moreover, strictly speaking, this kind of attack is just commercial competition. The Moonwheel Sect can't possibly interfere with how King Lian Temple does business. But to his surprise, King Lian Temple didn't do anything at all. Even the Zhou family's shops in Honggaya Market in Lanzhou were still operating normally, without any deliberate targeting. This unexpected situation gave Zhou Chun a sense of unease, like the calm before the storm. After some deliberation, he issued an order for the family elders and higher-ups to minimize their outings in the coming years, or to conceal their true identities when they do go out, to avoid any unforeseen incidents. For the Zhou family now, as long as no high-level cultivators above the Purple Mansion stage unexpectedly perished, even the loss of a few Foundation Establishment stage cultivators was still within acceptable limits. Several months later, Zhou Ming suddenly came to Zhou Chun's cave to see him. "Zhangjin, do you still remember the treasure map we obtained from the Zhang family's secret treasury?" After the destruction of the Zhang family, inside the cave, Zhou Ming suddenly asked about an old matter from many years ago as soon as he saw Zhou Chun. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately reacted, looking at him with surprise and saying, "Of course I remember. You suddenly bring this up now, could it be that you have discovered another treasure map corresponding to it?" He clearly remembered that the animal skin scroll was only half complete, a fragment, but the animal skin was that of a third-tier demon beast. A treasure map made from the hide of such a demonic beast must be no ordinary treasure, which is why the Zhang family kept it in their secret vault. Zhou Chun remembered that many years ago he had placed a rubbing of this treasure map in the family library, allowing any Zhou family cultivator with access to the library to view and copy it for free, with a note stating that a substantial reward would be given to anyone who presented the other half of the map. Now that Zhou Ming, who was in charge of family affairs, had suddenly brought this up, Zhou Chun realized that his actions from back then might have been effective. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Zhou Ming immediately laughed and said, "That's right. The other day, Zhou Sihan, a junior who went out to travel, suddenly returned to the clan and handed over the other half of the treasure map. After Zhenyu learned of this, he immediately contacted me to compare them and confirmed that the two treasure maps were exactly the same in terms of material, and there was no possibility of them being counterfeited." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun thoughtfully interjected, "If I remember correctly, this junior Zhou Sihan should be at the mid-foundation establishment stage now. After he obtained the other half of the treasure map, didn't he try to find the treasure location?" Of course he tried, but unfortunately that place is located within the territory of Cheng Kingdom, and it is now protected by a great formation and demonic beasts. With his strength, there is no way he could obtain this opportunity." Zhou Ming chuckled and gave his answer with a smile. Chapter 528 Treasure, Attack. Zhou Chun was quite interested in the fact that a tattered treasure map he had kept for many years had been completed. Not only him, but he believed any cultivator would be interested in such a thing. After all, there were countless legends about various treasures in the cultivation world. Every cultivator, whether a rogue cultivator, a family cultivator, or a sect cultivator, had fantasized about becoming one of the lucky ones in those stories. The key was that these legends weren't all fabrications, there were many real examples. To name just two of the most famous examples Zhou Chun knew of, one was the heavenly mirror true man, who, in his youth, unexpectedly obtained the inheritance of the mid-nascent soul stage rogue cultivator mysterious mirror true man, inheriting the legacy left by this nascent soul stage cultivator, and ultimately successfully transformed his core and formed his nascent soul. The other example was the secret island discovered by Luo Qingni and others based on the treasure map. Zhou Chun later personally participated in this, reaping immense benefits from it. With these successful examples before him, how could Zhou Chun not be interested in the treasures recorded on a treasure map of considerable quality now that the Zhou family had completed and found it? However, despite his interest, Zhou Chun didn't immediately set out to search for the treasure. After pondering for a while, he said to Zhou Ming, "That treasure map is only written on third-tier animal hide. The treasures hidden within may not be particularly valuable to us. Why don't we have a few family elders take some people to explore it first? If they succeed, it will be a good opportunity for them." It wasn't that Zhou Chun looked down on the treasures on the map, but he knew that the family couldn't rely on him and Zhou Ming, both golden core cultivators, to handle everything. Sometimes, They needed to find things for the Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators to do. Exploring a treasure location that had already been identified was undoubtedly a good opportunity. If the family elders and core members they sent could solve the problem and bring back the treasure, that would naturally be a good thing. If they couldn't solve the problem, it wouldn't be too late for him to step in personally. Zhou Ming naturally understood Zhou Chun's meaning. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled and nodded. That's a good approach. It's time to give those juniors something to do, lest they develop the bad habit of relying on the family for everything. Having reached this agreement, the two discussed it briefly and decided to send Zhou Xinglin and Zhang Lang, both Purple Mansion stage cultivators, along with Zhou Sihan, Zhou Zinayan, and 6 other Foundation establishment stage cultivators to search for the treasure. Just in case, Zhou Chun also gave Zhou Xinglin the golden armored mountain turtle stone for protection. After Zhou Xinglin and the others set off, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming patiently waited at home for news. Meanwhile, after Zhou Xinglin and Zhang Liang led their team away from the family's mountain gate, they headed towards the final location of the treasure on the treasure map, guided by Zhou Sihan. After several days of travel, the group quickly arrived at the location of the treasure. This mountain range ahead is called Blackhead Ridge by the local cultivators. It's home to a large number of poisonous black lacquer trees. If these trees are damaged, whether burned or failed, they release highly toxic fumes and odors, enough to kill even key refining stage cultivators. Furthermore, the forest is inhabited by various poisonous demonic beasts, such as the blackhead snake, black crow bird, and black jade centipede. The treasure trove is located deep within Blackhead Ridge, in a mountain peak filled with poisonous miasma, protected by a powerful array. The mountain is also home to a large number of black crow birds, including 5 second-tier black crow birds, and the Bird King is a second-tier high-grade demonic bird. Outside a dark forest, Zhou Sihan, who had been here before and was now leading the way, pointed to the vast expanse of dark forest ahead and solemnly described the situation. He had previously come here alone in search of treasure, but had almost suffered a major setback because he underestimated the poisonous insects and demonic beasts within. The flock of black crows completely extinguished his hopes of obtaining the treasure through his own strength. He would have no choice but to obediently hand over the other half of the treasure map upon returning. Hearing his words, Zhou Xinglin waved her hand dismissively, saying, "With my niece Xiaolian here, those poisonous insects and demonic beasts won't bother us. If they dare to come and die, it'll be a good nourishment for her." She then turned her gaze to Zhou Yuanlian, who had been specially recruited into the group. "This junior will certainly do her best," Zhou Yuanlian replied coldly, her words devoid of any emotion. Zhou Xinglin and the other Zhou family cultivators seemed unfazed by this, and no one assumed she was displeased with anyone because of her demeanor and tone. Anyone who knew Zhou Yuanlian knew that due to her cultivation technique, she treated everyone with the same coldness, even reportedly unchanged in front of the clan leader, Zhou Zhengchen. At this moment, led by Zhou Xinglin, the group strode into the forest. The reason for walking instead of flying was naturally to conserve magical energy and avoid detection. Wu Tao Ridge is the territory of demonic beasts. Although no third-tier demonic beasts have been known to appear there, there are quite a few second-tier and first-tier demonic beasts. Flying directly over it would easily lead to an attack by the demonic beasts. Especially the black crows, which have a very strong sense of territory in the air and would definitely not allow the Zhou family to fly freely overhead. Moreover, some low to mid-level cultivators often venture here, so if such a large group of people from the Zhou family flew over, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. If it attracted the attention of local Foundation establishment or Purple Mansion stage cultivators, the location of their treasure would be exposed. With the strength of the Zhou family's group, the scattered demonic beasts and poisonous insects in Wu Tao Ridge would naturally not pose a threat to them. After traveling through the mountains and forests for less than half a day, they arrived at their destination. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a large area of dark blue miasma permeated the air above the mountains and forests, which could not be blown away by the wind or dispersed by the sun. Deep within the dark blue miasma lay several towering mountain peaks, each hundreds of feet high, from which echoed occasional shrill, piercing screams. The group stopped outside the miasma zone, where Zhou Yuanlian stepped inside and lingered for a moment. He then returned outside, patted his storage pouch at his waist, and took out several talismans made from the shells of unknown insects, handing them to Zhou Xinglin and the others. "Wear these poison-repelling talismans. They should protect you from the miasma for 3 hours." Though called talismans, They were more accurately described as talismanic artifacts. The 10,000 Poisons True Scripture recorded many methods for crafting poison-repelling magical artifacts and talismans. Zhou Yuanlian, at his current early Foundation establishment stage, was still unable to craft the powerful poison-cultivating artifacts. However, he had already skillfully crafted some of the less demanding talismanic artifacts. These talismans are generally made primarily from the shells of poisonous insects, with some also using spirit wood, animal hides, bones, and scales. Furthermore, the crafting process requires the magical power cultivated through the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture as a guide. It can be considered Zhou Yuanlian's unique skill. Following Zhou Yuanlian's instructions, the group hung the talismans around their necks and stepped into the miasma. Instantly, an invisible force pushed the miasma several feet away, preventing it from touching them. Protected by the talismans, they no longer needed to expend magical power to resist the miasma, saving them considerable energy. However, as they ventured deeper into the miasma area, they quickly attracted the attention of its inhabitants. A series of muffled flapping sounds echoed from the depths of the miasma, and soon, jet-black arrows pierced through the miasma and shot towards the group. However, Zhou Xinlin and Zhang Lang, both cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, had given a warning beforehand. These jet-black arrows were either dodged or blocked by their spells and magical artifacts. Then, the figures of their attackers appeared in the air. They were plump, large black birds, somewhat resembling crows, but with bodies as round as balls, and eyes that were a deep, almost purple-black. These were black crows, a type of venomous bird whose blood was highly poisonous. At this moment, there were about 50 black crows attacking the Zhou family's cultivator group, led by a low-grade second-tier black crow. Ordinary first-tier black crows could only spit venomous arrows, while some high-grade first-tier black crows could unleash poison rain technique. In a one-on-one fight, they were no match for cultivators of the same level. Unfortunately, these venomous birds rarely appeared alone, they always attacked in flocks. Dozens of first-tier black crows simultaneously unleashed a barrage of venomous arrows, forcing even early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to evade their attacks to avoid being contaminated by their deadly poison. Previously, Zhou Xihan, who had come alone, had been relentlessly pursued by 3 second-tier black crows leading 100 first-tier ones, ultimately sacrificing a low-grade third-tier magic talisman to escape with his life. But this time, the black crows had met their match. The moment they appeared, Zhou Zinayan, Zhou Xihan, and the other 6 Foundation establishment cultivators attacked simultaneously, various magical artifacts and spells flashing and clashing in the sky, wiping out most of the flock in the blink of an eye. Even the low-grade second-tier black crow didn't have time to escape, being cleaved from the sky by Zhou Zinayan's GMU Zhuanguang sword, a technique unleashed by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. 19th Brother's Jia Wood Profound Light Divine ability is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being a top-tier cultivation technique with its accompanying divine ability. Seeing that the others had dealt with the enemy without him having to lift a finger, Zhou Xinlin didn't hold back his praise for Zhou Zinayan and the others. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Zhou Zinayan calmly shook his head and said, "No matter how extraordinary it is, it's still a Foundation establishment technique. If 4th Brother, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, were to make a move, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand even one strike." These words left Zhou Xinlin speechless. He knew that Zhou Zinayan, as the first cultivator with a superior spiritual root aptitude born after the Zhou family settled in Nine Peaks Ridge, and being of the same generation as him, had always been quite proud. However, after reaching Foundation establishment, because he lacked the guidance and support of a direct elder, and because he had chosen a difficult-to-cultivate top-tier technique, Jia Wood Profound Light, his cultivation speed had actually fallen behind that of his cousins, including Zhou Xinlin. Finally, with the help of her father, Zhou Zhenggang, Zhou Xinlin obtained a spiritual artifact to assist in opening her Purple Mansion, successfully opening her Purple Mansion ahead of all her peers and leaving them a whole realm behind. How could the ever-proud Zhou Zinayan accept this? Therefore, those familiar with Zhou Zinayan over the years noticed that she went on adventures much more often than before, while interacting with her peers less, as if she were holding her breath. This time, Zhou Chun arranged for Zhou Xinlin to lead the team to collect the treasure, and even included Zhou Zinayan in the team, which was undoubtedly another significant stimulus for Zhou Zinayan. Under such pressure, Zhou Xinlin's praise might sound harsh to him. Realizing this, Zhou Xinlin could only shake her head helplessly, not responding to Zhou Chun's words, and simply had everyone tidy up the fallen black crow corpses on the ground before continuing towards the mountain where the treasure was located. Perhaps because the black crows that had just escaped went back to report, Zhou Chun and Zhang Liang had barely finished cleaning up the battlefield when their divine senses detected a large number of black crows flying towards them. Quickly, everyone get ready. Those black crows are coming out in full force, Zhou Chun shouted a warning as he summoned his magical artifact, ready to attack. Not long after he finished speaking, hundreds of black crows appeared in everyone's sight. Among them, the enormous figure of the second-tier high-grade black crow was particularly conspicuous. I'll deal with the Bird King. The rest of the black crows are yours. Brother Zhang, cover us, Zhou Chun commanded in a deep voice, directing everyone to fight. With a surge of his divine sense, a long-sword magical artifact transformed into a streak of fire and slashed towards the second-tier high-grade black crow. With his purple mansion stage cultivation, dealing with a second-tier high-grade demonic beast was naturally a piece of cake. However, it's worth noting that this black crow, worthy of being the king of the flock, dared to attack Zhou Chun, a purple mansion stage cultivator, even with only a second-tier high-grade cultivation. It seemed to be able to subtly manipulate the poisonous miasma, condensing and compressing it into a barrage of poisonous arrows that rained down on Zhou Chun with a flap of its wings. Unfortunately, this attack, so threatening even to a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, caused no ripples whatsoever against the protective shield of the Mystic Gang Pearl, activated by Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's longsword magic weapon, however, severed a wing with its first strike and decapitated it with its second. After killing the Black Crow King with these two strikes, Zhou Chun didn't interfere in the battles of the others, remaining prepared to intervene and rescue them at any moment. However, he was overthinking it. Apart from Zhou Yuanlian, the Foundation Establishment cultivators who accompanied him were all veterans with years of experience, each possessing several second-tier magic artifacts. They had no chance against the remaining 3 second-tier Black Crows and the other first-tier Black Crows. In less than a quarter of an hour, most of the hundreds of attacking Black Crows were killed, with only a few dozen scattering and escaping with their lives. No one cared about the fleeing birds. The group, having reaped a considerable harvest, were busy collecting the corpses of the demonic birds on the ground. The Black Crow's feathers and venom sacs were excellent materials for refining artifacts, and even better for Zhou Yuanlian's poison cultivation. Zhou Chun immediately decided to hand over all the corpses of the second-tier Black Crows, except for the feathers, to Zhou Yuanlian for disposal. No one objected. Leaving aside the ambiguous relationship between Zhou Yuanlian and the clan leader Zhou Hengzhen, Zhou Yuanlian's contributions in providing antidotes and detoxifying agents along the way were enough to qualify him for these things. Furthermore, they also wanted to take this opportunity to befriend this clansman, making it easier to ask for his help in detoxifying or to purchase poisons and antidote talismans in the future. The battle was resolved in less than a quarter of an hour, but cleaning up the battlefield took nearly 3/4 of an hour. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, the group set off again. Since the Black Crow flock had been dealt with, they encountered no further resistance on their journey and quickly arrived at the mountain peak where the treasure was located, which was also the Black Crow flock's nest. At this time, apart from some fledgling Black Crows that couldn't yet fly, there were no other demonic beasts on the mountain peak. It's a pity that Black Crows need to form a large flock to advance to the second tier, otherwise, we could take some eggs and fledglings back to our clan to raise. Zhou Xiaoyu, another female cultivator in the group, sighed regretfully as she looked at the fledglings and eggs in the nests. Second-tier Black Crows were quite powerful, and their poison attribute spells were unpredictable and difficult to defend against, making them a decent spirit pet. But as Zhou Xiaoyu said, for a gregarious Black Crow to produce a second-tier demon beast, it needs to form a flock. The Zhou family couldn't possibly raise 100 or 200 Black Crows to cultivate second-tier Black Crows. The cost would be too high, simply not worthwhile. Just then, Zhou Yuanlian suddenly said, "Many poisonous herbs on this mountain are beneficial to my cultivation. I'll go and pick them first. Just call me when you find the treasure's location, since it concerns your cultivation, little Yan, you can go ahead." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and readily agreed. Then, he and Zhou Xihan and the others took out a copied map and began searching for the specific treasure location. Following the map, they searched separately on the mountain for about half an hour before finding the treasure location recorded on it. "This is it. The treasure is inside this cliff," Below a cliff face, Zhou Chun and the others held the treasure map and repeatedly compared it, finally unanimously confirming that the location marked on it was indeed the cliff face in front of them. Then, after a moment's thought, Zhou Chun directly unleashed her longsword magic weapon and slashed at the stone wall. However, the longsword magic weapon broke through the stone wall to a depth of about 10 feet before being blocked, unable to advance even an inch further. There's definitely more to it than meets the eye. A glint of joy flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and she immediately withdrew her longsword magic weapon, turning her gaze to Zhang Liang. Zhou Chun had sent Zhang Liang to be his partner precisely because he knew that the treasure trove would definitely be protected by an array, and Zhang Liang's current array skills were already comparable to some array masters. "I'll give it a try first." Zhang Liang nodded slightly and immediately stepped forward to probe the array inside using the methods of an array master. After working for about half an hour, he shook his head slightly at Zhou Chun and said, "I can't discern the exact origin of this formation, but its arrangement is quite sophisticated. It's already connected to the spiritual veins of this place and also serves to conceal our aura. I'm afraid we alone won't be able to break it by force." Hearing this, Zhou Chun sighed softly and nodded, saying, "Then let's try attacking it first. If it really doesn't work, we'll report back to the clan leader." He then called on everyone to attack the mountain wall in front of them. Under their combined attack, the outer layer of the mountain wall was quickly shattered and fell away, revealing a dark brown array shield inside. This array shield was extremely powerful. Even Zhou Chun's full force attack could only make it shimmer slightly. After trying to attack it for half an hour without success, Zhou Chun completely gave up. He immediately ordered everyone to stop their attack, then looked at Zhang Liang and said, "Brother Zhang, you set up a formation to cover this place first. I'll have my 19th brother go back to the clan to report the situation to the clan leader." After speaking, he turned to Zhou Chun and said, "19th brother, you have 2 second-tier spirit pets. Your speed is no worse than mine. I'll trouble you to go back to the clan and report the situation here." "I understand. 4th brother, please take care of yourselves too." Zhou Chun nodded. He didn't act spoiled on such a serious matter and quickly bid farewell to everyone and returned to Jing Kingdom. Relying on the 2 second-tier spirit pets, the blue feather fire kite and the blazing dragon python, to travel in turns, Zhou Chun returned to the Tuyun Ridge Mountain Gate in just 2 days. After learning about the treasure location from Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming discussed it and decided to go to Cheng Kingdom to retrieve the treasure themselves. He didn't let Zhou Chun lead the way, but told him to rest first. He took the original treasure map and went to Cheng Kingdom alone. Because he was worried that things might go wrong if he delayed, Zhou Chun didn't use the golden-winged tiger or the thunder dragon for transportation. He directly activated the Tai Ba dragon-slaying sword, magic weapon to travel. Only a few hours passed, and he had already appeared on the border between Jing and Cheng. But at that moment, the moon-toed pearl within Zhou Chun suddenly issued a frantic warning, conveying a stark warning. This was the first time Zhou Chun had encountered such a situation since refining this treasure. After a slight pause, he hurriedly activated the treasure, unleashing the Taiyan protective immortal robe divine power to protect himself. The instant the silver-white immortal robe appeared, a cold snort suddenly rang in Zhou Chun's mind. He had been attacked by divine sense. However, the attacker clearly hadn't expected that Zhou Chun's divine sense was not only stronger than that of an ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivator, but also protected by the third layer of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method. This attack only caused him to momentarily lose focus before he quickly recovered. At this moment, the silver-white immortal robe around Zhou Chun's body also shook violently, and a white, transparent longsword suddenly appeared before his chest. The power emanating from this sword was far greater than that of the Tebe dragon-slaying sword. Even if it wasn't a high-grade magic weapon, it was likely close. As the magical artifact materialized, Zhou Chun's frantically expanding divine sense also pinpointed the attacker's location. In his perception, a blurry figure was vaguely hidden within a cloud formation several miles away. Chapter 529 Repelling the Enemy, The Secret Vault. "You cowardly coward, show yourself to me, Zhou Chun." In the sky, Zhou Chun roared, and with a wave of his hand, the Tebe dragon-slaying sword shot towards the cultivator hiding in the clouds. At the same time, he spat out golden light, and his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, flew out, emitting dense golden light to create layers of protection around himself. The assassin, seemingly not expecting his tried and true method to be completely ineffective, reacted noticeably slower. Only when the silver-black flying sword was right in front of him did he come to his senses, hastily conjuring a white shield magic weapon to block the sword. Then, he formed a sword incantation with both hands, and the transparent flying sword that had been used to assassinate Zhou Chun swayed slightly before disappearing again. However, with Zhou Chun's divine sense highly concentrated, he still managed to detect a peculiar fluctuation. But even if he detected the sword's trajectory, it was useless, as the sword's speed was too fast, more than twice as fast as his own sword riding speed. Almost as soon as his divine sense caught the sword's trajectory, the flying sword had already torn through the several layers of golden light protecting him. The myriad transformations golden cauldron, after all, had only been forged for a short time. Even with its extremely high-quality materials and immense potential, its power was still no match for this flying sword magic weapon. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had the Taeyin protective immortal robe protecting him closely, enough to prevent the flying sword from harming him after breaking through the golden light defenses. After exchanging a few blows, the assassin's figure emerged from the clouds. He appeared to be a man, dressed in a white robe, shrouded in a hazy white spiritual light, making it difficult to discern his appearance and figure using either divine sense or spiritual vision. His cultivation was a small realm higher than Zhou Chun's, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. After observing this person for a few moments, Zhou Chun immediately concluded that this person was not a cultivator from the Jing Kingdom, otherwise, he wouldn't have been completely unaware of such a powerful individual. I'm curious, someone of your cultivation level, do you also rely on risking your life for others to earn cultivation resources? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he probed while desperately defending against his opponent's attacks. However, his opponent completely ignored him, silently summoning another white magic mirror, unleashing beams of extremely cold ice light towards him. While these beams of ice light were nothing compared to the Taeyin extinction divine light, each beam that struck Zhou Chun's protective golden aura froze and broke through one or two layers of defense. Combined with the attack of the invisible flying sword, he was essentially forced into passive defensive posture. But as the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. Zhou Chun knew very well that if he continued to passively defend, he would only sink deeper into trouble. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly retrieved the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, attempting to use it to intercept the invisible flying sword's attack. Zhou Chun didn't expect to block the invisible flying sword every time. Succeeding 3 or 4 times out of 10 would be enough for him. The only thing he feared was this invisible flying sword. He didn't really care about the other things, whether it was the assassin's white mirror magic weapon or the ice attribute divine power the other party cultivated. With a moon-toad pearl protecting him, he couldn't say all, but at least most, ice attribute attacks wouldn't have much effect on him. If he were to release the protective golden light formed by the myriad transformations golden cauldron, and allow the extreme cold ice light to shine upon him, it would likely not only fail to harm him in the slightest, but might even nourish the moon-toad pearl, enhancing the defense of the Taeyin protective immortal robe. Of course, he would definitely not do this unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, any opponent who wasn't a fool would be able to guess that the protective treasure he possessed was definitely a top-grade ice attribute magic weapon, or even a spiritual treasure. At that point, the assassin who was originally hired to assassinate him would probably be tempted by the treasure and fight him to the death for it. After retrieving his flying sword, Zhou Chun swiftly formed hand seals and cast a spell, transforming the myriad transformations golden cauldron into a golden shield to supplement his defense. This myriad transformations golden cauldron was crafted using various rare spiritual metals. In terms of material alone, it was no less valuable than top-grade magic weapons. Now, using it to block the attack of the invisible flying sword, he was not afraid of being damaged. With such a full-force defensive maneuver, Zhou Chun finally managed to temporarily stabilize his position, no longer worrying about the enemy suddenly breaking through his defenses and injuring him. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, his opponent changed tactics. The assassin swiftly formed sword seals, and the invisible flying sword suddenly split into dozens of icy sword energies, shooting towards Zhou Chun from all directions. This seemed to be a sword technique, and Zhou Chun couldn't immediately lock onto the invisible flying sword's true form. He could only hurriedly activate the Jinyuan Golden Glow technique to further enhance his defense. Unexpectedly, the icy sword energies, after shattering his protective barrier, did not dissipate immediately. Instead, their chilling auras merged, seemingly trying to freeze him inside. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly pointed a finger, and the myriad transformations golden cauldron, transformed into golden shield, shone brightly, instantly unleashing a shockwave that dispersed the chilling energy. At the same time, he opened his mouth and exhaled a ball of golden alchemical fire to burn away the chilling energy. With this double countermeasure, he managed to avoid being frozen. However, the invisible flying sword seized the opportunity to slash fiercely at the golden shield, leaving a shallow sword mark. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's myriad transformations golden cauldron had excellent self-repairing properties. This damage could be repaired with a little nurturing, so it wasn't a big problem. However, after witnessing the opponent's powerful attack, Zhou Chun lost hope of continuing the fight and only wanted to force the opponent back as soon as possible. Therefore, he decisively took out the talisman bestowed upon him by true person Heavenly Mirror. For a golden core cultivator, activating a talisman is almost as easy as activating a magic talisman, even if the talisman was made by a nascent soul cultivator. Once activated, the talisman immediately formed a golden mirror in midair. Zhou Chun locked onto the assassin with his divine sense, and with a thought, the golden mirror shot out a beam of golden light towards him. The golden light was incredibly fast. The assassin almost couldn't react in time. Fortunately, his white shield magic weapon had an automatic protective effect, managing to move in front of him and block the golden light. However, the power of the golden light was beyond what the white shield could withstand. When the mid-grade defensive magic weapon was struck by the golden light, hair-like cracks immediately appeared on the once indestructible shield, and its spiritual light dimmed considerably. This result immediately shocked and enraged the assassin, who cursed the Sect's intelligence-gathering personnel as useless. The strength and trump cards displayed by this target were now completely beyond the Sect's intelligence capabilities. He could be said to have been betrayed by his own people. However, Zhou Chun didn't care what his opponent was thinking. The talisman bestowed by the Heavenly Mirror True Man only had one chance to be used. The golden mirror light just now only consumed about 20% of the talisman's power, so he still had a few more opportunities to strike. So he quickly activated another divine power of the golden mirror. A surge of golden light appeared on the golden mirror, and suddenly a ball of golden lightning emerged, transforming into a golden lightning spear that shot towards the assassin. As soon as this golden lightning spear appeared, the assassin felt a strong sense of alarm and instantly sensed a deadly threat. Without thinking, he hurriedly summoned back his invisible flying sword and slashed at the golden lightning spear. A loud booming sound rose from the sky, and the golden lightning spear was directly shattered by the invisible flying sword in midair. But the assassin himself let out a muffled groan, and blood instantly spilled from the corner of his mouth. It turned out that although he had blocked the attack, the invisible flying sword, as his natal magic weapon, had also had much of its spiritual power destroyed by the golden lightning spear, and even the magic weapon itself had developed faint cracks that were barely visible to the naked eye. This result left him utterly astonished. The material used to forge his invisible flying sword was a top-tier magic weapon material, 10,000-year ice crystal, a material even harder than most top-tier spirit metals. The single, 10,000-year ice crystal, used to forge this invisible flying sword was worth as much as a mid-grade magic weapon. Even many nascent soul cultivators would go to great lengths to acquire such a treasure. Since forging this invisible flying sword with a 10,000-year ice crystal, he had rapidly risen to prominence within the Ice Prison Sect, becoming a top assassin. His mission success rate before this was 100%, never failing. Furthermore, the invisible flying sword had never been damaged in any battles with its prey, not even a scratch. Yet today, he had suffered a crushing defeat. "You're lucky today. I'll come back for you," a cold voice rang out from the assassin. With a swift movement, he transformed into a white streak of light and disappeared into the distance, seemingly abandoning the assassination mission. But Zhou Chun wouldn't let him escape so easily. Stop, with a thought, Zhou Chun unleashed the remaining power of the golden mirror, sending a golden beam of light piercing the air towards the white assassin who had already fled more than 10 miles away. It quickly caught up with the assassin. But at this moment, the assassin used some kind of supernatural power, instantly splitting into three. The golden beam of light only destroyed one of the illusions before losing its target. In the end, Zhou Chun could only watch helplessly as the assassin disappeared into the horizon. Such a powerful assassin, I wonder where the Kinglian temple got him from. It seems I'll have to make a trip to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate later. Zhou Chun withdrew his gaze from the direction the assassin had left, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. He knew without a doubt that the assassin had been hired by the Qinglian Temple. This also explained why the Qinglian Temple hadn't used any means to attack the Zhou family for over a year. Moreover, hiring such a powerful assassin required extraordinary connections and a price to pay. Within the Jing Kingdom, apart from a few major sects, no one else could do it. Even knowing the assassin was hired by the Qinglian Temple, without evidence, the Yulin sect certainly wouldn't help him. Next, the other golden core cultivators of the Zhou family, and even the Purple Mansion cultivators, could all become the assassin's targets. How could Zhou Chun not be extremely worried? If it weren't for the treasure in Cheng Kingdom still waiting for him to decipher, and the assassin needing rest after being injured, he might have already gone directly to the Yulin sect's mountain gate for help. Thus, after traveling for another 2 hours with heavy thoughts, Zhou Chun, after several reconnaissance tests to confirm he was no longer being followed, finally followed the connection between himself and the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone to the treasure's location. When Zhou Chun arrived at the treasure's location, everything was normal, and nothing unexpected had happened. After testing the array's defensive strength, he instructed the Zhou family members to disperse and maintain vigilance to prevent any commotion from attracting other cultivators. He then released Lei Jiao Bai and the Golden Winged Tiger, and the master and servant launched a fierce attack on the formation together. According to Zhang Liang's judgment, the defensive strength of the formation here did not reach the level of the forbidden formation, so for Zhou Chun, it was simply a matter of unleashing his attacks. In less than half an hour, he activated the Tai Bai dragon-slaying sword, and shattered the dark brown protective shield, tearing a gap large enough for one person to pass through. He then told the others to wait outside and entered the formation alone. To Zhou Chun's surprise, there was another formation inside, but it was an illusion formation. This formation was equally powerful. If one's spiritual sense did not reach the standard of a golden core cultivator, one would definitely fall into it, and whether one could break free before their consciousness was completely submerged depended entirely on luck and personal will. However, for Zhou Chun, this illusion formation naturally had no offensive power, so he ignored it. After easily getting rid of the illusion formation, he saw the details inside. He saw that a large part of the mountain had been hollowed out to build many stone chambers. Zhou Chun initially thought this might be a cultivator's cave dwelling, but after opening some of the stone chamber doors, he discovered it was likely a treasure vault. The chambers were piled high with unrefined ores. Refined gold ore, silver ore, copper ore, fire crystal iron ore. Each type of ore was categorized and stored separately in its respective warehouse. Because they were all unrefined raw ores, as long as they were piled together and stored in a rich spiritual energy environment, they would still be usable even after 1,000 years. Moreover, these ores were all rich mines. A little refining would yield finished materials with extremely low loss rates. As far as Zhou Chun knew, some powerful forces, planning ahead, would deliberately allocate resources to build secret treasure vaults when their sects and families were at their peak. These secret treasure vaults, besides storing cultivation manuals and other items, would also store treasures and spiritual resources that could be preserved for a long time. The purpose of these secret treasure vaults was to ensure that, in the event of the decline or even extinction of a family or sect, the survivors could continue their lineage and rise again. Throughout the long history of the cultivation world, some sects and families have risen again after their demise thanks to such secret treasure troves. If it truly is a secret treasure trove, then this harvest looks set for us. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, and he immediately headed deeper into the stone chambers. It was obvious that the best treasures were hidden in those deeper chambers. Chapter 530 The Treasure of the Secret Vault, Abandoned Child. A secret treasure vault built by a certain power for a comeback was far more interesting to Zhou Chun than a former cultivator's cave dwelling. Judging from the level of protection this place provided, if it were a cave dwelling, it would at most be that of a golden core cultivator, and not even necessarily a powerful one. Crucially, even if it were a golden core cultivator's cave dwelling, there was no guarantee of finding magical treasures or other valuables inside. Many senior cultivators' cave dwellings actually contained no remains or personal belongings, as their owners likely perished while traveling, rather than passing away peacefully. In contrast, a secret treasure vault was unlikely to disappoint. It would undoubtedly contain abundant resources and treasures. Zhou Chun continued deeper into the vault, breaking open the doors of every stone chamber he encountered along the way. After venturing halfway through, what he discovered inside the chambers greatly surprised him. These stone chambers had been specially modified, equipped with miniature arrays that generated light and moisture to support the growth of the spiritual herbs within. Indeed, these stone chambers were miniature herb gardens, each containing one or more rare medicinal herbs. Thousand-year-old golden thread dendrobium, thousand-year-old azure grass, thousand-year-old illusion heart orchid, thousand-year-old divine benefiting grass. Zhou Chun examined each chamber, finding that every single one contained rare thousand-year-old medicinal herbs. Some of these herbs appeared to be over 2,000 years old. Although they were only thousand-year-old herbs, their rarity made them far more valuable than common thousand-year-old herbs, like thousand-year-old polygonidum. These thousand-year-old herbs were essential ingredients and main components in the refining of certain rare elixirs. I remember hearing fellow Taoist Luo mention that the thousand-year-old divine benefiting grass was a main ingredient in some elixirs that aid in opening the purple mansion. So, could these rare thousand-year-old herbs be the necessary ingredients for refining elixirs that aid in opening the purple mansion? Thinking this, Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and excitement shone in his eyes. If this was indeed the case, then he had truly struck gold. His gaze shifted from the stone chambers where spiritual herbs were planted to the deepest chamber in the area. This chamber was clearly the most important part of the treasure vault. Not only was the stone door made of a hard stone called black prison stone, but it also had a separate restriction. There was a keyhole on the door, suggesting that a special key was needed to open it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't rush to break down the door. Instead, he quickly turned and left the treasure vault, bringing Zhang Liang to the door. Clan leader, according to my research, the restriction on this stone door is a self-destructing restriction. A corresponding magical artifact must be inserted through the keyhole to temporarily disable the self-destructing restriction and open the door. If we forcibly destroy the stone door and the surrounding walls, it will definitely trigger the self-destruction of the restriction, destroying everything inside. Zhang Liang, living up to his reputation as a genius of formations, figured it out after only a short while. However, the result he described was bad news. Do you have a way to break the restrictions here? Zhou Chun frowned, asking in a deep voice the question Zhang Liang had expected. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Liang replied in a low voice, "This junior needs time to study it carefully before I can give an answer, and even if there are some risky methods, the success rate is probably no more than 30%, then you can study it here slowly. I will arrange for people to protect you here." Zhou Chun nodded and made a decision on the spot. Zhang Liang naturally dared not have any objections, but requested that his Taoist partner Zhou Zindi come and help with the research. Zhou Chun quickly agreed to this small matter. Afterwards, Zhou Chun harvested all the spiritual herbs in the stone chambers, obtaining a total of 48 rare thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, whose value was immeasurable. As for the large quantity of ore, he entrusted it to Zhou Xinglin and others to transport back to the family in batches. Zhou Chun planned to release the news that the Zhou family had discovered a secret treasure trove, and then he could openly sell some things that the family couldn't expose. This should greatly alleviate the family's financial pressure. After making these general arrangements, Zhou Chun left Cheng Kingdom alone and headed straight for the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. While the spoils from the secret treasure vault were delightful, the pressure from the assassin kept Zhou Chun from relaxing. He wouldn't dare leave the country easily again until this matter was resolved. Traveling swiftly, Zhou Chun arrived at the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate in less than half a day. Now a golden core cultivator, Zhou Chun no longer needed to wait for notification. He could simply send a message via flying sword to Master Baiyu, quickly obtaining his personal permission to enter the mountain gate. "Young friend Zhou, what brings you here today?" Inside the Moonwheel Sect's main hall, Master Baiyu, after Zhou Chun's greetings, asked with a hint of suspicion about his purpose. "Master, please understand, I have come here today to seek your help," Zhou Chun replied in a low voice, his face bitter, and then recounted how he had been pursued and attacked by the assassin on his way. What? This actually happened? After hearing Zhou Chun's account, Master Baiyu also showed surprise and doubt. He looked at Zhou Chun with suspicion and immediately said, "Young friend Zhou, please tell me more details. Describe all the magical treasures and supernatural abilities that assassin used in your fight." "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Chun responded and recounted the details of the fight again. After listening to his retelling, Master Baiyu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said to Zhou Chun, "I understand the situation. Young friend Zhou, please stay at our sect for now. I will consult some of our nascent soul elders to see if they know the assassin's origins. Junior understands. Then I entrust everything to the sect leader, Master Beiyu. Zhou Chun bowed solemnly to Master Beiyu and then withdrew to wait. After waiting for a day inside the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate, Zhou Chun was finally summoned again by Master Beiyu to the sect leader's hall. I have consulted several elders, and according to our sect's patriarch's assessment, the assassin who tried to kill you, young friend Zhou, likely came from the Eastern Ice Barbarian Kingdom, specifically from a sect called the Ice Prison Sect. This sect is an assassin organization that specializes in assassinating high-level cultivators from other countries for hire. Master Beiyu continued, his tone slightly grave. According to our sect's patriarch, to maintain its reputation, the Ice Prison Sect's assassins will continue to assassinate targets after a failed attempt, only ceasing their efforts once they are certain they cannot defeat the target. But even if the assassins cease their assassination attempts, the Ice Prison Sect will still send even higher-level assassins to kill the target if the employer is willing to increase the payment. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically. This was precisely what Zhou Chun had been most worried about. After a series of changes in his expression, he bowed deeply to Master Beiyu and said, "This junior dares to be so bold as to beg the sect leader to uphold justice for this junior and the Zhou family." If the situation was truly as dire as Master Beiyu described, then the only one who could extricate the Zhou family from this predicament was the Moon Wheel Sect. Otherwise, even if Zhou Chun hid within the family's mountain gate and did not come out, the assassins from the Green Lotus Temple and the Ice Prison Sect would certainly find a way to force him out. Faced with Zhou Chun's request, Master Beiyu hesitated and said, "Young friend Zhou, you probably don't know, but the assassins of the Ice Prison Sect have a rule when accepting missions. They won't attack cultivators from powerful forces who are protected by nascent soul stage cultivators. Conversely, powerful forces won't easily offend this assassin organization, lest they be targeted. If you want our sect to directly send someone to help you deal with that assassin, I'm afraid that won't work." At this point, Master Beiyu seemed to realize that this answer was too perfunctory, so he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "How about this? I'll give you a secret talisman made by our sect's patriarch. With this talisman in hand, you'll be able to withstand attacks from late-stage golden core cultivators. Hold on for at least half an hour, giving you ample time to retreat back to your family's mountain gate or elsewhere. Once that assassin fails again, confirming he's no longer capable of assassinating you on his own, he'll naturally back down." However, Zhou Chun showed no joy upon hearing this. Instead, his face darkened as he said, "Sect leader, you yourself have said that as long as the employer is willing to increase the reward, the Ice Prison Sect will continue to send even more powerful assassins to kill the target. Even if I manage to repel this assassin with the secret talisman you bestowed upon me, what will I do when the Ice Prison Sect sends a late-stage golden core assassin?" Zhou Chun could barely handle a mid-stage golden core assassin. But if a late-stage golden core assassin came, even hiding within his family's mountain gate wouldn't prevent his assassination attempt. Such a professional assassin must possess extremely high infiltration and assassination skills. Unlike amateurs like Di Long, the Black Dragon Hall Master of the Dragon Transformation Sect. However, faced with Zhou Chun's lament, Master Beiyu chose to remain silent, only saying in a low voice, "Even an assassin organization like the Ice Prison Sect wouldn't have more than a handful of late-stage golden core assassins. The price to pay for their services is extraordinary. I doubt the employer would be willing to pay such a high price." This answer was hardly convincing to Zhou Chun. He directly looked at Master Beiyu and said, "Sect leader, you and I both know who hired the Ice Prison Sect assassins. Can't we just ask them to withdraw their commission?" He then added in a deep voice, "You previously stated that after the duel, regardless of the outcome, neither side could retaliate against the victor under any pretext." Hearing this, Master Beiyu's expression darkened slightly, revealing displeasure. He then shook his head and said, "Young friend Zhou, I understand your meaning, but without evidence, even our sect cannot directly slander the reputation of a major sect, especially a highly reputable sect like the Azure Lotus Temple." This answer completely disillusioned Zhou Chun with him and the Moon Wheel Sect. Although Zhou Chun already knew from the previous bet that the Moon Wheel Sect wasn't a reliable ally, he still hoped to use its reputation to bolster his family's image. However, this time he truly understood that when faced with a potential loss of prestige, these powerful forces would always prioritize their own reputation and wouldn't care about the fate of their vassals. Perhaps in Beiyu's Henron's eyes, Even if the Zhou family lost their vassal, there were still other golden core families willing to rely on them. It was simply impossible to fend a killer organization like the Ice Prison Sect for a dispensable vassal. Utterly disappointed, Zhou Chun replied in a low voice, "This junior understands. Then this junior will not disturb the sect leader any longer." With Baiyu's Henren's wisdom, he naturally understood the disappointment in Zhou Chun's words. He showed no sign of anything amiss, simply raising his sleeve to hand Zhou Chun a jade box and a jade slip. "Take this secret talisman. Before using it, you must refine it according to the incantation within this jade slip. Thank you for the treasure, master." "I take my leave." Zhou Chun politely thanked him, accepted the treasure, and departed. After Zhou Chun left, Master Baiyu lowered his head, lost in thought. In truth, he was willing to protect Zhou Chun and wanted to warn the assassins of the Ice Prison Sect against their audacity in Jin Kingdom. However, his suggestion was rejected by a nascent soul elder of the Moonwheel Sect. The reason for the Moonwheel Sect's rejection was simple: the Moonwheel Sect lacked the strength to destroy the Ice Prison Sect, and assassin sects like the Ice Prison Sect were extremely concerned with their reputation. If the Moonwheel Sect directly issued a warning, it might be seen as a provocation, leading to assassinations against members of the Moonwheel Sect as well. Even without taking action against the Moonwheel Sect, they certainly wouldn't heed their warnings and would continue their assassination attempt on Zhou Chun. If they succeeded, the Moonwheel Sect would truly lose face. It's better to ignore it and pretend we don't know anything. This might displease the Zhou family, but in the Jin Kingdom, what can a Golden Core family do even if they were unhappy with the Moonwheel Sect? They still have to obediently continue to live at the Moonwheel Sect's beck and call. However, although this is tantamount to abandoning Zhou Chun and the Zhou family, King Lian Temple's actions have once again angered several of the Moonwheel Sect's grand elders. After all, in the eyes of these nascent soul cultivators, no matter how much internal power struggles occur in the Jin Kingdom, it's still a domestic matter. But hiring foreign assassins to assassinate a Golden Core cultivator from their own country is going too far. It's only because they promised King Xiao's Henren that they would protect King Lian Temple for 200 years, otherwise, based on this incident alone, the Moonwheel Sect's grand elders would have made King Lian Temple pay a heavy price. Master King Xiao, have your disciples and grand disciples truly not appreciated your painstaking efforts? If this continues, once the 200-year protection period is over, I fear the King Lian Temple will cease to exist. Master Baiyu muttered to himself, shaking his head repeatedly at the King Lian Temple's self-destructive actions. Originally, out of admiration for Master King Xiao's heroic sacrifice, he felt some pity for the King Lian Temple, but now, their actions made him feel that the King Lian Temple's fate might truly be sealed. Even if no force could directly replace them in the future, the nascent soul stage elders would likely dismantle their lineage and devour what Master King Xiao left behind. As for Zhou Chun, he could only hope that Zhou Chun would be lucky, and that the King Lian Temple would abandon their assassination plan because they were unwilling to pay the fee for hiring a late-stage Golden Core assassin. After leaving the Moonwheel Sect, Zhou Chun went directly back to his family's mountain gate. Now that the Moonwheel Sect was no longer reliable, he had no choice but to find a way to deal with the Ice Prison Sect assassins himself. Over the years, Zhou Chun had seen and weathered many storms. Killing him wouldn't be so easy. Upon returning to his family's mountain gate in Yunling, Zhou Chun didn't hide the Ice Prison Sect assassins' involvement and truthfully recounted his experiences to Zhou Ming. As he expected, Zhou Ming's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, filled with shock and anger. How dare they? How dare they do this? Zhou Ming roared angrily, his face filled with shock and fury. Aren't they afraid that my Zhou family will follow suit and hire assassins to kill their disciples? But both he and Zhou Chun knew that such words were just empty threats. In reality, even if they could find a way to contact the Ice Prison Sect assassins, the Zhou family simply couldn't afford the payment for several assassinations of Golden Core cultivators, and the assassins might not even be willing to accept a commission to assassinate Golden Core cultivators from a major sect like the Azure Lotus Sect. As for assassinating some of the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators of the Azure Lotus Sect, firstly, it wouldn't be very useful, and secondly, it would only invite a retaliation from the Azure Lotus Sect, in which case the Zhou family would suffer even more. The Azure Lotus Sect was certain of this, which is why they dared to hire assassins from the Ice Prison Sect to assassinate Zhou Chun. After Zhou Ming vented his anger, Zhou Chun said in a deep voice, "We can only remember this grudge for now, and we'll have the chance to repay it all in the future. The best course of action now is to find a way to get rid of those assassins from the ice prison sect and avoid this calamity." Hearing his words, Zhou Ming quickly calmed down. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly looked up at Zhou Chun and said, "Why don't you go to the Great Zhou Kingdom for refuge, Zhang Chun? No matter how powerful the ice prison sect is, they wouldn't dare to assassinate you in Xianyu Immortal City. As long as you cultivate in seclusion there for several decades, I don't believe they can keep waiting forever." Zhou Chun had already considered this plan. At this moment, he quickly shook his head and replied, "This is not a good solution. If I were to seek refuge in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the King Lian Temple would definitely target you and Elder Lin. They would then try to force you to leave the sect, or arrange for assassins to infiltrate and kill you, causing immense damage to the family and implicating many innocent clansmen." Zhou Ming was well aware of this, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, it doesn't matter. As long as Zhang Chun is still here in our Zhou family, there is still a chance to rise again, and there will still be a day to avenge me and the rest of our clansmen." He said this clearly, indicating he was prepared to sacrifice himself. Zhou Chun was deeply moved upon hearing this. Zhou Ming was not yet 500 years old. According to the 1,000-year lifespan of a golden core cultivator, he had at least 500 years left to live. Other golden core cultivators, after enduring countless hardships and near-death experiences, finally forming their golden core and striving for another 500 years, would never be willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Only Zhou Ming, who values his family more than his own life and sees Zhou Chun as the hope of the Zhou family, would risk his life to protect this junior. But despite being moved, Zhou Chun shook his head solemnly and refused, saying, "It's meaningless, it's completely meaningless." He then looked directly at Zhou Ming and said, "If you and the rest of the clan die because of me, I will definitely have a knot in my heart. If I have the opportunity to form my core and nascent soul in the future, I will certainly not be able to escape the heart demon tribulation. Therefore, even for the sake of my future path, I absolutely cannot shirk this responsibility." Sure enough, upon hearing him use his future path as a reason, Zhou Ming was speechless. He and Zhou Chun both knew that if they really wanted to take revenge on the ice prison sect in the future, they simply couldn't do it without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. And if they couldn't even overcome the heart demon tribulation, how could they possibly possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage? Then why don't we call fellow Taoist Lin back, and the three of us can go in and out together from now on. That way, if we just waste a few decades, I think the assassins from the ice prison sect won't have that much time to waste on us." After a moment of silence, Zhou Ming had another idea, and he excitedly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted, but he quickly seemed to realize something and said with a wry smile, "This method might work against that mid-stage golden core ice prison sect assassin, but if a late-stage golden core ice prison sect assassin comes, I'm afraid even the three of us tied together wouldn't be enough to kill him." He had once been pursued by a multi-winged clan grand mage equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator. Witnessed the formidable strength of Shen Jianxing, a late-stage golden core swordsman from the 9 Yuan sword sect, and even directly fought against Di Long, the Black Dragon Hall master of the Dragon Transformation sect, a late-stage golden core cultivator. Therefore, he had the authority to speak on the strength of late-stage golden core cultivators. If we take the mid-stage golden core assassin who tried to assassinate him as a reference, the strength of a late-stage golden core ice prison sect assassin would definitely not be weaker than Di Long, and might even reach the level of Shen Jianxing. Such a powerful figure, skilled in assassination, would only allow the three of them, early-stage golden core cultivators, to land a few more sword strikes. However, after Zhou Ming's suggestion was rejected, he didn't give up his opinion. Instead, he looked at him seriously and said, "We have to try, otherwise, Zhangjin, do you have any other good ideas?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded and said, "This junior does have a somewhat immature idea, but I don't know if it's feasible." "Oh, what is it?" "Zhangjin, tell me quickly." Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhou Chun expectantly. Zhou Chun didn't keep him in suspense and immediately said, "Do you think if this junior could capture that ice prison sect assassin with mid-stage golden core cultivation alive, could we negotiate with the ice prison sect to resolve this calamity?" Chapter 531 The Solution. Capture a mid-stage golden core cultivator alive? Zhou Ming was startled when he heard Zhou Chun's words. He didn't know the strength of the ice prison sect assassin, but he had recently participated in the encirclement and killing of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Therefore, he had a good idea of how strong a mid-stage golden core cultivator was. Previously, to kill the traitor Yu Jinghua, 5 golden core cultivators had ganged up on him, and they had almost let him escape. Now, Zhou Chun was saying he could capture a mid-stage golden core cultivator alive. How could Zhou Ming not be astonished? Can this really work? Zhou Chun, are you confident? He looked at Zhou Chun with suspicion, doubting Zhou Chun's strength for the first time. It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhou Chun, it was just that the idea was too outrageous. After all, capturing a mid-stage golden core cultivator alive was something even late-stage golden core cultivators wouldn't dare boast about. In battles between golden core cultivators, defeating an opponent is relatively easy, killing them is extremely difficult, and capturing them alive is even more difficult. Not to mention that Zhou Chun, with only early golden core cultivation, intends to capture a mid-golden core cultivator alive. If Zhou Chun hadn't brought it up, Zhou Ming wouldn't have dared to even consider it. If anyone else had told him this, he would have thought they were crazy. Facing Zhou Ming's skepticism, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "As for how confident I am, I wouldn't dare boast, but with a secret talisman bestowed by the nascent soul true person of the Moonwheel Sect protecting me, I think it's worth a try." "I see." Zhou Ming suddenly understood, then frowned and said, "But even if you can capture them alive, what do you plan to do?" "That's precisely what's troubling me right now." A look of distress flashed across Zhou Chun's face as he murmured, "If I really capture that assassin alive, even if I force them to swear an oath of inner demons not to reveal that I possess a spiritual treasure. Even if we force the Ice Prison Sect to agree to abandon their assassination attempt on the junior, there's no guarantee they won't try to harm him again after releasing him." Hearing this, Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's true. Assassin sects like the Ice Prison Sect can't be judged by ordinary standards. What if they sacrifice a golden core stage assassin to complete the mission for the sake of their so-called reputation? Capturing that assassin alive would only further enrage them. Yes, such assassin sects are likely more afraid of power than morality. Without a real threat to their core strength, it's hard to make them wary and respect us." Zhou Chun sighed with feeling. Then, the two fell silent for a moment. After a while, Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands and shouted, "I've got it! I've thought of a way." "Oh, what good idea have you thought of, sir?" Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and he looked at him with some surprise. Zhou Ming, however, looked at him with a smile and asked, "Zhang, think about it. Would any normal person believe that you, a golden core early stage cultivator, or even several golden core early stage cultivators from our Zhou family, could capture a golden core mid-stage cultivator alive? Probably not." Zhou Chun thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Then Zhou Ming clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right. Since that's the case, as long as you, Zhang, can really capture that golden core mid-stage assassin alive, and then seal and imprison him, so that the Ice Prison Sect can't find him, but still knows he's not dead, what do you think they'll think? Will they believe that it was us who did it? If they don't believe it was us, then which powerful figure helped our Zhou family capture that assassin alive? Is there a nascent soul stage cultivator protecting our Zhou family?" Zhou Ming said, smiling. "As long as they can't figure these things out, and can't find the captured assassin, they definitely won't dare to easily accept the Azure Lotus, continue to send late-stage golden core assassins to deal with the Zhou family." Zhou Chun's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he immediately nodded vigorously, replying, "That's right, your analysis makes sense, that's indeed the case." Then, as if he had thought of something, he frowned and said, "But where should we seal and imprison the person we captured? The Ice Prison Sect should have a nascent soul stage cultivator, and that assassin must have left his essence blood and life soul tablet inside the Ice Prison Sect's mountain gate. If a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Ice Prison Sect comes to find that assassin in person, how can we make him return empty-handed?" This question immediately stumped Zhou Ming, causing the smile on his face to quickly fade. The two of them, one with a furrowed brow and the other with his head lowered, were both racking their brains for a solution. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Chun slowly spoke, "To make even a nascent soul cultivator return empty-handed, we either need to use methods to block and isolate his search methods, so that we can't find his exact location and therefore can't search for him, or we can place the target in a dangerous place that even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't easily venture into, so that he wouldn't risk it for a golden core junior, At this point, he shook his head and said, "The first method is basically impossible to do. Our Zhou family doesn't have that kind of foundation." Hearing this, Zhou Ming instantly realized something and couldn't help but look at him and say, "Then, Zhou Chun, do you mean to send him to Longyuan's? The only dangerous place that even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't easily venture into was Longyuan's." Sure enough, Zhou Chun quickly nodded in agreement. "At present, Longyuan's should be the most suitable place, but how will you imprison him? After all, he is a golden core cultivator. If his cultivation is destroyed, he will soon die due to insufficient lifespan. If his cultivation is not destroyed, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him from escaping." Zhou Ming expressed his concerns with a worried expression. Among the demonic techniques I obtained from those demonic cultivators, there was one called the soul-sealing corpse suppressing technique, a secret technique used by the corpse demon sect to suppress the consciousness of a fourth-tier spiritual zombie. I've seen this technique before. If it could be aided by a magic artifact like the soul-sealing coffin, even a late-stage purple mansion cultivator would have a chance to suppress the consciousness of a fourth-tier spiritual zombie. With my divine sense power, combined with the soul-sealing coffin, I think it would be enough to suppress the consciousness of that mid-stage golden core assassin, putting him into deep slumber and rendering him unable to move," Zhou Chun said, somewhat relieved. "Fortunately, I still have one of those soul-sealing coffin magic artifacts. I originally wanted to have more ways to deal with powerful zombies and demons in the future, but I never expected it to come in handy now." He had slaughtered many on the immortal demon battlefield, killing more than a dozen purple mansion stage demonic cultivators and seizing countless demonic magic artifacts. He handed over the vast majority of these demonic magic artifacts to the Heavenly Spirit Legion to exchange for battle merits. The magical artifacts he chose to keep were either usable even by cultivators, or possess special uses like the soul-sealing coffin. However, Zhou Ming was still somewhat uneasy after hearing his method and couldn't help but remind him, "Since it's a secret technique for suppressing zombies, are you sure it will work on cultivators, Zhou Chun? Besides, the consciousness of a fourth-tier spirit zombie is completely incomparable to that of a golden core cultivator, let alone a golden core mid-stage cultivator with a strong will and willpower. It should be fine. And if it really doesn't work, we can inject corpse energy and corpse poison into his body, transforming him into half-corpse. That will definitely work." As Zhou Chun said this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Since that assassin dared to be hired to assassinate him, no matter how he was treated, it wouldn't be too much. He only wished he could kill him. After listening to his analysis, Zhou Ming had no more doubts and nodded, saying, "Yes, if that's the case, then the remaining thing to consider is how to prevent anyone from suspecting that the assassin's disappearance is related to you, Zhou Chun." He then added, "Moreover, after this matter is completed, Zhou Chun, you must leave the family to lay low for a while, lest the other party come knocking on your door. This junior understands, and you should also forget today's memories to avoid being tricked into revealing anything." Zhou Chun nodded solemnly, reminding Zhou Ming of another point. After reaching the golden core stage, erasing one's short-term memories through some secret methods is not difficult. However, it's generally not necessary. No one would willingly lose their memories. After all, even erasing memories of just 1 or 2 days can cause discomfort, a feeling of losing something. But the matter they discussed today was too important. If it were leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Chun could only ask Zhou Ming to make do for now. Zhou Ming, naturally a man of principle, showed no displeasure upon hearing this. Instead, he immediately replied, "I understand. I will now use magic to erase my memories of today." He then cast the spell in front of Zhou Chun, erasing his memories of the past 2 days. After finishing the spell, he opened his eyes, his gaze initially blank and confused for a moment, before suddenly looking at Zhou Chun in surprise and exclaiming, Zhou Chun, what are you doing in my cave? Didn't you go to open that treasure?" His memory was indeed stuck on the day Zhou Chun left his family to go to Cheng Kingdom to open the treasure. He remembered nothing of what happened afterward. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately reminded him, "I have already opened the treasure. You just erased your memories of the past 2 days." "I erased my memories of the past 2 days." Zhou Ming's expression changed, instantly realizing something. His expression shifted for a moment before he nodded to Zhou Chun and said, "I understand." Then, "Zhou Chun, please be careful." He understood that since his memories had been erased, it meant the matter was of great importance, so he didn't pry into Zhou Chun's details out of curiosity. "Don't worry, I have a powerful protector, nothing will happen. Zhou Chun smiled slightly and said calmly. A powerful protector? Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully, not asking further about the so-called powerful protector. Next, Zhou Chun shared his gains from the secret treasure vault and explained his plans. The two then discussed how to deal with the treasure vault. After finalizing the plan, Zhou Chun returned to his cave to study the secret technique of sealing soul and suppressing corpse. The assassin's natal flying sword was injured by the talisman bestowed upon him by the heavenly mirror Immortal, and it would likely take at least 2 or 3 years to recover. He could use this time to study and cultivate the secret technique, the soul sealing and corpse suppressing technique. As arranged by Zhou Chun, news of the Zhou family's discovery of a secret treasure vault quietly spread. Rumors circulated that the Zhou family had found a large quantity of mineral and spiritual resources within the vault. Other rumors claimed they had obtained rare spiritual herbs. Still others claimed they had discovered dozens of sealed Foundation establishment pills. In short, all sorts of rumors circulated. Regardless of their veracity, these rumors seemed to confirm one thing: the Zhou family had indeed found a secret treasure vault. Major powers could easily verify the news simply by inquiring. They knew the Zhou family had indeed been searching for a treasure map. The subsequent arrangement of the Zhou family to sell their minerals further confirmed some of the rumors. This matter quickly became a hot topic, making many envious and jealous of the Zhou family's luck. Some unscrupulous cultivators seemed to see an opportunity, immediately fabricating and selling various fake treasure maps to make a fortune. A few bandit cultivators even specifically used fake treasure maps to lure people in and kill them. This caused considerable chaos in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. However, the lives of these low-level cultivators were naturally of no concern to high-level cultivators and various forces. The cultivation world was inherently cruel. Greed disproportionate to one's cultivation level was always the greatest cause of death for cultivators. Zhou Chun only cared about how much profit the Zhou family had made from the large-scale sale of various resources and whether the family's financial situation had improved. What reassured him was that after this large-scale sale of resource ores and various spiritual items, coupled with the spiritual coins he had received from Yu Jinghua's storage bag, the Zhou family's financial situation had finally eased. As long as nothing else caused a significant reduction in the family's income, with this financial foundation, the Zhou family could truly recover and completely overcome this financial crisis. Of course, Zhou Chun hadn't forgotten the deepest stone chamber within the treasure vault, and had been closely monitoring the progress of Zhang Liang and his wife in breaking the self-destructing restriction. He could roughly guess what was inside that stone chamber, and if he could obtain everything within, both he and his family would undoubtedly benefit greatly. Time flew by, and a year had passed since Zhou Chun's attack. After waiting a year, he didn't receive good news from the treasure vault, but he did receive another piece of good news. After decades of waiting, the first of the 3 core formation spiritual items he had exchanged for had finally been fulfilled, a bottle of extreme yang fire spiritual liquid, as he had requested. He also received the last of the 3 mysterious heart purple returning pills he had exchanged for. Having obtained these 2 items, Zhou Chun immediately gave the extreme yang fire spiritual liquid to Zhou Daoai. Now, all that remained was for Lin Hongyu to return with the core formation spiritual items that would aid in core formation, at which point Zhou Daoai could then proceed with his seclusion to form his core. Zhou Chun also released news about the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill, and established rules for its competition. According to these rules, over the next 10 years, among all late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family with a lifespan under 200 years, whoever accumulates the most merit through family missions or by donating certain treasures will receive the pill. This rule also includes those who break through to the late-stage Foundation establishment within these 10 years. It's worth noting that donated treasures cannot be obtained by borrowing from other family members. They must be items acquired independently or already owned. Violators will be disqualified. To keep these individuals engaged, Zhou Chun immediately launched over 20 highly rewarding material collection missions, allowing them to accumulate merit by completing them. With the release of this news, the 3 eligible late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family, along with 4 other family members expected to break through to the late-stage Foundation establishment within 10 years, were instantly filled with excitement. Within 7 days of the announcement, all the eligible Zhou family cultivators had taken on their respective tasks and left the family to strive for their own purple mansion opportunities. However, while these foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family were all working hard for the Purple Mansion opportunities, one such opportunity fell into the hands of Zhou Chun, who had previously presented the treasure map. To reward him for presenting the treasure map, Zhou Chun gave him the remaining spirit opening pill. This matter was not made public to avoid causing trouble for Zhou Chun. After obtaining the spirit opening pill, Zhou Chun, who was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, secretly began to prepare to spend all his family's wealth to buy pills and spiritual items that could improve his cultivation, so that he could break through to the late foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Another 6 months passed, and Zhang Liang and his wife finally made a breakthrough in their research on the self-destruction restriction in the secret vault stone chamber, proposing a way to break it. According to Zhang Liang himself, simply studying from the outside to break the self-destruction seal is impossible given his current cultivation level and array mastery. Even if Zhou Chun were to find several array masters to help him, it would still take at least 10 or 20 years of research to achieve this. Therefore, if the Zhou family doesn't want to wait that long, they have no choice but to use an unconventional method. Zhang Liang's plan is to first completely dismantle the protective array outside the secret vault, and then set up an array capable of absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, thus consuming most of the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein where the secret vault is located. Once the spiritual energy there is depleted to a certain extent, the array will suddenly increase its absorption speed, and Zhou Chun will need to forcefully break through the secret vault stone chamber's defenses immediately. At that time, due to insufficient spiritual energy supply, the activation of the self-destruction seal inside might be slower, giving Zhou Chun some time to collect the treasures inside. This plan is undoubtedly very risky. If the plan goes wrong and the self-destruction seal activates, all the treasures inside the secret vault will be lost. However, after reading Zhang Liang's proposal, Zhou Chun agreed without much hesitation. His thinking was simple: the secret treasure was practically free for the Zhou family, and they had already made a fortune. Rather than risking everything by having people guard it, it was better to take the plunge. Even if they ended up with nothing, it would simply mean the Zhou family had missed out on those treasures. After agreeing to Zhang Liang's plan, Zhou Chun had his family collect and allocate materials for setting up the array at the secret vault. Only after the array was fully set up would Zhou Chun go to complete the final retrieval. But before Zhang Liang could finish setting up the array, a letter specifically addressed to Zhou Chun was forcibly handed to a foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family who was away on business, and it ended up in his hands. Within half a month, a life-or-death battle will take place at the Nine Ridges Snow Peak in Shen Kingdom. If you dare to break your promise, all Zhou family cultivators who are away will be killed. Zhou Chun opened the letter and saw a line of murderous words. His expression instantly turned grim. What a madman! Zhou Chun suddenly roared, burning the letter to ashes. He had expected the ice prison sect assassin to return and use his methods to force him out. But he hadn't expected the other party to be so arrogant as to send a challenge directly, threatening him with the lives of all the cultivators in the Zhou family. It was utterly outrageous. But this also seemed to show that the ice prison sect assassin wasn't worried about the Moonwheel Church sending experts to deal with him, otherwise he certainly wouldn't be so arrogant. However, after a moment of anger, Zhou Chun quickly calmed down. It seems I underestimated this person. In just over a year, he has already repaired the damage to his natal flying sword. It's truly unexpected. His eyes flashed coldly, and he couldn't help but take out a silver-white jade talisman and rub it. This silver-white jade talisman was a protective item given to him by Master Baiyu. It was a magical talisman created by a nascent soul stage cultivator of the Moonwheel Sect, sealing one of his defensive magical abilities. In terms of value, it was even more precious than a low-grade magic weapon. Whether Zhou Chun could defeat the ice prison sect assassin and avert the assassination crisis depended entirely on this treasure. After pondering for a long time while touching the magical talisman, Zhou Chun quickly made a decision. 7 days later, Zhou Chun informed Zhou Ming that he was going to the Su family in Jiangzhou to visit his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. Then he left the Tuyanling mountain gate alone. After leaving, Zhou Chun did not use his spirit pet for transportation, but directly rode the sword light of the Taibei dragon-slaying sword towards the Nine Ridges Snow Mountain of Shen Kingdom. But just as he stepped into Shen Kingdom and traveled less than 100 miles, the Moon-Toad Pearl within his body once again warned him. This time, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate at all. The instant he received the warning, He immediately activated the Taeyin protective immortal robe divine power and also unleashed his innate divine power, Jinyuan Golden Glow. Sure enough, after he unleashed the two protective divine powers, the invisible flying sword appeared silently, tearing through the golden glow and striking the silver-white immortal robe, ultimately sending him flying. This shouldn't be. How did you discover my whereabouts? In the sky, the ice prison sect assassin, whose ambush had failed, revealed himself, his voice filled with shock and anger as he glared at Zhou Chun and shouted. He couldn't understand how his stealth ambush technique, which even a mid-stage golden core cultivator couldn't detect, could be seen through twice by Zhou Chun, an early-stage golden core cultivator. Chapter 532. The plan is complete. The assassin from the ice prison sect was naturally unaware that Zhou Chun's ability to detect his ambush beforehand wasn't due to his own skill, but rather the warning from a spiritual treasure. The Moon-Toad Pearl was an extremely powerful spiritual treasure, and since the assassin's natal flying sword was crafted from the top-grade ice attribute material, 10,000-year ice crystal, its extreme cold energy was easily detected by the Moon-Toad Pearl. Of course, Zhou Chun wouldn't tell him this. Faced with his astonished and suspicious questioning, Zhou Chun simply sneered, as expected. I knew you wouldn't obediently wait in the 9 Ridges Snow Mountain. An assassin challenging someone to a duel seemed utterly unreliable. Therefore, Zhou Chun hadn't believed from the start that this person would actually duel him in the 9 Ridges Snow Mountain, even though the environment there was indeed more advantageous for him. However, Zhou Chun was also secretly alarmed. Throughout the journey, he hadn't dared to relax his guard, maintaining his divine sense to probe within a 20-mile radius of the other party. However, until the Moon-Toad Pearl warned him, he couldn't find any trace of the assassin. The opponent's stealth and concealment abilities couldn't be described as merely skillful, they were practically divine. No wonder cultivators from the ice prison sect chose to become assassins to earn resources. However, this kind of stealth and concealment ability was clearly only effective when not in action. Once engaged in combat, and their aura leaked and detected, they could no longer re-enter stealth mode to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, other cultivators would have no chance to retaliate. Facing Zhou Chun's taunt, the assassin sneered, HMPH, last time you had an Ascent Soul Cultivator's talisman to escape, let's see what tricks you have this time. Before his voice faded, he activated his invisible flying sword and the white mirror magic weapon to launch a fierce attack on Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, as before, first activated both magic weapons with all his might to defend himself and observe the opponent's situation. Last time, lacking experience, he appeared somewhat disorganized. This time, he had already devised a way to counter the assassin's attack, making him less easily manipulated. Moreover, Zhou Chun knew that the assassin certainly didn't want a prolonged fight, otherwise, things might change. Therefore, he only needed to adopt a defensive stance and wait for the opponent to make their move. Everything went as Zhou Chun expected. After exchanging blows using the same old tricks and seeing that he couldn't gain any significant advantage, the assassin unleashed his ultimate move. He raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, producing a white jade talisman. Holding the talisman, he channeled his cultivated ice attribute magic into it, quickly activating the talisman and throwing it out. Instantly, a powerful white ice light spread out in a ring from the talisman, hurtling towards Zhou Chun's location at incredible speed. Wherever this white ice light passed, the water vapor in the sky condensed into countless ice fragments, taking on various shapes, and even the clouds froze into frost, falling to the ground in large chunks. What's terrifying is that this phenomenon covered an extremely wide area, encompassing dozens of miles in radius. Even the ground quickly cooled to freezing temperatures, instantly changing the colors of mountains and rivers, turning the world into a frosty white. Such a power to transform the world in an instant is truly awe-inspiring. Without a doubt, this is the effect of an Ascent Soul Cultivator's divine power. That white jade talisman must have been made by an Ascent Soul Cultivator from the Ice Prison Sect. Generally speaking, Ascent Soul Cultivators rarely create offensive divine power talismans, because the power of such divine abilities is more difficult to restrain and seal, and it would be very dangerous for Golden Core cultivators to use such talismans. A moment of loss of control could backfire and injure themselves. But the divine power talisman used by the Ice Prison Sect assassins is clearly an offensive one. At that moment, Zhou Chun, facing the impact of the white icy light, had his several layers of protection easily frozen and shattered, Even the golden shield magic weapon transformed from his natal magic treasure, the myriad transformations golden cauldron, was instantly frozen. However, only one layer of protection was an exception, the silver-white immortal robe draped close to his body. The Taeyan protective immortal robe, a defensive divine ability, was limited by Zhou Chun's cultivation level, possessing only a fraction of its normal power, and theoretically, it shouldn't be able to withstand an attack from a single divine power talisman. But ice attribute divine abilities were an exception. The Moon Toad Treasure Pearl, spiritual treasure had an extremely strong ability to absorb and devour ice attribute power, even ice attribute power at the 5th order quality level. As a close-fitting protective divine ability, the Taeyan protective immortal robe naturally inherited this ability from the spiritual treasure itself. Therefore, when the white icy light touched it, its power was immediately absorbed and dissolved, unable to cause any real harm to Zhou Chun. However, the white icy light was only the first attack of the assassin. After activating the secret talisman in his hand, the assassin then used a sword technique, controlling an invisible flying sword to transform into a white sword rainbow that shot towards Zhou Chun. Even before the sword rainbow arrived, the piercingly cold aura made Zhou Chun's hair stand on end, sensing a strong sense of danger. Without thinking, he hurriedly activated the secret talisman he had been hiding in his sleeve. In an instant, a silver-white light shield condensed and appeared before Zhou Chun, perfectly blocking the white sword rainbow that shot through the air. After all, it was a divine power wielded by a nascent soul-stage cultivator, even with only a fraction of its normal power. It was not something a mid-stage golden core cultivator could break through with a single blow. When the white sword rainbow struck the silver-white light shield, it caused the shield to shine brightly, creating a powerful shockwave, but it quickly ended with the invisible flying sword itself being deflected. On the other hand, although the silver light shield dimmed somewhat, it still firmly protected Zhou Chun within it. No wonder Master Bai was so confident back then, saying that the divine power talisman could allow Zhou Chun to withstand the attack of a late-stage golden core cultivator for half an hour. The assassin also seemed surprised that he possessed such a defensive divine power talisman. Seeing his long-planned attack completely fail, a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his usually unreadable face. He abruptly stopped his attack. Seeing this, Zhou Chun calmly looked at the assassin and said, "Why have you stopped attacking? Are you perhaps giving up? I've heard that your ice prison Sect's assassin rules state that once an assassin is confirmed unable to kill the target, the mission is considered a failure. The employer can then either choose to increase the reward or forego the deposit and cancel the mission. What do you intend to do now?" As he finished speaking, a mocking glint appeared in his eyes, seemingly a sneer at the assassin. Hearing his words, the assassin wasn't angered. He simply said in a low voice, "You, a cultivator from a small family in a remote place, actually know the reputation and rules of our sect. It seems you've received guidance from a master of the Moonwheel sect." His tone turned cold as he continued, "But do you think you can make me back down with just a single magical talisman?" As if to prove himself, he immediately launched a new attack on Zhou Chun, activating his invisible flying sword and the white mirror magic weapon. In truth, this assassin was now in a difficult position. After his previous failed assassination attempt, although he had successfully persuaded the sect to increase the reward and obtain a magical talisman by reporting information asymmetry, he had also signed a pledge. If he failed again this time, he would not only receive no reward but also have to compensate the sect with a large sum of money and resources for using the magical talisman, and his status as a top assassin would be downgraded. This enormous loss was something he was unwilling to accept. Therefore, as long as there was even a sliver of a chance, he would never give up on this assassination attempt. Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware of these inside details. Seeing that the assassin opposite him was still unwilling to give up, he was not angry but amused. Now that he had used his supernatural talisman, he was actually afraid that the other party would turn around and leave, completely abandoning the assassination attempt on him. In that case, he might have to face an assassin at the late Golden Core stage. But since the other party was still unwilling to give up, he could find a way to carry out his plan. Relying on the shield formed by the supernatural talisman, he directly abandoned his other defenses and used all his strength to control the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, and myriad transformations golden cauldron, to launch a counterattack against the assassin. However, although the assassin could not break through the silver-white light shield for a while, it was not difficult for him to defend against and dodge his attacks. Especially at this moment, the world was covered in frost and ice, which directly provided the assassin with a home field advantage. He even used the ice escape technique to dodge the attacks in front of Zhou Chun. Judging from how easily he used the ice escape technique, his mastery of this escape technique had reached a high level and could be used in actual combat. This made Zhou Chun cautious, hesitant to use his trump cards easily, lest his opponent evade them with a stealth technique. Time passed slowly, and nearly half an hour quickly went by. The battle between the two golden core cultivators had attracted many nearby cultivators who were watching from a distance. Zhou Chun's silver-white light shield had dimmed considerably and was clearly not going to last much longer. At this moment, Zhou Chun seemed to have lost heart, abandoning his counterattack against the assassin and fleeing the area while protecting his shield. The assassin was overjoyed and quickly gave chase. The two golden core cultivators, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly disappeared from the side of the low to mid-level cultivators watching from the shadows. After chasing for hundreds of miles, Zhou Chun was intercepted above a desolate mountain. "Boy, your turtle shell is about to break. Let's see how arrogant you are now." In the sky, the ice prison sect assassin, while fiercely attacking Zhou Chun with his flying sword, couldn't help but mock him. In the previous battle, this assassin had endured Zhou Chun's verbal attacks countless times and had long since had enough. But Zhou Chun, showing no sign of giving in, coldly snorted, "HMPH, haven't you also exhausted most of your mana? Who wins and who loses is still uncertain." With that, he suddenly raised his hand and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the thunder flood dragon. "Bye-bye." Seeing Zhou Chun suddenly release a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, the assassin was slightly taken aback. It wasn't that he didn't know Zhou Chun had spirit pets. In fact, the intelligence provided by King Lian Temple was very comprehensive, with detailed information on Zhou Chun's spirit pets besides the wood sprite. However, because Zhou Chun had never revealed to outsiders that he had learned the secret technique of beast-spirit fusion, there were no records of this in King Lian Temple's intelligence. Therefore, seeing Zhou Chun release the thunder flood dragon, bye-bye, in the battle, the assassin couldn't understand the purpose of his actions. However, being an assassin, his caution compelled him to quickly raise his hand and unleash a frost-covered sword aura towards the thunder flood dragon. Bye-bye. A flash of lightning, and the thunder flood dragon easily dodged the attack of the icy sword energy using its lightning escape technique. Then, Zhou Chun used the beast spirit fusion technique to merge with it, transforming into a human-faced thunder flood dragon. What kind of divine power was this? Seeing the human-faced thunder flood dragon suddenly appear in the sky, the assassin's gaze sharpened, his heart filled with shock. He was quite knowledgeable, and the Ice Prison Sect had a rich collection of books, containing records of many famous divine powers and secret techniques from various countries. However, this secret technique of merging a human and a pet was something he had never heard of or seen before. For a moment, he was somewhat at a loss as to how to deal with it. But after a brief moment of shock, he quickly drew his sword and slashed at the human-faced thunder flood dragon. No matter how it transformed, he would slay it with a single sword strike. However, after transforming into the human-faced thunder flood dragon, Zhou Chun could not only use lightning escape techniques, but his senses were also enhanced. Now, he not only possessed the divine sense of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, but also the bloodline sensitivity and powerful spiritual perception of a demon beast. The attack of that invisible flying sword was no longer as elusive and difficult to track as before. He used his lightning escape technique to dodge left and right, frequently avoiding the sword's attacks, and even clashed with it several times using the Tai Ba dragon-slaying sword. He also repeatedly used lightning escape to get closer to the assassin, attempting to utilize the close combat advantage of his dragon form. However, the assassin's defenses were excellent, and the invisible flying sword's close-range attacks made it difficult for Zhou Chun to dodge, and he couldn't find an opportunity to unleash the Tai Yin Extinction Divine Light attack. He knew he only had one chance, so he had to be certain he could break through the assassin's defenses before unleashing his killing move. After nearly a quarter of an hour of fighting the assassin in his human-faced lightning dragon form, Zhou Chun's human-faced lightning dragon form had several sword wounds, all inflicted during his attempts to attack in close combat. Fortunately, the freezing cold released by the invisible flying sword was neutralized by the Moon Toad Pearl, otherwise these sword wounds would have crippled Zhou Chun's lightning dragon body. However, this situation had already aroused the assassin's attention and suspicion. They couldn't delay any longer. Seeing that the assassin was beginning to suspect, Zhou Chun finally made a decision. He reappeared behind the assassin using his lightning escape technique, then spat out an enormous silver lightning ball. Boom! As the silver lightning ball exploded on the assassin's protective barrier, a white pearl followed, spewing from the mouth of the human-faced lightning dragon, unleashing a pure white icy light that pierced through the lightning and shot towards the assassin. Simultaneously, he activated the god-slaying technique. Perhaps the target had also cultivated a divine sense defense technique, or perhaps the opponent's divine sense was too powerful. After Zhou Chun unleashed the god-slaying technique, his own divine sense suffered a partial backlash, forcing him to leave his combined state. Fortunately, as long as the god-slaying sword hit its target, even if the opponent could withstand the strike, their consciousness would be shaken, affecting their reaction speed and other aspects. Zhou Chun only needed to ensure his opponent couldn't dodge the Tai in Extinction Divine Light attack. Whether it damaged the opponent's consciousness was unimportant. When the lightning dissipated, a scene that surprised Zhou Chun appeared. The assassin, previously shrouded in a hazy white light, was now frozen into an ice sculpture. However, because his white robe covered all but his eyes and hands, his appearance remained unclear. The moon-toed pearl rested on his head, continuously providing power to maintain the freeze. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator practicing ice attribute techniques, this assassin certainly wouldn't have his soul annihilated by the greatly weakened Tai in Extinction Divine Light. Therefore, to prevent him from dissipating the power that froze him, the spirit treasure itself had to maintain the frozen state. Once Zhou Chun confirmed that his opponent was truly frozen and powerless to fight back, he immediately reached for his storage pouch at his waist and retrieved a black stone coffin. This black stone coffin was the soul-suppressing coffin, a mid-grade third-tier magic artifact. For the cultivators of the Corpse Demon Sect, its value surpassed that of ordinary high-grade third-tier magic artifacts. Zhou Chun made a hand seal to open the coffin lid, then placed the assassin, now an ice sculpture, inside. The moon-toed pearl remained, still placed on the assassin's chest to continuously provide freezing power. Zhou Chun then closed the coffin lid again, suppressing the invisible flying sword magic weapon left behind by the assassin. He hastily cleaned up the battlefield and left. Not long after, the Zhou family cultivators suddenly saw Zhou Chun, pale-faced, fly back to the Tuyun Ridge mountain gate, and then announce his seclusion. This immediately caused panic within the family, with many Zhou family cultivators trying to find out who had injured their patriarch. In reality, however, Zhou Chun had only made a brief appearance, a smokescreen. He quickly and quietly left Tuyun Ridge via the golden armored mountain carrying Turtlestone, heading straight for Dragon Abyss Marsh. Upon arriving in the desolate land, Zhou Chun soon reached the former gate of the Blood Dragon branch altar. At that time, demonic cultivators built the gate here, massacring the scaled frog race in an attempt to artificially create a yin-yang spiritual vein. Although it ultimately failed due to a surprise attack by the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, rendering the spiritual land completely abandoned, it also turned the place into yin-yang land. Now, it is constantly haunted by wandering spirits and corpses, and even demonic beasts are unwilling to enter. For Zhou Chun, this place was undoubtedly the best location to unleash the soul-sealing corpse-suppressing technique. He had already tried it before. Simply relying on the soul-sealing coffin in conjunction with the soul-sealing corpse-suppressing technique to seal the assassin was indeed somewhat ineffective. The opponent's will was too strong. Now, Zhou Chun could only guide the corpse evil energy into the opponent's body, corroding their consciousness, and then resealing them. Fortunately, he had previously killed many Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Corpse Demon Sect, so gathering and drawing upon corpse evil energy was not difficult for him now. After clearing a section of land within the Blood Dragon branch's territory, Zhou Chun immediately inscribed array patterns, using the soul-sealing coffin as its core, gathering the corpse evil energy of the area and channeling it into the coffin. This place had been the burial site of countless scaled frog aliens and human cultivators, resulting in an extremely dense accumulation of corpse evil energy. Now, activated by Zhou Chun's array, it converged on the soul-sealing coffin from all directions. Fearing the energy might not be of sufficient quality to transform the mid-stage golden core assassin into half-corpse body, Zhou Chun deliberately retrieved the mutated corpse bead obtained from slaying the fourth-tier spiritual zombie, Zhang Zhang, and forcibly shattered it, allowing the pure corpse energy within to surge into the soul-sealing coffin. After 7 days of this ritual, Zhou Chun reopened the lid of the soul-sealing coffin. The ice that had sealed the assassin was now tinged with a grayish-black, his skin was bluish-black, his fingernails had grown to half a foot long, and his body hair had become much thicker. These symptoms undoubtedly indicated that Zhou Chun's plan had succeeded. The assassin had now been transformed into a half-corpse. In this state, even if Zhou Chun released him, it would be extremely difficult for him to revert to his original form, and his future path would be essentially severed. However, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. After a careful examination, he drove 7 corpse-suppressing nails into the assassin's limbs, head, chest, and anshin. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cast the soul-sealing corpse-suppressing technique again. As the technique was cast, beads of sweat appeared on Zhou Chun's forehead, indicating the immense pressure his divine sense was under in suppressing the assassin's will. Although this attempt was still somewhat difficult compared to his previous failure, after a battle of wills, Zhou Chun successfully completed the spell. After the lid of the soul-sealing coffin was closed again, Zhou Chun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals and controlling the blood essence to transform into crimson runes, which were then imprinted onto the coffin lid, ultimately forming a unique blood talisman. This blood talisman not only signified the successful execution of the soul-sealing corpse-suppressing technique, but also meant that if the sealed assassin were to escape or be released from the outside, Zhou Chun would immediately sense it. The second possibility was uncertain, but Zhou Chun would certainly not allow the former to occur. He would return every 10 years or so to reinforce the seal. After 100 years or so, when the ice prison sect had completely given up searching for the assassin, he would annihilate him to prevent future trouble. Having confirmed the seal was secure, Zhou Chun dared not rest any longer and hurriedly took the soul-sealing coffin to the scaled frog alien tribe. He dared not venture into the depths of Dragon Abyss Swamp himself, otherwise, exposure would be no less dangerous than attracting an assassination attempt from a late-stage Golden Core assassin. Therefore, this matter can only be entrusted to the High Priest of the Scaled Frog Tribe, Yukiru. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533: A Delightful Harvest. Yukiru, the High Priest of the Scaled Frog Tribe, was an old friend of Zhou Chun. Since Lu Ran's passing, the two had cooperated for over a century. Thanks to their long-term trade, Yukiru had become a mid-tier third-order sorcerer. More importantly, after the previous massacre of the Scaled Frog tribes by demonic cultivators, Yukiru, at the Zhou family's suggestion, successfully integrated most of the Scaled Frog tribes, establishing a tribal alliance and taking on the role of its leader. He now commanded 3 third-order sorcerers and controlled 200 to 300 second-order sorcerers, making him a formidable force. The stronger the power under Yukiru's command, the more and better the treasures they could obtain from Dragon Abyss Swamp, naturally benefiting the Zhou family. Since successfully forming his core, Zhou Chun had rarely dealt with Yukiru personally. Upon learning of his arrival, Yukiru rushed to meet him. Yukiru greets Senior Zhou. "May I ask what brings you here, Senior?" On a lakeside reef, Yukiru emerged from the water and bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun knew that such alien beings feared power more than virtue, so he didn't say anything and continued their conversation as equals. Zhou Chun stared intently at Yukiru with a serious expression and said, "Yukiru, you've cooperated with me for over 100 years. How have I or the Zhou family treated you? Have we ever wronged you?" Hearing this, Yukiru's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied, "Senior Zhou and the Zhou family have naturally been extremely kind to me. Without their help, I wouldn't have my current status, and our Scaled Frog clan wouldn't be as united and prosperous as we are today." Good. Since you're aware of this, I now want you to do something dangerous, but necessary. Are you willing to do it? Zhou Chun said, his gaze fixed on Yukiru's eyes, observing his heartbeat and blood flow. Yukiru's heartbeat noticeably quickened, and a look of tension and trepidation appeared in his eyes. But after a short while, he seemed to have figured something out, and suddenly nodded vigorously to Zhou Chun, saying, "This junior is willing, please give your orders, Senior Zhou." Seeing this, Zhou Chun chuckled and said, "Hey, don't be nervous. I don't want you to fight any powerful enemies, I just want you to make a trip to the depths of Dragon Abyss." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yukiru breathed a sigh of relief. For the scaled frog race, although going to the depths of Dragon Abyss was also a relatively dangerous matter, compared to fighting some powerful demonic beasts head-on, at least there was still a lot of room for maneuver. He immediately looked at Zhou Chun and said, "This junior understands. What should this junior do? What you need to do is very simple. Help me take this corpse storage bag to the Dragon Abyss deep within the Dragon Abyss swamp, then find a cave to retrieve the coffin inside and store it there. When you return, remember to block the cave entrance and leave a mark for easy retrieval. If you succeed, Zhou, will reward you handsomely," Zhou Chun said, then reached up and took a black corpse storage bag hanging from his waist, handing it to Yukiru. "What? Go to the Dragon Abyss?" Yukiru's expression changed, looking at Zhou Chun with shock, but Zhou Chun remained calm. He simply looked at him and asked, "What? You dare not, Yes," Yukiru obeys, gritting his teeth. Yukiru still reached out and took the black corpse storage bag, agreeing to the task. "Very good, then Zhou, will wait here for your good news, fellow Taoist Yukiru." Zhou Chun nodded with satisfaction, seemingly very pleased with his performance. Yukiru, however, was speechless with bitterness. He could only quickly bid farewell to Zhou Chun and return to his tribe to arrange his affairs. Dragon Abyss was no good place. It was the origin of the name Dragon Abyss Marsh. The waters where the scaled frog alien lived were indeed called Dragon Abyss Marsh, but they were actually only the outermost area of the true Dragon Abyss Marsh. Traveling thousands of miles from this outer area into the depths of Dragon Abyss Marsh, the water depth would drop dramatically, reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of feet deep. That was Dragon Abyss, the main base of the Flood Dragon clan. Normally, the scaled frog alien would never go there. Their activity range wouldn't even extend more than 3,000 miles into Dragon Abyss Marsh. Ordinary scaled frog aliens lacked the ability to reach such a place. Only third-tier sorcerers like Yukiru could barely manage to go. As the main base of the Flood Dragon clan, the Dragon Abyss region was absolutely forbidden to human cultivators. Even human nascent soul stage cultivators dared not easily set foot in this forbidden area, lest they be ambushed and killed by those 5th-tier Flood Dragons. For these 5th-tier dragons, the nascent souls of human cultivators are incredibly potent tonics, more effective than 100 years of arduous cultivation. Therefore, if Yukiru truly hides the soul-sealing coffin containing the Ice Prison Sect's assassins within Dragon Abyss, it's virtually impossible for any Ice Prison Sect cultivator to dare search for him there. Over the next few days, Zhou Chun, through the markings left on the soul-sealing coffin, could sense its movement deeper into Dragon Abyss, clearly indicating that Yukiru had begun carrying out his assigned task. A third-tier scaled frog alien sorcerer's strength in water is not much weaker than an ordinary third-tier demon beast. If Yukiru brings some helpers and proceeds cautiously, he has a good chance of completing this mission. After more than 10 days, a weakened Yukiru finally returned to Zhou Chun's presence. "Senior Zhou, I have successfully completed my mission as instructed, placing the coffin in Dragon Abyss and leaving identification marks as you requested." He spoke weakly, his voice strained, as if even speaking was a struggle. Zhou Chun could tell that while he was indeed severely injured, he wasn't that badly wounded. He was simply seeking a reward. Zhou Chun didn't find anything wrong with this. After all, the man had risked his life to complete the task. Even an emperor wouldn't starve his soldiers. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't let Yukiru risk his life for nothing. He immediately patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing a jade slip. Then he tossed it to Yukiru, saying, "This jade slip contains an improved weapon refining technique. I know you, Yukiru, have long wanted to train your own clan's weapon refiners. Take this and have someone study it carefully. Perhaps in the future, your scaled frog clan will be able to produce some low-grade magic weapons." Hearing this, Yukiru was first startled, then overjoyed. He hurriedly caught the jade slip and repeatedly bowed to Zhou Chun, thanking him profusely. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior Zhou. I assure you, even if the scaled frog clan can produce low-grade magic weapons in the future, it will absolutely not affect our trade with the Zhou family." He was quite clever, knowing what the Zhou family might be worried about, and directly stated his position. But what he didn't know was that Zhou Chun wasn't afraid at all that the scaled frog race would sever trade with the Zhou family after mastering the skill of refining low-grade magic weapons. Zhou Chun didn't want to explain further, simply nodding with a smile. "Yes, Yukiru, you're a wise high priest. The scaled frog clan needs a high priest with your foresight to guide them so they can thrive in Dragon Abyss." He then dismissed Yukiru. I hope these scaled frog aliens won't disappoint me and quickly achieve self-sufficiency in low-grade magical artifacts. Zhou Chun looked in the direction Yukiru had gone, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. If possible, he certainly didn't want the scaled frog aliens to produce their own low-grade magical artifacts. However, the reality was that after a century of trade with the Zhou family, the scaled frog aliens now possessed a considerable number of low-grade magical artifacts. While this greatly increased their strength, it also sowed the seeds of future problems. What if the dragon transformation sect came one day and noticed the scaled frog alien sorcerers using magical artifacts? Would that potentially expose the Zhou family's existence? Therefore, Zhou Chun now wanted the scaled frog aliens to produce their own low-grade magical artifacts, so that if the dragon transformation sect investigated, it could conceal the Zhou family's presence. Fortunately, although many scaled frog alien sorcerers knew that High Priest Yukiru had trade dealings with humans, few actually knew of the Zhou family's existence. During trade, Yukiru and a few of his trusted men liaised with the Zhou family cultivators. The Zhou family cultivators never openly appeared before ordinary scaled frog alien sorcerers. Therefore, as long as Yukiru and his trusted men didn't cause trouble, the Zhou family should be able to remain hidden. Having dealt with the Ice Prison Gate assassins, Zhou Chun didn't linger in the wilderness and quickly headed to the location of the secret treasure vault in Cheng Kingdom. He needed to finish off the treasure vault before the Ice Prison Gate could react, and then go to the Great Zhou Kingdom to hide for a while, in the Icy Kingdom, somewhere in a cold ice chamber. The location was unknown, underground, with walls made of solid ice gleaming with a blue light. Inside the ice chamber were enshrined soul tablets radiating a purplish-black spiritual light, each tablet bearing the name of its owner. At a cursory glance, there were easily over 100 soul tablets. After the assassin who tried to kill Zhou Chun was sealed by him using the soul sealing and corpse suppression technique, a soul tablet bearing the name Qi Kingdom suddenly trembled slightly, and the purplish-black spiritual light emanating from it dimmed considerably. This scene immediately caught the attention of an elderly man meditating in a corner of the ice chamber. This old man had a completely white head and wore an ice sculpture mask. He opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the soul tablet that had stirred. The soul tablet is shaking, and the soul light is dim. It seems that junior brother Qi encountered a dangerous situation while on a mission. Let's observe it further, the old man muttered to himself, then devoted some of his attention to the soul tablet. After observing for another half day, seeing that the soul tablet remained still and the soul light gradually stabilized, the old man frowned and muttered to himself, judging from the reaction of this soul tablet, junior brother Qi should be out of danger, but is he injured and needs recuperation, or has his primordial spirit been sealed? After a moment's thought, the old man took out a communication talisman and notified the sect leader of the ice prison sect of his discovery. Not long after, he received a reply. Continue to observe for half a month. If there is no change after half a month, return. Muttering the sect leader's reply, the old man immediately closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Half a month passed quickly. When half a month had passed and there was still no change in the soul tablet, the old man sent another communication talisman to the sect leader, attaching the results of his observations over the past half month. Then, a golden core cultivator from the ice prison sect left the sect and went to Jing Kingdom to investigate the situation. At this time, Zhou Chun had already appeared in the secret vault of Cheng Kingdom. While waiting for Zhang Liang to complete the formation, Zhou Chun also took stock of his spoils from capturing the ice prison sect assassin. After capturing the enemy, Zhou Chun coveted the uses of several magical treasures on his person, especially the natal flying sword forged from 10,000-year ice crystal. However, because it was the enemy's natal flying sword, possessing it could allow experts from the ice prison sect to find it using secret techniques. Therefore, Zhou Chun had to reluctantly seal it within the soul-sealing coffin. The magical treasures he truly kept were the white mirror and another white shield. Although the white mirror was only a low-grade magical treasure, its released ice-like divine power was extremely powerful, far more valuable than the other low-grade magical treasures Zhou Chun had previously handled. The white shield was an even higher-grade defensive magical treasure, but unfortunately, its spiritual essence had been damaged by the talisman bestowed upon it by the heavenly mirror True Man, and it had been repeatedly attacked in the previous battle. Now, its spiritual essence was greatly diminished, showing signs of falling back to low-grade magical treasure. Neither of these two magical artifacts were the assassin's natal artifacts. Zhou Chun only needed to erase the marks and ore left behind to avoid being tracked down. However, since they were stolen goods, to prevent future exposure and attracting the attention of the Ice Prison Sect assassins, he planned to exchange them with someone in the Great Zhou Kingdom. After examining the two artifacts, Zhou Chun took out and opened the assassin's storage bag. As he expected, the bag didn't contain many valuable items. As assassins, they could die at any time during missions, so these Ice Prison Sect assassins couldn't carry much when going out on missions. Besides a spirit crystal for replenishing mana, some healing pills and talismans, there was nothing of importance. Zhou Chun didn't find any evidence to implicate the Green Lotus Temple, only 2 intelligence reports about himself and the Zhou family. It seemed that one report was provided by the Green Lotus Temple, and the other was collected by the Ice Prison Sect themselves. He didn't even find any identity tokens or anything related to the Ice Prison Sect. However, it wouldn't be accurate to say that this person had nothing of value. At least his white robe was quite impressive, a magical artifact capable of concealing one's aura. Unfortunately, its style was too unique, and Zhou Chun dared not keep it on his person, leaving it with him in the soul-sealing coffin. It is said that the Ice Barbarian Kingdom is rich in various ice attribute spiritual objects, and the demonic beasts there are mostly of the ice, wind, and water attributes. Perhaps there are demonic beasts with a bloodline of the Taiyin moon toad. Zhou Chun looked at the treasures he had obtained from the assassin, his eyes gleaming, as if he had an idea. But he quickly put everything away, cleared his mind, and sat down to meditate. Reporting to the clan leader, the formation has been set up. Now we only need to consume the spiritual energy here according to the plan. Once the spiritual energy drops to a certain level, we can break the door. At the foot of the cliff, Zhang Lian quickly approached the seated Zhou Chun and respectfully reported his work. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Since everything is set up, let's begin." He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing his 3 spirit pets, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, the golden winged tiger, and the wood spirit wood mulberry. They began attacking the formation, depleting the mountain's spiritual energy. The spiritual energy concentration here was similar to that of Zhou family's 9 Peaks Ridge. With a 3 spirit pets attack intensity, a day would be enough to reduce the spiritual energy to the required level. However, this would be quite noisy and easily attract the attention of other cultivators and demonic beasts in the vicinity. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had made prior arrangements, unless a golden core cultivator suddenly arrived, keeping the news secret for a day or 2 shouldn't be a problem. A day passed quickly. When Zhang Liang, who was constantly observing the changes in the mountain's spiritual energy, gave a warning, Zhou Chun immediately ordered the 3 spirit pets to stop their attack. He then went to the stone door made of black prison stone and, without saying a word, directly summoned the Moon Toad Pearl. In terms of pure offensive power, Taiyin Extinction Divine Light is undoubtedly Zhou Chun's strongest technique at present. Moreover, this divine power, capable of freezing everything, might also have a positive effect on the self-destruction restriction inside. Sure enough, even the black prison stone, a hard stone that even a golden core cultivator cannot easily break, paled in comparison to the extreme freezing power of Taiyin Extinction Divine Light. The white icy light landed on the stone door, and in just a breath or 2, the stone door shattered. Zhou Chun then activated the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, and slashed out, shattering the stone door with a loud boom, but at the same time, because the stone door was hit hard, the self-destruction restriction was also directly triggered, and blinding flames immediately surged into the stone chamber. Seeing this, Zhou Chun disregarded everything else and hurriedly rushed into the chamber, rescuing the contents from the flames. As Zhou Chun had expected, the stone chamber contained numerous paper and leather books, as well as treasure chests and jade boxes. But at that moment, as the flames ignited, many books burst into flames, and intense explosions erupted near the treasure chests and jade boxes. Some jade boxes were blown open, detonating the magical talisman sealed within and generating even greater destructive power. In this situation, these talismans were like ammunition exploding in an armory, only amplifying the destruction. After casting his genuine golden glow, innate divine power upon himself, Zhou Chun exerted all his strength to salvage the contents. His priority was naturally the ancient texts. For the Zhou family, these texts were far more useful than the other treasures stored in the stone chamber. No matter how precious the other treasures were, the Zhou family could buy them with money or exchange them for other items later. However, some precious inherited texts were things that money couldn't buy. Unfortunately, Although Zhou Chun acted quickly, he couldn't stop the destructive power from spreading even faster. He only managed to salvage less than half of the texts and collect some treasure chests and jade boxes along the way. The rest of the contents were destroyed in the violent explosions. Moreover, as the boxes filled with magical talismans were detonated, the violent explosions quickly collapsed the mountain, preventing Zhou Chun from collecting any more treasures. Go. Everyone, get on top. We're leaving immediately. From within the collapsed mountain, a sword light suddenly burst forth, followed by Zhou Chun's voice echoing through the air. Instantly, Zhang Liang, Zhou Xindi, and the other Zhou family cultivators who had been waiting nearby surged towards the flying sword that had transformed into a giant sword several dozen feet long. Soon, the giant sword carried Zhou Chun and the Zhou family cultivators straight into the sky, quickly disappearing from the scene. As the Zhou family departed, the cultivators and demonic beasts drawn by the deafening explosions all converged on the ruins of the secret vault. Soon after, news of the secret vault's discovery at Wutao Ridge spread rapidly throughout Cheng Kingdom. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, after leading the Zhou family back to Jing Kingdom, instructed them to return to their families to claim their rewards, warning them not to reveal a single word of their journey. He then returned to his family to share the spoils of the vault with Zhou Mingde. In Zhou Chun's cave within Tuian Ridge, Zhou Mingde, who had rushed there upon hearing the news, joined him in meticulously examining the books and texts he had salvaged. In the rush, Zhou Chun hadn't had time to carefully distinguish which books and texts were important. He simply used the most basic method, rescuing them based on the rarity of their materials. Generally, the more valuable the paper and animal hides used, the better the quality. Now, it seemed his choice wasn't entirely correct, but it certainly wasn't far off. After a thorough inventory, the two golden core cultivators from the Zhou family checked their respective results, both beaming with joy. That's right. Excluding the books overlapping with the family collection, there are still 3 top-tier cultivation techniques, 8 combat techniques, 23 ordinary techniques that the family doesn't possess, 16 secret cultivation methods, 1 set each of alchemy master and weapon crafting master inheritances, and inheritances in talisman making and array formations covering all 3 levels. This harvest is more valuable than all the books and inheritances my Zhou family has acquired in the past 200 years. Zhou Ming announced the results with a beaming smile, his heart overflowing with joy. Zhou Chun was equally delighted. The cultivation techniques and secret arts, aside from being icing on the cake for the Zhou family, would only provide future clansmen with more choices when selecting cultivation methods. But the alchemy and weapon crafting inheritances were a godsend for the Zhou family. Especially the alchemy inheritance. When Zhou Chun examined the recorded pill formulas, he unsurprisingly discovered the formula for the purple dust pill, a very famous elixir used to aid in the opening of the Purple Mansion stage. There were also 3 other elixir formulas suitable for Purple Mansion stage cultivators, including the energy enhancement pill, formula currently possessed by the Zhou family. More importantly, one of the formulas, written on refined gold paper, actually recorded a method for refining a pill to enhance the mana of golden core stage cultivators. This elixir, called the Jade Golden Glow Pill, could enhance the mana cultivation of early golden core stage cultivators and also had a certain auxiliary effect in breaking through the mid-golden core barrier. The value of such a formula was even higher than a mid-grade magic weapon, definitely the biggest gain from this secret vault. With this formula in hand, Zhou Chun was confident that he could get Luo Qingni, the alchemy master, to refine pills for him for free for the next 100 years. Compared to this, the purple dust pill formula became a dispensable bonus. This weapon refining inheritance is truly remarkable. It even contains the method for refining a 3rd-tier flying ship. This flying ship, called a silver scale cloud-piercing ship, can not only carry 200 to 300 people but also possesses powerful defensive capabilities. Its top speed is comparable to the flight speed of a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. There's also this flying artifact called the Azure Jade Cloud-breaking boat. Although it's a 2nd-tier flying artifact, it can carry 20 to 30 people, and it doesn't seem too difficult to refine. Just as Zhou Chun was excited about the pill formulas recorded in the alchemy inheritance, Zhou Ming also loudly proclaimed his discovery with shining eyes. He had recently been diligently studying weapon refining techniques, and with the superior advantage brought by his cultivation level, he could already refine 2nd-tier high-grade artifacts on his own. Therefore, He paid even more attention to the various unique artifact refining methods recorded in the weapon refining inheritance. Hearing his words, Zhou Chun immediately understood its importance. Although almost everyone in the Zhou family had a spirit pet for transportation, it didn't mean they didn't have a need for such flying artifacts. After all, spirit pets capable of carrying dozens or even hundreds of people at high speeds are quite rare. A flying artifact like the silver-scale cloud-piercing ship, capable of carrying hundreds of people at once, is an excellent tool for personnel transfer. Capable of moving almost the entire population of some small or medium-sized families. Such treasures are basically only possessed by the major sects. Coupled with the Jade Golden Glow Pill recipe, Zhou Chun couldn't help but become curious about the force that built the secret vault. He immediately said, "To leave behind such a powerful legacy, I wonder which force built that secret vault. Let's examine these texts carefully, perhaps we can find some clues." Chapter 534 King Wheezy's out of the domain idea. After a careful search, Zhou Chun and his group indeed found the identity of the force that built the secret vault. According to the alchemy notes left by an alchemy master in the alchemy inheritance, he should be a cultivator from a sect called Dongyang Sect. This Dongyang Sect was a cultivation sect that was destroyed 1,000 years ago within the territory of Cheng Kingdom. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information about Dongyang Sect in the Zhou family's collection. It was only known that this cultivation sect probably never produced a nascent soul stage cultivator and couldn't be considered a truly powerful force. 1,000 years ago was a turbulent era for several countries, including Jing Kingdom, Feng Kingdom, and Cheng Kingdom. At that time, many such cultivation sects and golden core families were wiped out. After the Dongyang sect was destroyed, something else happened. The secret treasure vault that had been built beforehand was never opened. Instead, the treasure map was broken into 2 parts and scattered, and the key to open the secret treasure vault was also lost. Skilled in alchemy and weapon crafting, could the Zhang family ancestors have been disciples of the Dongyang sect? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, recalling the origin of his family's half-treasure map. However, both the Dongyang sect and the Zhang family were now history. The truth was no longer important. Having confirmed that the builder of the secret treasure vault could no longer cause trouble for the Zhou family, Zhou Chun gladly accepted this generous gift. He made a copy of the alchemist's inheritance and carried it with him, then instructed Zhou Ming to handle these texts and his legacy. He then checked the treasure chests and jade boxes he had brought. As expected, they contained spirit coins and some talismans and materials that could be stored for a long time. However, given the size of the Dongyang sect, the truly valuable items were likely still in the hands of its own golden core cultivators. Therefore, these talismans and materials were practically useless to Zhou Chun, so he left them for his family. As for the spiritual herbs he had previously gathered, comparing them with the pill formula he had obtained, many of them were indeed materials for refining the purple dust pill, including the main ingredients, the 1,000-year-old divine benefiting grass and the 1,000-year-old illusion heart orchid, and their age far exceeded the requirements recorded in the formula. There were also some spiritual herbs that were materials for refining the Jade Golden Glow Pill, such as the 1,000-year-old golden thread dendrobium. However, of the 2 main ingredients required for the Jade Golden Glow Pill, the golden thread dendrobium must be a 1,000-year-old treasure herb, and the one Zhou Chun obtained was less than 2,000 years old, far from meeting the requirement. The other main ingredient, Jade of Jade Flower, also needed to be a 1,000-year-old treasure herb. If Zhou Chun wanted to refine this pill in the future, he would probably have to cooperate with others to collect materials and refine it, like other golden core cultivators. And the best partner for such cooperation would be Luo Qingni. After checking his harvest, Zhou Chun explained the relevant matters to Zhou Ming and then left the Zhou family's mountain gate openly and legitimately. Soon after, news spread from the Zhou family that their patriarch, Zhou Zhengjun, had gone on a journey to a foreign land, his whereabouts unknown. Since the Zhou family now boasted 3 golden core cultivators and had a powerful in-law alliance with the Su family of Jiangzhou, outsiders, even knowing Zhou Chun had left, would likely not have any particular concerns. Golden core cultivators from other families could only feel envy. If they could, they would naturally also like to travel and seek opportunities. However, as the pillars and anchors of their families, their long-term absence could easily cause instability within the family and arouse suspicion from outsiders. If they were injured or killed abroad, the consequences would be even more severe, potentially leading to the destruction of their family's centuries-old or even millennia-old foundation. Therefore, for these golden core cultivators from these families, their families had become obstacles to their progress. But even knowing this, what could they do? Unlike Zhou Chun, most of them had achieved their initial success in opening their purple mansion and forming their golden core through the combined efforts of their elders, owing their families an immense debt of gratitude. Another factor is that most of them have experience with marriage and children, and are now surrounded by grandchildren, burdened with various responsibilities and obligations. Asking them to abandon these responsibilities and obligations to seek an opportunity for advancement with an uncertain probability is extremely difficult for them. Moreover, even if they did find a further opportunity outside, what then? Could they possibly achieve the core formation in nascent soul stage? That's practically impossible. Therefore, these core formation families' core formation cultivators often place their hopes on their descendants. If they can cultivate one or two descendants who have achieved the core formation before their own death, then their descendants will have the hope of pursuing what they themselves dared not venture out to seek. Zhou Chun actually knew this in his heart, which is why he always wanted to cultivate more core formation cultivators for the Zhou family, strengthening the family while also freeing himself. However, while most forces didn't react particularly strongly to Zhou Chun's departure from home, the Qinglian Temple was different. Although he had reached a commission with the Ice Prison Sect, Qing Huizi only knew that the sect had sent assassins to lie in wait in Jing Kingdom. He knew nothing about their whereabouts. According to the agreement, he would only pay the remaining fee after confirming Zhou Chun's death. Therefore, until then, Qing Huizi could only monitor the progress through Zhou Chun's movements. Over a year ago, after Zhou Chun's first assassination attempt, Qing Huizi was extorted by the Ice Prison Sect for providing inaccurate information, forcing him to pay additional fees. At the time, he was very unhappy with the sect's behavior, but he endured it to achieve his goal. When he first heard that Zhou Chun had returned to his family seemingly severely injured, Qing Huizi was initially pleased, thinking there was hope. However, when neither the Ice Prison Sect's assassins activated their tokens to contact him, nor did he hear any news of Zhou Chun's death, he became anxious. When he heard that Zhou Chun was even able to travel far away, Qing Huizi completely lost his composure. What's going on? What are those assassins from the Ice Prison Sect doing? Weren't they supposed to be absolutely certain this time? Inside the cave, Qing Huizi cursed angrily. He had paid a heavy price to hire the Ice Prison Sect assassins to kill Zhou Chun. Even though most of the agreed-upon payment hadn't been made yet, the deposit was already substantial. More importantly, after this assassination, there was almost no possibility of reconciliation between Qinglian Temple and the Zhou family, and they would likely face similar retaliation in the future. Therefore, the assassination had to succeed. Zhou Chun, the Zhou family's most promising and powerful genius, had to be eliminated. But the result was the very thing Qing Huizi least wanted to see. Zhou Chun not only evaded the assassination twice but also seemed determined to distance himself from the family and hide in the shadows. In this way, Qinglian Temple had suffered a double loss, and now they would have to worry about Zhou Chun's retaliation in the future. How could Qing Huizi not be furious? Unfortunately, he only had the token used by the Ice Prison Sect assassin to contact him, but no way to actually do so. Otherwise, he would definitely find that assassin now and ask him what he was up to. After waiting anxiously and in a fit of rage for nearly a month, Qing Huizi finally received a call from someone from the Ice Prison Sect. However, the way they contacted him made his heart skip a beat, and his face instantly darkened. The message inviting him to meet wasn't sent through the token, but directly through a disciple of the Qinglian Temple. What did this mean? It meant that his previous attempts to conceal the truth were useless. The Ice Prison Sect already knew who had commissioned them to kill. HMPH, is this a warning to me? Qing Huizi snorted coldly, his face grim, his eyes revealing anger. Of course, he didn't want to deal with the Ice Prison Sect using his true identity. If any evidence were left behind and exposed, it would have very serious consequences for himself and the Qinglian Temple. But now that the Ice Prison Sect assassin had come knocking on his door, if he continued to avoid them, they might actually reveal that he had hired someone to kill. Even without evidence, that would severely damage his and Qinglian Temple's reputation. Therefore, after much deliberation, Qing Huizi decided to go out and meet the other party. Of course, even if he went out to meet them, Qing Huizi wouldn't use his true appearance, but would still completely conceal himself. In any case, Regardless of whether the other party already knew his true identity, he would definitely not reveal it to them. On this day, Qing Wheezy, disguised as an old man, arrived at the agreed location and waited only for a quarter of an hour before suddenly seeing a figure in white robes appear before him. Upon seeing this person, Qing Wheezy immediately demanded in a sharp tone, "Is this how your ice prison sect does things? Last time you asked for an additional reward, and I agreed. Now, not only is the target unharmed, but he has already left to avoid trouble. You must give me an explanation for this." Upon hearing this, the white-robed cultivator calmly replied, "Please calm down, sir. My ice prison sect will certainly give you a satisfactory answer, but before that, you must tell me your secret." "Secret? Tell me what? What do you mean by that?" Qing Wheezy's expression changed, and she looked at the white-robed cultivator with confusion, not understanding his meaning. The white-robed cultivator stared coldly at him and said, "Do you know that the junior brother our sect sent to assassinate our target has disappeared? Furthermore, according to our tracking, he is currently deep within the Dragon Abyss swamp." "What? Are you sure you're not toying with me? How could this be?" Qing Wheezy stared at the white-robed cultivator in shock, stunned by his words. He knew that while he didn't know which assassin the ice prison sect had sent to assassinate Zhou Chun, he was certain that the assassin he had hired at such great expense was at least a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and undoubtedly a top-tier mid-stage golden core cultivator. Such a powerful mid-stage golden core cultivator, even if he failed to assassinate Zhou Chun, should theoretically have no chance of being injured or killed. The white-robed cultivator understood Qing Wheezy's shock, but couldn't help scoffing. "HMPH, what's the point of me toying with you? I personally went to the Dragon Abyss Marsh and ventured thousands of miles into it, but couldn't find my junior brother. I can basically conclude he's currently inside the legendary Dragon Abyss." He then stared sharply at Qing Wheezy, saying, "My junior brother's soul tablet is trembling, his soul light dimming, presumably his primordial spirit has been sealed. However, you know how difficult it is to capture and seal my junior brother's primordial spirit alive. Let alone place him in the Dragon Abyss. Such skill is far beyond what a junior with only early golden core cultivation could possess. There must be a powerful figure behind him." Hearing this, Qing Wheezy was stunned, unsure how to respond. A powerful figure behind the Zhou family? How could he not know that? In an instant, the Moonwheel Sect and the Heavenly Mirror Master flashed through Qing Wheezy's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. He had already investigated thoroughly. The talisman bestowed upon Zhou Chun by the Heavenly Mirror Master was a reward for the Zhou family offering the head of the traitor Yu Jinghu. Furthermore, the Heavenly Mirror Master would never protect the Zhou family from being enemies with a Green Lotus Temple, a fact Qing Wheezy, knowing certain inside information, was absolutely certain of. As for the Moonwheel Sect, if they truly wanted to protect Zhou Chun and the Zhou family, there seemed to be no need for such trouble. As the overlords of Jinghu, they only needed to issue a statement, and the Ice Prison Sect would likely have no choice but to abandon this business. Right, Long Yuans, could it be the Dragon Transformation Sect? Qing Wheezy suddenly shuddered, realizing a terrifying possibility, and his eyes instantly changed. His change of expression naturally did not escape the notice of the white-robed cultivator. Seeing this, the cultivator immediately looked at him and asked, "How is it? Judging from your expression, it seems you already have an answer." "I'm not sure either, but I just had a bold conjecture." "I wonder if it's the answer you're looking for," Qing Wheezy said, looking at the white-robed cultivator with a complicated expression. "Tell me about it." The white-robed cultivator's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked for details. Upon hearing this, Qing Wheezy spoke in a complex tone, "I don't know if there's truly a powerful figure behind the Zhou family. If I must say there is. Considering what you said about your junior brother being sealed deep within the Dragon Abyss, I believe it might be the Dragon Transformation Sect." "The Dragon Transformation Sect," the white-robed cultivator muttered to himself, then looked at Qing Wheezy and said, "If I remember correctly, the target seems to have a deep-seated hatred for the Dragon Transformation Sect. A late-stage golden core cultivator from the sect even died because of them before. That's why I never imagined the target would be involved with the Dragon Transformation Sect. But conversely, if the Dragon Transformation Sect is willing to go to great lengths, it's quite possible." Qing Wheezy, having come to believe it somewhat, felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that even if his guess was correct, he couldn't use this opportunity to eliminate the Zhou family now, unless he was prepared to reveal that he had hired assassins to kill Zhou Chun. Moreover, everything he was doing was just speculation, He hadn't found any concrete evidence. Even if he spoke out, it would be difficult to convince the Moonwheel sect, but what he didn't expect was that something even more distressing was yet to come. After hearing his speculation, the white-robed cultivator remained silent for a moment, then looked at him and said, "I will report this matter to the sect leader. Since my junior brother's fate is currently unknown, and the target's danger level has risen to extremely high, this commission will be temporarily suspended. Your deposit will be given to my junior brother's family as compensation. This matter is hereby terminated." Without even waiting for Queen Wheezy to argue, he transformed into a white streak of light and vanished at lightning speed. Queen Wheezy, who had initially been furious and about to unleash a torrent of curses, swallowed her anger upon seeing the speed at which the white streak of light had traveled. The speed of that white streak could only be described as lightning fast, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator might not be able to achieve such speed. Thinking back to his close argument with a late-stage golden core assassin, Queen Wheezy felt a chill run down his spine, and his anger vanished. "Forget it, consider it burial money for that assassin," he muttered to himself before quickly leaving. The news he'd learned today was truly shocking. He needed to go back and carefully consider it. Cheyenne in Immortal City. When Zhou Chun returned, he felt a great sense of relief. Although Cheyenne in Immortal City never used "Enter the Immortal City, and all grudges will be forgotten" as a slogan, it did indeed serve as a refuge for certain cultivators seeking refuge. Unless one had committed heinous crimes or offended the top powers of the Great Zhou Kingdom, entering Cheyenne in Immortal City was essentially a safe haven for those involved in personal grudges and feuds. Even if an enemy hated you intensely, they generally wouldn't dare to harm you within Cheyenne in Immortal City. An assassin sects like the Ice Prison Sect would certainly not attempt to assassinate targets within Cheyenne in Immortal City. That would be tantamount to directly offending the entire Cheyenne in Immortal City and the powerful forces behind it. For Zhou Chun, he had done all he could. There was nothing more he could do with the Zhou family. He could only focus on improving his strength. If he could raise all 3 spirit pets to the 4th rank, he wouldn't be without a fighting chance even against a late-stage golden core assassin. As usual, after entering the city, Zhou Chun first went to the shop where Luo Qingni had a reservation. To his delight, Luo Qingni had finally emerged from seclusion. Upon learning this, he immediately went to Qingni residence to visit her. Luo Qingni was in her cave at the time. After receiving Zhou Chun's message, she immediately welcomed him into her cave. Then, she brewed some spiritual tea and apologized to him, saying, "I'm truly sorry, this seclusion has lasted longer than expected," keeping fellow Taoist Zhou waiting. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly returned the greeting, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you're too kind. It was I who had something to trouble you with. Waiting a little longer is no problem." After speaking, he carefully examined the other party, then congratulated him with a smile, saying, "It seems fellow Taoist Luo has gained a lot from this seclusion. Breaking through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm shouldn't be far off." He noticed that the other party's magical power cultivation had greatly improved, and his aura was much stronger than before. Luo Qingni had formed her core several decades earlier than him. Her aptitude was also stronger, and her cultivation resources were probably better than his. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would definitely advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm before him. Faced with his congratulations, Luo Qingni waved her hand and smiled wryly. "Fellow Taoist Zhou is joking. At our level of cultivation, even 100 years isn't enough to break through a minor realm, let alone the realm barrier. Qingni is still far from the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm." She knew her own situation best. Although her cultivation and magical power had indeed increased, it would still take at least 30 to 50 years of arduous cultivation to reach the mid-stage Golden Core realm barrier. And who knew how much time it would take to break through the realm barrier then? Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Zhou Chun suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "If fellow Taoist Luo is worried about the minor realm barrier, I happen to have something here that can help you." "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhou, is that true? What is it?" Luo Qingni's eyes lit up. Zhou Chun's words had immediately piqued her curiosity. Zhou Chun, however, smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a jade slip, and handed it to her. Upon seeing this, Luo Qingni was slightly taken aback, then quickly took the jade slip and began to examine it. Her expression then changed drastically, filled with surprise and delight. Zhou Chun waited for nearly half an hour before she withdrew her spiritual sense from the jade slip, then took a deep breath to calm herself. Then, with a complicated look in his eyes, he said to Zhou Chun, "Such a precious item, fellow Taoist Zhou, you gave it to Qingni so easily. Qingni really doesn't know how to repay you." Zhou Chun seemed to have expected her to say this, and immediately smiled slightly and said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Fellow Taoist Luo and I have cooperated many times, and we are quite compatible. I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting such a treasure to someone else, and I don't have the ability to refine it myself. If I entrust it to fellow Taoist Luo, with your character, you certainly won't treat me unfairly." As he said this, Zhou Chun patted his storage bag again, then took out several other jade slips and handed them to Luo Qingli. "This is a complete alchemy inheritance that I obtained from a secret treasure trove. After being refined by 2 generations of alchemy masters, this inheritance should be considered a standard master-level inheritance. It even contains the formula for the important spiritual pill, the purple dust pill. I offer this alchemy inheritance and the formula for the Jade Golden Glow pill, as payment, and I would like to ask fellow Taoist Luo to refine the pills I need for the next 100 years free of charge. I wonder if fellow Taoist Luo would be willing to exchange a master-level alchemy inheritance, plus the extremely precious formulas for the purple dust pill, and the Jade Golden Glow pill, all in exchange for her free alchemy services for 100 years. Luo Qingni knew she had made a huge profit in this deal. She immediately and solemnly replied, "All right, Qingni agrees. For the next 100 years, as long as it is fellow Taoist Zhou's alchemy commission, Qingni will not charge a penny, and it will be given the highest priority. After 100 years, for fellow Taoist Zhou's alchemy commission, Qingni will only charge 50% of the original price." Ha ha ha, in that case, I, Zhou, will still be the one who profits. Fellow Taoist Luo has never disappointed me. Zhou Chun laughed and immediately handed the jade slip in his hand to Luo Qingni. Chapter 535 2 years in a hurry. Having acquired a master-level alchemy inheritance and the 4th-tier formula for the Jade Golden Glow pill, Luo Qingni naturally granted Zhou Chun's every request. She readily gave Zhou Chun the green light, helping him gather materials to refine the ancient dust pill, using her connections. The two quickly reached an agreement to jointly gather materials and refine the Jade Golden Glow pill. After everything was settled, Luo Qingni went to refine the Dragon Transformation pill for Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun then took the opportunity to rent a cave dwelling in the city as his future residence. Soon after, Luo Qingni emerged from seclusion and handed the successfully refined Dragon Transformation pill to Zhou Chun. Upon receiving the pill, Zhou Chun didn't delay. He immediately returned secretly to Jing Kingdom and delivered the elixir back to the Zhou family, handing it over to Zhou Daoquan. As for whether Zhou Daoquan's spirit pet, the blood flame dragon python, can successfully evolve into a 3rd-tier dragon through this Dragon Transformation pill, that depends entirely on its own fate and destiny. After returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun, carrying the letter of introduction given to him by Luo Qingni, went to the mountain gate of the Yuan Kui sect previously. Feeling that his strength was insufficient, he dared not easily go to the mountain gate of the sect where the Master Kaianji resided, lest the other party harbor malicious intentions and harm him. Now that his strength was no less than that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, Zhou Chun dared to go and seek to purchase 4th-tier puppets. The Yuan Kui sect was once a major sect with nascent soul stage cultivators presiding over it, but now that there was a shortage of nascent soul stage cultivators within the sect had shrunk its power and become much more low-key. However, as one of the few sects capable of refining 4th-tier puppets, even though the Yuan Kui sect had declined, ordinary people and forces dared not covet them. After all, no one knew how many 4th-tier puppets were hidden inside the Yuan Kui sect's mountain gate, let alone whether there were even 5th-tier puppets equivalent to nascent soul stage cultivators hidden there. As a force that originated from puppetry, the Yuan Kui sect doesn't recruit disciples indiscriminately like other sects. Instead, they prioritize quality over quantity, only accepting cultivators with talent in puppet manipulation or crafting. Of course, those with superior spiritual root aptitude will also be considered. In short, the sect has a very small number of disciples, with the entire sect, from top to bottom, numbering less than 1,000. Fewer people mean a lower overall demand for cultivation resources, so the Yuan Kui sect currently only maintains its own mountain gate, keeping only a market under its control outside, specializing in selling low to mid-level puppet artifacts. It's worth mentioning that puppet artifacts below the 4th rank do not require spirit crystals as an energy source. They can be powered by a special spirit source bead crafted by the Yuan Kui sect. This spirit source bead is an energy storage artifact, capable of storing 1/3 of a cultivator's mana depending on its grade. For example, a high-grade 3rd rank spirit source bead can store 1/3 of a late-stage purple mansion cultivator's mana. Once the mana within the spirit source pearl is depleted, the cultivator must recharge it before it can be used again. Furthermore, the mana within the spirit source pearl cannot be stored indefinitely, it gradually diminishes over time. If this were all, the spirit source pearl would be a remarkable invention. However, the biggest drawback of this energy-storing artifact is that it can only store the mana of its owner. Moreover, because cultivators' mana attributes are heavily biased, a spirit source pearl filled with metal attribute mana would be inefficient and potentially damaging to puppets skilled in fire attribute techniques. These limitations make it rare to see cultivators using puppet artifacts below the 4th tier in the cultivation world. Only disciples of the Yuan Kui sect use them as a means of combat. After concealing his cultivation and arriving at a market controlled by the Yuan Kui sect, Zhou Chun, out of curiosity, purchased several 2nd-tier puppet artifacts and their matching spirit source pearls to study them. He discovered that although the spirit source pearl was also a magical artifact, it actually consumed very little of a cultivator's spiritual sense, let alone magical power, when controlling the puppets in battle. The spiritual sense a cultivator expended controlling a 2nd-tier high-grade puppet was roughly equivalent to controlling a 2nd-tier high-grade magical artifact and a 2nd-tier low-grade magical artifact. Furthermore, the combat power of a 2nd-tier high-grade puppet was enough to reliably suppress a mid-foundation establishment cultivator without consuming any of their own magical power. Therefore, even an ordinary late foundation establishment cultivator could control 2 2nd-tier high-grade puppets in battle while still having the spare power to activate a 2nd-tier high-grade defensive magical artifact to protect themselves. Once the magical power of the spirit source pearl within the 2 2nd-tier high-grade puppets was exhausted, they could simply abandon the 2 puppets and then fight the enemy at full strength. It's a pity the price is too high. A 2nd-tier high-grade puppet equipped with a spirit source pearl costs almost as much as a 3rd-tier low-grade magic weapon. Besides the disciples of the Yuan Kui sect or those wealthy young masters who don't lack money, how many cultivators can afford to equip themselves with 2 puppets of the same tier? Zhou Chun shook his head, put the puppets into his storage bag, and would give them to some of his family's younger generation as protective items later, depending on the situation. Afterwards, he personally went to Yuan Kui Mountain, which was not far away, to visit, handing over Luo Qingmi's letter and specifically requesting to visit the Master Qianji. Because Zhou Chun had revealed his golden core stage cultivation, the Yuan Kui sect's reception disciple was very efficient. Before long, a man with a purple mansion stage cultivation who claimed to be a disciple of Master Qianji came to greet Zhou Chun. Following this man to an elegant courtyard deep within the Yuan Kui sect, Zhou Chun saw the Master Qianji he was going to visit. The puppet master appeared to be quite old, with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, seemingly nearing the end of his life, and his cultivation level was stuck at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Chun, he looked directly at Zhou Chun and said, "The puppet fragments that fellow Taoist Luo sent back were indeed very inspiring and insightful. Now, she mentions in her letter that you possess even more complete puppet fragments. Would you be so kind as to allow me to take a look?" Of course. Zhou Chun nodded, then took out a nearly intact archer warrior puppet from his storage bag. Indeed, they are puppets from the same source. Upon seeing the archer warrior puppet's appearance, Master Qianji's eyes lit up, and he immediately beckoned a puppet to his side for a careful examination. Once he started examining it, he became somewhat engrossed, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time and the presence of Zhou Chun, an outsider. Zhou Chun, however, did not want to disturb him rashly, lest he displease him and ruin the exchange for the 4th-tier puppet. So, Zhou Chun waited for almost half a day before Master Qianji finally snapped out of his reverie and realized there was an outsider there. "I'm getting old, always forgetting things so easily. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, fellow Taoist Zhou." He patted his head and apologized to Zhou Chun, then looked at him and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, this puppet is indeed very well preserved and still has the potential for repair. What would you like to exchange it for?" "I would like to exchange it for a 4th-tier puppet," Zhou Chun stated his purpose without hesitation. Hearing this, Master Qianji immediately nodded and said, That's not an unreasonable request. I happen to have several puppets available for exchange. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please choose one. He then took out 3 puppets from his storage bag and placed them in front of Zhou Chun for him to choose from. These 3 puppets were an ape puppet, a wolf puppet, and a tortoise puppet, representing different strengths. The wolf puppet excels in offense, the tortoise puppet in defense, and the ape puppet is more balanced. After some thought, Zhou Chun chose the ape puppet. He came to exchange for a 4th-tier puppet not for himself, but to strengthen the Zhou family's foundation. Compared to the other 2 types of puppets with their strong specializations, the ape puppet undoubtedly met his requirements better. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has made his choice, then this puppet is yours. If the puppet is damaged and needs repair in the future, you can contact our sect. We will charge a fee based on the difficulty of the repair, Master Kaianji said, putting away the other 2 puppets. I understand, thank you for your kindness, Master, Zhou Chun said with a delighted expression, immediately bowing in thanks before putting away the ape puppet. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. This Master Kaianji didn't seem to care where he obtained the archer-warrior puppet, or perhaps he strictly adhered to the rules of the cultivation world, not questioning the origin of such items. Having achieved his goal, Zhou Chun didn't linger at the Yuan puppet sect and quickly took his leave. On his return to Xianyun Immortal City, Zhou Chun was extremely cautious, worried that Master Kaianji might be deliberately trying to lull him into a false sense of security and then ambush him. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. His journey back was smooth and without incident. This made him marvel at the fact that there were still normal people in the cultivation world. Back in Xianyun Immortal City, Zhou Chun devoted himself to collecting the spiritual herbs needed to refine the ancient dust pill. He had been operating under the guise of Zhang Liang in Xianyun Immortal City for decades, accumulating a considerable network of acquaintances among cultivators. Zhou Chun then spread the word, even going so far as to place a task at the Xianyun Palace to collect spiritual herbs. Soon, many Purple Mansion and Golden Core cultivators in the city knew about his high-priced collection of certain herbs. This would undoubtedly encourage those who possess the herbs to inflate prices, but it would certainly help Zhou Chun gather the necessary herbs more quickly. He wasn't short of spirit coins anyway, and he had already stockpiled many ordinary 1,000-year-old herbs, so he was willing to pay a premium. Zhou Chun now had only one thought, to quickly upgrade one of his spirit pets to the 4th rank. It turned out that as long as a Golden Core cultivator was willing to invest, most 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were achievable, except for rare and precious magical treasures and spiritual materials. Zhou Chun, paying a premium of 30-50% above the normal price, combined with the spiritual herbs he already possessed, quickly gathered enough materials for 2 batches of ancient dust pills, in just 2 years. At this time, Luo Qingni was still cultivating and studying the alchemy inheritance Zhou Chun had given her, only occasionally refining pills. Once Zhou Chun had all the materials, she immediately began refining ancient dust pills for him without hesitation. Perhaps due to the extra practice, or perhaps because her alchemy skills had improved, Luo Qingni produced a total of 14 ancient dust pills in 2 batches this time. Upon receiving these 14 ancient dust pills, Zhou Chun immediately made his distribution. Lei Jiao Bai received 6 spirit pills, Jin Jia Fu Shan Ji Yu I Shi Tao received 6 spirit pills, and the remaining 2 were given to Jin Shi Hu. According to this distribution, once the 3 spirit pets consumed all the spirit pills, Lei Jiao Bai would definitely be able to break through to the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast level, and Jin Jia Fu Shan Ji Yu I Shi Tao, having previously consumed a silver-horned rhinoceros demon pill, would also definitely be able to break through to the 3rd-tier high-grade level. Zhou Chun didn't concentrate all the ancient dust pills on one demon beast for 2 reasons. Firstly, he didn't want to be too biased, and secondly, he knew that taking too many of these pills consecutively could lead to drug resistance. Furthermore, he would continue to collect the spiritual herbs needed to refine the ancient dust pills, and with enough investment, gathering enough materials for 1 batch of pills in 5 or 6 years shouldn't be a problem. Just as Zhou Chun was anticipating his spirit pet's breakthroughs, Zhou Daoyi arrived in Xianyun Immortal City with Lin Hongyu. It turned out that Lin Hongyu had already obtained a spiritual object that aided in the formation of the Golden Core, and this time she brought Zhou Daoyi here for secluded cultivation to form his Golden Core. At the same time, the 2 also brought Zhou Chun some news that was neither good nor bad. Zhou Daoquan's spirit pet, the Blood Flame Dragon Python, failed to evolve into Blood Flame Flood Dragon after consuming the Dragon Transformation Pill. However, because the Dragon Transformation Pill helped purify its bloodline, it broke through the bloodline shackles and broke through to become a third-tier demon beast, the Blood Flame Dragon Python. In terms of strength and potential, the third-tier demon beast Blood Flame Dragon Python was naturally much weaker than a third-tier Blood Flame Flood Dragon, but it was definitely no worse than Zhou Ming's Fire God Jackal. Zhou Daoquan himself was not disappointed and specifically asked Zhou Daoyi to thank Zhou Chun on his behalf. Another thing that reassured Zhou Chun was that the Zhou family had been relatively stable in the past 2 years and had not been disturbed. This proved that his methods had worked. The Ice Prison Sect was probably wary of the powerful figure behind the Zhou family and had temporarily restrained itself from further action. This is actually normal. Although the Ice Prison Sect, an assassin sect, has a high mission completion rate in the past, it's not without its failures. The deaths or captures of their assassins usually indicate that the target has a powerful backer. In such cases, the Ice Prison Sect typically investigates first to assess the target's strength. If the target is easily dealt with, the sect will naturally gather its assassins to eradicate them completely. However, if the target is indeed backed by a powerful figure, protected by a nascent soul cultivator, the Ice Prison Sect usually has no choice but to accept defeat. After all, they aren't powerful enough to allow themselves to assassinate others while forbidding others from killing them in return. Offending a nascent soul cultivator for a golden core assassin is highly unwise. Although Zhou Chun doesn't fully understand the Ice Prison Sect's methods, he can roughly guess that without finding the missing assassin and fully understanding the details, they will be hesitant to attack the Zhou family again. As for the Qinglian Temple, after learning of the Ice Prison Gate assassin's disappearance, they would likely be hesitant and dare not easily attack the Zhou family. Zhou Chun only needs to stall for time. After a few decades, he will have the strength to face both the Ice Prison Gate assassins and the Qinglian Temple without fear. The rest will be easier. Lin Hongyu and her husband will rent a cave to cultivate their core, while Zhou Chun will outwardly remain unrelated to them, merely actively collecting spiritual herbs in Xian'an Immortal City. One day, while Zhou Chun was cultivating in his cave, he suddenly received a message from Sun Yuanjing, the manager of Xianbao Pavilion, inviting him to a meeting. Because of his previous purchase of the Taiyi Zuanjin key, and his recent pursuit of the ancient dust pill, spiritual herbs, Zhou Chun's relationship with Sun Yuanjing had steadily improved. Although the reason for the invitation was not explained, he did not delay and went to Xianbao Pavilion after finishing his cultivation. Fellow Taoist son, you suddenly invited me here today. Could it be that you've found the spiritual medicine I need again? Inside the private room of Xianbao Pavilion, Zhou Chun, upon seeing Sun Yuanjing, jokingly inquired about the purpose of his invitation. Sun Yuanjing shook his head, saying, "No, it's not that. I invited fellow Taoist Zhang here today at someone's request." He then lowered his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, do you remember fellow Taoist Zhang who asked you to help cure his stubborn ailment? It was fellow Taoist Zhang who asked me to invite you here, wanting to meet with you privately." I see. Zhou Chun looked at Sun Yuanjing, then lowered his head in thought, pondering the intentions of the Zhang surname cultivator. His transaction with that Zhang surname cultivator was merely a transaction. He didn't even know the cultivator's real name. Now, the other party suddenly wanted to meet him privately. Surely he had something to ask? From his heart, Zhou Chun naturally didn't want any complications. However, he also knew that since the other party had used Sun Yuanjing's connections, it meant they wouldn't give up easily. Refusing now would not only offend Sun Yuanjing, but might not truly dissuade the Zhang surname cultivator. Therefore, after some consideration, he nodded slightly to Sun Yuanjing and said, "Since fellow Taoist Sun has spoken, I will naturally give you face. Please arrange a place." Hearing this, Sun Yuanjing chuckled and said, "Hey, then I thank fellow Taoist Zhang in advance." He then instructed, "Fellow Taoist Zhang has already said that if fellow Taoist Zhang agrees to meet, we can meet in the top-tier private room of the Green Sprout Tea House in the city." Green Sprout Tea House? I understand. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then immediately bid farewell to Sun Yuanjing and went to the Green Sprout Tea House. The Green Sprout Tea House was a high-end tea house in Xian'an Immortal City, catering only to high-level cultivators. Only cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage could reserve private rooms there, and the prices were quite high. Zhou Chun had been here several times before and was quite impressed by the unique spiritual teas offered in the tea house. Upon arriving, after giving his name as the owner of the private room, a beautiful woman soon came to greet him. Zhou Chun vaguely remembered this woman. She was the one who had welcomed him and son Yuanjing into the Zhang family's cave. If he remembered correctly, her surname was Wei. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, the woman immediately bowed respectfully and said, "This humble servant greets Senior Zhang. My husband has prepared tea and water in the private room to await you, fellow Taoist Wei. You are too kind. Please lead the way," Zhou Chun said, and followed the woman to the top-tier private room in the tea house. Once inside, Zhou Chun saw the true face of the Zhang family cultivator. The Zhang family cultivator was not wearing a mask. His true appearance was that of a rather handsome man, probably between 30 and 40 years old. Judging from his aura, he had clearly completely overcome his internal ailment and returned to normal. Seeing this, he immediately bowed to the other party and said, Zhang, greet fellow Taoist Zhang. Congratulations on curing your old illness and regaining your health." Upon hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Zhang laughed heartily and said, "Ha, I have to thank fellow Taoist Zhang for my recovery. Please take a seat, fellow Taoist." He then gestured for Zhou Chun to sit down, and had a beautiful concubine serve him tea and water. The man then raised a cup of tea and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "I apologize for inviting fellow Taoist Zhang. I offer this tea as a token of my apology." "Fellow Taoist Zhang is too kind," Zhou Chun replied, returning the gesture with his own tea. After these pleasantries, the cultivator surnamed Zhang said apologetically to Zhou Chun, "I was suffering from a serious illness and had no choice but to conceal my identity. I hope fellow Taoist Zhang will not take offense." He then introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Tai, and I am an elder of the Yuan-Yang sect of the Great Zhou Kingdom, so fellow Taoist Zhang is an elder of the Yuan-Yang sect." "My apologies." Zhou Chun's expression hardened, and he quickly bowed politely in return. He had long heard of the Yuan-Yang sect, a powerful sect ranking among the top in the Great Zhou Kingdom, whose influence rivaled even the 9 Yuan sword sect. The current supreme elder of the Yuan-Yang sect, Master Yuan Yang, was a renowned late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the Great Zhou, possessing unfathomable strength. Besides this supreme elder, the Yuan-Yang sect also had another mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Tai was actually an elder of the Yuan-Yang sect. No wonder Sun Yuanjing had been subtly showing him favor. Suddenly, Zhang Tai stared intently at him and said, "Now that fellow Taoist Zhang knows my background, may fellow Taoist Zhang now tell me about your origins." He had previously had Zhang Liang investigated, but found no concrete details, only that Zhang Liang was a cultivator from outside the Great Zhou Kingdom. Given the involvement of forces outside the Great Zhou Kingdom, even if Zhang Tai was an elder of the Yuan-Yang sect, it was impossible to uncover the origins of a fake golden core cultivator across so many countries. That's why he made a special trip to meet Zhou Chun after learning that Zhou Chun was active in Xianying Immortal City again. Upon hearing him ask about his background, Zhou Chun immediately became wary and shook his head, saying, "I come from a small family in a remote place, so there's nothing to say." "So fellow Taoist Zhang is a family cultivator?" Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully, then stopped pressing the matter and smiled slightly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please don't be offended. I have no ill intentions towards you. I invited you here today simply to make a deal." Chapter 536 Both Advance. "Let's make a deal." Zhou Chun looked at Zhang Tai with an unchanged expression and said calmly, "Oh, I wonder what I possess that you, fellow Taoist Zhang, would value. When you healed me last time, I discovered that your natal magic weapon seemed to have the ability to restrain and neutralize metal-type spiritual power. This has made me very curious. Could you tell me about this ability?" Zhang Tai stared intently at Zhou Chun, seemingly unaware of how unreasonable his request was. Zhou Chun's face immediately darkened, and he met Zhou Chun's gaze with a gloomy expression, replying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't you think this request is a bit unreasonable? If I, Zhang, want to know about the fusion of metal and fire elemental spiritual power that you cultivate, would you be willing to tell me?" Hearing this, Zhang Tai couldn't help but give him a deep look, then smiled lightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang may have misunderstood. I have no ill intentions, I just want to satisfy my curiosity." He then continued, "How about this? I know that you, Zhang, have recently been collecting some spiritual medicinal materials. I happen to have several of the spiritual herbs that you need. If you, Zhang, are willing to satisfy my curiosity, I am willing to exchange them for this." He had clearly come prepared. Zhou Chun remained unmoved, coldly stating, "I'm sorry, But this concerns my personal privacy, and there's absolutely no room for negotiation. He then stood up and said, if fellow Taoist Zheng has nothing else, I'll take my leave. This resolute attitude seemed to have surprised Zheng Tai, whose expression darkened slightly. As a golden core elder of a major sect like the Yuan Yang sect, Zheng Tai rarely encountered anyone who showed him such disrespect in the golden core cultivator circle of the great Zhou kingdom. Now, a mere early-stage golden core cultivator from a foreign cultivation family dared to disrespect him like this, leaving him truly embarrassed. But he seemed to have forgotten that precisely because Zhou Chun wasn't a golden core cultivator from the great Zhou kingdom, he didn't need to show him any respect. No matter how powerful the Yuan Yang sect was, its influence was only useful within the great Zhou kingdom and a few surrounding countries. As long as Zhou Chun didn't need anything from him, what did his noble status matter? Fellow Taoist Zhang, please wait. Seeing that Zhou Chun was about to leave, Zheng Tai finally spoke up to stop him. After his expression changed several times, he bowed to Zhou Chun and said, fellow Taoist Zhang, please calm down. I was careless and offended you just now. I apologize to you. His apology was somewhat unexpected for Zhou Chun. After a moment of stunned silence, he softened his expression and said, fellow Taoist Zhang, you flatter me. It's not that I'm heartless, but the supernatural abilities and secret techniques we cultivators practice are extremely private matters. Revealing them carelessly to others could potentially leave fatal hidden dangers for ourselves in the future. I'm sure you understand this, fellow Taoist Zhang. Yes, of course I know that. Zheng Tai nodded repeatedly, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, but fellow Taoist Zhang and I have already shared some of our secrets. If you can't trust others, surely you can trust me? I just want to know the limits of your supernatural abilities, whether you can truly neutralize all metal attribute spiritual energy at will. He still hadn't given up on getting to the bottom of things. This immediately made Zhou Chun's impression of him extremely poor. He knew this was an arrogant and stubborn fellow. However, although he had begun to dislike this person, Zhou Chun couldn't very well refuse him outright as he had before. Because he knew in his heart that given Zheng Tai's arrogance, if he still didn't achieve his goal after lowering his stance, Zheng Tai might really get angry and retaliate against him. That would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. Therefore, after hesitating and pondering for a long time, Zhou Chun slowly said, since fellow Taoist Zhang wants to know about this matter so much, Zhang, will make an exception and explain. He then explained, although my supernatural power can dissolve and neutralize metal-type spiritual energy, it only works if it is injected into your body without your resistance, just like when I healed you, fellow Taoist Zhang. Or it can only work on some uncontrolled metal-type spiritual energy. This supernatural power is actually an auxiliary supernatural power, not an offensive technique. Is that really so? Zheng Tai's eyes flashed, seemingly somewhat disbelieving. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, if fellow Taoist Zhang doesn't believe me, you can experience this divine power for yourself. Hearing this, Zheng Tai immediately smiled and said, then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Zhang. The two then left the tea house and went directly to the Xianbei Pavilion, where there was a special place to test the power of magical artifacts. Only there could they freely use their divine powers without alerting the immortal city guards. Sun Yuanjing of the Xianbei Pavilion was a mutual friend of both of them, and naturally wouldn't refuse such a small matter. Then, under Sun Yuanjing's witness, Zhou Chun summoned the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, and unleashed Myriad Transformations Golden Light to attack Zheng Tai. Just as Zhou Chun himself had said, Myriad Transformations Golden Light didn't have much offensive power. A defensive magical artifact that Zheng Tai casually summoned easily blocked the attack. Zhou Chun then had him try his own defensive divine power, which could also withstand the attack of Myriad Transformations Golden Light. This completely put Zheng Tai's mind at ease, but also left him secretly somewhat disappointed. Well? Now, fellow Taoist Zhang, do you believe what I said? Zhou Chun put away his magic weapon and looked calmly at Zheng Tai. Hearing this, an awkward expression flashed across Zheng Tai's face, then he chuckled dryly and replied, haha, fellow Taoist Zhang is joking. Of course, I believe you. He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out 4 jade boxes, and handed them to Zhou Chun. I'm sorry to have troubled you this time, fellow Taoist Zhang. Consider these few spiritual herbs my apology. Please don't refuse. He wasn't completely heartless. He knew that what had happened before had displeased Zhou Chun, and he wanted to make amends. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun already harbored a deep prejudice against him. Although he accepted the herbs, He had already mentally categorized him as someone not to be trusted. Next, the two of them, on the surface amicable, sat down and discussed Dao with Sun Yuanjing for a while before Zhengtai left. After seeing Zhengtai off, Sun Yuanjing turned to Zhou Chun and said with a wry smile, "This time, I miscalculated. I didn't expect Zhengtai to be so arrogant and stubborn. Relying on his Yuan Yang sect lineage, he doesn't respect other fellow Daoists and dares to make any demands. He's truly inhuman." From their earlier exchange of blows, he roughly understood Zhengtai's intentions in seeking out Zhou Chun, and he was extremely annoyed. He did want to befriend an elder of a major sect like Zhengtai, but he wouldn't betray his other clients just to befriend him. After all, Zhengtai's status wasn't enough to make him do something so self-destructive. However, like Zhou Chun, even if he didn't want to associate with such a person anymore, he didn't dare to offend him easily, so he could only apologize to Zhou Chun. Faced with his apology, Zhou Chun simply shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's just let this matter pass." He didn't want to talk about Zhengtai anymore. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for Zhou Chun. Those cultivators from top-tier sects like Zhengtai must be extremely cautious when making friends in the future, otherwise, if they encounter another case of repaying kindness with enmity, they will truly suffer the consequences of their own actions. After exchanging words with Sun Yuanjing, Zhou Chun returned to his cave to cultivate. On the other side, after leaving Xianbao Pavilion and returning to his temporary residence, Zhengtai recalled his test of skills with Zhou Chun and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, I shouldn't have had any expectations of cultivators from small sects. It seems that if I want to restrain and weaken that guy from the 9 Yuan Sword sect, I have to start from other aspects. He had originally had high hopes for Zhou Chun's myriad transformations golden light divine ability, wanting to use it to deal with one of his opponents. Unfortunately, the result of this personal test truly disappointed him, and he completely lost interest in Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, however, was unaware that he had actually escaped a calamity this time because his divine ability was too weak. Time passed quickly, and 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. As Zhou Chun had predicted, after consuming the ancient dust pills he bestowed upon them, both the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai and the Golden Armored Mountain-bearing Turtle Shi Tao advanced to the Rank 3 high-grade demonic beasts, their strength increasing significantly. The Rank 3 high-grade Thunder Flood Dragon Bai's Thunder Escape technique was now even more powerful. Unless a Golden Core cultivator had laid an ambush beforehand, they would have no chance of catching it. If Zhou Chun and Bai used the Beast Spirit Fusion technique, their speed would be comparable to that of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Once Bai broke through to the Rank 4, Zhou Chun could fuse with it, completely eliminating any fear of being pursued by late-stage Golden Core cultivators. As for the Rank 3 high-grade Golden Armored Mountain-bearing Turtle Shi Tao, its defense was so strong that it could withstand attacks from ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivators. If it remained on the ground, early-stage Golden Core cultivators would be utterly helpless against it. Meanwhile, its Earth is a powerful technique in Chinese mythology, has become even more formidable. Given enough time, it could also carry Zhou Chun to the depths of 1,000 feet underground, leaving even a late-stage Golden Core cultivator helpless. It could be said that Zhou Chun was extremely satisfied with the performance of both spirit pets, making it difficult to decide which one to prioritize for advancement to the 4th rank. In practical terms, either one advancing to the 4th rank would provide him with immediate benefits. If the Thunder Flood Dragon advanced to the 4th rank, he could maximize the effects of the Beast Spirit Fusion technique and truly master the 4th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, which had been stalled for so long, not to mention its already formidable combat power. As for the Golden Armor Mountain-bearing Turtle Stone, advancing to the 4th rank would guarantee that cultivators below the late-stage Golden Core stage would have little chance of harming it, and its Earth technique would receive a qualitative leap, allowing it to truly unleash the power of the mountain-bearing turtle bloodline, carrying a mountain on its body. Why not let them discuss it amongst themselves? After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Chun suddenly had an idea. He summoned both spirit pets to his side and explained his current difficulties, stating that only by concentrating resources could he help one of them advance to the 4th rank. Perhaps due to their noble bloodlines, or perhaps due to Zhou Chun's more than 200 years of tutelage, these two spirit pets, aside from not being able to speak, were not much less intelligent than ordinary human teenagers. They understood what Zhou Chun was saying quite easily. Soon after, the Golden Armored Mountain-bearing Turtle Stone gave Zhou Chun feedback, indicating that it wasn't in a hurry to break through to the 4th rank, and that if it did, it would need to remain hidden in the mountains for decades to carry the mountain on its back, unable to immediately provide Zhou Chun with combat power. The Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye's feedback also pleased Zhou Chun, meaning that if the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone advanced to the 4th rank, it could better protect its master, and since its cultivation speed was faster than stones, even without resources, it had a chance to break through to the 4th rank after 100 years of secluded cultivation. This scene of brotherly affection filled Zhou Chun with great comfort, making him feel that all his efforts over the years had been worthwhile. Compared to humans, these demonic beasts were often more pure. Because of the bond of their contract, these beasts can, to some extent, understand their master's thoughts and remain unaffected by external opinions or environmental pollution, always maintaining their loyalty and respect. In the cultivation world, some demonic beasts, due to their deep affection for their masters, will not leave even after reaching the 5th rank, surviving the heavenly tribulation, and gaining freedom. Some even continue to protect their master's descendants after their passing. Zhou Chun knows of the Huangfu family, the royal family of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This family's power ranks among the top 5 in the Great Zhou Kingdom, not only because of its 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, but also because of its ancestral Demon King ancestor. This Demon King ancestor is now a high-grade 5th rank demonic beast, with strength comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It is precisely because of the protection of this powerful and long-lived Demon King ancestor that the Huangfu family has been able to produce numerous nascent soul stage cultivators, firmly maintaining its position as the #1 cultivation family in the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, very little information about the Huangfu family's Demon King ancestor was known to the outside world. Zhou Chun only learned of this by chance from a golden core cultivator, which shocked and excited him greatly. For him and for the Zhou family, this was undoubtedly an excellent example. If the Zhou family could cultivate such a powerful Demon King in the future and have it willingly remain as a guardian, then the family would truly have a foundation that would last for thousands of years. Therefore, when at the Zhou family, Zhou Chun doted on his spirit pets, and the other Zhou family cultivators treated them with great respect and flattery. Sometimes, when they encountered the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye and the Golden Winged Tiger wandering around the mountain gate, some Zhou family cultivators would generously feed them. If they were happy eating, they would sometimes leave a scale or a shit hair as a gift. Zhou Chun greatly encouraged and supported this. He also hoped that his spirit pets would gradually get used to this lifestyle over the years, getting used to being fed and groomed. That way, even if they truly became 5th-tier Demon Kings in the future, they would likely not want to go to the wilderness to rule the mountains and continue living in caves and sleeping on the floor. Very good, since you think so, then let's prioritize helping Bye-Bye advance to the 4th tier. Zhou Chun reached out and patted the heads of the 2 spirit pets with satisfaction, making a decision on the spot. The golden armor mountain-carrying turtle stone had said something that persuaded Zhou Chun. After it reached the 4th tier, it would need to carry the mountain on its body, spending decades or even hundreds of years hiding in the mountain to slowly complete the process of immersing and refining the mountain peak. During that time, it could not move or fight for Zhou Chun, otherwise all its previous efforts would be wasted, and it would have to start all over again. In that case, it was not suitable to be the first spirit pet to advance to the 4th tier. After making this decision, Zhou Chun continued to use his connections, traveling to markets throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom and even markets in neighboring countries, purchasing the spiritual herbs needed to refine the ancient dust pill, at high prices. In the wilderness, deep within a mountain range, Zhou Zinayan and 5 foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family hid atop a mountain peak, cautiously observing a grassy slope. The slope was covered with a large patch of wind-foreign grass, a low-grade spiritual herb with short stems and long leaves, resistant to strong winds. At this moment, a group of strangely shaped demonic beasts were grazing on these herbs. These peculiar beasts resembled zebras, with blue and white stripes, and blue manes on their necks. Even more strangely, they possessed a single horn on their foreheads, like a rhinoceros. This horn was short, usually no more than 3 feet long, mostly wide, and spiraled with blue rings. At this moment, the 6 foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family were hidden in the shadows, secretly observing the group of demonic beasts. They heard Zhou Zinayan transmit his voice to the others, saying, "Brothers, nephews, I finally found these unicorn wind-chasing steeds. Whether we can achieve great merit and obtain the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill, Depends entirely on whether I can capture them all and return them to the family. As long as you help me accomplish this, whether you want to compete for Purple Mansion spiritual treasures in the future, or need help with other matters, I, Zhou Chun, will absolutely not hesitate. It turned out that since Zhou Chun set the standard for competing for the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill, Zhou Chun and other Zhou family cultivators who had the potential to open their purple mansions had been eagerly preparing for the competition. Zhou Chun had previously made many acquaintances with cultivators from other families and Foundation establishment rogue cultivators during his training outside. Now, in order to compete for the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill, he used those connections, requesting their help in finding demonic beast groups worth capturing and taming. According to the Zhou family's rules, clansmen who could contribute a highly valuable herd of demonic beasts would receive substantial merit points. Zhou Chun was quite lucky. A group of rogue cultivators under the command of a friend of his, who was in the key refining stage, had stumbled upon traces of the single-horned windchaser steed in this area and informed him of it. This group of single-horned windchaser steeds was no ordinary beast. Although there were only 26 of them, 3 were second-tier demonic beasts, and their leader was a mid-grade second-tier demonic beast. This indicated that these single-horned windchaser steeds all possessed the potential to advance to second-tier demonic beasts, with their bloodline reaching the mid-level. Currently, the only demonic beast herd in the Zhou family that could reach this level was the offspring of the cloud-stepping dragon steed, evolved from the dragon scale horse. Crucially, even if the single-horned windchaser steed only reached the high-grade first tier, it could still fly on the wind for a period of time, a talent that even a first-tier dragon scale horse couldn't match. If Zhou Chun could capture these unicorn wind-chasing steeds alive and send them back to the Zhou family to be tamed, the merit would be immense. Uncle 19, don't worry. With the help of the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, plus you, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, capturing these beasts is a piece of cake, a green-robed man beside Zhou Chun confidently reassured him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun looked at him seriously and said, Nephew Simon, you mustn't be careless. Although the second-tier unicorn wind-chasing steeds are not as strong as us, their flying speed is extraordinary, even surpassing my blue feather fire kite. If 1 or 2 escape, my merit will be reduced by more than half. Hearing this, the green-robed man, Zhou Simon, immediately stiffened, gave an awkward smile, and remained silent. Now, Zhou Chun had staked his hopes of obtaining the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill on these unicorn wind-chasing steeds, and they all knew how much psychological pressure he was under, so they had to be careful with their words. But someone just had to bring up the sore spot. Suddenly sighing, if only we could borrow Elder Zheng Yuang's second-tier high-grade golden feathered eagle. With its strength and flying speed, no matter how these unicorn wind-chaser steeds try to escape, they won't be able to get away. As soon as these words fell, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Zhou Chun, who was speaking, forcing himself to take a deep breath to suppress his displeasure. He frowned and said, Brother Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? That golden feathered eagle was a spirit beast bestowed upon Elder Zheng Yuang by the clan leader. How can we possibly lend it to it? Besides, wouldn't that make me, Zhou Chun, look incompetent, needing my elder's help even for something as simple as this? After saying that, he said in a deep voice, All right, now proceed according to plan. Everyone, be on your guard and don't be careless. With his command, the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family immediately charged out, heading straight for the group of unicorn wind-chasing steeds that were grazing. Although there were only 6 of them, Zhou Chun alone possessed 2 second-tier spirit pets, and the others had also tamed 1 or 2 first-tier high-grade spirit pets. In addition, with some talismans and magic weapons prepared in advance, they quickly captured and trapped all 23 first-tier unicorn wind-chasing steeds. However, the thing Zhou Chun was worried about did not happen. These unicorn wind-chasers clearly belonged to the same family, with the first-tier unicorn wind-chasers being offspring of the second-tier unicorn wind-chasers. Seeing their offspring captured, the second-tier unicorn wind-chasers didn't abandon them to escape, but fought desperately to rescue them. Ultimately, they were all captured alive by Zhou Chun and his group, who were numerous and well prepared. After personally capturing the strongest second-tier mid-grade Unicorn wind chasers. Zhou Chun could no longer contain his joy and laughed loudly at everyone. Ha ha ha, many thanks to all my brothers and nephews for their help this time. Next, I'll need your help to transport these beasts back to the family's mountain gate. Once this matter is settled, I will certainly prepare a grand feast to entertain you all. Chapter 537 Former Enemy. While in Cheyenne Immortal City, communication between Zhou Chun and his family was quite difficult. He knew nothing about their situation. However, no news was actually the best news. Since it wasn't anything important, Zhou Ming certainly wouldn't send a family cultivator to the Great Zhou Kingdom to deliver a message. After all, even a Purple Mansion cultivator might encounter misfortune on their way to the Great Zhou Kingdom, let alone a Golden Core cultivator. As for Zhou Chun returning to his family to find out the situation, it wasn't impossible, but there was no need. Again, he wasn't the Zhou family's caretaker. Even if the Zhou family encountered some problems, unless it was something he absolutely had to resolve, he didn't need to interfere. A Foundation establishment cultivator only had a lifespan of about 200 years, while Zhou Chun still had over 700 years to live. Even if he intervened and saved some of the Zhou family's Foundation establishment cultivators, they would most likely still die because they couldn't open their purple mansions. Therefore, unless something intolerable happens, such as other powerful cultivators bullying the Zhou family cultivators, Zhou Chun and his elders don't need to interfere with any danger these clansmen encounter outside. While gathering materials to refine the ancient dust pill, Zhou Chun didn't neglect his own cultivation. After years of diligent practice, and with his experience of merging with the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye as a reference, Zhou Chun's progress in cultivating the Beast Spirit Fusion technique has steadily increased. He has now successfully merged briefly with a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone. This gives him another powerful means of survival. Once he merges with a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, attacks from early-stage golden core cultivators are completely ineffective against him, and even mid-stage golden core cultivators need to use mid-grade magic treasures to break through his defenses. But as long as he can stand on the ground, mid-stage golden core cultivators are completely helpless against him. Since he can merge with a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, the golden winged tiger is naturally not far behind. In the end, the most difficult spirit pet for Zhou Chun to merge with might be the wood spirit wood mulberry. This is not only because his tacit understanding with the wood spirit Sang is not as deep as with the other three spirit pets, but also because their magical attributes are severely opposed to his, making fusion much more difficult and not necessarily improving their strength. Furthermore, Zhou Chun had already cultivated the secret techniques, Heart-to-Heart Golden Lock, and Golden Slash, to the third level, corresponding to the Golden Core stage. These two techniques would be useful in future battles against cultivators of the same level. Unfortunately, his cultivation of the Golden Escape technique was still stagnant, while not entirely without progress. The rate of improvement was appalling. Zhou Chun was now focusing some of his energy on cultivating the Zheng Metal Sky-Splitting Thunder divine ability he brought from the Moonwheel Sect. This ability was a variant of the Zheng Metal Divine Thunder among the 5 elements Divine Thunder, and its cultivation difficulty was much lower than that of the Golden Escape technique. Zhou Chun had only cultivated it for a little over a year before being able to unleash this Divine Thunder. However, he currently only has a superficial understanding of this divine ability. Not only is the speed of Divine Lightning activation extremely slow and the variations minimal, but its power also falls short of requirements. To truly master this divine ability and apply it in battle, it would likely require 20 or 30 years of arduous cultivation. Fortunately, he has now formed his golden core and no longer needs to focus on cultivating those alchemy, artifact, and talisman techniques, giving him ample time to cultivate these divine abilities. In his 6th year in Cheyenne Immortal City, Zhou Chun once again gathered enough materials for a batch of ancient dust pails, and asked Luo Qingyi to refine 7 spirit pails. All 7 spirit pails were given to Lei Jiao for free. The process of a 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast advancing to the 4th tier is different from that of a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, forming their golden core. Cultivators can trigger celestial phenomena and absorb and refine large amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to transform into their own magical power when advancing. Demon beasts, however, do not have this advantage. Therefore, they need to accumulate power after reaching the 3rd-tier high-grade level until they can no longer accumulate it. For 4-clawed thunder dragons like Lei Jiao Bye-Bye, there are no barriers to advancing to the 4th rank, They simply need to accumulate power. Once enough power is accumulated, they will naturally break through to the 4th rank. In contrast, those demonic beasts with lower bloodline grades, after accumulating their maximum power, are limited by their bloodline constraints and cannot truly break through. They need some extraordinary opportunity to take that step and defy fate. Among Zhou Chun's current spirit pets, only the golden-winged tiger might encounter some trouble when breaking through to the 4th rank. After all, its bloodline has only mutated, it hasn't awakened a powerful tiger-type demonic beast bloodline like Lei Jiao Bai Bai and the golden-armored mountain-bearing turtle Shi Tao. Now it remains to be seen whether Lei Jiao Bai Bai or Mu Mei Mu Sang will break through to the 4th rank first. That day, Zhou Chun was invited to attend a small exchange meeting at the cave dwelling of a golden core cultivator in the Immortal City. There are quite a few golden core cultivators like Luo Qingni who reside in Xianying Immortal City. Some of them enjoy making friends and hold an exchange fair every 10 to 8 years for cultivators of the same level to exchange items. This is convenient for them to collect spiritual items and also allows them to build relationships with other cultivators, a win-win situation. Golden core cultivators like Zhou Chun, who are visiting Xianying Immortal City specifically to collect spiritual items, naturally don't want to miss such exchange fairs. Zhou Chun has participated in several such exchange fairs in recent years, mostly with familiar faces, and only occasionally with new faces. Today, when he arrived at the cultivator's cave where the exchange fair was being held, he recognized most of the cultivators who had arrived earlier, which made him slightly disappointed. It wasn't that these people were poor, but he knew they probably didn't have anything he needed. However, since not everyone had arrived yet, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. After waiting for quite some time, suddenly 5 golden core cultivators entered, 3 of whom were complete strangers. No, there shouldn't be 3. Zhou Chun's gaze swept over the 3 unfamiliar cultivators, and he was startled. He then quietly looked away to avoid attracting attention. Fortunately, everyone's attention was now focused on the 5 people who had entered. Then, the cultivator presiding over today's exchange meeting, a refined-looking middle-aged man in blue robes, smiled and said, Come, let me introduce these 3 new fellow Daoists to you all. This is fellow Daoist Wang Jun from Thundercliff Valley. Fellow Daoist Wang comes from a prestigious sect and formed his golden core before the age of 300. His lightning divine power is unparalleled, and he has the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. This is fellow Daoist Zhang Xiao from the Fire Spirit Sect of Chen Kingdom. The Fire Spirit Sect is also a major sect with a nascent soul stage cultivator at its helm. Fellow Daoist Zhang's fire elemental divine power is equally formidable. As for this is fellow Daoist Su Bin from Wrong Kingdom. Fellow Daoist Su has been forming his golden core for 300 years and is about to break through to the mid-stage of the golden core realm. His strength is also extraordinary. This man in blue robes was named He Shiming, a mid-stage golden core cultivator. He was a renowned talisman-making master in Xianying Immortal City, even capable of creating 4th-grade low-rank talismans. Zhou Chun had only established a relationship with him through Luo Qingni. Upon hearing the introduction of the 3 unfamiliar golden core cultivators brought in, Zhou Chun and the other 11 golden core cultivators who had arrived earlier greeted them politely. However, while Zhou Chun greeted them with a smile, a murderous intent was brewing within him. Wang Jun of Thundercliff Valley, Zhou Chun had never forgotten him. Back when he was still in the early Purple Mansion stage, he had been ambushed and killed by this man after winning a Millennium Thunderlight Grass at an auction. That ambush not only severely injured Zhou Chun but also nearly cost him his life. He had always remembered this grudge. However, at that time, this man not only possessed greater cultivation and strength than him but also had a very powerful background. Therefore, even though Zhou Chun later possessed near-invincible strength at the Purple Mansion stage, he dared not easily seek revenge. After successfully forming his golden core, Zhou Chun had too many things to attend to and had no time to specifically seek revenge. Unexpectedly, he encountered this enemy again today under these circumstances, and the other man had also successfully formed his golden core. Given Wang Jun's background, once he successfully forms his core, he will undoubtedly have no shortage of magical treasures, and might even possess supernatural talismans bestowed by a nascent soul cultivator from Thundercliff Valley. If Zhou Chun wants revenge, he will have to plan carefully. Crucially, if he does seek revenge, he must find a way to avoid secret techniques like the Blood Soul Guide and conceal his identity as Zhang Liang. This forces him to act cautiously. Let's wait until Bai advances to the 4th rank before considering this. Zhou Chun, seeing that his enemy hadn't recognized him, temporarily suppressed his desire for revenge. For cultivators, revenge is never too late. He doesn't need to put himself in mortal danger for a momentary grudge. Wang Jun has probably long forgotten about his ambush of Zhou Chun years ago, and never imagined that the early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator he chased back then could successfully form his core so quickly. Therefore, even though they are sitting opposite each other now, he is completely unaware that his enemy is sitting right across from him. After this exchange of pleasantries, the exchange quickly began with He Shangming. Just as Zhou Chun had initially thought, He Shangming and the others didn't have anything he needed, so he could basically only watch. Perhaps to accommodate the newcomers like Wang Jun, it wasn't long before he was allowed to show off his items for exchange. He simply patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing several items before him, all relatively rare 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and magical treasures. He then said, "I, Wang, wish to exchange these for some spiritual items containing the power of lightning. It doesn't matter if they are magical treasures, spiritual materials, or herbs. If any fellow cultivators have such items and wish to sell, please feel free to consult me. I am willing to exchange them at a high price." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred. He instantly had a plan for future revenge. Lightning attribute spiritual items were already rare in the cultivation world, and those usable by golden core cultivators were even rarer. Judging from Wang Jun's appearance, he must have a considerable need for such items. Perhaps he could use these spiritual items as bait to lure this man into a trap. You must know that he possesses a treasure that any cultivator practicing lightning-based techniques would find irresistible, the horn of a lightning-eating beast. Although it's only from a 3rd-tier lightning-eating beast, if it falls into the hands of a golden core cultivator, and with a willingness to invest other high-quality lightning attribute spiritual materials, it could still be crafted into a magic weapon by a master craftsman. Even if only a low-grade magic weapon is crafted, its unique lightning-absorbing and lightning-avoiding properties would make it no less valuable than a high-grade magic weapon. Zhou Chun knew that some golden core cultivators practicing lightning-based techniques often needed to absorb heavenly lightning power to cultivate their supernatural abilities. However, heavenly lightning power is domineering and fierce, unlike other forces that are easy to control, and a slight mistake could injure a cultivator. If one had a magic weapon with lightning-absorbing and lightning-avoiding properties to protect them, they wouldn't have to worry about these things. Just as Zhou Chun was thinking about these things, He Shangming and another early-stage golden core cultivator surnamed Zhuang each took out lightning attribute spiritual items and exchanged them with Wang Jun. He Shangming presented a piece of lightning-struck wood, a 4th-tier spiritual wood that, after being struck by lightning, retained some of its power. Wang Jun was clearly very satisfied with it. The other person offered a piece of lightning iron, which, though not a magical treasure or spiritual material, was still accepted by Wang Jun. After Wang Jun finished his exchanges, Zhang Xiao, also from a major sect, took the stage. He was quite impressive, presenting an earth attribute staff-like magical treasure, a 1,000-year-old precious medicine, and several rare spiritual herbs and magical treasure materials. He then stated his request: "I wish to exchange for a seed of Earth Core Lotus Fire. If any fellow Taoist can provide information, I will also offer a generous reward." Various naturally generated spiritual fires exist in the world. Once these fires develop spirituality and become seeds, they can be refined by cultivators. Some powerful fire attribute divine abilities require refining corresponding seeds to be cultivated. For example, the renowned Samadhi True Fire Divine Power requires the collection of 3 kinds of celestial and terrestrial spiritual fires: fire from wood, fire from stone, and fire from the air, to be successfully cultivated. The Earth Core Lotus Fire, born from volcanic magma, barely meets the requirements of the Samadhi True Fire Divine Power. Once formed, its power surpasses even the core fire of a golden core cultivator. While Zhang Xiao's offering was valuable, it was clearly insufficient to exchange for such a treasure, and such treasures were not something ordinary golden core cultivators could encounter or acquire. Ultimately, he could only regretfully reclaim his treasure. Next, it was the cultivator named Subin's turn to display his treasure. He simply patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out a jade box. As the jade box opened, a fiery red demon core radiating a powerful aura came into view. Then the man introduced himself, saying, I was lucky a few years ago when I encountered a monster that had forcibly broken through to the 4th rank and was severely injured. I was fortunate enough to obtain a 4th rank fire attribute monster core and all its materials. Today, I want to exchange this 4th rank monster core and all its materials for a pure defensive magic weapon. Chapter 538 Exchanging Demon Cores, Advancement Opportunity. It was actually a 4th tier demon core. At the exchange, Zhou Chun looked at the fiery red demon core in the jade box, his eyes filled with surprise. 4th tier demon cores were treasures, and extremely difficult to obtain. Generally, even if a 4th tier demon beast was no match for a cultivator, it would know to flee. Even if it couldn't escape, it would usually choose to self-destruct its demon core, preventing human cultivators from obtaining its most precious possession. Therefore, while 3rd tier demon cores were occasionally seen in the cultivation world, 4th tier demon cores were very rare. Furthermore, 4th tier demon cores had a much wider range of applications than 3rd tier demon cores. Whether used as the main ingredient in refining rare spiritual pills, for crafting magic weapons, or for raising 4th tier demon beasts, they were all very useful. Even nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't mind exchanging for such treasures. The fact that Su Bin could produce a 4th tier demon core basically meant that his words were true. He had indeed been extremely lucky to encounter a 4th tier demon beast that had just broken through and was in a weakened and severely injured state. As mentioned earlier, for demonic beasts whose bloodline is insufficient to directly advance to the 4th rank, breaking through the bloodline shackles and advancing to the 4th rank requires some heaven-defying opportunity. In many cases, even if they forcibly break through to the 4th rank by consuming certain rare and precious herbs, the demonic beast itself will be in a weakened and severely injured state. At this time, they will be extremely weak, even unable to control the surging power of their demonic core. With Su Bin's cultivation approaching the mid-stage of the golden core realm, killing such a 4th rank demonic beast is naturally very easy, and he can keep its demonic core. To be honest, if this wasn't a fire attribute demonic core, but a metal attribute or earth attribute demonic core, or even a wood attribute or wind attribute demonic core, Zhou Chun might have immediately switched. Because with such a 4th rank demonic core, any one of his 3 spirit pets could break through to the 4th rank after refining the demonic core, or at the very least, give it to Zhou Daoi's Azure Dragon. But it just so happens to be a fire attribute demonic core. None of his spirit pets were compatible with this demon core, and forcibly consuming it would waste at least 60% of its power. This put Zhou Chun in a dilemma. Opportunities to encounter a 4th tier demon core were rare, and missing them would be a pity. However, once he obtained the demon core, he couldn't immediately convert it into cash. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to exchange it or not. While he was conflicted, Zhou Chun looked at the other cultivators and noticed that although they also coveted the demon core, none seemed interested in exchanging it. Only Zhang Xiao from the Chen Kingdom's Fire Spirit Sect spoke up, offering to exchange his Earth Attribute Staff magic weapon, but Su Bin refused. Su Bin only wanted a defensive magic weapon and didn't lack offensive ones. Naturally, the exchange failed. When it was Zhou Chun's turn, he displayed some magic weapons, spiritual materials, and rare spiritual herbs, only offering to exchange for the herbs needed to refine the Ancient Dust Pill and the Jade Golden Glow Pill. Just as he wasn't interested in the things his acquaintances brought out, they merely looked at the things he displayed. If they truly had what he needed, they would have already traded with him. However, Wang Jun and Zhang Xiao each contributed 1 or 2 spiritual herbs to Zhou Chun, one of which was an auxiliary ingredient for refining the Jade Golden Glow Pill, so his trip wasn't in vain. After the exchange meeting, as usual, everyone began exchanging their cultivation experiences. Zhou Chun quite enjoyed these exchanges because many cultivators would raise questions they encountered while cultivating certain supernatural abilities, seeking answers. These answers weren't free. If someone answered your questions, you had to reciprocate, either by giving them spiritual herbs and coins, or by sharing some of your own insights. Zhou Chun had previously sought guidance on the cultivation of the Golden Escape Technique and the Zheng Metal Sky-Splitting Thunder, thus resolving some of his doubts. This is when the importance of teachers and mentors became apparent. If Zhou Chun had an elder who cultivated the same supernatural power as him, and that elder's progress in cultivating this power was far superior, he could avoid many detours and progress much faster. If a nascent soul cultivator proficient in the Golden Escape Technique were willing to wholeheartedly guide him in cultivating this supernatural power, His progress would be several times, even 10 times, faster than his current haphazard attempts. Therefore, golden core cultivators from those long-established sects truly have a significant advantage in cultivating supernatural powers. As long as they cultivate the supernatural powers practiced by their predecessors, using their experiences and insights as a reference, their early progress will be very noticeable. It's truly a case of predecessors paving the way for successors. After the exchange meeting ended, the golden core cultivators all took their leave. Zhou Chun finally made up his mind and secretly sent a telepathic message to invite Su Bin to his cave for a meeting. Soon after, Su Bin arrived at Zhou Chun's cave as promised. Since the two weren't old acquaintances, after the initial pleasantries, Su Bin directly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, was what you said earlier true? Do you really have a defensive magic treasure you'd like to exchange with me?" "Of course, not just a defensive magic treasure, but a mid-grade one," Zhou Chun said, patting his storage bag and taking out the white shield magic treasure he'd obtained from the ice prison sect assassin. This magic treasure was stolen property. He himself would never dare to refine or use it, nor would he dare give it to a Zhou family cultivator. But exchanging it with a golden core cultivator like Su Bin was no problem. This magic treasure, Su Bin looked at the magic treasure in Zhou Chun's hand with suspicion, his eyes showing no joy but rather a hint of wariness. He looked at Zhou Chun cautiously and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'm afraid the origin of this magic weapon is somewhat questionable." Zhou Chun smiled faintly and replied, "Fellow Taoist Su is joking. Among us golden core cultivators exchanging magic weapons, how many are truly crafted by ourselves or inherited from predecessors? I can assure fellow Taoist Su that the original owner of this item was not a cultivator from the Great Zhou Kingdom or the Wrong Kingdom." Hearing this, Su Bin's expression relaxed considerably. As long as it didn't belong to a golden core cultivator from a sect or family within the Great Zhou Kingdom, the risk of this treasure being tainted would be much lower. But even so, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to negotiate a lower price. He immediately said, "Even so, holding such an item of unknown origin would be quite risky for me, and this ice attribute magic weapon is incompatible with my own attributes." Zhou Chun knew exactly what he meant, and immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist Su just wants me to lower the price. That's easy to discuss. I'll give you 70% of the value of a normal mid-grade magic weapon, that should be fine." But Su Bin was even more greedy than he had imagined, and immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, 70% is too high. I can only accept this item at the value of a normal low-grade defensive magic weapon." These words made Zhou Chun laugh in anger. He immediately picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said in a cold tone, "If that's how fellow Taoist Su puts it, then please forgive me for not seeing you off." But Su Bin's intention was only to bargain, so he wasn't going to leave just like that. Seeing his reaction, the man gritted his teeth and said again, 50%. If fellow Taoist Zhang offers 50%, I'll trade. 70% is fine. If fellow Taoist Su doesn't want it, I'll just send it to the auction house. They don't care about the origin of the item. Zhou Chun glanced at him, giving his final ultimatum with a resolute tone. The ice prison sect was, after all, just a large sect with an ancestral cultivator in charge. Even if they knew this magic weapon was being auctioned in the Great Zhou Kingdom, they wouldn't target the auction house or the sect cultivator who won the bid. So Zhou Chun wasn't worried about not having a place to sell his stolen goods. He just didn't want the ice prison sect to learn through this magic weapon that Zhang Liang and Zhou Hengchen were the same person, and he didn't want to waste Zhang Liang's identity. Seeing Zhou Chun's determination, Su Bin hesitated, his face showing doubt. Exchanging at 70%, he would still make a considerable profit. As for the incompatibility of attributes, he could easily exchange it with other cultivators practicing ice-based techniques for magic weapons with attributes that suited him. Putting aside other matters, the Snow Soul Palace of Yang Kingdom, which is next to Wrong Kingdom, is a major sect that cultivates ice-based techniques. They would definitely be willing to pay a high price to exchange this magic treasure with him. Thinking of the Snow Soul Palace of Yang Kingdom, Su Bin's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a wary expression, asking, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, this item has nothing to do with the cultivators of the Snow Soul Palace of Yang Kingdom, right?" "No, it has nothing to do with it. The original owner of this item was a cultivator from a remote country. As long as you don't go around showing off that you have this treasure, I guarantee you'll be fine," Zhou Chun said, then waved his hand and said, "All right, fellow Taoist Su, You can exchange it if you want, or leave if you don't. Seeing that he was being chased away again, Su Bin knew that there was no room for bargaining, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's exchange it. What does fellow Taoist Zhang want in return?" Before, he only wanted a low-grade defensive magic treasure, which his demon core and demon beast corpse were enough for. But now, even if he was greedy, he knew that a mid-grade defensive magic treasure was not enough with just a demon core and demon beast corpse. After all, while his demon beast corpse was said to be a 4th-tier demon beast, it was still considerably weaker than a demon beast that had truly stabilized its 4th-tier realm. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's next words surprised him. Zhou Chun didn't require him to pay with any 1,000-year-old precious medicines. He only needed to offer other 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, magic weapons, spiritual materials, or even spirit coins to make up the difference. After this negotiation, both of them were satisfied with the exchange. So it's a fire-scaled lion demon core that luckily broke through to the 4th tier. This is perfect for the fire god Jackal to try his luck. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun looked at the fiery red demon core in the jade box in front of him, a knowing glint in his eyes. The fire-scaled lion and the fire god Jackal were both high-level demon beasts, and the difficulty for them to break through to the 4th tier should be about the same. This fire-scaled lion was able to break through to the 4th tier by chance, so it must have consumed some rare and precious materials that suited it. And given that it was killed right after breaking through to the 4th tier, perhaps some of the power of that rare and precious material still remained in its demon core. Even without any residue, compared to other noble 4th-tier demon beast cores, this 4th-tier fire-scaled lion's demon core is actually more suitable for a 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast to use when attempting to break through to the 4th tier. That's right, Zhou Chun exchanged this 4th-tier demon core for the fire god Jackal. As Zhou Ming's spirit pet, the fire god Jackal is now only a little time away from breaking through to the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast realm. Once it reaches the 3rd-tier high-grade realm, its potential will be almost exhausted, and it will need a benefactor to break through to the 4th tier. A 4th-tier low-grade fire attribute demon core with a very compatible attribute is an excellent breakthrough item for it, equivalent to a core-forming item used by cultivators. When Zhou Chun was weak, the fire god Jackal had saved his life several times, helping him escape danger. Exchanging this 4th-tier demon core for it is Zhou Chun's way of repaying its life-saving grace. In their 8th year in Xianying Immortal City, Zhou Zhengyang, an elder of the Zhou family, and Lin Weiner came to the Great Zhou Kingdom to report several important matters to Zhou Chun. 2 years ago, the Qinglian Temple gained a new golden core cultivator. Subsequently, the Qinglian Temple expelled all family members from Lanzhou and Lianzhou markets, closed the family's shops, and forbade the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company from operating in Lanzhou and Lianzhou. Furthermore, the family's business with other Qinglian Temple vassal families has been greatly affected. Many families have received bans, strictly prohibiting them from engaging in trade cooperation with the family. More importantly, rumors fabricated by the Qinglian Temple are now circulating throughout the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, claiming that our Zhou family is actually a spy planted by the Hulong sect. The number of family cultivators who have gone missing or perished has increased by several times compared to the past. The Supreme Elder has now ordered that family members are no longer allowed to go out alone and has begun to impose certain restrictions on their travels. However, this is only a temporary solution, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain in the long run. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun listened to the family news brought by Zhou Zhengyang, his brows furrowing. He had anticipated that the Qinglian Temple might target the Zhou family through business dealings, but the rumor that the Zhou family was spies for the Hulong sect was truly unexpected. After all, the Zhou family had indirectly caused the death of a late-stage golden core cultivator from the Hulong sect, and the Zhou family's higher-ups had the blood of Hulong sect cultivators on their hands. What does the Yulin sect have to say about that rumor? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhengyang and asked about the situation. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang shook his head slightly and said, "It's just a rumor circulating privately. The Moonwheel sect hasn't made any statement." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Then, Brother Yang, after you go back, take a copy of my letter to Elder Su at the Moonwheel sect and ask her to deliver it to True Person Beiyu." He then continued, "As for the increasing number of missing and dying cultivators from our family who are away, simply retreating and backing down isn't the solution. We can have the clan elders and core members secretly follow and protect them to see who is targeting the Zhou family. If we can capture them alive and prove it's a certain force, We can make an example of them. Zhou Chun didn't believe that the Green Lotus Temple would dare send its own people to assassinate Zhou family cultivators who were away. If they were caught, they would have no way to defend themselves. Therefore, those who attack Zhou family cultivators must be hired rogue cultivators or cultivators from other cultivation families. In this way, as long as they capture a witness and leave evidence, the Zhou family can make an example of them to warn others, letting those independent cultivators and powerful clans know how serious the consequences are for getting involved in the struggles between major families and sects. This might not completely eliminate such incidents, but it will certainly deter many people and increase the cost of hiring people for the Qinglian temple. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun immediately nodded repeatedly and said, I understand, I will definitely pass on the message to the Supreme Elder. Then he looked at him and asked, there is one more thing. Because of the rumors, the Supreme Elder is worried that the Qinglian temple may have discovered something, and specifically asked me to ask you, 13th brother, if it is possible to temporarily suspend the family's ordinary exchanges with a wilderness land, and only allow the family elders to go there every 6 months to understand the situation. Hearing this, Zhou Chun only pondered for a moment, and then nodded and said, yes, then let Uncle Daokun take the blood flame dragon python to the wilderness land to oversee the situation there. After finishing these important matters, Zhou Zhanggang talked about other things that had happened within the family in recent years. For example, a cultivator with top-grade spiritual roots in both metal and water attributes emerged from the Zhi generation, named Zhou Ziqian. His father was Zhou Yuanlian, a foundation establishment cultivator in the Zhou family, while his mother was a key refining stage female cultivator trained by the Zhou family in the wilderness, originally a concubine of Zhou Yuanlian there. In the past, the appearance of a top-grade spiritual root cultivator in the family would have made Zhou Chun extremely happy. But after hearing about this, he only asked a few casual questions and then didn't care. Because compared to the current scale of cultivators in the Zhou family, the appearance of a child with top-grade spiritual roots was not a rare occurrence. Another reason was that Zhou Chun's standards had risen. Now, almost 80% of the golden core cultivators he interacted with had top-grade spiritual roots. He had seen so many that it was no longer surprising. Unless one day the Zhou family produced a legendary top-grade spiritual root cultivator, he would cherish him like a treasure. Such a genius was guaranteed to be at least a golden core cultivator. However, something Zhou Zhengyang mentioned later caught Zhou Chun's attention. According to him, Su Fu, whom he had sent to guard the wilderness, is now with Zhou Yuanlian, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family. Although they haven't officially announced their marriage, they seem to be practicing dual cultivation. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Chun was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, Yuanlian also has a high-grade spiritual root aptitude, so opening her purple mansion shouldn't be a problem for her in the future. While she with Su Fu, it seems that Yuanlian went to the wilderness to collect spiritual herbs in order to compete for the mysterious heart purple return pill. However, she was chased by a third-tier demon beast because she coveted a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Fortunately, Su Fu arrived in time to save her, and somehow the two of them fell in love, Zhou Zhengyang said, and then tentatively looked at Zhou Chun and asked, 13th brother, do you not approve of the two of them being together? No, it's just that it's strange that Su Fu didn't become a Taoist partner with any female cultivator from the family before. Why has he changed his mind now? Zhou Chun shook his head and explained the reason. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang immediately guessed, perhaps it's because he saw how the family treated Zhang Liang so differently from him that he had a new idea, or perhaps he's too proud to look down on ordinary female cultivators from other families. Brother Yang, you're right. Let's just let things develop naturally. If the two of them can really get together, it would be a beautiful story. Zhou Chun nodded, not dwelling on the matter. He never interfered much in the marriages of his younger family members, unlike many patriarchs of cultivation families. Many patriarchs of cultivation families truly consider themselves the head of the family, and like to express their opinions or even forcibly interfere in the marriages of some family members, especially important ones. But Zhou Chun never did this, nor did he encourage the elder cultivators of the Zhou family to do so. He always believed that family cultivators should have the right to choose their own spouses, and no one other than their parents should interfere with this right. Therefore, even if a foundation establishment female cultivator from the Zhou family found a key refining cultivator as her Dao partner, he wouldn't object. This open-minded attitude earned him a very high status among the female cultivators of the family. because in many cultivation families, the marriages of the female cultivators were often not their own decision. Zhou Zhangaian didn't stay in Xian'an Immortal City for long, only 3 months, to witness its prosperity before rushing back to the Zhou family. Lin Wanner stayed behind to accompany Lin Hongao, preparing to wait for Zhou Daoi's core formation results before returning. For this reason, Zhou Chun even had Zhou Zhangaian carry the 4th-tier puppet he had exchanged, in case of any danger on the road. Time slowly passed, and 2 more years quickly went by. After enjoying a batch of 7 ancient dust pills, all to himself, Lei Jiao Bai had completed 1/3 of his path to the 4th tier. However, Zhou Chun's extensive acquisitions over the years had almost depleted the market of spiritual herbs capable of refining ancient dust pills. It wasn't that the mighty Great Zhou Kingdom only possessed such a limited number of spiritual herbs, rather, many powerful factions cultivating spiritual herbs in their herb gardens, or cultivators possessing such herbs themselves, were unwilling to part with the herbs Zhou Chun offered, finding their prices too low. This prompted Zhou Chun to consider leaving and traveling to other countries to search for spiritual herbs. However, just before Zhou Chun was about to depart, he suddenly received a message from the Xian'an Palace, indicating that someone had accepted a mission he had issued. Upon reading the message, his expression brightened, and he immediately flew towards the location of the Xian'an Palace. Do you know where to find information on a Tier 3 high-grade thunder attribute demonic beast? Are you sure it's a Tier 3 high-grade demonic beast? Inside the Xian'an Palace, Zhou Chun frowned, his face full of suspicion, as he looked at the old man before him, whose cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. It wasn't that he underestimated him, but at the late foundation establishment stage, it was indeed not easy to distinguish between a Tier 3 mid-grade demonic beast and a Tier 3 high-grade demonic beast. Faced with his doubts, the old man answered confidently, "Yes, I am certain. I swear on my life that it is definitely a silver lightning leopard with a cultivation of a 3rd tier superior." Chapter 539 The Fountain of Spiritual Eyes. The ancient dust pill is indeed a very suitable pill for demonic beasts. However, for demonic beasts, the fastest way to increase their cultivation is actually to devour and refine demonic cores of the same attribute. A high-grade 3rd tier lightning attribute demonic core, if consumed by the thunder dragon, would allow it to refine at least 70–80% of its power for its own use. This effect is better than consuming 7 or 8 ancient dust pills. Therefore, while collecting alchemy materials, Zhou Chun also posted a message in the Heavenly Abyss Palace seeking a high-grade 3rd tier lightning attribute demonic beast. If someone could provide him with accurate information, he could take the thunder dragon to kill the demon and obtain the core for free. However, high-grade 3rd tier demonic beasts are already difficult to find, let alone high-grade 3rd tier lightning attribute demonic beasts. Moreover, he specifically noted that demonic beasts on the Dolan grassland did not count. Therefore, although the bounty he offered was quite generous, the task had not been accepted for many years. Now that someone had finally accepted the bounty and provided information, Zhou Chun was naturally overjoyed. After understanding the situation, he left Xian'an Immortal City with the information provided by the old man, and paid him half of the reward up front. As for asking the old man to lead the way, the old man certainly wouldn't dare leave the city alone with a golden core cultivator like him. According to the old man's information, he found the silver lightning leopard in a mountain range near the Dolan grassland. He was certain it was a high-grade 3rd tier demonic beast because he had previously witnessed the silver lightning leopard battling 2 purple mansion stage cultivators, one of whom was a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. In such a 2-against-1 situation, it was the 2 purple mansion stage cultivators who ultimately escaped. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun, fearing complications, immediately left Xian'an Immortal City and headed to the mountain range where the silver lightning leopard had appeared. Wangyan Ridge was the mountain range where the silver lightning leopard had appeared. This mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, with the Dolan grassland on one side and the Great Zhou territory on the other, forming a natural boundary. Therefore, there were no sects or families of the Great Zhou Kingdom stationed here, not even any strongholds of rogue cultivators. The mountains are teeming with demonic beasts, and it's said that 4th tier demonic beasts can occasionally be born there. This has made it a popular adventure destination for many cultivators from the Great Zhou Kingdom. They venture deep into the mountains in search of spiritual herbs and minerals, and hunt demonic beasts, sometimes encountering multi-winged mages who are also on adventure. Whenever cultivators from both races meet in the mountains, a major battle almost always erupts. Zhou Chun, not wanting to cause trouble, concealed his cultivation upon arriving at Wagayan Ridge, transforming himself into a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. With his cultivation level, as long as he didn't encounter cultivators of the same level, this disguise wouldn't be easily seen through. Following the map given to him by the Foundation Establishment Elder, he headed directly to the location where the Silver Lightning Leopard had previously appeared. Along the way, Zhou Chun encountered some ignorant demonic beasts that attacked him, but he casually killed them all, not even bothering to collect their corpses. Now, the only demonic beasts that caught his eye were third-tier ones, because demon cores were quite valuable. Unfortunately, even in a place like Wagayan Ridge, third-tier demonic beasts are extremely rare, and each one is incredibly cunning, rarely showing themselves to cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. After traveling through the mountains for most of the day, Zhou Chun arrived at the site where the Silver Lightning Leopard and the human cultivators had fought. Many traces of the battle remained, some hilltops burned to the ground. However, almost a month had passed since the battle, and the ore had long since dissipated, leaving Zhou Chun with no useful information. He could only resort to his old method, releasing the wood sprite, Mu Sang, skilled in searching the forest, to help find the Silver Lightning Leopard. Mu Sang was currently only one step away from breaking through to the 4th tier, likely within the last 10 years or so. Normally, Zhou Chun wouldn't disturb it to avoid delaying its breakthrough. But now, with the Thunder Flood Dragon's breakthrough opportunity at stake, Zhou Chun had no choice but to sacrifice it. As its cultivation level increased, Mu Sang's ability to communicate with plants also grew stronger, making it extremely convenient for finding demonic beasts in the forest. Not long after, it learned from the plant's feedback which direction the Silver Lightning Leopard had gone and then chased after it. Less than half a day later, it found the Silver Lightning Leopard's lair and brought back several spiritual herbs it had found along the way for Zhou Chun. Not bad, Mu Sang, you've worked hard. I'll have Bai help you obtain some high-grade spiritual wood as a reward in the future. Zhou Chun praised his beloved pet with satisfaction, then Mu Sang led him to the Silver Lightning Leopard's lair. The Silver Lightning Leopard's lair was located in a mountain stream, perpetually shrouded in mist. However, the mist wasn't naturally formed, it was created by a pair of second-tier demonic beasts, the Cloud Water Leopards, using their innate magic. These two Cloud Water Leopards were likely subordinates of the Silver Lightning Leopard, specifically tasked with guarding its lair, demonstrating the Silver Lightning Leopard's considerable intelligence. After observing from outside the stream for a while, Zhou Chun had an idea. He released the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, sending it underground to ambush. Then he released the golden winged tiger, sending it out to provoke the Silver Lightning Leopard roar. A majestic roar echoed from the forest, and the golden winged tiger, with wings sprouting from its ribs, appeared outside the ravine. Under its powerful aura, the two Cloud Water Leopards guarding the ravine trembled, lying motionless on the ground. Then, a flash of silver lightning appeared, and a silver-white leopard covered in silver lightning patterns appeared opposite the golden-winged tiger roar. The leopard roared at the golden-winged tiger, attempting to drive it away. But the golden-winged tiger feared nothing, and immediately spat out a golden beam of light. Seeing this, the silver lightning leopard was enraged. A flash of lightning illuminated its body, and it vanished instantly, causing the golden beam of light to miss its target. Just as Zhou Chun had predicted, it had mastered the art of lightning escape. Immediately, the silver lightning patterns on the demon's body shone brightly, and a thick bolt of silver-white lightning struck down in front of the golden-winged tiger. Fortunately, the golden-winged tiger had frequently fought against a thunder flood dragon Bai, who was skilled in lightning magic, and was already accustomed to such elusive attacks. At the very moment the lightning was about to strike, it flapped its wings and vanished using the flash of space technique, thus avoiding the attack of the silver lightning leopard. This scene startled the silver lightning leopard, which then transformed into a silver-white lightning phantom and pounced on the golden-winged tiger, preparing for close combat. Little did it know that this was exactly what Zhou Chun wanted. A third-tier high-grade silver lightning leopard, possessing the art of lightning escape, was not easy to kill. Moreover, these demonic beasts are extremely perceptive. Without mastering a powerful concealment technique, Zhou Chun dared not appear within 10 miles of them, lest he be detected prematurely. By actively seeking close combat with a golden-winged tiger, he was essentially abandoning his greatest advantage. Just as he was rejoicing at leaving a gruesome bloodstain on the golden-winged tiger with a claw, a powerful gravity suddenly descended, making him feel as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Before he could even use his lightning escape technique to flee, an earthen yellow light shield enveloped both him and the golden-winged tiger. Realizing it was trapped, the silver lightning leopard hurriedly activated its divine power to try and break the light shield, but its powerful attack, which it was so proud of, had no effect whatsoever. Instead, the golden-winged tiger seized the opportunity to release dozens of heavenly frost bees from its special pouch, instantly freezing it into an ice sculpture. Before it could even break free of the ice, Zhou Chun arrived and easily severed its head with a single sword strike, not even giving it a chance to self-destruct its demonic core. After slaying the silver lightning leopard, Zhou Chun tidied up the corpse briefly before putting away his spirit pet and heading to its lair to check on the situation. Generally, the lairs of high-grade third-tier demonic beasts like this would yield some decent spiritual treasures. While Zhou Chun was cleaning up the silver lightning leopard's corpse, the two cloud-water leopards in the ravine had already fled far away. Too lazy to deal with such small fry, he simply followed the cave the silver lightning leopard had emerged from. The cave wasn't shallow, and it didn't seem to be naturally formed, but rather dug out by a demonic beast. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun reached the deepest part. Then he was astonished. In a hole at the deepest part of the cave, there was a spring on the ground, emitting wisps of milky white spiritual mist. I didn't expect there to be a spirit ice spring here. This is truly killing two birds with one stone, a real windfall. Zhou Chun looked at the spring with delight. After absorbing just a few drops of the milky white spiritual mist emanating from it, he confirmed its origin, confirming that it was indeed the legendary spirit ice spring. This was the first time Zhou Chun had ever seen a spiritual object like the spirit ice spring in person. However, he had actually heard of its fame over 200 years ago. 200 years ago, shortly after the Zhou family established themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge, a rogue cultivator organization called the Qiyun Alliance discovered a spirit ice spring within Lanzhou. Unfortunately, due to a series of unforeseen events, the Mu family of Bian Lake discovered it, subsequently triggering a great war between the 5 major cultivation families and the Qiyun Alliance. Ultimately, the spirit ice spring was moved by a golden core cultivator from the Qinglian temple using a secret technique and placed within the Qinglian mountains. At the time, Zhou Chun thought that only golden core cultivators from major sects were worthy of possessing such a thing. Now, with his increased knowledge, he realized that even within major sects, golden core cultivators were not worthy of possessing such a spiritual object. The reason was simple: nascent soul cultivators also needed such spiritual objects, and desperately needed them. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, 99% of them can no longer improve their cultivation or magical power by consuming pills. This is because the spiritual materials needed to refine such pills are extremely rare. Even if they choose to collaborate in pill refining, it might take hundreds of years to produce a single batch. Therefore, nascent soul cultivators who want to improve their magical power can only rely on their own arduous cultivation. And to accelerate cultivation, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within their cave is undoubtedly the most reliable and long-term effective method. Therefore, nascent soul cultivators will do everything in their power to collect various spiritual objects and place them in their caves to increase the concentration of spiritual energy. They might even set up spirit gathering formations to extract a significant portion of the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins to forcibly increase the concentration of spiritual energy within their caves. Given the nascent soul cultivators' intense thirst for spiritual objects, even golden core cultivators who obtain such objects usually choose to exchange them for useful items from the nascent soul cultivators. After all, for a golden core cultivator, a spirit item might only increase their meditation and cultivation speed by a factor of 10 or 20. However, a nascent soul cultivator would exchange it for at least a mid-grade magic weapon, or even various pills to enhance their cultivation. Furthermore, secrets don't stay hidden forever. If a golden core cultivator obtains a spirit item and keeps it to themselves, that's fine, but once the news leaks out, nascent soul cultivators will inevitably come knocking. If they encounter a reasonable one, they'll be willing to exchange it at a fair price. But if they encounter an unreasonable one, it could truly be a disaster. Zhou Chun hadn't yet decided what to do with the spirit ice spring, but his primary task was definitely to collect it. The minimum cultivation requirement for collecting a spirit ice spring was the golden core stage, which Zhou Chun currently met. However, collecting the Spirit Eye Spring required not only golden core cultivation but also specific secret techniques. Zhou Chun thought for a moment and realized that the Zhou family did possess such a secret technique, which he had recently obtained from the secret vault of the Dongyang Gate. However, he hadn't recorded the cultivation method for this technique, so he would likely have to return to the Zhou family to retrieve it and spend some time practicing and familiarizing himself with it. This meant that he currently lacked the ability to take the Spirit Eye Spring away. This is indeed quite troublesome. I hope nothing goes wrong during this time. Zhou Chun looked at the Spirit Eye Spring at his feet and quickly made a decision. He patted the Spirit Beast pouch at his waist, releasing the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone and the golden winged tiger. He then instructed the two pets to temporarily guard the Spirit Eye Spring. Afterward, Zhou Chun hurriedly returned to Xian'an Immortal City. Upon returning to the Immortal City, Zhou Chun visited Lin Hongyu, asking her to return to the Zhou family to retrieve the secret technique for collecting the Spirit Eye Spring. Then, he rushed back to the Spirit Eye Spring. In this round trip, Zhou Chun only spent less than 2 days, and upon returning, the Spirit Eye Spring was perfectly normal. Afterwards, Zhou Chun stated the location of the Spirit Eye Spring while waiting for Lin Hongyu's return. Unexpectedly, he encountered trouble after only 3 days. That day, Zhou Chun was cultivating in seclusion in the cave when he suddenly sensed several powerful auras emanating from outside the mountain stream. His mind stirred, and he immediately used the insect puppet technique to release a demonic insect to investigate. He saw that outside the mountain stream, a golden core stage cultivator had arrived with 3 purple mansion stage cultivators. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He didn't know if these people knew about the Spirit Eye Spring or were there for the silver lightning leopard. Regardless of the reason, the situation was dire. But time didn't allow Zhou Chun much time to consider. He quickly released his own aura and headed outside the cave. Outside the mountain stream, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair and a ruddy complexion suddenly sharpened his gaze and waved for the 3 purple mansion stage cultivators behind him to stop. Then, Zhou Chun, dressed in a light gold robe, flew out of the stream. Seeing a golden core stage cultivator emerge from what should have been the lair of a silver lightning leopard, the purple mansion stage cultivators behind the middle-aged man were all taken aback. One of them, a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, his face filled with astonishment and doubt. The middle-aged man himself, however, remained very calm. After glancing at Zhou Chun a few times, he looked at him and said in a deep voice, "I am Wei Yiping, an elder of the Sunset Sect. May I ask your name?" "Zhang Liang, from Xian'an Immortal City," Zhou Chun replied calmly. Then, looking at the middle-aged man Wei Yiping, he said, "Fellow Taoist Wei, you must have come for that silver lightning leopard. If so, you're too late. That beast has already died by my sword." Hearing this, Wei Yiping frowned at first, then nodded and said, "I see. In that case, I must thank fellow Taoist Zhang for avenging my disciple." After saying that, he casually added, "But since fellow Taoist Zhang has already killed that beast, why are you still lingering here?" Zhou Chun's gaze immediately sharpened. Then he replied indifferently, "That seems to be none of fellow Taoist Wei's business." Upon hearing this, Wei Yiping stared at him intently for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "That's true. Then I won't disturb fellow Taoist Zhang any longer. Farewell." After saying that, he turned and left with his juniors. Watching their departing figures, Zhou Chun's eyes gradually darkened. He had heard of the Sunset Sect before. It was a mid-tier sect within the Great Zhou Kingdom, similar to the Spirit Control Sect. Although it lacked a nascent soul cultivator, it possessed a late-stage golden core cultivator. Crucially, its mountain gate wasn't far from Wangyan Ridge, only about 5 or 6,000 li away. Although Wei Yiping had retreated, Zhou Chun knew that the latter simply didn't understand his true strength and wasn't confident he could handle him alone. Once Wei Yiping returned to the Sunset Sect, he would definitely summon his fellow golden core cultivators to forcibly investigate the silver lightning leopard's lair. After all, it was obvious that anything that could warrant a golden core cultivator's presence in this beast-infested mountain range was no ordinary object. And if the Sunset Sect discovered the presence of a Spirit Eye Spring here, the trouble would be immense. What should I do? Zhou Chun frowned, pondering a solution, and finally came up with only one: find reinforcements. Sunset Sect was, in essence, just a sect with 5 or 6 golden core cultivators. If Zhou Chun could find a few golden core cultivators to guard the Spirit Eye Spring with him, They might not dare to actually fight them, especially since they didn't know what the spirit eye spring was guarding. After all, fighting would mean making enemies. And for a sect without nascent soul cultivators, offending several golden core cultivators at the same time would have dire consequences. At this moment, Zhou Chun slightly regretted his actions. If he hadn't sent Lin Hongyu to the family to retrieve the secret technique for collecting the spirit eye spring, but instead sent Lin Weiner to get it, the situation would have been much better. Unfortunately, there's no going back now, and he could only try his best. Immediately, Zhou Chun continued to have his two spirit pets guard the spirit eye spring, and then he quickly headed towards Xianyun Immortal City. Compared to Sunset Sect's Mountain Gate, Xianyun Immortal City was undoubtedly closer. After returning to the Immortal City, Zhou Chun immediately went to see Luo Qingni. He didn't hide the existence of the spirit eye spring and told the other party the truth, asking for their help in guarding this treasure. Hearing his request, Luo Qingni secretly envied his luck. After a moment's thought, she nodded and said, "If it's just a force like the Sunset Sect, then guarding the spirit eye spring shouldn't be too difficult for fellow Taoist Zhou." Then, looking directly at Zhou Chun, she said, "How about this? If fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to owe Qingni a favor, Qingni can help you find another early-stage golden core cultivator to guard the spirit eye spring together, and I guarantee that they won't reveal anything about it." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, "As long as fellow Taoist Luo is willing to help, let alone one favor, even two favors would be fine." He generally didn't want to owe favors. But for a treasure like the spirit eye spring, there was no reason to hesitate. Seeing his agreement, Luo Qingni was satisfied and quickly got to work. Soon after, Zhou Chun led Luo Qingni and a middle-aged man named Ke Yuanzhen to Wangyan Ridge. Ke Yuanzhen was the helper Luo Qingni had found. He was a rogue talisman maker residing in Xianyun Immortal City, capable of creating high-grade third-tier talismans. He owed Luo Qingni a favor, and this time he came to repay it. After the three arrived near the mountain stream, Luo Qingni and Ke Yuanzhen hid within the stream, not entering the cave. Zhou Chun, however, had the golden armored mountain turtle stone seal the passage inside the cave, and then sat cross-legged at the cave entrance. According to Luo Qingni, Ke Yuanzhen was unaware of the spirit eye spring, so as long as Zhou Chun prevented him from entering the cave, he would fight the Sunset Sect cultivators to repay the favor. As it turned out, Zhou Chun's worries were not unfounded. Only half a day after he returned to the ravine with Luo Qingni and Ke Yuanzhen, Wei Yiping, who had left earlier, returned. This time, he was accompanied by a red-haired elder with mid-golden core cultivation, presumably another elder of the Sunset Sect. However, this man clearly hadn't expected Zhou Chun to bring two golden core cultivators so quickly. Upon seeing two more golden core cultivators besides Zhou Chun in the ravine, Wei Yiping and the red-haired elder's faces darkened. "Fellow Taoist Wei, why have you returned?" Zhou Chun asked calmly, looking at the two Sunset Sect elders, his tone somewhat feigned. Faced with his question, Wei Yiping's eyes flickered, and he secretly communicated with a red-haired elder beside him. It's unclear what the two exchanged telepathically, but soon Wei Yiping's expression changed, and he glared at Zhou Chun with a murderous look, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, since you killed that silver lightning leopard, it seems our sect's heirloom has fallen into your hands. If you hand over the treasure, everything will be fine, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." He then turned his gaze to Luo Qingni and Ke Yuanzhen, saying with a threatening tone, "Fellow Taoists, this is a private matter between my Sunset Sect and this Zhang fellow. I hope you two will not interfere." This fabricated accusation immediately made Zhou Chun laugh in anger. He couldn't help but sneer. What heirloom could a middling sect like the Sunset Sect possibly possess? If it truly does, I, Zhang, would like to see for myself. Hearing this, the two Sunset Sect elders immediately turned furious. The red-haired elder, who hadn't uttered a word, suddenly glared at him and roared, "Youngster, how dare you underestimate my Sunset Sect? What? Want to fight?" "I, Zhang, am ready to fight to the bitter end," Zhou Chun retorted without backing down, already summoning his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. After nearly 10 years of cultivation and nurturing, the magic weapon's power had increased considerably, and its appearance immediately caused a hint of apprehension in the red-haired elder's eyes. However, the elder was ultimately a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and how could he remain unmoved by such blatant provocation? He immediately snorted coldly, "HMPH, then let this old man see what you're made of." Before his words even finished, a beam of fire shot from his mouth, transforming into a crimson longsword magic weapon, a mid-grade magic weapon. Go, the red-haired elder shouted, and the longsword magic weapon blazed with crimson light, instantly transforming into a crimson streak that slashed towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a ball of red and yellow flames emerged, transforming into a one-horned firewolf under his control and lunging at Zhou Chun. As the two began their attack, Luo Qingni and Ke Yuanzhen also instantly attacked the red-haired elder and Wei Yiping. Zhou Chun had already communicated with them telepathically beforehand, telling them not to worry about his safety and to focus their full attention on attacking the two Sunset Sect elders. Facing the red-haired elder's attack, Zhou Chun waved his sleeve, and the Tabe dragon-slaying sword transformed into a silver-white sword rainbow, clashing with a crimson streak. The clash of swords and blades unleashed a sky full of sword light and energy, making it difficult to determine a winner for a moment. Then, Zhou Chun pointed a finger, and golden light surged from the myriad transformations golden cauldron, a golden beam piercing the air and striking the one-horned fire wolf. Struck by this attack, the one-horned fire wolf was scattered into several balls of flame, which, under the red-haired elder's control, reassembled. To completely extinguish such a true fire-based divine power in one strike requires overwhelming force. Unless Zhou Chun unleashes the Tai in extinction divine light, it won't be so easy to completely destroy it. However, they currently hold a numerical advantage, and since it's not a life or death struggle, he naturally doesn't need to rush to use his trump cards. He immediately activates his commonly used magical treasures and divine powers to fiercely fight the red-haired elder. It was only after the fight that the red-haired elder realized Zhou Chun was far more troublesome than he had imagined. He originally thought that Zhou Chun, a golden core early-stage cultivator who didn't even dare to reveal his origins, must be from some small sect or family, or perhaps even a rogue cultivator. Even if such a person had some skills and treasures, how strong could he be? But after the fight, he discovered that Zhou Chun's skills were truly extraordinary. In terms of magical treasures, the Tabe dragon-slaying sword was in no way inferior to his natal magical treasure, which he had cultivated for hundreds of years. The golden cauldron, which looked like a low-grade magical treasure, was also far more powerful than any low-grade magical treasure. In terms of supernatural abilities, Zhou Chun possessed two innate supernatural abilities, one offensive and one defensive, both extremely powerful. If he hadn't been a mid-stage golden core cultivator and hadn't mastered two formidable supernatural abilities, the red-haired elder felt he might have been defeated by Zhou Chun. Therefore, the more they fought, the more alarmed and uncertain he became. Finally, when Wei Yiping was injured under the combined attack of Luo Qingni and Wei Chun and begged for his help, he quickly seized the opportunity and shouted, "What kind of skill is it to bully the weak with numbers? I'll remember this grudge today, don't let me encounter you alone again." After uttering these harsh words, he hurriedly led Wei Yiping away from the area. Zhou Chun, mindful of the existence of the Spirit Eye Spring, naturally wouldn't give chase. He simply coldly addressed the two fleeing individuals, saying, "This is merely a warning. If you dare provoke me again, be careful, or I might find myself relaxing near the Sunset Sect's mountain gate one day." Hearing his blatantly threatening words, the red-haired elder and Wei Yiping were both furious, but dared not utter any further harsh words. This was the most precarious situation for mid-tier sects like theirs. Offending a golden core cultivator would inevitably affect the entire sect and implicate many disciples. Therefore, unless the benefits were extremely tempting, they rarely risked defending an unknown golden core cultivator. Although they now knew there was a treasure in the ravine, without understanding what it was, and having witnessed Zhou Chun's strength and connections, they naturally dared not easily offend him again, lest it bring irreparable consequences to their sect. It seems they've learned their lesson and won't come back. In the mountain stream, seeing the two Sunset Sect elders silenced by Zhou Chun's threats, Luo Qingni smiled slightly and voiced her opinion. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, saying, "I hope so. However, I'll need fellow Taoist Luo and fellow Taoist K to stay here and keep watch for me for a few more days. It's only right, fellow Taoist Zhang, no need to be so polite." Because Ke Yuanzhen was present, Luo Qingni didn't address Zhou Chun by his real name. Everything then proceeded as Luo Qingni had predicted. The Sunset Sect cultivators didn't try to probe further, clearly wary of Zhou Chun's threats, and chose to give up. However, the commotion from their earlier battle attracted some cultivators adventuring in Wangyan Ridge to quietly check the situation, but Zhou Chun easily dispersed them. 7 more days passed, and Lin Huangyu finally arrived with a jade slip Zhou Chun needed. The rest was simple. Zhou Chun had 3 golden core cultivators protect him outside while he went into the cave to immerse himself in the secret technique of collecting the spirit ice spring. After a month of focused study, once he was confident in his abilities, he had Luo Qingni take Ke Yuan's Hun away from the valley to avoid making too much noise while collecting the spirit ice spring and alerting Ke Yuan's Hun, who is nearby. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Dao Yi forms the core, double happiness arrives. A deafening roar, like the earth splitting open, echoed as a large area of the mountain surrounding the spirit ice spring crumbled and collapsed. The spirit ice spring, a creation of heaven and earth, was inherently deeply connected to the surrounding spiritual veins and earth veins. Now, Zhou Chun had forcibly severed this connection with the spiritual veins and earth veins using a secret technique, causing a small-scale earthquake due to the turbulence of the surrounding spiritual and earth energy. Shortly after the landslide, Zhou Chun's figure burst from the ground and appeared in midair. The spirit ice spring, which was about 10 feet in diameter, had been compressed into a fist-sized, milky white bead using a secret technique and stored in his sleeve. Such a spiritual object, even if moved away, could not be stored in a storage bag. Zhou Chun briefly weighed the spirit pearl in his hand, then nodded and smiled at Lin Hongyu, who was protecting him outside, saying, "Thank you for protecting me, and I need to return the spirit ice spring to the family first, so I won't be returning to Xianyu Immortal City with you." Hearing this, Lin Hongyu frowned and immediately asked, "Zhengjin, are you planning to make this spirit ice spring a family heirloom?" "I haven't decided yet, but even if I were to trade such a treasure, I should choose a suitable buyer first." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, expressing his thoughts. "I understand. Then go back. Be careful on your journey." Lin Hongyu nodded, gave him a few instructions, and then returned to Xianyu Immortal City alone. Zhou Chun, meanwhile, quietly returned to Jing Kingdom with the spirit ice spring. Fearing that the spirit ice spring in his sleeve might be discovered by a powerful figure along the way, Zhou Chun deliberately chose to travel through secluded places, being extremely cautious. After spending more than half a month, he finally returned to Jingguo. However, apart from Zhou Ming, few Zhou family cultivators knew of his return. Afterwards, Zhou Chun had Zhou Ming issue an order, ostensibly to adjust the array within the mountain gate, temporarily relocating most of the Zhou family cultivators outside. Then, he quietly placed the spirit ice spring inside his cave. Just like the enormous commotion caused by collecting the spirit ice spring, placing it inside the cave caused a massive earthquake and commotion because it needed to connect with the spiritual veins and earth veins of Tuyun Ridge. This was why Zhou Chun had Zhou Ming expel the other Zhou family cultivators from Tuyun Ridge first. Otherwise, if word got out, it would be hard to imagine what might happen. Once the spirit ice spring stabilized, the expelled Zhou family cultivators were able to return. Although some noticed changes in the mountain surrounding Zhou Chun's cave, they didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a normal occurrence due to array adjustments. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chun, he was already inside his cave, carefully experiencing the effects of the spirit eye spring on his cultivation. As expected of the legendary spirit eye, the overflowing spiritual mist is not only easy to absorb and refine, but it also has a calming and concentration effect. If I cultivate near the spring for a long time, my cultivation speed will definitely increase by 10 to 20%. Moreover, the spirit eye spring has only just been installed and hasn't reached its optimal state yet. Once it fully integrates with the spiritual veins of Tuyun Ridge, the effect should increase even further. More importantly, with this, the Tuyun Ridge spiritual veins will no longer have any problem supporting 2 golden core cultivators simultaneously in the future, and even the quality of the spiritual veins will gradually improve. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, feeling the effects of his cultivation, and nodded repeatedly with a joyful expression, praising the effects of the spirit eye spring. Although this spirit eye appears small, it is actually the essence of an entire spiritual vein. Any spiritual vein that can integrate such a spirit eye can have its quality slowly improved. Previously, Tuyun Ridge had barely been able to accommodate 2 golden core cultivators cultivating at the same time. However, with the spirit eye spring aiding his cultivation, Zhou Chun's need for the spiritual veins of 2 Yun Ridge would be greatly reduced. There would be no problem with accommodating 2 golden core cultivators simultaneously. These advantages made Zhou Chun completely disregard the idea of exchanging the spirit eye spring. After all, spiritual objects inherently possess the ability to conceal themselves. Even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to detect such spiritual objects hidden underground without close contact. Otherwise, the spirit eye spring within Wongayan Ridge wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the silver lightning leopard. In fact, judging from the excavation marks in the cave, Zhou Chun knew that the silver lightning leopard was probably not the first owner of the spirit eye spring. It was likely that some exceptionally talented demon beast sensed the pure spiritual energy emanating from the spring and forcibly dug a cave leading directly to it, where it built its nest and settled. It was only later, unable to protect such a treasure, that the silver lightning leopard benefited. Zhou Chun hid the spirit eye spring deep within his cave, concealing its aura with a large array. As long as he doesn't invite golden core cultivators with exceptionally strong perception into his cave, and prevents other cultivators below the golden core stage from coming into contact with the spirit eye spring, he won't need to worry about it being discovered. He can even find materials with sealing properties to completely seal off the spirit eye spring's location. That way, even nascent soul cultivators won't be able to sense its existence. Zhou Chun doesn't need to personally collect the sealing materials, the family can handle it. While these materials are relatively rare, they aren't particularly valuable, and many families use them to build special secret vaults, so collecting them won't be too difficult. After discussing this with Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun took out the 4th tier fire scale lion demon core he had exchanged and handed it to him. This 4th tier fire scaled lion demon core was obtained by me at an exchange fair. If the fire god Jackal reaches its growth limit in the future, you can ask it what it thinks and see if it's willing to take the risk. Hearing this, and seeing the demon core handed to him, Zhou Ming was deeply moved and couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhengjin, you're going to such lengths? What has the little Jackal done to deserve such kindness from you?" If the fire god Jackal heard this, it would surely look resentful. How was it unworthy of your kindness? It had played a crucial role in helping the Zhou family overcome its weakest period. Without it, the Zhou family might have already collapsed. Zhou Chun smiled slightly at the thought of that scene, saying, "I just happened to encounter such a spiritual creature, so naturally I can't miss the opportunity. Besides, the fire god Jackal saved my life several times in the past, so this is my way of repaying its kindness." "Very well, since you have this intention, I will thank you on behalf of the little Jackal. We'll see what it chooses when it reaches its limit." Zhou Ming nodded slightly, took the demon core, and put it away. Zhou Chun didn't stay long in the family. He simply placed the Thunder Flood Dragon, which had consumed the Silver Lightning Leopard's demon core, beside the Spirit Eye Spring to allow it to sleep and refine the core. Then he left the Zhou family to travel to various countries in search of materials to refine the ancient dust pill. According to Zhou Chun's own estimation, even after refining the Silver Lightning Leopard's demon core, the Thunder Flood Dragon would still not be able to reach perfection. It would need to consume at least a few more ancient dust pills, or perhaps cultivate diligently for another 10 or 20 years, before it could possibly break through. Therefore, his best course of action was to gather enough materials to refine another batch of ancient dust pills, within a few years, and ask Luo Qingni to refine another batch of spirit pills. This way, he could wait until Lei Jiao had finished digesting the Silver Lightning Leopard demon core, then use the power of the pills to help him break through to the 4th rank in one go. As long as a golden core cultivator didn't flaunt their valuable treasures or kill someone of great importance while traveling through various countries, their safety was generally guaranteed. However, whether they would find anything depended entirely on luck. Some golden core cultivators traveled for over a decade and still might not find what they wanted. Zhou Chun was quite lucky, and the materials he needed to collect weren't the kind of 1,000-year-old treasures. After traveling for over 3 years, visiting 5 countries and dozens of markets, and spending spirit coins and other 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, he finally gathered enough materials for another batch of ancient dust pills. Once he had the materials, Zhou Chun didn't delay and immediately returned to Xianyun Immortal City to ask Luo Qingni for help refining the pills. At this time, Zhou Daoi's secluded cultivation to form his core was also at a crucial stage, and the results were about to be revealed. After handing the materials to Luo Qingni, Zhou Chun temporarily waited for the results in the Immortal City. Luo Qingni was very dedicated to serving Zhou Chun and quickly refined the pills for him. However, Zhou Chun was not in a hurry to go back to feed his spirit pet, but patiently waited for Zhou Daoyi's core formation results. During the waiting period, Zhou Chun found a weapon refining master he knew before and gave him the hide of the silver lightning leopard he had killed, asking him to help refine it into a third-tier magic robe. He also exchanged the remaining leopard teeth, leopard eyes, and other materials for the refining fee. In just over 3 months, Zhou Chun obtained a silver-white leopard-patterned magic robe, with a grade as high as the third-tier superior quality. This leopard-patterned magic robe came with a very practical divine ability, Lightning Flash, similar to the Lightning Flash spell that Lei Jiao Bai had previously mastered. It allowed cultivators to instantly teleport hundreds of feet away, and this divine ability could be used 5 times a day without damaging the magic robe. Furthermore, the robe itself possesses excellent resistance to lightning spells, capable of absorbing and reducing the power of lightning spells below the 4th rank by 30–40%. Such a robe is quite useful for a golden core cultivator like Zhou Chun, and he happily thanked the weapon refining master, immediately adopting it as his everyday robe. After waiting for another half a year, the phenomenon of gathering spiritual energy finally appeared at the location of Zhou Daoyi's cave. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, Lin Hongao, and Lin Weiner all showed joy. Except for Lin Weiner, the other two were experienced and knew that as long as they could trigger the phenomenon of gathering spiritual energy, the success of core formation was almost certain. After all, Zhou Daoyi was only slightly under 400 years old and had deliberately cultivated the dragon transformation secret technique to strengthen his physique, ensuring he wouldn't be a hindrance in terms of physical strength and blood circulation. Sure enough, soon after, dark clouds gathered above the cave, revealing a clear celestial phenomenon of core formation. Success. When the dark clouds dispersed and the strange phenomenon disappeared, Zhou Chun and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half a month later, Zhou Daoyi, who had just successfully formed his golden core, sent a message to Zhou Chun and Lin Hongao, informing them of his condition. It turned out that although he had finally succeeded in forming his golden core, he had barely passed the final stage, and his condition was not good. Not only were his meridians damaged, but his golden core essence was also significantly weaker than that of other newly formed golden core cultivators. Therefore, he could not leave seclusion for the time being and needed to recuperate for another 10 or 20 years. Zhou Daoyi's situation was rare among golden core cultivators. Such cases usually occurred to cultivators who practiced techniques for rapid advancement, because the magical power cultivated by their techniques was not as pure and refined as that of cultivators using top-tier techniques. Therefore, if the golden core formation process was not smooth sailing, Zhou Daoyi's situation would occur. But as long as the golden core was successfully formed, these were minor matters. After replying to Zhou Daoyi and reassuring him to recuperate in seclusion, Zhou Chun took Lin Weiner and returned to Jingguo. To avoid further provoking King Lian Temple and arousing the suspicion of other forces, Zhou Chun did not publicize Zhou Daoyi's successful core formation upon returning to his family, only informing Zhou Ming privately. He also planned to have Zhou Daoyi cultivate under a different name and shine in an immortal city, and in a few years, announced to the public that he had failed and perished in his attempt to break through to the golden core stage. When Zhou Chun returned to his cave, he discovered that Lei Jiao Bai had not yet fully digested the demon core of the silver lightning leopard. According to its own feedback, it would take about 2 or 3 more years to complete. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only continue to wait. With Zhou Chun's return and public appearance, Baiyu's Henren suddenly sent someone to summon him to the Moonwheel Sect. I heard that fellow Taoist Zhou was recently attacked by assassins from the Ice Prison Sect, and that you even captured one of them alive. Is this true? Inside the main hall, Master Baiyu looked at Zhou Chun, who had come to answer the summons, and without any pretense, directly explained the purpose of his summons. Zhou Chun didn't know how Master Baiyu knew about the assassin's capture, whether it was leaked by the Ice Prison Sect or informed by the Green Lotus Temple. But he showed no sign of nervousness, simply shaking his head calmly and saying, "Master, you misunderstand. I was indeed attacked by that assassin, and I only escaped with my life thanks to the divine power talisman bestowed upon me by Master. But to say that I could capture an assassin with the cultivation of a mid-stage golden core realm is to overestimate my abilities. If it wasn't you who captured that assassin, then who was it?" Master Baiyu murmured to himself, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Moreover, as far as I know, That assassin is currently sealed deep within the Dragon Abyss Swamp. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately looked at him with curiosity and asked, "How does the sect leader know the assassin's exact whereabouts? Did the Ice Prison sect inform you?" Facing his question, Master Baiyu made no attempt to hide his identity and nodded directly, saying, "Yes, the Ice Prison sect sent me a letter, not only informing me of this matter but also saying that fellow Taoist Zhou only managed to thwart their assassination attempt with the help of the Dragon Transformation sect. It was also the Dragon Transformation sect that helped capture the assassin alive and seal him within the Dragon Abyss Swamp," he added with a half-smile. Looking at Zhou Chun, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what is your opinion on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately sneered, "Nonsense, utter nonsense." Then he cupped his hands towards Master Baiyu and said, "Master, your wisdom is as profound as the ocean. You should be able to see at a glance that this is a divisive tactic devised by the Ice Prison sect in a fit of rage after their attempt to steal a chicken failed and they lost their rice. Moreover, it is such a clumsy and laughable divisive tactic." At this point, he also said in a low voice, "Anyone who knows the Zhou family and the younger generation's upbringing knows that since the Zhou family took root in Nine Peaks Ridge, we have always been fighting against the Dragon Transformation sect. We, the younger generation, have countless members of the Dragon Transformation sect stained with blood. It was the Zhou family and we who obtained crucial intelligence, allowing the allied forces to gain the upper hands in the war against the Dragon Transformation sect and preventing many losses." He then stated firmly, "Any family in Jing Kingdom might collude with the Dragon Transformation sect, but my Zhou family is absolutely not on their list of ally. If given a chance, I believe they will spare no expense to kill every single cultivator in my Zhou family." This resounding answer surprised even Master Baiyu. He expected Zhou Chun to immediately defend himself and his family with a look of fear and grievance, or at least cry foul. Instead, Zhou Chun spoke with composure and dignity, recounting the facts and his contributions. Quite interesting. He quickly regained his composure and smiled slightly at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is right. I naturally won't care about such a clumsy attempt to sow discord by the Ice Prison sect." He then meaningfully warned Zhou Chun, "However, the Zhou family is a vassal of our sect in principle. We should only pledge allegiance and pay tribute to our sect. Fellow Taoist Zhou must remember this, lest you commit a fundamental error. This junior understands. This junior will certainly follow the teachings of the sect master." Zhou Chun's expression turned solemn, and he solemnly replied. Seeing that Master Baiyu had no further instructions, he took his leave. Judging from this young man's confident demeanor, could it be that he really has an nascent soul cultivator backing him? If so, who could it be? Master Baiyu gazed intently at the direction Zhou Chun had left outside the hall, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after leaving the main hall, Zhou Chun didn't rush to leave the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. Instead, he took some gifts to visit Elder Wei Yuang, who had previously taken good care of him, and his aunt, Su Yunyang, both golden core cultivators. After staying at the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate for several days, Zhou Chun returned to his family. Back home, Zhou Chun also took the time to learn about the family's situation. After receiving his reply, Zhou Ming adopted his suggestion. He sent Zhou Daoquan to the wilderness under the pretext of traveling to find a golden core formation opportunity, while simultaneously sending people to secretly track the Zhou family cultivators who were traveling. As a result, they actually captured and killed quite a few thieves who attacked the Zhou family. However, these thieves were either rogue cultivators, lured and instructed to attack the Zhou family cultivators, or they were assassins who only knew how to carry out missions and didn't even know the identities of their masters. After Zhou Ming conducted soul searches on some of these individuals, he also destroyed several hideouts of assassins and killed many people, but he still couldn't find enough evidence to implicate the Qinglian Temple. Now, perhaps realizing the Zhou family's counterattack was too fierce, attacks targeting Zhou family cultivators have decreased significantly. However, because the Zhou family suffered many casualties in previous attacks, including the death of a Foundation establishment cultivator, the number of times family cultivators venture out on adventures has greatly reduced. Furthermore, due to the Qinglian Temple's suppression of their businesses, the Zhou family's hard-won financial recovery has once again plunged them into a deficit. However, the Zhou family had previously made a fortune by selling off supplies under the guise of the secret treasure vault, so their finances were currently fine and could sustain them for at least 10 or 20 years. In 10 or 20 years, Zhou Chun would have at least 2 of his spirit pets advanced to the 4th rank. At that time, The production boost from just 2 4th-rank spirit pets would be enough to open up numerous sources of income for the Zhou family. The 4th-rank wood spirit would definitely greatly increase the effect of its ability to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, making it easy to accelerate the growth of a 10-year-old herb into 200 or 300-year-old herb, and possibly even accelerate the growth of herbs in batches. The 4th-rank Thunder Flood Dragon was even more obvious. It would be incredibly easy to infect and mutate some low-level demonic beasts. Therefore, Zhou Chun wasn't particularly worried about the Zhou family's deteriorating finances. Furthermore, he had already thought of a new source of income and discussed it with Zhou Ming, arranging for preparations in advance. Once the Thunder Flood Dragon successfully advanced to the 4th rank, he would officially launch this source of income. Time slowly passed, and another year quickly went by. On this day, Zhou Zinayan, the newly promoted Purple Mansion stage cultivator of the Zhou family, emerged from seclusion and came to Zhou Chun's cave to pay his respects. It turned out that the 10-year deadline set by Zhou Chun had passed, and Zhou Zinayan had ultimately succeeded in obtaining the profound heart purple return pill by capturing the unicorn windchaser steed, Herd. He had finally made the most of his opportunity, successfully opening his Purple Mansion stage on his first attempt. Junior Zhou Zinayan greets clan chief. Inside the cave, Zhou Zinayan, who had just emerged from seclusion, couldn't hide his joy as he bowed to Zhou Chun. Excellent, excellent. Zinayan, you haven't disappointed the family and me in our expectations. It was worth it for me to personally name you. Zhou Chun smiled and waved his hand, sending a burst of magical power to lift the junior before him, showering him with praise. The family was naturally overjoyed to have another Purple Mansion stage cultivator, one who cultivated a top-tier technique and had the potential to reach the Golden Core stage in the future. Hearing his praise, Zhou Zinayan was overjoyed and quickly replied, I am deeply grateful for the clan chief's kindness, but I regret that my cultivation is too low to have the opportunity to share the clan chief's burdens. Hey, it's good that you have this intention. Zhou Chun chuckled, then looked at him solemnly and said, now that you have opened your Purple Mansion, according to the clan rules, you should be promoted to clan elder. I hope that you will set an example for the younger generation of the clan in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zinayan was initially delighted, then solemnly replied, yes, this junior will certainly remember the patriarch's teachings and will never betray the family's trust in me. Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded and said, well, in the past, when the family's newly promoted Purple Mansion stage cultivators were given a 3rd-tier magic weapon for self-defense, I would bestow upon them a 3rd-tier magic weapon. Here are 3 suitable magic weapons for you, choose one yourself. He then patted his storage bag, taking out 3 3rd-tier wood attribute magic weapons for Zhou Zinayan to choose from. These 3 magic weapons were a jade green snake coiled staff, a reddish-brown shield, and a jade green gourd. The staff and shield were both mid-grade 3rd-tier magic weapons, while the gourd was a low-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon. After his gaze lingered on the 3 magic weapons for a long time, Zhou Zinayan's eyes finally settled on the jade green gourd. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed at the emerald green gourd and gritted his teeth, saying, this junior chooses this magic weapon. Zhou Chun immediately laughed. You have a good eye, kid. Although this magic weapon is only a low-grade 3rd-tier item, it's actually a treasure formed from a 3rd-tier spirit vine, naturally mysterious and extraordinary. It's only because the refiner's skills were mediocre that it was only made into a low-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon. If you can find a master refiner to reforge this treasure for you in the future, you will definitely obtain a powerful high-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon. Hearing this, Zhou Zinayan breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Zhou Zinayan didn't have a good eye. He just thought that Zhou Chun had placed this emerald green gourd magic weapon alongside 2 other mid-grade 3rd-tier magic weapons, guessing that it might have something unique about it. So he chose to take a gamble, betting that Zhou Chun wouldn't cheat his junior. And he clearly won. Of course, asking a master craftsman to reforge the emerald green gourd magic weapon was still a difficult task for him, who had just opened his Purple Mansion. He could only say that he would have to work harder in the future. Perhaps this was also a kind of encouragement from Zhou Chun. After bestowing the treasure, Zhou Chun explained some things to pay attention to during Purple Mansion cultivation to Zhou Zinayan, and then sent him away. Next, the Zhou family held an internal Purple Mansion celebration for Zhou Zinayan. Zhou Chun took some time to attend and announced his promotion to family elder. For the Zhou family now, a Purple Mansion celebration for a Purple Mansion cultivator was not worth making a big fuss about. At most, it would be a small family celebration. A year after Zhou Chun emerged from seclusion after opening his purple mansion, Lei Jiao Bai finally finished digesting the demon core of the Silver Lightning Leopard. As Zhou Chun had expected, the demon core of the Silver Lightning Leopard alone was not enough for Lei Jiao Bai to break through to the 4th rank. Fortunately, Zhou Chun still had 7 freshly made, ancient dust pills. At this moment, he generously fed his spirit pet one elixir after another, helping it make its final breakthrough. The medicinal power of the ancient dust pill was much easier to digest than that of the demon core. With Lei Jiao Bai's current cultivation level, it could digest 1 pill in less than 2 months. After consuming 5 more ancient dust pills, Lei Jiao Bai finally reached its peak and entered a deep sleep in the secret chamber where the spirit eye spring was located. This sleep was not for digesting the medicinal power, but for sublimating the power within its body. This sublimation would not take too long, ranging from 1 or 2 years to 3 or 5 years. When Lei Jiao Bai awoke again, it would definitely have already broken through to the 4th rank. However, with its sleep, Zhou Chun could not cultivate, lest he compete with it for spiritual energy and interfere with its breakthrough process. Therefore, Zhou Chun could only go to Zhou Ming's cave to cultivate. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, went to Nine Peaks Ridge to cultivate. While waiting for Lei Jiao Bai to break through, Zhou Chun distributed the remaining 2 ancient dust pills to the Golden Armor Mountain carrying Turtle Stone and the Golden Winged Tiger, 1 each. About 2 years later, a chilling aura of oppression began to emanate from Zhou Chun's cave, and the surrounding spiritual energy became much more active. Upon noticing this, Zhou Chun immediately knew that Lei Jiao Bai's breakthrough was at a crucial moment and would soon be complete. However, because the oppressive aura was unintentionally released while Lei Jiao Bai was in a slumber, it was impossible to conceal, causing immense suffering to the Zhou family cultivators and demonic beasts within the mountain gate. Under the powerful dragon's might, cultivators within a 20-mile radius of Zhou Chun's cave were unable to cultivate normally, and key refining stage cultivators couldn't even approach within 10 miles of his cave. The demonic beasts were terrified, trembling and forced to prostrate themselves in submission, even struggling to walk. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun had no choice but to order the demonic beasts to be temporarily removed from the mountain gate and for the family cultivators cultivating there to go elsewhere. Of course, this dragon's might wasn't all bad. Soon, some key refining cultivators from the Zhou family discovered that if they could continuously advance under the dragon's might and stay in areas where the dragon's might was intense, it would have a good tempering effect on their spiritual sense, slightly increasing its strength and enhancing their resistance to the pressure of higher-level cultivators. Once this discovery was announced, many key refining cultivators from the Zhou family saw it as an opportunity and actively came to hone their skills. Later, they even competed with each other on the depth they reached within the dragon's might area and the length of time they stayed. Since these were mostly actions of lower-level cultivators, Zhou Chun wasn't worried that their actions would disturb Lei Jiao Bai, so he let them do as they pleased. Seeing that Zhou Chun didn't object, Zhou Xinyi simply organized a special competition under the guise of accepting the test of the dragon's might. After Lei Jiao Bai emerged from seclusion, the top 10 cultivators who could enter the deepest part and stay the longest under the dragon's might all received substantial family merit rewards. This further boosted the enthusiasm of the Zhou family's key refining cultivators. When the Su family patriarch heard about this, he even sent some key refining stage cultivators from the Su family to try and seize this opportunity. He himself also personally went to Tuyun Ridge to demonstrate the Su family's stance and prevent anyone from causing trouble after learning that Lei Jiao Bai had advanced. Zhou Chun was naturally very grateful and remembered this favor. Meanwhile, the news that Lei Jiao Bai was advancing to the 4th rank quickly spread throughout Jing Kingdom. Whether out of curiosity or ulterior motives, as time went on, more and more cultivators arrived outside the Zhou family's Tuyun Ridge gates. Chapter 541 The Calamity Arrives. Outside Tuyun Ridge. Initially, only a few rogue cultivators who frequented the area came to hide and observe after hearing the news that the Zhou family's Thunder Dragon had advanced to the 4th rank. Later, more and more cultivators arrived upon hearing the news, representing various cultivation levels. Many cultivators who were initially worried about being driven away by the Zhou family simply stopped hiding and gathered in groups of 3 or 5 in the mountains, exchanging information and discussing the changes within Tuyun Ridge. On this day, a flash of crimson light suddenly appeared on the horizon, and soon a crimson flying sword magic weapon carrying several cultivators landed above the protective array of Tuyun Ridge. Then, Zhou Ming, the supreme elder of the Zhou family, suddenly flew out and welcomed the group into the Zhou family's mountain gate. This scene was witnessed by many cultivators, immediately sparking considerable discussion. On a mountain peak, several cultivators sat cross-legged under a pine tree, each gazing up at the scene unfolding above the Zhou family's mountain gate. Soon, one of them, shaking his head, exclaimed, "Tisk tisk, a few more golden core cultivators have arrived. Judging by their magical power attributes, they must be golden core elders from the Anyang sect. I didn't expect them to come all this way to join the fun." Before he finished speaking, another chuckled softly, "HMPH, so what if they were far? Golden core cultivators can fly thousands of miles in an hour. As long as they're within the Jing Kingdom's borders, even the farthest place is just a matter of a few hours. If it were me, I'd come and see too. After all, this is a once-in-a-millennium event, no less spectacular than the golden core cultivators forming their nascent souls. The Zhou family is truly blessed. A few years ago, 2 of them successfully formed their cores, and now that Zhou family patriarch's dragon spirit pet has broken through to the 4th rank. Their position as the 5th strongest in the Jing Kingdom is likely to be as secure as Mount Tai." Another elder sighed enviously, expressing his true feelings. But these words seemed to offend another person who hadn't spoken yet. A middle-aged man with a somewhat gloomy expression sneered, "It's too early to talk about this now. Don't forget, the Zhou family has a formidable enemy, the Dragon Transformation Sect. Even the Flood Dragon clan in Dragon Abyss Swamp is a potential enemy," he added with a malicious glint in his eyes. "Do you think that if the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon clan find out that the Zhou family's Thunder Flood Dragon is breaking through to the 4th rank, a 5th rank Flood Dragon might personally come to annihilate the Zhou family and take that 4th rank Thunder Flood Dragon away?" Hearing this, the expressions of those present changed. Then, the old man suddenly spoke, "I'm suddenly feeling unwell and need to find a place to meditate and recuperate. I won't keep you company any longer. Farewell." He then cupped his hands and left. Seeing this, the remaining people were stunned for a moment, then gradually realized what was happening and made excuses to disperse. In the end, only the middle-aged man remained. Seeing this, the person didn't pay much attention, only glancing hatefully in the direction of Tuyanling before slowly leaving. As for the cultivators who had gathered outside Tuyanling because of the news of Lei Jiao's breakthrough, Zhou Chun didn't care. Just as some people said, the Zhou family could now be considered the 5th largest power in Jing Kingdom, second only to the Moonwheel Sect, the Flame Sun Sect, the Azure Lotus Temple, and the Heavenly Mirror Manor in terms of overall strength. Under these circumstances, as long as the top 4 powers didn't openly attack the Zhou family, their position was as stable as Mount Tai, unshakable. Therefore, he didn't need to care what those cultivators outside were after. However, those golden core cultivators who had come from afar, wanting to witness the 3rd-tier dragon's advancement to the 4th tier, were giving him a real headache. Directly refusing them would be too easy to offend them. But bringing them in to investigate risked these golden core cultivators doing something outrageous that might interfere with Lei Jiao's breakthrough. Therefore, this matter had given him a huge headache, and he had even suspended his daily cultivation. For example, today, several golden core cultivators from the Anyang sect came together. Zhou Chun couldn't leave them waiting outside, so he had Zhou Ming lead them in first, and then personally accompanied them to experience the increasingly intense dragon might from a distance. After they stopped for a while a dozen miles from his cave, one of the Anyang sect golden core cultivators clicked his tongue and said, "Tisk tisk, it hasn't even fully advanced to the 4th rank yet, but the intensity of its dragon might is already comparable to the 4th rank dragon I encountered on the battlefield. Fellow Taoist Zhou, this thunder dragon truly lives up to its reputation as a gifted 4-clawed thunder dragon. Its potential is limitless." As soon as he finished speaking, another Yang sect golden core cultivator nodded in agreement, praising, "Yes, the intensity of this dragon might is indeed somewhat unexpected. If this were a place where demonic beasts gather, it would probably create a small-scale beast tide." Zhou Chun had heard similar comments countless times from other golden core cultivators who came to see the spectacle. At this moment, he habitually responded, "Fellow Daoists, you flatter me. Everything is still uncertain, and it's too early to discuss such matters." Hearing this, the golden core cultivator who had spoken first immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is being too modest. With a 4-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon's talent, advancing to the 4th rank is as easy as eating and drinking. What is there to worry about? After speaking, he looked at Zhou Chun expectantly and said, I've heard that 3rd-rank demonic beasts often shed their skin and change their horns when advancing to the 4th rank. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou could sell me the shed horns and scales of your beloved pet? I'm willing to exchange them for a 3rd-rank magic weapon or a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. So this is the real purpose of your visit? Looking at the golden core cultivators from the Flaming Sun sect in front of him, Zhou Chun immediately understood their true intentions. A 4th-rank Thunder Flood Dragon is a treasure trove. Its horns, scales, and blood are all rare treasures that even golden core cultivators find difficult to obtain. Even if the dragon horns are difficult to remove, occasionally plucking or extracting some dragon scales or blood is not a big problem and can be restored through rest. The Yang sect is famous for producing many weapon refiners, and these golden core cultivators from the Yang sect have probably come to scout ahead. However, Zhou Chun knew that this door could not be opened easily, otherwise the Thunder Flood Dragon would likely have its scales plucked and blood drained every now and then, seriously affecting its subsequent growth and also damaging the deep bond between master and servant. Therefore, after a moment's thought, he looked at the cultivator surnamed Liu with a troubled expression and said, in principle, it's just naturally shed dragon horns and scales, and exchanging them with fellow Taoist Liu is fine. However, my Zhou family is now a vassal of the Moon Wheel sect. In order to obtain the sect's protection, we promise to offer most of the spiritual items produced by the 2 flood dragons to the sect. I'm afraid this will disappoint fellow Taoist Liu. He wasn't lying. He had indeed made such an agreement with true person Baiyu, and the Zhou family had been providing flood dragon spiritual blood to the Moon Wheel sect for many years. The Yang sect must be aware of this matter. However, knowing is one thing, but seeing him bring up the Moon Wheel sect to pressure them, the Liu surnamed cultivator and his fellow disciples immediately showed displeasure. The Liu surnamed cultivator immediately turned cold and said, fellow Taoist Zhou, why try to deceive me? If we talk about alchemy and talisman array techniques, my Yang sect is certainly inferior to the Moon Wheel sect, but if we talk about weapon crafting, the disciples of the Moon Wheel sect often ask my Yang sect to help them craft suitable magical artifacts. After saying this, he looked at Zhou Chun very bluntly and said, these dragon horns, dragon scales, and other materials are of little use to the Moon Wheel sect with fellow Taoist Zhou and the Zhou family's current strength and status. As long as the supply of dragon blood is guaranteed, I don't think they will force the Zhou family to pay tribute with these materials. At this point, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly drew out his tone. Or is it that fellow Taoist Zhou and the Zhou family only have the Moon Wheel sect in their eyes? The dangerous meaning in his words was clear to everyone. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's face also darkened. He never expected that because of Lei Jiao's free advancement to the 4th rank, even the Yang sect, which had never had any dealings with the Zhou family, would come to beg for their money. These powerful forces, without exception, were all ruthless wolves that devoured people without spitting out the bones. Recalling his family's experience of being exploited and manipulated by the Qinglian Temple and the Yulun sect, Zhou Chun was filled with anger and resentment, yet he was helpless. He knew very well that this was the true state of the cultivation world. Not only was this the case in Jing Kingdom, but it was the same in other countries. The major sects of every country would guard against and increase their exploitation of any forces that might threaten their interests, in order to weaken their strength and potential. If they resisted, that would be even better, as they could openly and legitimately destroy them and seize all their wealth. This also applied to relations between countries. Having traveled through more than a dozen countries, Zhou Chun easily discovered a problem. No country had only one major sect. In the rarest case, a country would be divided and ruled by 2 sects or families. Based on some rumors he had heard in his own speculation, this should be the tacit understanding among the major powers of the various human races under the current circumstances. If any power dared to break this tacit understanding and dominate a country, it would surely invite an attack from the surrounding countries. In short, facing the subtle threat from several golden core cultivators of the Flame Sun sect, Zhou Chun, despite his anger, could only make some concessions in the end. He immediately said, the Zhou family is a vassal family of the Moon Wheel sect, and naturally we obey the orders of the Moon Wheel sect. Before the Liu surnamed cultivator could get angry, he immediately changed the subject, saying, however, fellow Taoist Liu, you have come from afar, so we cannot let you come for nothing. I happened to acquire the corpse of a 4th-tier fire scale lion a few years ago. If fellow Taoist Liu offers a suitable price, I can exchange it with you." "What? Fellow Taoist Zhou, you have the corpse of a 4th-tier demon beast." The Liu surnamed cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Zhou Chun with surprise and doubt. The others were no exception. "I was just lucky and managed to exchange some materials with someone," Zhou Chun said, taking out the beast's eyes, teeth, hide, claws, and mane from the fire-scaled lion for the group to inspect. As he expected, the Liu family cultivator's eyes lit up upon seeing these excellent refining materials. After some discussion, they each took out some items and exchanged them with Zhou Chun for corresponding materials from the fire-scaled lion. No one mentioned the dragon horns or scales again, and they quickly left. These people probably weren't just here to freeload. It's likely a test by the Flame Sun Sect. After seeing the Flame Sun Sect cultivators off, Zhou Ming solemnly expressed his opinion to Zhou Chun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun replied in a low voice, "Perhaps, but as long as we adhere to our principles and don't touch the interests of their Yang sect, they shouldn't bother to deal with us." He then sighed, "We were careless this time. We didn't consider that Bai's advancement within the family would cause such a commotion, otherwise we wouldn't be in such a passive position." Hearing his self-reproach, Zhou Ming quickly comforted him, "It's not your fault. Our Zhou family has never raised a 4th-tier demon beast before, and even ordinary demon beasts advancing to the 4th tier wouldn't cause such a commotion. These are all accidents." Sigh, "I just hope all of this can end soon." Zhou Chun sighed, a look of weariness appearing in his eyes. As if sensing his master's thoughts, 3 months after the Anyang Sect's Golden Core cultivator visited Tuyun Ridge, a deafening dragon roar that shook the heavens suddenly rose from within Tuyun Ridge. The dragon's roar possessed immense penetrating power. Even the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation could not completely block it, easily carrying beyond Earth Cloud Ridge and spreading in all directions, audible for hundreds of miles. As the roar resounded, a silver bolt of lightning quickly rose from Zhou Chun's cave, flying directly out of the formation's coverage area and reaching the clouds above Earth Cloud Ridge. Boom! The previously clear sky instantly erupted with thunder, followed by rising water vapor and gathering dark clouds, plunging the entire 100-mile area into darkness. Within those dark clouds and lightning, an elegant and noble silver dragon, its body crackling with lightning, frolicked and played amidst the clouds and rain, spitting out thunder. This scene, witnessed by countless cultivators inside and outside Earth Cloud Ridge, was instantly etched into their memories forever. A golden carp is no ordinary fish. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering wind and clouds. What a magnificent 4-clawed thunder dragon! In the distance, amidst a patch of white clouds, a black-haired youth sat upright, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the silver dragon within, and couldn't help but murmur his praise. But then, as if remembering something, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and the light in them vanished. At the same time, in a desolate mountain hundreds of miles away from Tuyun Ridge, Qing Weizi looked up at the dragon in the sky with a grim expression, and couldn't help but mutter angrily, "Damn it! That kid is even stronger now, much harder to deal with." Meanwhile, inside the Zhou family's Tuyun Ridge mountain gate, a group of Zhou family cultivators watched the silver dragon soaring freely in the sky, their faces beaming with joy, and some of the younger cultivators cheered excitedly. The Su family patriarch, residing there, greeted Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun, and the others with a broad smile, saying, "Hey, congratulations to the Zhou family on gaining another great asset. With this 4th-tier dragon as our guardian spirit beast, the Zhou family's status as a Golden Core clan will undoubtedly remain as solid as Mount Tai for the next several thousand years." As he spoke, he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. As a Golden Core clan patriarch, he knew all too well how important a 4th-tier thunder dragon was to cultivation family. It could be said that as long as this 4th-tier thunder dragon didn't abandon the Zhou family, with its strength and long lifespan, protecting the Zhou family for thousands of years would be a certainty. Not to mention the powerful combat strength and resources the 4th-tier thunder dragon could currently provide. Faced with a congratulations from the Su family patriarch, Zhou Ming chuckled and said, "Hey, the Su and Zhou families are related by marriage. The Zhou family is deeply grateful for fellow Taoist Su's assistance in protecting us. If the Su family ever needs anything from the Zhou family in the future, please feel free to let us know, and the Zhou family and I will certainly do our utmost to help." Upon hearing this promise, the Su family patriarch was overjoyed, revealing an even more sincere smile. Wasn't this precisely why he had come to the Zhou family to help maintain order? But at that moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded from the sky. Upon hearing this roar, even through the 9 palaces yellow dragon formation, and even as golden core cultivators, both the Su family patriarch and Zhou Ming instantly cried out in pain. If they were like this, the Zhou family cultivators on the mountain with even lower cultivation levels fared even worse. The Purple Mansion cultivators fared somewhat better, only letting out a scream and clutching their ears, convulsing on the ground. Most cultivators below the Purple Mansion stage were instantly knocked unconscious, their eyes rolling back and blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Some even died on the spot. And these people were all inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, protected by an array. The cultivators outside the Zhou family's mountain gate fared much worse. Anyone with a cultivation level below the Purple Mansion stage, as long as they were within 100 miles of Tuyun Ridge, was instantly killed by that dragon's roar. Even Purple Mansion stage cultivators were knocked unconscious, bleeding from their 7 orifices, their bodies, minds, and souls severely injured. Even Golden Core stage cultivators suffered from bleeding from their ears and noses, clutching their ears in pain. Just one dragon's roar caused such an impact, showing how terrifying the cultivation level of the dragon's roar's owner was. Oh no, it's a 5th order dragon. Zhou Chun looked up at the sky with a pained expression, only to see another silver lightning dragon appear in the dark clouds. Compared to Bai, the Thunder Flood dragon who had just advanced to the 4th rank and was only 20 or 30 zang long, this silver Thunder Flood dragon was over 60 zang long. A single scale on its body was larger than a water vat, and its entire body radiated dazzling silver lightning. At this moment, merely appearing in the sky, its rampaging dragon might, even through the array, made Zhou Chun tremble from the bottom of his heart, involuntarily wanting to kneel on the ground. He knew this was a flaw formed from his cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique and refining the Thunder Flood dragon's spiritual blood. Because he also possessed the bloodline of a dragon, he would naturally be more affected by this higher-level dragon's pressure. However, he was, after all, a golden core cultivator, and wouldn't actually lose control of his body and do something so shameful. At this moment, he slightly circulated his magic power to suppress the restless blood within him, then quickly took out the array flags of the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array, and fully activated the array to resist the pressure of the 5th rank dragon. Although the so-called Forbidden Array, the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array, couldn't withstand a single blow from that 5th-tier dragon, it could still weaken its oppressive influence. After activating the array to neutralize most of the dragon's might, Zhou Chun quickly and forcefully awakened some late-stage and mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators from the family, instructing them, along with several Purple Mansion stage elders, to replace the cultivators presiding over the Spirit Purification Array and maintain its operation. As for the significance of doing so in the face of a 5th-tier dragon, Zhou Chun didn't consider that for the moment. He was simply thinking from the perspective of the patriarch, making arrangements beneficial to the family as quickly as possible. Only after issuing the orders did he turn his gaze to the 2 silver dragons, one large and one small, in the sky. To be honest, Zhou Chun was both shocked and not entirely surprised by the sudden appearance of this 5th-tier thunder dragon. Ever since the Thunder Python had evolved into a 4-clawed thunder dragon through the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon, he had vaguely sensed that such a calamity would come. Lei Jiao's sudden advancement to the 4th rank, causing such a commotion, made him even more aware that this calamity might be imminent. Now that the calamity had truly arrived, he felt surprisingly relieved, rather than panicked. Zheng Chun, this, Zhou Ming suddenly approached Zhou Chun, staring in panic at the 2 silver lightning dragons in the sky, his voice trembling as if he wanted to ask what to do. This is beyond our control. Let's just watch for now, Zhou Chun replied in a low voice with a complicated tone, and then said nothing more. Chapter 542 The Tragedy of the Thunder Dragon King. Earth Cloud Ridge. 2 silver dragons, one large and one small, roared in the air, their voices varying in pitch, as if they were communicating. Zhou Chun and the other high-ranking members of the Zhou family on Earth Cloud Ridge could only watch as spectators. To be honest, Zhou Chun had long been prepared for this day. After he nurtured the 4-clawed thunder dragon, he had realized that the dragon clan of Dragon Abyss would not ignore this matter. If he had continued his cultivation in the Great Zhou Kingdom, far from Dragon Abyss, it would have been fine. Given the high mountains and long distances, even the most powerful dragon clan would not dare to venture into such prosperous human territory. But their Zhou family's mountain stronghold was in Jing Kingdom, next to the desolate wilderness controlled by the Dragon Abyss Dragon Clan. Under such circumstances, it was hard to believe that the Dragon Clan would remain completely unmoved after learning the news. After all, the four-clawed Thunder Dragon had a high probability of advancing to the 5th rank, and even within the Dragon Clan, a 5th-ranked dragon was an absolute high-ranking member. The fact that the Flood Dragon Clan had waited until now to make their move was actually beyond Zhou Chun's expectations. Looking at the two silver Flood Dragons seemingly conversing in the sky, his eyes showed tension, but he wasn't particularly panicked. Zhou Chun wasn't worried that the Thunder Flood Dragon would be easily persuaded by the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon and willing to follow it based on a few words. The bond between master and servant for over 200 years couldn't possibly be less than that of a suddenly appearing so-called kin. His current concern was perhaps that the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon, having failed to persuade him, might become enraged and attack the Zhou family. But Zhou Chun wasn't actually that worried about that. The previous incident where the Black Dragon Hall Master of the Dragon Transformation Sect, Di Long, appeared at the Zhou family and was quickly ambushed and killed by true person Xinjing, made Zhou Chun aware that the Moon Wheel Sect had been using the Zhou family as bait. And now, with the Thunder Flood Dragon's unexpected advancement to the 4th tier, causing such a commotion and lasting for so long, surely the Moon Wheel Sect wouldn't have anticipated that a high-level Flood Dragon would come to take away the newly advanced 4th tier Thunder Flood Dragon? If they hadn't even considered this, then the nascent soul stage true persons of the Moon Wheel Sect had lived for so long in vain. This was also a major reason why Zhou Chun allowed Lei Jiao to break through within the family. He hadn't anticipated that Lei Jiao's breakthrough would cause such a prolonged commotion, but it was impossible for him not to know that news of Lei Jiao's breakthrough to the 4th rank within the family would leak. In fact, for Zhou Chun, having Lei Jiao break through to the 4th rank within the family was the best choice. Otherwise, given the commotion Lei Jiao's previous breakthroughs had caused, it would have attracted considerable trouble, whether in China, an immortal city, or some remote wilderness. A newly broken through 4th rank Lei Jiao, even if slaughtered for materials, would be worth no less than a high-grade magic weapon. And its owner was merely a golden core early-stage cultivator. Which golden core late-stage cultivator wouldn't be tempted? Perhaps even a nascent soul-stage cultivator would be interested. Moreover, even if Zhou Chun had Lei Jiao break through outside and brought it back, the news would still inevitably leak out. The scene that unfolded today would still occur. Since it was going to happen sooner or later, why should he take any more risks? The situation seems dangerous, but Zhou Chun knows that even if the Moon Wheel Sect ultimately chooses to cower, the Zhou family won't be wiped out by that 5th-tier Thunder Dragon. The biggest loss would be for him to break his contract with the Thunder Dragon, bye-bye, and let the 5th-tier Thunder Dragon take bye-bye away. The 5th-tier Thunder Dragon is highly intelligent. After a brief exchange with bye-bye, it should know that the Zhou family has never mistreated bye-bye, and that bye-bye and Zhou Chun have a very deep bond. Under these circumstances, he doesn't want bye-bye to become his enemy in the future, and he certainly wouldn't forcibly destroy a small Zhou family after Zhou Chun agrees to break the contract, thus creating a powerful enemy within his own clan for the future. Therefore, Zhou Chun isn't particularly panicked right now, he just hopes the situation won't escalate to the worst possible outcome. After all, he truly doesn't want to lose the spirit pet he raised with his own hands. As Zhou Chun pondered his complex emotions, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the sky. "Ignorant brat, I'll ask you one more time, will you return to Dragon Abyss with me or not? If you refuse again, I'll kill all the humans below and take your corpse back, lest you become a disgrace to my Thunder Flood Dragon clan." The words were spoken in the common language of humans, and the pronunciation was impeccable. Therefore, upon hearing this, the Zhou family cultivators still conscious within Earth Cloud Ridge all paled, their eyes filled with terror. Then, an angry dragon's roar resounded from the Thunder Flood Dragon's white mouth. The gist of it was, absolutely not separated from its master. This scene filled Zhou Chun with both relief and tension. He knew that at this point, it was time for the final showdown. Fine, since you're so ungrateful, I'll grant your wish. A furious roar echoed from the sky, and the 5th-tier Thunder Dragon suddenly raised its claw and swung a thick bolt of silver lightning towards the Zhou family's mountain gate on Tuyun Ridge below. Seeing this, the Thunder Dragon bye-bye swiftly used its Thunder Escape technique to reach above the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, using its own body as a shield to take the attack head-on. As a result, Even though it had advanced to the 4th tier, it was instantly torn apart, its body smoking, and severely injured. Seeing this, Zhou Chun trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Senior Demon King, please hear me out." Ignoring Zhou Ming's attempts to stop him, he flew out of the formation and used his magic to catch the Thunder Dragon bye-bye. Then, looking at the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon, he said, "Senior Demon King, you only want to take it away. Why harm its life?" He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Since my Zhou family cannot keep it today, it means my fate with it is over. Please give me some time to persuade it, Senior Demon King. I guarantee I will break the contract with it and send it back to Dragon Abyss, young human." "Are you telling the truth?" The 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon opened its large, water jar-like dragon eyes and stared at Zhou Chun, its tone full of distrust. Zhou Chun replied in a low voice, "With Senior Demon King's strength, if I dared to lie, wouldn't I be disregarding my own life and the lives of all the cultivators in my clan?" Upon hearing this, the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon was silent for a moment before coldly saying, "Fine, then I will give you 1 month. If it doesn't return to Dragon Abyss after 1 month, I will ensure that you and your entire family die without a burial place. Thank you for your leniency, Senior Demon King," Zhou Chun replied, hurriedly taking the Thunder Flood Dragon back to his family to heal its wounds. Seeing this, the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon prepared to turn and leave. But just then, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out in the sky. "Fellow Taoist Thunder Flood Dragon King, since you've come to my human territory, why the rushed return? Why not accompany me to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate for a chat?" Before the voice faded, several streaks of light suddenly flew in from the horizon, revealing 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. Inside Earth Cloud Ridge, Zhou Chun, who had just fed the Thunder Flood Dragon bye-bye a healing elixir, clenched his fists upon seeing this. He didn't believe these people had only just arrived. They had likely witnessed everything that had happened earlier, but had all remained neutral. Zhou Chun, after a moment's thought, guessed their intentions. They simply wanted to wait for the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon to become enraged, destroy the Zhou family, and kill Thunder Flood Dragon bye-bye, then use the pretext of upholding justice for the Zhou family to attack the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon. Even if they killed the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon, they would still possess absolute righteousness. They could even get the corpse of a 4th tier Thunder Dragon along the way. Afterwards, when other cultivators learned of this, they would probably praise and sing their praises. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. The 5th tier Thunder Dragon didn't do as they expected, and Zhou Chun was more decisive than they anticipated. Now, seeing that Zhou Chun and the 5th tier Thunder Dragon had reached a reconciliation and the 5th tier Thunder Dragon was about to leave, they, not wanting to leave empty-handed, had no choice but to reveal themselves and stop it. How could such behavior not disgust and enrage Zhou Chun? "If I have the chance in the future, I will repay this debt tenfold," Zhou Chun secretly vowed, immediately taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, and sent the heavily injured Thunder Dragon back to its cave to recuperate. Outside, the 5 nascent soul cultivators, including Silver Moon True Person, were already engaged in a fierce battle with the 5th tier Thunder Dragon. Once cultivators reach the nascent soul stage, the gap in strength between them and demonic beasts like dragons isn't too large. It's unlikely that a late-stage nascent soul cultivator couldn't even kill a low-grade 5th tier dragon. For example, the 5th tier Thunder Dragon that appeared this time, although it was a 5th tier low-grade peak Thunder Dragon, its strength was only about the same as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. While its thunder escape techniques were powerful, nascent soul cultivators often cultivated powerful escape techniques themselves, and had ways to limit and interrupt its escape techniques. Not to mention that True Person Silver Moon and the others came prepared, having already prepared magical treasures to counter it. Now, facing the siege of 5 nascent soul cultivators, it was at a complete disadvantage from the start. Damn it! What kind of skill is it to gang up on the few? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one to the death. Damn human cultivators, how dare you gang up on me like this? Aren't you afraid that the Dragon King will be angry and personally come to wipe out your sects? No. I am the king of the Thunder Dragon clan, you cannot kill me. The sky over Lingzhou was changing dramatically today. Not only did a silver full moon appear in broad daylight, but a crimson gold sun also appeared, accompanied by a rolling thunder and countless bolts of lightning. The battle between the nascent soul cultivator and the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon had reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. A single attack falling from the sky could shatter mountains and alter the terrain. Countless cultivators and mortals who couldn't dodge in time perished under these attacks, and countless animals also lost their lives. If a cultivation family's mountain gate or a rogue cultivator's stronghold happened to be hit by these attacks, the entire clan would be wiped out without chance of survival. Even a golden core cultivator like Zhou Chun was terrified by the powerful aftershocks of the battle, and could only activate the Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon formation with all his might to protect his family's mountain gate. The formation couldn't withstand the attacks of the nascent soul cultivator, but it could barely hold off the aftershocks of the battle. However, this battle ended much faster than Zhou Chun had expected. Just as he listened to the roars of the fifth-tier thunder dragon hundreds of miles away, assessing the course of the battle, a dazzling silver lightning bolt suddenly rose from the sky. Even from hundreds of miles away, the blinding light instantly forced Zhou Chun to close his eyes, two streams of bloody tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyelids. Several breaths later, the earth-shattering explosion finally arrived. What had happened? Zhou Chun forced his eyes open, gathering his magical power to suppress the discomfort, and looked in the direction of the explosion. The silver lightning still hadn't dissipated, but it wasn't as blinding as before. Zhou Chun could only see a silvery white expanse in the sky. After several dozen breaths, the silvery white light faded slightly, and the blue sky became faintly visible. After these several dozen breaths of thought, Zhou Chun gradually formed a guess in his mind. No way. Could it really be a self-destructing demon caller? That's a fifth-tier thunder dragon, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his face filled with shock. Indeed, he felt that the earth-shattering explosion just now couldn't be accomplished by any supernatural power, or even by a fifth-tier being. The only explanation was that the fifth-tier thunder dragon had self-destructed its demon core, and even its entire demonic body. Demon core self-destruction was the most powerful technique of high-level demonic beasts, a method sufficient to fight beyond their level. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would be severely injured if a fifth-tier, low-grade, peak thunder dragon self-destructed its demon core and got too close. But what shocked and puzzled Zhou Chun was why the fifth-tier thunder dragon would do such a thing. With its supernatural abilities, even if it were surrounded by enemies several times stronger than itself, it should have had a way to escape. After all, there were no late-stage nascent soul cultivators among the attackers. Therefore, if it was determined to escape and willing to pay a price, it should have had a considerable chance of getting away. Even if they simply abandoned their demonic bodies and used their demonic cores to teleport away, it wouldn't be something a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could catch. Zhou Chun didn't believe that any of those nascent soul cultivators would be willing to do what true person King Xiao did back then, external nascent soul to hunt down the demonic core of the fifth-tier thunder flood dragon. They might not even have that ability. This is going to be a big deal. Is another war between the two races about to break out? Zhou Chun muttered to himself with a solemn expression, his heart heavy. Admittedly, because of the death of the fifth-tier thunder flood dragon, he no longer had to hand it over for nothing, thus protecting his beloved pet. But because of the death of the fifth-tier thunder flood dragon, the flood dragon clan would certainly not let it go. They might even launch another beast tide to attack Jing Kingdom. At that time, he and the Zhou family would definitely be drawn into the war again, and might even become the main targets of the beast tide. Just thinking about these things made it impossible for him to be happy. While Zhou Chun was worrying about the potentially serious consequences of the fifth-tier thunder flood dragon's death, the instigators of all this were also looking extremely grim. That damn beast actually dared to self-destruct his demon core. Junior brother Xuan Yu died unjustly. True person Yin Yu stared at the half-piece of spiritual treasure in his hand, his heart bleeding. Just now, the fifth-tier thunder flood dragon had self-destructed its demon core and body. He had escaped in time, only suffering minor injuries and looking disheveled. However, true person Xuan Yu, another nascent soul cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect, couldn't react in time and was directly dragged down with it, dying in the process, without even having time to escape with his nascent soul. Originally, the Moonwheel Sect had 4 nascent soul cultivators, a unique force in Jing Kingdom and even the surrounding countries. But now, with true person Xuan Yu's fall, the Moonwheel Sect only had 3 nascent soul cultivators left. And what's even more fatal is that true person Xuan Yu is currently the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Moonwheel Sect, only a few decades older than true person Xianjing. Now that the youngest nascent soul cultivator has perished, Another aging nascent soul cultivator in the sect has less than 100 years left to live. 100 years from now, the Moonwheel sect might not even be able to maintain its position as the leading power in the Jing Kingdom. How could such a situation not fill Silver Moon true person with immense shock and rage? Cough cough cough, fellow Taoist Silver Moon, what can we do now? That beast self-destructed its demon core and body. Not only can we not force the Golden Horned Dragon King to come and redeem it according to our original plan, but we have also completely offended the Flood Dragon clan. How should we deal with the Flood Dragon clan's retaliation? Just as Silver Moon true person was feeling distressed by the sight of the destroyed demon core and was worried about the sect's future, a weak, panting voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw a tall, burly man with tattered robes and a missing arm looking at him with worry. Judging from the man's appearance, he was clearly also one of the unlucky victims of the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's self-destruction of its demon core, unable to avoid most of the explosive force like he had. What a pity, if only that bastard had died in the explosion too, the thought flashed through Silver Moon true person's mind. Then he said coldly, if the Flood Dragon clan wants revenge, that's fine. Didn't we just want to lure that Golden Horned Dragon King here? I'm not afraid he won't retaliate. Hearing this, the tall, burly man's face immediately fell, and he said with a bitter expression, that's true, but I not only lost a top-grade magic weapon just now, but I was also seriously injured. If a few more 5th-tier Flood Dragons come, I'll hardly have the strength to fight again. Upon hearing this, Silver Moon true person's face immediately hardened, and he said in a deep voice, fellow Taoist Yang, you flatter us. At our level of cultivation, as long as our physical bodies aren't destroyed, what difficulty is there in recovering from a little injury? He then added. He spoke sharply, our junior brother Kanayu sacrificed his life to kill that beast, and you, fellow Taoist Yang, only suffered minor injuries and want to back down? If this gets back to that senior's ears, I'm afraid it won't be acceptable. Upon hearing the words that senior, the tall, burly man's eyes narrowed, and he quickly gritted his teeth and said, fellow Taoist Yin is right, then I, Yang, have no choice but to risk my life to accompany you. As he said this, he seemed to remember something, and couldn't help but look angrily at someone and shout, fellow Taoist Shinjing, didn't you say that the mysterious spirit treasure mirror could freeze the beast and prevent it from self-destructing its demon core? Why did it still manage to self-destruct its demon core in the end? As soon as he said this, Yinayu's Henrin's eyes also showed anger, and he looked at Shinjing's Henrin with a slightly cold gaze. Facing the piercing gazes of the two leaders of the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect, true person Shinjing calmly said, I did say that, but as you two saw earlier, even after the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's demon core was immobilized, it still had a secret technique to break free and self-destruct its demon core. How can you blame me for such an unexpected event? This answer failed to satisfy the tall, burly man, who sneered, HMPH, who knows if you deliberately let it slide to try and kill me? But true person Shinjing, seemingly unfazed, replied indifferently, if fellow Taoist Yang doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Seeing the two about to argue, true person Yinayu frowned and immediately said in a deep voice, alright, with a great battle at hand, we need to unite as one. Let's not say anything that could affect unity. After speaking, he looked deeply at true person Shinjing and said, fellow Taoist Shinjing, I will trust you this time, but if we fight against a demon race again, I don't want to see you shirking your duties again. I understand, true person Shinjing frowned, but still replied in a deep voice. Seeing that he seemed to understand the importance of the matter, true person Yinayu did not say anything more about it, but instead said, although that beast shattered its demon body when it self-destructed its demon core, there must be some things on the 5th order Thunder Flood Dragon that were not completely destroyed in the explosion. Let's search it first, and then send someone to search the surrounding area carefully. It would be good if we could recover something. After these words, the tall and strong man's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, fellow Taoist Yinayu is absolutely right. Then we don't need to delay any longer. Let's each take action. After speaking, he took the lead and flew off in a certain direction, releasing his divine sense to search for the materials scattered on the 5th order Thunder Flood Dragon's body. After a thorough search, the nascent soul stage cultivators all made some gains, finding some dragon bones and scales. Because these were from a 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon, even though they were too damaged to be used alone to forge a magic weapon, they were still excellent for medicinal purposes or for combining with other magic weapon materials. After this plundering, The nascent soul stage cultivators returned to their respective caves to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Once they returned, some golden core and purple mansion stage cultivators from the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect immediately rushed to the battlefield for a second search, looking for any 5th tier demon beast materials that might have been missed. Of course, those in the immediate vicinity had the advantage. Less than half a day after the nascent soul stage cultivators left, the Zhou family and some cultivators from the nearby area, attracted by the explosion of the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon, all rushed to the battlefield to search for any treasures that might be there. The corpses of those cultivators who had been killed by the roar of the 5th tier Thunder Dragon were mostly disposed of by the Zhou family cultivators who went out to search, and their belongings all went to the Zhou family. They lost their lives just watching the spectacle. These people were truly pitiful. However, Zhou Chun didn't join in the fun, because he was entertaining a distinguished guest. This distinguished guest was none other than the heavenly mirror true person who had come to the Zhou family after the event. Chapter 543 Thunder Dragon King's Backup Plan. Your Excellencies presents as an honor to our humble abode. We regret our poverty and lack of delicacies to offer you, only our homemade honey tea. Please forgive any shortcomings. Inside the Zhou family's guest hall, Zhou Chun respectfully offered the seat of honor to true person Xinjing, and personally brewed the Zhou family's finest royal jelly tea. True person Xinjing, quite obliging, actually took a sip of the tea before setting it down and saying calmly, "Young friend Zhou, there's no need for formalities. I've come with goodwill, not to interrogate you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun became even more wary. His experiences over the years had repeatedly reminded him that none of the nascent soul cultivators in his own country were good people. As for the nascent soul cultivators from other countries, Zhou Chun hadn't encountered them yet and couldn't say much, but they were likely no different. Previously, Master Xinjing's attitude towards the Zhou family hadn't been good, so his sudden claim of coming with goodwill made Zhou Chun feel like he was being sarcastic. Of course, he wouldn't show it on his face, only nodding repeatedly and saying, "Yes, yes, this junior will heed your teachings, Master." This seemingly obsequious demeanor caused Master Xinjing to frown slightly. As a nascent soul cultivator who had lived for 1,000 years, how could Master Xinjing not see through his outward obsequiousness and inner wariness? But actions speak louder than words, and even though he saw through it, he couldn't say much. He could only suppress his displeasure and calmly ask, "What is your opinion on the appearance of the 5th Order Thunder Flood Dragon this time, young friend Zhou?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said loudly with indignation, "The demon race has bullied our human race too much. It is thanks to the intervention of you senior masters that this junior and the Zhou family have been spared. We will never forget your great kindness." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Master Xinjing to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Master Xinjing looked at him with a half smile, then slowly said, "Is that so? Do you really think so?" "Of course I do. What I just said was from the bottom of my heart." Without the slightest falsehood, Zhou Chun replied firmly. "Then let me tell you, young friend Zhou, that Master Yin Yu and I have been waiting near the Zhou family for quite some time. What are your thoughts, fellow Taoist Zhou?" Master Xinjing said, taking another sip of tea, then looking at Zhou Chun with a half smile, waiting for his answer. What exactly did he want? Zhou Chun lowered his head slightly, various thoughts flashing through his mind, somewhat unsure of Master Xinjing's intentions. Ultimately, to be on the safe side, he calmly replied, "This junior naturally thanks all the seniors for their kind intentions and for appearing at the crucial moment to save the Zhou family from dire straits." Hearing this answer, Master Xinjing seemed to have gotten the answer he wanted, and immediately chuckled, "Hey, since that's the case, I'll assume that's truly what fellow Taoist Zhou thinks." He then suddenly raised his hand and waved, handing a fist-sized, silver-white crystal to Zhou Chun. "This mirror return talisman was carefully crafted by me. It can return a single target divine attack to the opponent. Consider it a gift to establish a good relationship between us." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's acceptance, he got up and left. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, but quickly grabbed the silver-white crystal, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the treasure, Master. This junior respectfully sees you off." He then personally escorted him outside the mountain gate, watching him depart before returning inside. "So, what exactly is Master Xinjing's purpose in coming here?" Zhou Chun returned to the mountain gate, and Zhou Ming came to him with a worried expression, asking him about Master Xinjing's purpose. "It's hard to say what his purpose is yet," But he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards us. Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and then recounted his conversation with Master Xianjing. After hearing his account, Zhou Ming also said with surprise, judging from his words alone, it seems like he's trying to sow discord. But what good would it do him to sow discord between our Zhou family and the Moonwheel Sect? Does he think our Zhou family would dare to betray the Moonwheel Sect and side with him? Who knows? Maybe he's just planting a seed before anything happens, Zhou Chun said in a low voice, then calmly added, but whatever he's thinking, we just need to stay firm in our beliefs and not let him influence us. This immediately won Zhou Ming's agreement. Yes, whatever he thinks, we just won't get involved. This kind of thing involves a struggle between nascent soul cultivators, and it's not something we can get involved in. After reaching a consensus, the two did not discuss the matter further. Zhou Chun quickly asked, has the casualty count for the clan been tallied? Yes, it has. Affected by the roar of that 5th-tier thunder dragon, 17 clan members at the key refining stage perished. Most were elderly, frail, or disabled. The rest, below the purple mansion stage, suffered varying degrees of internal and external injuries, Zhou Ming said, looking at Zhou Chun with relief. Fortunately, you had the foresight to relocate all the clan members from the academy to Nine Peaks Ridge. Most of them there have undergone the trials of the dragon's might, otherwise the number of fallen clan members would have been several times higher. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression darkened slightly. He quickly added, those fallen clan members are considered to have died because of me. I'll issue double compensation to their families in my name later. No problem, I'll have Xin Yi handle it, Zhou Ming readily agreed. Then, with a concerned expression, he asked, how is Bai Bai's injury? Is there anything the family can do for it? Zhou Chun immediately replied, although the injury is somewhat serious, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, it was injured by the same source of power, so it shouldn't be too difficult to remove. After saying this, he said with a solemn expression, let's not talk about this for now. The death of the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon here may very well anger the Flood Dragon clan, causing them to launch another beast tide to attack Jin Kingdom. The family must prepare a contingency plan in advance. Hearing this, Zhou Ming's expression also became serious, and he couldn't help but nod and say, yes, Zheng Chun, what you said makes sense. This is indeed the most important thing to pay attention to right now. It seems we must immediately send someone to the Great Zhou Kingdom to summon fellow Taoist Lin back. The two then held an emergency consultation on how to deal with the possible beast tide. In the following days, several Zhou family elders set off from Tuyun Ridge, heading to different destinations. Some Foundation establishment cultivators were also assigned tasks to go to various markets to purchase large quantities of supplies. Some Zhou family cultivators skilled in alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman formations suddenly received family missions, tasking them with creating related talismans, pills, magical artifacts, and formations. Meanwhile, Zhou family cultivators who had ventured to the battlefield to collect the remains of a 5th-tier Thunder Dragon began returning to the family with their spoils. The 5th-tier Thunder Dragon's body had been shattered by the self-destruction of its demon core, scattering fragments of bone, scales, and blood across hundreds of miles. Larger and easier to find pieces were taken by several nascent soul stage cultivators. The remaining smaller fragments and harder to find items offered a chance for lower and mid-level cultivators to benefit. Some returning Zhou family cultivators found palm-sized scales, others fingernail-sized bone fragments, and still others brought back stones, soil, and wood stained with dragon blood. These items were too advanced for lower and mid-level cultivators to use, so they were handed over to the family in exchange for merit. Although Zhou Chun had his family acquire these items, he didn't take them too seriously. He knew the Zhou family would have little use for them, and because they were too fragmented, they weren't worth exchanging with other golden core cultivators. Collecting them now was just a matter of seeing if anyone would be willing to buy them in bulk and resell them. That day, while cultivating in his cave, Zhou Chun suddenly received a message from Zhou Xingfu, a core member of his family, saying he had treasures from the battlefield to offer him. This made him frown slightly, and he immediately released his divine sense to scan outside the cave. He saw a thin young man in a blue robe pacing back and forth outside, his face filled with trepidation, yet his eyes held a hint of anticipation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then got up and left the cave, going into the valley outside. With a wave of his hand, the array outside the valley opened, letting the man in. Junior Zhou Xinfu greets clan chief. The thin young man entered the valley, glanced briefly at Zhou Chun, and then hurriedly bowed deeply. Speak, what extraordinary treasure have you obtained that you dare to come and see me in private? Zhou Chun casually summoned a chair and sat down, directly addressing the junior before him. Normally, according to his usual style, he wouldn't receive a junior in public like this. However, since bringing back the Spirit Eye Spring, Zhou Chun rarely received clan cultivators in his cave dwelling. Even the clan elders found it difficult to enter. But as a junior, Zhou Xinfu naturally dared not question his elders' actions. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's question, he quickly patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a gleaming silver dragon tooth, and presented it to Zhou Chun with clasped hands. He respectfully said, "Clan chief, please look. This dragon tooth is a treasure I found in a pool. Such a complete dragon tooth is an invaluable material for any magical artifact. I dare not keep it to myself. So I have come to present it to you." Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, his face filled with surprise as he looked at the silver dragon tooth in Zhou Xinfu's hand. Just as the man had said, this silver dragon tooth was remarkably well preserved. It was about 5 feet long, and at its widest point, it was slightly larger than a human calf. There wasn't a single chip or tear on its surface, as if it had just been pulled from a dragon's mouth. Such a complete dragon tooth, in the hands of a master craftsman, could at least be used to forge a high-grade magical artifact. It was undoubtedly the most top-tier demon beast material Zhou Chun had ever seen. However, precisely because this dragon tooth was so precious and so perfectly preserved, Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Firstly, a 5th-tier thunder flood dragon's core had exploded, shattering its entire body into pieces. How could it still retain such a complete dragon tooth? The second point of doubt: how did such a complete dragon tooth escape the subsequent search by the nascent soul stage cultivators? With these doubts in mind, Zhou Chun didn't immediately reach for the dragon tooth. Instead, he nodded slightly to Zhou Xinfu and said, "You're thoughtful. Such a treasure is indeed beyond your cultivation level." He then waved his hand and said, "Come, sit down first, and tell me properly how you obtained this." While saying this, Zhou Chun focused most of his attention on Zhou Xinfu, not missing a single reaction. Zhou Xinfu was clearly taken aback after hearing his words. He looked at the dragon tooth in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then placed it on the ground and respectfully replied, "Yes, Junior obeys." He then recounted how he obtained the dragon tooth. Essentially, he had initially, like the others, thoroughly searched the battlefield for materials from any possible dragons. He had found some scattered dragon scales and bones, but his harvest wasn't particularly outstanding. Later, while searching by a mountain pool, they suddenly noticed a silvery light shimmering in the water, and then discovered a dragon tooth at the bottom. From his account, there was nothing particularly suspicious. It was simply good luck. But Zhou Chun didn't rush to conclusions. Instead, he suddenly looked at Zhou Xinfu and asked, "I said before that any spiritual materials found by clansmen can be offered to the clan in exchange for merit. Why didn't you hand this dragon tooth over to Xinyi, but instead came to me privately?" Zhou Xinfu's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated, not answering immediately. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's tone immediately turned serious, and he pressed, "What? Is there anything you can't say in front of me?" This junior wouldn't dare. Zhou Xinfu hurriedly denied, then lowered his head and said, "Clan leader, please forgive me. This junior came here privately to offer this treasure with ulterior motives, hoping to gain the clan leader's favor and win a reward. Is that all?" Zhou Chun stared at the junior before him, his tone devoid of emotion. "Yes, that's all." Zhou Xinfu nodded repeatedly, his tone very firm. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately waved his hand and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll let it go for your filial piety. As for the specific reward, go back and wait for my notification. Thank you for your leniency, clan leader." This junior will take his leave now. Zhou Xinfu's expression relaxed, and after thanking him, he hurriedly turned and left. After he left, Zhou Chun looked at the dragon tooth that he had placed on the ground and couldn't help but show a look of surprise and doubt. Was he just being paranoid? After thinking for a moment, he decided it was best to be cautious. He immediately reached into his storage pouch, took out the largest jade box, and placed the dragon tooth inside, intending to seal it away and study it later. However, just as he closed the box and prepared to fix a sealing talisman, the box suddenly exploded, and a beam of silver light shot towards him. Something was definitely amiss. A flash of silver-white lightning appeared, and Zhou Chun instantly reappeared dozens of feet away. He had sensed something was wrong and immediately activated a lightning flash ability attached to his robe, teleporting away from his original location. Having dodged the dangerous attack, his body was now enveloped in flashes of golden and silver light as he unleashed both a genuine golden glow and Taeyin protective immortal robe abilities in one go. Unexpectedly, the silver dragon tooth that had failed to ambush him in midair did not continue its attack. Instead, it changed direction and shot towards his cave. This is not good. As if realizing something, Zhou Chun's expression changed. He hurriedly warned Lei Jiao bye-bye, who was still recuperating in his cave, and at the same time quickly activated the formation within the cave to intercept the silver dragon tooth. However, in the face of the silver dragon tooth's explosive sharpness, these formations were practically made of paper, and the hard stone inside his cave was easily pierced as well. Fortunately, this was still his cave, his home ground. Just as the silver dragon tooth was about to reach the secret chamber where Lei Jiao bye-bye was recuperating, a yellow light suddenly enveloped Lei Jiao bye-bye, directly carrying it underground. It was the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, who was also sleeping and cultivating below the cave, who, after receiving its master's instructions, promptly used earth. Earth is a technique used in Chinese mythology to describe a technique that allows one to escape underground, to carry Lei Jiao bye-bye underground. However, even so, the silver dragon tooth did not give up. It seemed to have some way of locking onto the thunder dragon bye-bye, which had fled underground, and immediately turned downwards, easily piercing through the mountain below like a sharp sword, firmly biting down on the fleeing thunder dragon bye-bye and the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone. Having learned of this through the mental connection with his spirit pet, Zhou Chun first took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and spat out the moon-toad pearl, allowing the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone to bring the thunder dragon bye-bye to him. A moment later, a surge of yellow light appeared on the ground, and the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone appeared a dozen feet away from Zhou Chun, carrying the injured thunder dragon bye-bye. Zhou Chun quickly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, storing both of them inside. Just as Zhou Chun finished doing this, a silver lightning bolt burst from the ground, shooting straight towards him. "I've been waiting for you," Zhou Chun, his expression unchanged, activated the white pearl above his head. And a white, cold light collided with the silver lightning a few feet in front of him. However, this time, the Taeyin extinction divine light finally met its match. As the white, cold light collided with the silver lightning, the lightning scattered, revealing the true form of the silver dragon fang. Just as the silver dragon fang was about to be frozen, a silver lightning dragon several feet long suddenly emerged from within it, instantly shattering the white, cold light. However, this attack seemed to have greatly weakened the silver lightning dragon, its size visibly shrinking. Then, it moved, instantly breaking free from the silver dragon fang and lunging at Zhou Chun. This sight sent chills down Zhou Chun's spine. He hurriedly activated the myriad transformations golden cauldron, unleashing a thick golden beam of light to strike the silver lightning dragon. But to his utter dismay, the silver lightning dragon easily dodged the golden beam with a mere flick of its body, continuing its attack on him. He had no time to use any other methods and could only fully activate his genuine golden glow, protective divine power, hoping to block the silver lightning dragon with 2 layers of defense. However, considering the silver thunder dragon's identity, he had absolutely no confidence in this. Just then, something happened that greatly surprised Zhou Chun. A flash of white light appeared on the moon-toad pearl, above his head, and without his control, a white toad suddenly flew out. The white toad wasn't large, less than 7 feet long. After emerging from the white pearl, it immediately pounced on the silver thunder dragon. Then, a fierce battle ensued between the toad and the dragon in mid-air, their speed so fast that after images filled the sky. Even Zhou Chun, a golden core cultivator, had difficulty seeing the details of their fight. But not seeing clearly didn't matter, knowing what was happening was enough. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Chun quickly recovered and retreated dozens of feet, then poured all his magical power into the moon-toad pearl. He didn't know if it would work, but it was perhaps the only way he could help the white toad at this moment. Perhaps Zhou Chun's actions did have an effect, because after several breaths of fierce fighting, the white toad suddenly let out a roar that sounded like a bull's bellow and a frog's croak. A Taiyin extinction divine light that was much stronger than what Zhou Chun could unleash himself suddenly erupted from the moon-toed pearl, striking the silver lightning dragon directly. This time, the silver lightning dragon not only failed to shatter the white cold light, but also let out a miserable howl and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. After freezing the silver lightning dragon, the white toad quickly returned to the moon-toed pearl, without communicating with Zhou Chun at all. It seemed that its actions were merely the routine behavior of a magical treasure protecting its master. But Zhou Chun couldn't care less about that now. He briefly sensed a moon-toed pearl, and, finding nothing unusual, retrieved it into his body. Then, looking at the frozen silver thunder dragon, he hesitated, deep in thought. Clearly, this silver thunder dragon was the 5th-tier thunder dragon demon soul and primordial spirit that had previously self-destructed its demon core. It had somehow deceived the nascent soul cultivators, separating its demon soul and primordial spirit during the self-destruction and hiding it within a specially refined dragon tooth. Then, taking advantage of the dragon's body being shattered, it secretly manipulated the dragon tooth to evade the nascent soul cultivator's search, until it discovered Zhou Xinfu, a cultivator from the Zhou family, and deliberately revealed itself to allow him to pick it up. The reason Zhou Xinfu, after picking up the dragon tooth, didn't hand it over to Zhou Zinai as per custom, but instead directly offered it to Zhou Chun, was clearly a result of his consciousness being deliberately guided by the Thunder Dragon Demon Soul. Therefore, the reason for the Thunder Dragon Demon Soul's actions was clear. Having lost its physical body and demon core, its only option for continued survival was to possess another body and reincarnate. It just so happens that the Zhou family has a 4th-order thunder dragon whose bloodline and aptitude are perfectly matched to the other party's, and it just so happens that the other party has severely injured it. Chapter 544 The Manifestation of a Divine Transformation. Zhou Chun had to admit that once you reach the 5th rank, whether it was a human nascent soul cultivator or a demon beast king, they were all formidable beings. The reason the 5th-rank Thunder Flood Dragon dared to come to Jing Kingdom alone, intending to take Thunder Flood Dragon Bai away, was its confidence in its own strength and escape techniques. It might not have been unaware that there might be nascent soul cultivators lurking nearby, but due to its confidence in its own strength, it wasn't particularly concerned. After all, under normal circumstances, even if 3 or 4 nascent soul cultivators surrounded it, it was quite confident of escaping. Moreover, in its mind, the human nascent soul cultivators of Jing Kingdom wouldn't dare to fend the Flood Dragon clan to the death, and couldn't possibly threaten its life. Later, when it discovered that the situation was far different from what it had thought, that true person Silver Moon and the others had truly come with killing intent and had already prepared various magical treasures to restrict its escape techniques, it decisively chose to self-destruct its demon core and demon body, not allowing these human cultivators to gain any benefit from it, and even taking a human nascent soul cultivator with it. But this was actually a smokescreen, a feigned death. Its demonic soul and primordial spirit secretly escaped, intending to possess the body of the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai and undergo a reincarnation. Its plan was undoubtedly brilliant. The Thunder Flood Dragon Bai not only possessed excellent bloodline aptitude, but its cultivation level was also just right, neither too high nor too low. Furthermore, it had been injured by the Thunder Flood Dragon, and its body still retained some of the Thunder Flood Dragon's power. All of this provided the perfect conditions for the Thunder Flood Dragon to possess Bai and reincarnate. Moreover, with its pre-forged dragon teeth as weapons, even if it only had its demonic soul and primordial spirit left behind, a sudden attack would be more than a match for the few golden core cultivators of the Zhou family. Once it successfully possessed Bai, it could easily leave the Zhou family and return to the Great Swamp. With the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai's bloodline aptitude, its own powerful demonic soul and primordial spirit, and the many treasures it had left in its Dragon Abyss cave, it could regain its 5th-tier cultivation level in less than 200 years. Then, it would have plenty of time and opportunity to avenge its destruction today. Unfortunately, it hadn't anticipated that Zhou Chun possessed a spiritual treasure, and not just any ordinary one. Furthermore, Zhou Chun himself was extremely cautious, not easily seizing the Dragon Fang and giving it the perfect opportunity to ambush him. These repeated miscalculations resulted in it not only failing to possess the body, but also becoming Zhou Chun's spoils of war. It can only be said that human calculations are ultimately no match for fate, it simply lacked a bit of luck. At this moment, Zhou Chun, looking at the frozen Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul and primordial spirit before him, hesitated about what to do. The unique cultivation methods of demonic beasts make them increasingly different from cultivators, especially at higher levels. A nascent soul cultivator's primordial spirit is a complete fusion of their essence, energy, and spirit. A sublimation that cannot be separated from their divine soul and primordial spirit unless one forcibly severs their divine soul and consciousness using a secret technique, at the cost of severing their path to further advancement. However, a demonic beast's demonic soul and primordial spirit do not completely fuse with its demonic core. For fifth-tier demonic beasts, the demon core is their source of power. Losing it is equivalent to losing their immense magical power. However, as long as they preserve their demonic soul and primordial spirit, they won't die immediately after losing the demon core, only their power will be greatly diminished, and they will still retain the possibility of possession. Compared to the demon core, the demonic soul and primordial spirit of a fifth-tier demonic beast have a narrower use. If it falls into the hands of a cultivator, the best way is to integrate it into a top-grade magic weapon to see if it can be transformed into a weapon spirit. If it is successfully refined into a weapon spirit, one can obtain a powerful spiritual treasure, and the spiritual treasure can also come with some of the divine abilities that the weapon spirit possessed in its previous life. However, if this is the case, firstly, Zhou Chun must have at least the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage to have the strength to erase the memories and consciousness of the fifth-tier thunder dragon itself within the demonic soul and primordial spirit. Secondly, he also needs a top-grade magic weapon whose attributes are compatible with the Thunder Dragon's demonic soul and primordial spirit. It is unknown whether these two conditions will be met for hundreds of years. And the Thunder Dragon's demonic soul and primordial spirit in front of him may not be able to survive until then. However, if this method isn't chosen, there are very few remaining uses for the Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul. The best approach might be to exchange it as a treasure with other nascent soul cultivators, or to have someone erase the Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul's independent consciousness and let the Thunder Flood Dragon devour it, hoping to strengthen its own demonic soul and comprehend one or two bloodline divine abilities. Forget it, let's put it away first and figure out what to do with it later. After much hesitation, Zhou Chun finally made a decision. He first placed the frozen Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul in a jade box and sealed it. With the remaining power of the Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul, it's practically impossible for it to break through the freezing power formed by the Tei in extinction divine light. However, if it's kept frozen for a long time, it will probably dissipate completely before long. Therefore, Zhou Chun will need to find another way to preserve it later. After putting away the Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul, he picked up the dragon tooth and examined it. This dragon tooth should be the best among all the fifth-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's teeth. It had been specially refined by the dragon itself and was perfectly capable of being used as material for forging a spiritual treasure. If it fell into the hands of a nascent soul cultivator skilled in weapon forging, a top-grade magic weapon could certainly be forged, if not a spiritual treasure. If Zhou Chun were to exchange it, a nascent soul cultivator might be willing to trade a high-grade magic weapon for it. However, he probably wouldn't dare to reveal that he possessed such a treasure. For now, he could only put it away safely and decide what to do with it later depending on the situation. Fortunately, although the previous situation was dangerous, the commotion wasn't particularly large. It was just that Zhou Chun's attack missed, creating a huge hole in the valley. Now that he had tidied everything up, he explained the situation to Zhou Ming, who was waiting outside, and that was the end of it. As for Zhou Xinfu, who was bewitched by the Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul, Zhou Chun had no intention of punishing him. For a fifth-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul to scheme against a Foundation Establishment cultivator was simply beyond the capabilities of a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. Therefore, Zhou Chun merely had Zhou Ming use a secret technique to erase the Thunder Flood Dragon's memories of the day, preventing the news of the Zhou family obtaining the Thunder Flood Dragon's fang from leaking out. He then rewarded the man with several bottles of pills to enhance his magical power as compensation and a reward. After comforting the Thunder Flood Dragon bye-bye, Zhou Chun let it continue to recuperate peacefully in its cave while he focused on dealing with the Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul. Several days later, with the help of an array targeting the soul, Zhou Chun successfully sealed the extremely weakened Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul into a soul-sealing bottle. This soul-sealing bottle was also a spoil of war obtained from the Yin Ghost Sect's demonic cultivators. Sealing a cultivator's soul with it could slow down the loss of soul power. Given the powerful nature of a 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul, it shouldn't have to worry about dissipating for at least 100 years. Moreover, Zhou Chun had also sprinkled some fragments of soul-nourishing wood into the jade bottle, Dragon Abyss, at the bottom of Dragon Abyss. On this day, with the arrival of a vice leader of the Dragon Transformation Sect, a roar filled with rage suddenly resounded from the depths of Dragon Abyss. This roar, which could be heard for miles, was even more majestic and domineering than the one that had appeared above Earth Cloud Ridge. Many aquatic creatures and low-level demonic beasts in Dragon Abyss exploded on the spot upon hearing the roar, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Even the dragons in Dragon Abyss trembled in fear, hastily prostrating themselves on the ground in submission. Soon after, a golden dragon, accompanied and protected by 7 5th-tier dragons, stormed out of Dragon Abyss, heading straight towards Jin Kingdom. When these 8 5th-tier dragons arrived above the desolate land, the Dragon Transformation Sect leader, Black Dragon True Man, and 3 vice leaders also arrived to join them. Then, the 8 dragons and 4 others, a total of 12 5th-tier beings, marched together towards Jin Kingdom. Your Majesty, the fall of the Thunder Flood Dragon King was mainly orchestrated by the Moonwheel Sect. The 4th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon that lured the Thunder Flood Dragon King was also from a force under the Moonwheel Sect's control. In the sky, the Black Dragon True Man, riding his black escape light alongside the Golden Flood Dragon, respectfully reported the findings of the Dragon Transformation Sect spies. The information about the Thunder Flood Dragon by breaking through to the 4th tier was naturally communicated to the Flood Dragon clan by the Dragon Transformation Sect. As the king of the Thunder Flood Dragon clan, given the clan's already small numbers, the Thunder Flood Dragon King naturally wouldn't ignore such a high-potential Thunder Flood Dragon that had been scattered abroad. Thus, the scene that occurred outside Earth Cloud Ridge occurred. However, neither the Dragon Transformation Sect nor the Thunder Flood Dragon King expected that this was actually a trap targeting 5th-tier Flood Dragons. After the Thunder Flood Dragon King was surrounded and killed, the intelligence personnel on the Dragon Transformation Sect side deeply felt the gravity of the situation and immediately gathered all possible intelligence, transmitting it back to the main altar. Upon hearing the report from Black Dragon True Man, the Golden Dragon replied in a chilling tone, "Regardless of which force was responsible, those who dared to harm our clan's king must bear our clan's revenge." Hearing this, Black Dragon True Man was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, replying, "Your Majesty, the Dragon King is absolutely right. In this attack on the Moonwheel Sect's gate, we are willing to be the vanguard, and we will certainly make those traitors who harmed Lord Thunder Dragon King pay with their lives. Then we'll see how you perform." The Golden Dragon glanced at Black Dragon True Man with a meaningful look, seemingly understanding his thoughts. The flight speed of 5th-tier beings was incredibly swift. Only a few hours later, 8 5th-tier dragons and 4 nascent soul cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect silently arrived outside the Moonwheel Sect's gate. Having arrived, they knew they could no longer hide it from Silver Moon True Man and the other nascent soul cultivators of the Moonwheel Sect. Therefore, they quickly revealed themselves, unleashing a cacophony of dragon roars. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth, obliterating countless people and animals outside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. However, protected by a powerful defensive array, even key refining cultivators only felt dizzy and unwell. Simultaneously, various divine powers rained down upon the activated Moonwheel Sect's protective array. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions and spiritual light dyed the world gold, red, and black. Divine powers capable of easily killing late-stage golden core cultivators multiple times struck the array, causing it to shake violently. Even the Moonwheel Sect's ancient and powerful protective array couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of over a dozen 5th-tier beings. But after this initial onslaught, over a dozen figures flew out from within the Moonwheel Sect, revealing the figures of nascent soul cultivators like Silver Moon True Person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. Suddenly, 16 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the sky. And the leader wasn't Silver Moon True Person, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but Kunksa True Person, a late nascent soul grandmaster. Upon seeing this, the 5th-tier dragon and several nascent soul cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect were slightly taken aback and temporarily halted their attack. "Kunksu, what do you mean by this?" Does the Heavenly Spirit Alliance intend to wage a full-scale war against my Dragon Abyss Demon Clan? The golden dragon stared coldly at Kung Fu, true person with its golden eyes, its tone icy and sharp. Faced with his questioning, Master Kung Fu solemnly replied, "You should ask the Golden Horned Dragon King yourself this question. Why didn't you cultivate in seclusion in your own Dragon Abyss, instead leading your men so openly to attack the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate in Jing Kingdom?" Hearing this, the golden dragon's eyes darkened, and he coldly said, "I was wondering why the Moonwheel Sect dared to assassinate my Thunder Dragon King. So it was all orchestrated by you, Kung Fu? It seems I need to teach you a lesson today, so you know who you're talking to." Before he finished speaking, he blurred into golden light, instantly transforming into a streak of light and lunging at Master Kung Fu. His speed was like lightning, covering thousands of feet in an instant. But just as he was about to strike Master Kung Fu, a fiery red divine light suddenly struck him first, forcefully repelling him. Then, a figure flashed in the sky, and a red-haired old man carrying a fiery red gourd suddenly appeared between Master Kung Fu and the golden dragon. "Junior greets Venerable Yuan Yang, and thanks you for saving me." Upon seeing the red-haired elder, true person Kung Fu immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude with utmost respect. Other nascent soul cultivators, such as true person Yinu, also bowed deeply to the red-haired elder, saying, "Junior greets Senior Venerable Yuan Yang, wishing you eternal immortality and longevity." Compared to the clearly joyful expressions of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance nascent soul cultivators, the fifth-tier dragons and the nascent soul cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect looked much more grim. Especially the four nascent soul cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, including true person Black Dragon, dared not even look at the red-haired elder's face. They trembled with fear, wishing they could turn and flee immediately. Heaven have mercy, they were merely lowly nascent soul cultivators. How dare they oppose a nascent soul stage venerable? Just as a golden core cultivator would struggle to withstand a single blow from a nascent soul cultivator, a deity transformation stage venerable could kill a nascent soul cultivator like them in a single move. Even if they abandoned their physical bodies and used teleportation to separate their nascent souls from their bodies, they still couldn't escape the venerable's pursuit. After all, at the deity transformation stage, teleportation was a freely controllable ability, and each teleportation distance was farther than theirs. If they had known that a deity transformation stage venerable was hiding here, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they had 10 times the courage. The fifth-tier dragons were equally terrified, their arrogance completely gone. Facing a deity transformation stage venerable, these fifth-tier dragons, tens of feet long, were nothing more than small snakes, easily swatted dead. The difference between the fifth and sixth tiers was greater than the difference between a human and a rat. A rat could escape when a human wasn't paying attention. But the probability of a fifth-tier being escaping from a sixth-tier being was almost zero. At this moment, the only one who could maintain composure was probably the golden dragon. Its gaze was grave as it stared at the red-haired elder, its tone serious as it questioned, "Venerable Yuan Yang, what do you mean by this? You deliberately lured me here, what are you trying to do?" Facing its question, the red-haired elder smiled faintly and said, "Nothing much, just that I don't want you, Golden Horn, to continue abusing your power with the inherited sacred artifact, wantonly bullying the younger generation. You want to kill me?" Just you alone, a hint of wariness appeared in the golden dragon's eyes, and it hurriedly focused all its senses on its surroundings. But no matter how it sensed, it couldn't detect a second nascent soul venerable lurking nearby. The red-haired elder seemed to have noticed the golden dragon's actions and immediately said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, dealing with just one like you, Golden Horn, is nothing for me. HMPH, what do I need to worry about? Although you, Yuan Yang, are a nascent soul cultivator, why would I be afraid of you?" The golden dragon, unwilling to appear weak, retorted forcefully. "Is that so? Then let me test your abilities and see if you can truly fight beyond your level with just a treasure." A glint flashed in the red-haired elder's eyes as he spoke, raising his hand and pointing. A point of crimson fire appeared in the sky, and then the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged upon it, instantly forming a flaming spear that shot towards the golden dragon. This was the method of the nascent soul venerable, directly manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use, without needing to refine it into mana. With the same amount of mana, a nascent soul venerable's attack could be amplified several times, even 10 times, in power by the enhancement of spiritual energy. For example, at this moment, The red-haired elder's finger strike consumed only about 30% of the mana of a golden core cultivator in their early stages. However, the power emanating from that small amount of mana was enough to severely injure or even kill a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. But since the golden dragon dared to challenge a nascent soul venerable, it was naturally no weakling. Suddenly, golden light surged from its body, condensing into a golden membrane that adhered to its surface. Then, it directly swung its claws at the flaming spear. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the golden dragon flew directly out of the sea of fire, spitting out a golden beam of light that blasted towards the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder's figure flickered, disappearing from his original spot on the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already somewhere above the golden dragon's head. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a swordlight flew out from his sleeve, transforming into a crimson gold flying sword that slashed towards the golden dragon's neck. The swordlight was too fast. The massive body of the golden dragon had no time to dodge, or perhaps didn't even need to. When the flying sword struck the golden dragon's neck, it first pierced the layer of light membrane. But then, an immense force surged from the dragon's scales where the sword had struck, instantly deflecting the sword away. Then, golden light surged, and the sword mark left on the dragon's scales was quickly erased, the torn light membrane restored to its original state. Seeing this, the red-haired elder, though somewhat prepared, couldn't help but frown slightly. "It seems I'll have to use my true abilities," he muttered to himself, suddenly opening his mouth and exhaling a ball of pure white flame. The moment this ball of pure white flame appeared, the temperature of the surrounding world rapidly increased, and a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged towards it, causing its size to expand rapidly. Primordial Yang True Fire. Primordial Yang Old Ghost, you're serious? The golden dragon's eyes changed, and it couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Then, it took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was originally surging towards the ball of white flames was forcibly intercepted by 30 or 40% of it. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed into his body like a whale sucking in water. Transformed by the sacred artifact inherited from the dragon clan within him, it instantly became his own magical power. His cultivation level then directly rose to the 6th rank, temporarily transforming him into a 6th rank dragon. Such a cultivation level, forcibly increased through external means, was naturally less stable than that of a cultivator like the red-haired elder who truly broke through on his own, and his control over the spiritual energy was also inferior. However, the 6th rank was still the 6th rank, far superior to the 5th rank. As the red-haired elder urged the ball of white flame to transform into a cloud of fire and surge towards the golden dragon, a large amount of golden water clouds suddenly surged from the golden dragon's body, forming a golden ocean that protected him within. The clash between water and fire unfolded in midair, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, forming various magnificent scenes. But behind the beautiful spectacle lay lurking danger. Within the range of the battle between the two 6th-rank beings, even nascent soul cultivators and 5th-rank dragons were in danger of injury or death. Therefore, after the two 6th-tier beings got serious, Master Kung Su and the others quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Of course, they didn't stand idly by. Instead, they quickly engaged the 5th-tier dragons and nascent soul cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect in one-on-one combat. It was a rare opportunity for a nascent soul cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Alliance to plan against the dragon race, so they naturally wouldn't let it slip by. If they could capture a 5th-tier dragon in the battle, the rewards would be immense. Even if they couldn't kill the dragon, the scales and blood they obtained would be excellent materials for refining weapons and pills. Therefore, the nascent soul cultivators were showing no mercy in their attacks. Master Kung Su was undoubtedly in a league of his own. The dragon race wasn't just limited to the Golden Horned Dragon King, a 5th-tier high-grade dragon, but because the Golden Horned Dragon King led the way, no other 5th-tier high-grade dragons accompanied them. The strongest dragon was only a 5th-tier mid-grade black dragon. At this moment, the 5th-tier mid-grade black dragon was seen as prey by True Person Kung Su, who engaged it in a fierce battle alone. True Person Silver Moon, meanwhile, faced off again against True Person Black Dragon, the leader of the Dragon Transformation Sect, the two wielding their spiritual treasures in a fierce battle high in the sky. However, this time, the human cultivators held a numerical advantage. and true person Silver Moon also had a junior brother with early-stage nascent soul cultivation assisting him in attacking true person Black Dragon. This battle between these powerful figures in the heart of Jing Kingdom caused a major upheaval in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Even Zhou Chun, far away in Tuyun Ridge, received the news several hours after the battle began. However, despite receiving the news, Zhou Chun dared not join the fray. Those cultivators who had previously joined the fray and died outside Tuyun Ridge were a stark example. Upon learning the news, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming quickly decided to temporarily evacuate their clansmen. They didn't know how long the battle would last or what the consequences would be, but they knew that evacuating their clansmen was the best option. This way, even if the Zhou family's mountain gate was caught in the aftermath of the battle, they wouldn't be wiped out immediately. Meanwhile, many other family forces were doing the same thing as the Zhou family, and many rogue cultivators had even fled into remote wilderness to avoid being implicated. Returning to the battlefield, the battle between Venerable Yuan Yang and the Golden Horned Dragon King, after more than 2 hours, finally reached its climax. Seeing that conventional methods were ineffective against the Golden Horned Dragon King, Venerable Yuan Yang finally took out the gourd he carried on his back. With a wave of his hand, the fiery red gourd appeared in his palm. He then struck the gourd with his palm, and the lid flew off automatically. As the lid opened, a pillar of flame, shimmering with blue, purple, and gold light, erupted forth, directly striking the Golden Horned Dragon King. Samadhi True Fire! A sudden cry of alarm escaped the Golden Horned Dragon King's lips. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of dazzling golden light, which transformed into a massive golden shield protecting him. Dragon shadows danced across the shield, a truly beautiful sight. As the three-colored flames struck the golden shield, the raging flames instantly engulfed it. A short while later, the golden shield was completely melted by the domineering and surging Samadhi True Fire. A scream rang out, and the charred Golden Horned Dragon King was thrown from the sea of fire, quickly transforming into golden light and fleeing towards Dragon Abyss. Realizing he was no match for Venerable Yuan Yang, he chose to flee for his life. If he could escape back to Dragon Abyss, with the advantage of home ground, even with Venerable Yuan Yang's formidable Samadhi True Fire, he would never be in such a sorry state again. Moreover, their demon race wasn't without true 6th-tier saints. Once on demon territory, Venerable Yuan Yang would never dare to be so presumptuous. But escape wasn't so easy. Venerable Yuan Yang, having lured him deep into Jing Kingdom, had already planned everything. Seeing him flee, he immediately gave chase without hesitation. Damn you, Yuan Yang, you old scoundrel. Do you really want to become my mortal enemy? Aren't you afraid I'll cause trouble for your disciples and descendants in the future? Yuan Yang, you old thief, I'll remember you. I'll repay this debt tenfold one day. Yuan Yang, you old thief, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death, Yuan Yang, you old thief, just you wait. Once I break through to the 6th rank, I'll grind you to dust to avenge this. The Golden Horned Dragon King fled, cursing incessantly. His true strength was clearly inferior to Venerable Yuan Yang's. After all, crossing a major realm wasn't easy. Even if he could temporarily gain 6th rank power through the inherited sacred artifact, he still couldn't go toe-to-toe with a true nascent soul stage Venerable. Moreover, Venerable Yuan Yang's spiritual treasure, capable of releasing Samadhi True Fire, was no ordinary object. It was a true 6th rank heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, possessing heaven-reaching power. His ability to fight Venerable Yuan Yang for several hours under such circumstances, and to escape despite the latter's fierce attacks, was already extremely impressive. Ultimately, even after being burned beyond recognition by the Samadhi True Fire, the Golden Horned Dragon King still managed to escape to the edge of Dragon Abyss, then plunged into the depths of the swamp, leaving behind only a hateful threat before disappearing from Venerable Yuan Yang's perception. Venerable Yuan Yang did not pursue him further, merely glancing with a smile in the direction of Dragon Abyss before turning and leaving. On his way back, Venerable Yuan Yang encountered the fleeing leader of the Dragon Transformation Sect, True Man Black Dragon. He casually cleansed the human race, burning the leader and his nascent soul to ashes. However, he did not attack the remaining deputy leaders of the Dragon Transformation Sect, nor did he kill the 5th-tier dragon still fleeing for their lives, and returned directly to Jing Kingdom. Soon after, True Man Kung Su and other nascent soul cultivators also stopped their pursuit and returned to Jing Kingdom together. In this battle, one of the 7 5th-tier dragons, a low-grade 5th-tier blue dragon, escaped with its demon core and soul. The black dragon that Kung Su's Henren dealt with also had a section of its tail severed, allowing it to escape. The remaining 5th-tier dragons also left behind some of their remains. On the dragon transformation sect's side, not only did their leader, Black Dragon's Henren, perish, but one of their vice leaders was also annihilated by Kung Su's Henren, along with his nascent soul. The other 2 vice leaders were also seriously injured, one with severe physical damage, likely leaving him with only the option of possession and subsequent cultivation. In contrast, all the nascent soul cultivators on the Heavenly Spirit Alliance's side were unharmed. From this outcome, it was undoubtedly a glorious victory. Just as these nascent soul cultivators returned in high spirits, discussing how to divide the spoils, Kung Su's Henren and Silver Moon's Henren, the 2 leaders, were summoned before Venerable Yuan Yang for a talk. The Golden Horned Dragon King was severely injured by me this time. He will need at least 100 years to fully recover. Moreover, once he recovers, he will most likely break through to the 6th rank. Once the Golden Horned Dragon King breaks through to the 6th rank, according to the agreement between humans and demons at the 6th rank, he can no longer attack the others juniors below the 6th rank. You will no longer need to worry about him venturing into the interior to attack you. At this point, Venerable Yuan Yang paused slightly, then continued looking at the 2 people in front of him, saying, the dragon transformation sect's lineage should originate from the Heavenly Spirit sect, its inherited secret technique. The dragon transformation secret manual should be a modified version of the Heavenly Spirit sect's secret divine power, the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter. It's a pity that they turned a perfectly good immortal divine power into an evil art of feeding dragons with humans. It is truly an insult to our ancestors. This sect is now entrusted to you to deal with. Make sure it continues to harm the human race. Chapter 545, Destroying the Mountain and Exterminating the Clan. The Moonwheel sect. After giving his instructions, Venerable Yuan Yang departed on the wind, and his whereabouts became unknown. However, the things he instructed before his departure caused true person Silver Moon to frown. He couldn't help but say to Master Kung Su, fellow Taoist Kung Su, Senior Yuan Yang has instructed us to deal with the dragon transformation sect. However, the sect's headquarters is located deep in the wilderness, in the territory of the demon race. If we venture deep there to attack and destroy the sect, wouldn't we be just like when we lured the Flood Dragon clan to our sect? We would easily be besieged by the demon kings of the demon race. Hearing this, Master Kung Su shook his head slightly and said, there's no need to worry about this. Those cultivators of the dragon transformation sect are, in the end, still human cultivators. Our attack and destruction of their sect is an internal conflict within our human race. Previously, the Golden Horned Dragon King, relying on the sacred artifact inherited from the Flood Dragon clan, forcibly protected the dragon transformation sect, which was unreasonable from the start. Now that he has reaped what he sowed and been injured by Senior Yuan Yang, it is only right for us to set things right. Furthermore, this time, the leader of the dragon transformation sect was killed by Senior Yuan Yang, and another deputy leader perished and was severely injured. The remaining leader is already struggling to carry the burden. At this point, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, as long as we act quickly enough and gather a large number of golden core cultivators to forcibly break through the gates, we should be able to breach their mountain gates in just a few hours and annihilate their headquarters before those demon kings arrive to provide reinforcements. Upon hearing this, true person Silver Moon's eyes flashed with a sharp light. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, good, then as fellow Taoist Kung Su said, I will immediately gather the golden core cultivators from various sects and families of Jing Kingdom, and tomorrow we will all attack the dragon transformation sect's headquarters. That's exactly right. I will also have the major sects of Shen Kingdom and Cheng Kingdom send some golden core cultivators over. True person Kung Su clapped his hands and laughed, immediately finalizing the plan. With the 2 top experts of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance reaching a consensus, and with Venerable Yuan Yang's influence, the other nascent soul cultivators naturally had no objections. Soon after, Zhou Chun received a flying sword message from the Moonwheel sect. They want 2 golden core cultivators from my Zhou family to gather in Yunzhou? What exactly is the Moonwheel sect trying to do? Zhou Chun looked at the flying sword message in his hand, a look of surprise and doubt on his face. He had just received some unconfirmed information, only knowing that the human nascent soul cultivators had won the great battle against the demon kings and were chasing them into the wilderness. Who knew that he would receive another flying sword message from the Moonwheel Sect so quickly? This message didn't explain the reason for summoning them to Yunzhou, but the wording was very stern, ordering them to arrive at the Yunzhou gathering point before dawn the next day. Could it be that they were gathering high-level cultivators to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters? A flicker of doubt flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, but he inadvertently guessed the truth. After pondering for a moment, he went to find Zhou Ming to explain the situation. Lin Hongyu had not yet returned, and the Zhou family only had 2 golden core cultivators remaining. They would have no choice but to personally lead the charge. Half a day later, having settled family affairs, the 2 Zhou family members arrived smoothly at Xianyang Market in Yunzhou. Upon arrival, they discovered that golden core cultivators from all over Jing Kingdom had also gathered there, and even several golden core cultivators from Qinglian Temple had come. Later that evening, the Su family patriarch also arrived at the gathering point. Zhou Chun tried to glean some information from him, but the patriarch was also unaware of anything. Thus, everyone could only patiently await the sect's next move. By dawn the next day, the number of golden core cultivators gathered at Xianyang Market had exceeded 80, many of whom came from Shen Kingdom and Cheng Kingdom. At this time, nascent soul cultivators, including True Person Silver Moon, finally appeared and explained the reason for gathering everyone there. The Dragon Transformation Sect has acted perversely, betraying its own people and treasonous. They are utterly traitors. By order of the Venerable One, our Heavenly Spirit Alliance is to wipe out the sect and eliminate these traitors. You must all wholeheartedly assist us in accomplishing this task and live up to the Venerable One's trust. In the sky, True Person Silver Moon, representing the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, delivered a declaration of condemnation to the Golden Core cultivators gathered by Zhou Chun and others. After all, this was Jing Kingdom, the territory of the Moonwheel Sect. Even True Person Kung Su, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, could not usurp the throne and offend the Moonwheel Sect unnecessarily. After delivering the declaration, True Person Silver Moon waved his hand, summoning a magnificent silver-white magical ship, which housed Zhou Chun and dozens of other golden core cultivators. He then piloted the ship southward. This, Moonlight Treasure Boat, is heirloom of the Moonwheel Sect. Although it's only a mid-grade magic weapon, it was passed down from the sect's founding patriarch and has always been wielded only by nascent soul stage cultivators. We are truly fortunate to be able to travel on this boat today. Inside the flying boat, the Su family patriarch, while looking down at the landscape through the silver-white protective shield, enthusiastically explained the origins of the flying boat to Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming. However, Zhou Chun's mind was clearly elsewhere. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the Su family patriarch and asked telepathically, "Do you know which senior the Venerable One mentioned by Senior Silver Moon True Person is? Could it be the legendary nascent soul stage cultivator with elusive immortal traces?" Upon hearing this, the Su family patriarch immediately shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but a senior whom Senior Silver Moon True Person respectfully calls Venerable One is most likely the legendary nascent soul Venerable One." After saying this, seeing that Zhou Chun seemed quite concerned and curious about this matter, he couldn't help but remind him, that kind of existence is far too far removed from us. If you are not at the nascent soul stage, it's best not to pay too much attention to it, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Don't worry, Patriarch, I have that much self-awareness. Zhou Chun nodded, humbly accepting his advice. 2 hours later, the Moonlight Treasure Boat arrived outside the Dragon Transformation Sect headquarters under the command of Senior Silver Moon True Person. Then, streaks of light of various colors shot out from the ship, instantly revealing golden core cultivators in the sky. All of you, listen to my command. Anyone who is a traitor to the Dragon Transformation Sect will be killed without mercy. With a powerful and majestic shout of True Person Silver Moon, the golden core cultivators immediately unleashed their various supernatural abilities, launching an attack on the Dragon Transformation Sect's protective array. Zhou Chun, like most golden core cultivators, simply summoned his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformation Golden Cauldron, unleashing beams of golden light that blasted towards the Dragon Transformation Sect's main altar. At the same time, he also performed hand seals, practicing the Zhengjin Sky-Splitting Thunder supernatural ability he had been cultivating recently. After completing the hand seals, he raised his hand and waved, sending a ball of golden lightning crashing down upon the protective array before exploding with a deafening roar. With his current level of mastery of this supernatural ability, This was basically the only point-blank attack he could achieve. To truly master this technique, he needed to be able to apply it in actual combat. Although there were over 80 golden core cultivators, the main force consisted of 9 nascent soul cultivators. These 9 nascent soul cultivators surrounded the dragon transformation sect's main altar from all sides, with Kung Su's Henrin in command, each unleashing their signature divine abilities to launch a fierce attack on the protective array. Each strike of their divine abilities caused the protective array to tremble and shake, bearing immense pressure. What should we do? Senior Brother 10, what should we do now? Inside the Dragon Transformation Sect's main altar, Vice Sect leader Li Yuanshan, looking anxiously at the 9 nascent soul cultivators besieging the altar, asked another Vice Sect leader, Tan Yunfei, for a solution. After escaping back to the main altar, the two of them hadn't even had a chance to announce the deaths of the sect leader, Black Dragon True Man, and others to the Golden Core Elders and Purple Mansion Protectors. They were still discussing who should succeed them as sect leader when Silver Moon True Man arrived with his men and surrounded the main altar. Now that the main altar was under siege, the sect was in a state of panic. Even Li Yuanshan, the Vice Sect leader, despite being a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't hide his anxiety. Tan Yunfei knew what Li Yuanshan was truly worried about, and immediately said in a low voice, "Junior brother, don't worry, that nascent soul venerable shouldn't bother with us." He then chuckled self-deprecatingly, "The two of us alone are no match for that being." Hearing this, Li Yuanshan first breathed a slight sigh of relief, then tightened his expression and said, "But even if that venerable isn't here, there's still Kung Su, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, outside. And Yin Yu and the others as helpers. Although the main altar's protective formation is exquisite, it can't withstand such a siege by nascent soul and golden core cultivators." Hearing this, Tan Yunfei couldn't help but sigh softly. "Yes, it seems they've made up their minds to destroy our sect. We've reached a true life or death crisis. Then what should we do now? The sect leader is dead, and Senior Brother Tan, you hold the highest position in the sect. This matter requires your decision." Li Yuanshan stared intently at Tan Yunfei, once again seeking his advice. Tan Yunfei sighed again. "Alice, things have come to this point. Why play these games with me, Junior Brother Li? Can't you see? We only have one path left." He then turned serious and said solemnly, "Prepare to break through. Have those talented juniors from the sect leave with you via the teleportation array. I will cover your retreat and draw Kung Su's attention. Senior Brother Tan, you." Li Yuanshan's mouth moved, but he lowered his head deeply, a look of shame flashing in his eyes. Tan Yunfei, however, paid no attention to this, continuing to look at him solemnly and earnestly instructing him, "Junior Brother Li, if you are fortunate enough to escape with your life, do not linger in the heavenly spirit realm. Go directly to those remote places far from here to rebuild the Holy Sect in the future. Do not let the disciples of the Holy Sect easily reveal the Dragon Transformation secret technique, lest the news leak and lead to their pursuit by the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. This defeat of our sect shows that the path we chose before is still not viable. In the future, Junior Brother Li, you must remember not to let the Holy Sect repeat the old path, and not to let the Holy Sect become the enemy of the entire human race again. There is one more thing. Never forget to find the true dragon seal. Only by finding the sacred relic of the Holy Sect can the Holy Sect truly restore its honor and revitalize the prestige of the Heavenly Spirit Realm." At this point, Tan Yunfei's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked at Li Yuanshan sternly, saying, "You must swear an oath in front of your brother to ensure that you will carry out what you say." "Yes, Junior Brother, I swear." Li Yuanshan's heart tightened, and he immediately swore an oath in front of Tan Yunfei with a solemn expression. He then hurriedly packed his belongings, storing all the truly valuable items from the main altar into his storage bag, before leading 8 sect elites to a stone chamber deep within the main altar. Tan Yunfei was already waiting there. Upon seeing Li Yuanshan and his group, he immediately used magic to open the stone chamber's protective barrier, allowing them to enter. Inside the stone chamber was a prearranged teleportation array. As Li Yuanshan and his group stepped into the array, Tan Yunfei immediately inserted 18 spirit crystals into the array's grooves and activated it with a hand seal. With a flash of dense white spiritual light, Li Yuanshan and his group vanished from the stone chamber in an instant. "Junior Brother, the Holy Sect will depend on you from now on." Looking at the empty stone chamber, Tan Yunfei couldn't help but sigh. He then waved his hand and destroyed the teleportation array to prevent anyone from tracking down Li Yuanshan and the others later. Just as the teleportation occurred, Kung Su's Henrin outside the Hulong Sect's headquarters seemed to sense something. His expression suddenly changed, and he frowned. Fellow Taoist Kung Su, have you discovered something? Not far away, Yinayu's Henrin, who is attacking the mountain protecting array, keenly noticed the change in Kung Su's Henrin's expression and immediately asked him in a telepathic message. Just now, I seem to have detected a special teleportation fluctuation. If I'm not mistaken, some remnants of the Hulong Sect should have escaped from the headquarters through the teleportation array. Kung Su's Henrin didn't hide anything and immediately revealed his discovery. Upon hearing this, True Person Silver Moon's expression changed slightly, then he nodded and said, that must be it. The Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters in Jing Kingdom also had a teleportation array, but we had it destroyed beforehand. I didn't expect they still had this technology. They must have kept a backup in a secret vault outside. He then darkened his expression and said coldly, however, ordinary teleportation arrays can only transport a few people at a time, and to maintain secrecy, they certainly wouldn't dare to use it multiple times. Let's put in more effort and break this array quickly. Fellow Taoist Silver Moon is absolutely right. It's best to resolve this matter as soon as possible. True Person Kung Su nodded slightly, then summoned his natal spiritual treasure and, along with several other nascent soul cultivators, launched a full-scale attack on the mountain protecting array. With the combined efforts of 9 nascent soul cultivators and over 80 golden core cultivators, a breach was broken in the mountain protecting array in less than half an hour. Then, Master Kung Su, skilled and daring, took the lead and used his shrinking the earth to an inch technique to break through the gap and enter the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters. I haven't been feeling well today, I've had diarrhea a few times. Chapter 546 The Demise of the Dragon Transformation Sect, the Advancement of the Wood Spirit. When Master Kung Su, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, stormed into the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, the sect's fate was sealed. Tan Yunfei, already severely injured, was no match for Master Kung Su. He was well aware of this. Therefore, upon seeing Master Kung Su enter, he quickly attempted to teleport away from his nascent soul, hoping to escape. Unfortunately, Master Kung Su was prepared. He raised his hand and unleashed a silver gray ruler. Just as Tan Yunfei's nascent soul completed its teleportation, the ruler appeared directly above his head, striking him down with a devastating blow. No! A scream filled with resentment rang out as Tan Yunfei's nascent soul was shattered by the ruler midair. Master Yinayu entered just in time to witness this scene. Seeing this, he couldn't help but show envy as he praised Kung Su's Henrin. Fellow Taoist Kung Su, this Linksa ruler is truly useful. It's just a pity that such a magical treasure with special abilities is too rare, otherwise our sect would definitely exchange it for one to suppress our sect's foundation. Fellow Taoist Yinayu is too modest. Your sect's several inherited spiritual treasures are all exceptionally powerful, and in terms of value, they far surpass this. Linksa ruler, Kung Su's Henrin calmly put away the Linksa ruler, not wanting to discuss it further. He knew that a magical treasure with special abilities like this was like a sharp blade hanging over the heads of ordinary nascent soul cultivators, and no one dared to be indifferent. His display of such a treasure was also intended to intimidate. However, he would never discuss the treasure's abilities in detail, lest someone find a way to counter it. Yinayu's Henrin naturally understood Kung Su's Henrin's meaning, and immediately smiled lightly. After exchanging a few polite words, they entered the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters together to search for the treasure. At this moment, the remaining Golden Core and Purple Mansion cultivators within the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters went into flight mode, scattering in all directions like birds and beasts. However, Zhou Chun and his group outside were already prepared, leaving them no room to escape. Often, as soon as a group escaped, they were quickly spotted. Nascent soul cultivators targeted late-stage golden core cultivators, late-stage golden core cultivators targeted mid-stage golden core cultivators, mid-stage golden core cultivators targeted early-stage golden core cultivators, and early-stage golden core cultivators targeted cultivators below the golden core stage. But perhaps out of consideration, the nascent soul cultivators, including True Person Silver Moon, chose to release the several escaped 4th-tier dragons, leaving them behind. This left many golden core cultivators who had originally targeted these vicious dragons feeling deeply regretful. Under such layers of surveillance, almost every Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator who escaped was caught. Seeing no way to escape, The remaining dragon transformation sect cultivators inside had no choice but to lay down their weapons and surrender, hoping to save their lives. But this time, their choice was a grave mistake. Yin Zhenren and his group had no intention of keeping prisoners. After luring the surrendering cultivators to hand over their storage bags, they were all instantly slaughtered. In less than half a day, thousands of cultivators within the Hulong sect's headquarters had perished, with none surviving. After wiping out the cultivators within the Hulong sect's headquarters, the remaining task was naturally to ransack the place. The Hulong sect's headquarters had been cultivated for hundreds of years, and naturally contained countless treasures. Because the Great Formation was broken too quickly, Tan Yunfei only had time to burn down the library and collapse the treasure pavilion. Although some cultivators set fire to the other areas, such as the herb fields and beast gardens, they didn't gain much momentum before being extinguished by the cultivators who stormed in later. Therefore, many spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, and spiritual beasts within the headquarters were now at the mercy of the victors. As for these things, the nascent soul stage cultivators only took the 1,000-year-old precious herbs and 4th-tier spiritual trees, and some also took some rare spiritual teas and spiritual fruit trees. The rest were all handed over to Zhou Chun and other golden core stage cultivators for distribution. Of course, the cave dwellings of the nascent soul stage cultivators of the dragon transformation sect were also looted by these nascent soul stage cultivators. It was only fitting that these nascent soul stage cultivators were to get rich. Because the cultivators were very careful about the defense of their cave dwellings, even though Tan Yunfei and Li Yuanshan knew that the sect leader, Black Dragon True Person, and another vice-sect leader had perished, they didn't immediately break the array restrictions to retrieve the treasures upon their return, but instead chose to heal their injuries first. As a result, when the powerful enemies came knocking, they no longer had time to retrieve the treasures. Thus, their own cave dwellings, including their own, benefited Silver Moon True Person and the others. While these nascent soul stage cultivators ate the meat, Zhou Chun and the other golden core stage cultivators naturally got their share. The cave dwellings of the dragon transformation sect's golden core elders became the spoils of war for these golden core stage cultivators. After this looting and distribution, all the participating cultivators returned home laden with spoils, satisfied, and went back to Jing Kingdom with the main force. Among them, the cultivators native to Jing Kingdom were the happiest. The dragon transformation sect has always been a thorn in the side of the local cultivators, because whenever it returned, they would inevitably be conscripted to fight it. Now that the sect's headquarters has been breached and all its disciples eliminated, this threat is gone. How could they not be overjoyed? But the happiest people were probably not True Person Silver Moon and True Person Kung Su, but Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming. Only they knew the immense benefits the complete eradication of the dragon transformation sect would bring to the Zhou family. It not only meant the Zhou family had eliminated a major enemy, but also that when developing the wilderness, they would no longer have to worry about being exposed to other human forces. Once the situation calmed down, the Zhou family could embark on a large-scale development of the wilderness. Even if they didn't replace the dragon transformation sect, achieving just 1/10 of the sect's profits in the wilderness would be enough to support the Zhou family in nurturing a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, the two were extremely excited and happy on their way back to Jingguo, their faces beaming with undisguised smiles. Fortunately, most of the golden core cultivators were in high spirits due to the gains they had made at the dragon transformation sect's headquarters, so no one noticed anything amiss with their smiles. After the group returned to Jingguo, Zhou Chun and the other golden core cultivators who had been summoned were immediately dismissed and sent home. Zhou Chun, after exchanging words with the Su family patriarch, returned to his family with Zhou Ming, taking their spoils with him. They had indeed reaped a considerable harvest on this trip. Although, due to the scarcity of resources, they hadn't killed any golden core cultivators or seized any magical treasures during the attack on the dragon transformation sect's headquarters, they had managed to secure 2 shares of the spoils during the raid, thanks to their numerical advantage. They received a considerable amount of valuable items when distributing the spoils. The wilderness was teeming with treasures. The dragon transformation sect had collected an immense amount of spiritual herbs and trees over the past few centuries. The Zhou family members didn't compete with the golden core cultivators of those sects for 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they only focused on things that could genuinely enhance their family's foundation. Therefore, this time they not only brought back 2 third-tier spiritual fruit trees and hundreds of spiritual herbs over 500 years old, but also the offspring of mid-level demonic beasts, the firewing wolf, the azure-patterned water turtle, and the thunder feather sparrow. These offspring were, in essence, beasts that could mate and reproduce in pairs. The beast garden within the dragon transformation sect's headquarters housed many kinds of demonic beasts, some used as mounts, some raised for materials, and some raised to feed the dragons. The 3 types of demonic beasts Zhou Chun and his companion brought back were among the rarer and more precious. They brought back 5 firewing wolves, 1 second-tier male and 4 young females. The azure-patterned water turtle brought back a pair of second-tier demon turtles, male and female, along with 8 first-tier demon turtles, 2 males and 6 females, and 5 turtle eggs. The low-level demon beast, the thunder feather sparrow, brought back 2 pairs of adult birds, male and female, and 12 chicks. If these 3 types of demon beasts could be successfully propagated, it would greatly enhance the Zhou family's foundation. There were also 2 third-tier spirit fruit trees, a purple jade loquat tree and a crystal yellow peel tree. The purple jade loquat tree ripens once every 30 years, producing loquat spirit fruits that are sweet and rich in spiritual energy. Even cultivators at the purple mansion stage would find them beneficial to their cultivation, and foundation establishment and key refining cultivators could also consume and refine them. The crystal yellow peel tree ripens approximately once every 40 years, producing yellow-skinned spirit fruits that are equally delicious and rich in spiritual energy, also beneficial to cultivation. Fortunately, there were enough golden core cultivators present, including many skilled in transplanting spiritual plants. Therefore, Zhou Chun and his companion, after offering some benefits, managed to persuade them to help dig the fruit trees out of the soil and use magic to preserve their life force. Upon returning to Tuyun Ridge, the 2 immediately planted the fruit trees and had the wood spirit help them regulate their energy and provide nutrients to help them adapt to their new environment. The demonic beasts they brought back were also assigned special care, especially the firewing wolves, which were inherently fierce and aggressive, easily harming humans even after being trained by the dragon transformation sect cultivators. To keep them obedient, Zhou Ming arranged for the fire god Jackal to intimidate these beasts and allow them to gradually adapt to their new environment. The azure-patterned water turtles, on the other hand, were relatively docile and rarely attacked human cultivators unless attacked directly. As for the thunder feather sparrow, although it is rather unruly, it is only a low-level demonic beast. The Zhou family can easily suppress it by assigning a foundation establishment cultivator to keep an eye on it. In the future, after these demonic beasts give birth to offspring, they will be tamed from a young age, and after generations of domestication, they will become completely accustomed to being domesticated. Zhou Chun and his companion do not need to do these things, just give them a heads up. After explaining the relevant matters, the 2 of them began to discuss other things. Now that the dragon transformation sect's headquarters has been destroyed, there will be no human forces in the wilderness that can threaten our Zhou family. This is a godsend for our Zhou family. What do you think, Zheng Chun? Inside the cave, after drinking some honey flower tea, Zhou Ming began to talk about cultivating the wilderness. Zhou Chun had already considered this matter on the way, and upon hearing this, he immediately replied, "The destruction of the dragon transformation sect is naturally a great thing for our Zhou family. Not only will we no longer have to worry about the sect's cultivators coming to our door to retaliate, but more importantly, the risk of exposure in the wilderness is gone. However, for now, it's not advisable to act rashly in the wilderness. After all, no one knows if this incident will trigger another beast tide. Moreover, after the destruction of the dragon transformation sect, we still need to find out whether the Flood Dragon clan has any plans for those spiritual mountains and blessed lands in the wilderness." At this point, Zhou Chun's gaze narrowed slightly, and he continued, "More importantly, once we start developing the resources of the wilderness, how do we sell and monetize these resources without attracting the attention of other forces and without exposing the existence of our wilderness stronghold? These are things we must consider in advance." "Yes, Zheng Chun, what you said makes a lot of sense. This matter certainly requires utmost caution. We cannot be too hasty." Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhou Chun's thoughts. After discussing some related matters, Zhou Chun returned to his cave. Meanwhile, after the destruction of the dragon transformation sect's headquarters, the Flood Dragon clan's reaction was surprisingly calm. The anticipated beast tide did not materialize. However, Zhou Daoquan, who was stationed in the wilderness, secretly discovered that 4th-tier demonic beasts had migrated to the sacred mountains and blessed lands that were formerly the locations of the Dragon Transformation Sect's various branch headquarters. The Dragon Transformation Sect headquarters even suspected the existence of 5th-tier demon kings. Furthermore, several large groups of demonic beasts had gradually migrated from the depths of the wilderness to the areas previously controlled by the Dragon Transformation Sect, beginning to multiply and expand their populations. All these signs seemed to indicate that the Flood Dragon clan had not relinquished control of the wilderness. On the contrary, they had strengthened it. Zhou Chun even suspected that the Flood Dragon clan was planning something big, intending to spend decades or even centuries increasing the numbers of various demonic beast species before launching a massive beast tide to sweep across Jin Kingdom. However, even if he had such speculations, they remained mere conjecture until the beast tide appeared. Even if they realized this, there was nothing anyone could do. They couldn't just launch a massive invasion of the wilderness and establish a new cultivation world. Therefore, seeing that a beast tide was unlikely, Zhou Chun busied himself with other matters. First and foremost was healing the Thunder Flood Dragon. Bye-bye. The wounds inflicted by the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's attack were quite severe. Relying solely on Bye-bye's own recuperation, it would take at least 10 or 20 years to fully heal. Zhou Chun couldn't wait that long. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the wood spirit, Musang, hoping that after advancing to the 4th tier, it would have the power to heal Bye-bye. Just after absorbing the wood spirit power from 2 transplanted 3rd-tier spirit fruit trees, Musang's cultivation was nearing a breakthrough point, and it conveyed its advancement requirements to Zhou Chun. According to it, its advancement would be significant, and it would be best to advance in a primeval ancient forest for a smoother process. The wood sprite and the wood mulberry have always been Zhou Chun's hidden trump card. He certainly didn't want them to advance within the Zhou family, revealing that he had acquired another 4th-tier spirit pet. Therefore, after hearing the wood sprite and the wood mulberry's needs, Zhou Chun specifically took them to the wilderness. However, this time they didn't travel via the underground river to the vicinity of the Zhou family's strongholds, but instead took the Yunzhao route to the vicinity of the pioneering stronghold now being developed by the Jin Kingdom cultivators. He deliberately chose a primeval ancient forest about 400 or 500 miles away from a certain pioneering stronghold. This place was in a border region. If the wood sprite advanced here, even if the commotion was significant, it would at most attract the attention of some key refining and foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, there should be no other 4th-tier demonic beasts within 1,000 miles. In this way, even if the various forces of the Jin Kingdom later learned that a new 4th-tier demonic beast had appeared in the wilderness, they would only consider it a wild demonic beast and wouldn't think of the Zhou family. Indeed, the wood sprite was a creature favored by heaven and earth, uniquely blessed. Other demonic beasts, even those whose breakthroughs require less spiritual energy than cultivators, still need a spiritual vein of the 9 Peaks Ridge level to break through to the 4th rank. But the wood spirit is different. Its need for spiritual energy is extremely low, requiring only a place with abundant vegetation. Furthermore, its breakthrough speed is incredibly fast. Zhou Chun only protected it for about a year in the chosen primeval forest, and it triggered a breakthrough phenomenon. On that day, the forest seemed to come alive. The entire forest seemed to rejoice, as if it had come to life. The ancient trees swayed their branches, as if dancing, and the wild grasses swayed rhythmically in the wind. This revitalized forest frightened the animals living within. Birds in the trees quickly took flight, carrying their young away from this magical forest. Beasts and reptiles on the ground also fled in droves, as if some terrifying being had appeared within. Even the insects dared not linger in the forest. Shortly after the birds and beasts departed, countless tiny, emerald green lights converged from all directions towards a single point, eventually forming a visible green mist. This sight astonished Zhou Chun. He could sense the rich life force emanating from the green mist simply by releasing his divine sense. It felt as if even a person with severed limbs could regenerate using this abundant life force if they entered that area. However, reason told him that even if the green mist truly had such an effect, it might not be beneficial to others. As the saying goes, one man's medicine is another man's poison. This rich life force might be a great tonic for the wood spirit and wood mulberry, who are currently breaking through to a higher level. But for other cultivators and animals, it was likely a deadly poison. Sure enough, Zhou Chun's conjecture was quickly confirmed. A 1st-tier, high-grade wood attribute demonic beast, the azure vine python, seemed unable to resist the temptation and entered the green mist area to devour it. After consuming a large amount of the green mist and successfully causing its aura to surge and break through to the second tier, its powerful aura began to rapidly decline until it finally lost all its life force, turning into a withered corpse. The green mist it had devoured then dissipated again, seemingly in even greater quantities. Life-stealing? That does have a somewhat sinister feel to it. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, instantly discerning the essence. After thinking for a moment, he released the golden-winged tiger, ordering it to release its pressure to disperse the demonic beasts attracted by the green mist. It wasn't that Zhou Chun was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the demonic beasts die, he simply didn't want their deaths to affect the temperament of the wood sprite, Mu Sang. He knew that the green mist would ultimately become the wood sprite's advancement resources, and if it were mixed with too much of the flesh and life force of other demonic beasts, it might distort the wood sprite's will. To conceal his identity, he even had the golden-winged tiger use the 100 illusion pearl to disguise himself, ensuring that even a purple mansion stage cultivator wouldn't be able to detect his disguise. However, perhaps due to the lack of spiritual energy in this area, they didn't encounter any powerful human cultivators for the next 3 months. The few Foundation establishment cultivators who did come were driven away by the golden-winged tiger before they even noticed the strange phenomena in the forest. After more than 3 months of continued refinement, the wood sprite finally absorbed all the life force into its body, officially breaking through to the 4th rank. Finally finished, inside the forest, Zhou Chun felt relieved after sensing a powerful 4th rank demonic beast aura rising. Soon, the wood sprite, having successfully broken through to the 4th rank, appeared before Zhou Chun. After breaking through to the 4th rank, the wood sprite's physical form remained unchanged, the only change was its physical condition. Previously, at the 3rd rank, even a golden core cultivator like Zhou Chun could detect that it wasn't made of flesh and blood. But now it looked like a real deer demon, with flesh and blood. Zhou Chun seriously suspected that unless a golden core cultivator with extremely powerful spiritual vision abilities, or an ascent soul cultivator, was present, most golden core cultivators would likely find it difficult to discern the wood sprite's true nature using only their divine sense. Mu Sang, what kind of divine ability did you awaken after your successful breakthrough? Are you confident you can heal Bai's injuries now? Zhou Chun gazed at the green spirit deer before him, asking with curiosity what was on his mind. Mu Sang naturally couldn't answer him verbally, but she quickly responded through their mental connection. After breaking through to the 4th rank, Mu Sang's divine abilities had indeed greatly improved. The fundamental wood escape technique was even more profound after advancing to the 4th rank, allowing her to even conceal herself with other cultivators or demonic beasts practicing wood attribute techniques. Her original Sweet Dew Rejuvenation divine ability had been directly upgraded to the Sweet Dew Heavenly Rain divine ability, possessing extremely powerful healing effects, and also highly effective in ripening spiritual herbs and healing spiritual herbs and trees. At the same time, her original turning wood into soldier's divine ability had further upgraded to the Heavenly Wood Deo Soldier divine ability, capable of refining Deo Soldier spirit seeds to form Deo Soldier formations to assist in combat. The highest grade of Deo Soldier could even reach the upper 3rd rank. The emergence of this divine ability greatly enhanced the wood spirit's combat and defensive capabilities, making its direct combat ability comparable to many 4th-tier demonic beasts. Finally, after breaking through to the 4th tier, the wood spirit also mastered 2 other powerful divine abilities. One is Yi Wood Divine Thunder, a type of divine thunder from the 5 elements, possessing considerable power. As it is its innate divine ability, when the wood spirit uses this ability, its power can directly reach the maximum level of its current cultivation. The other is the Gift of Life divine ability. The wood spirit actually mastered this ability at the 2nd tier, but its usage conditions were very special. Now, it can actively use this divine ability to forcibly extract the life force of vegetation in a region to strengthen itself, potentially raising its cultivation level by a small realm. However, the side effects of this divine ability remain severe. Once the wood spirit uses this ability, it will cause devastating damage to the vegetation in a region, violating the laws of nature. Therefore, after using it, it will be rejected by the laws of nature, unable to communicate with plants or use wood escape techniques for a period of time. Regardless, with the 4 powerful innate divine abilities gained after her breakthrough, Mu Sang's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Healing Lei Jiao Bai's injuries should no longer be a problem. After understanding this, Zhou Chun exclaimed with delight, "Good, good, good. Mu Sang, you have indeed lived up to my expectations. With you by my side, I will never have to worry about getting hurt again." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Bloodline Inheritance. Zhou Chun kept the advancement of the wood sprite to the 4th tier a strict secret. Apart from Zhou Mingde and Lin Honggao, the absolute high-ranking members of the Zhou family, no one knew he now possessed 2 4th-tier spirit pets. And as Zhou Chun had anticipated, the 4th-tier wood sprite's healing abilities were indeed greatly helpful in the recovery of Lei Jiao Baibai's injuries. After using the new, Sweet Dew, ability to heal Lei Jiao Baibai, its injuries were greatly alleviated, and it was estimated that it would be fully recovered in 3 to 5 years. Zhou Chun also tested the Sweet Dew ability's effect on accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs. The results were very encouraging. Accelerating the growth of a single spiritual herb could directly make a 100-year-old herb 500 or 600 years old overnight. The reason it's called a 100-year-old herb is because if the herb's age is too young, it won't be able to withstand the immense vitality contained in the Sweet Dew ability and will simply die. Moreover, after Zhou Chun's risky experiments, he discovered that even 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs could have their medicinal life extended by more than 200 years with Sweet Dew. This was incredibly powerful. Many 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs might only be a few hundred years short of reaching the level of 1,000-year-old treasure herbs, and many cultivators simply couldn't wait that long. If Zhou Chun were to publicize his ability to accelerate the ripening of certain spiritual herbs, many powerful forces would likely seek his help. Those powerful forces' herb gardens contained numerous spiritual herbs that were only a few hundred years short of being ready for medicinal use. What pleased Zhou Chun most was that, due to the powerful effect of the Sweet Dew ability, the Zhou family could significantly reduce the time required to cultivate 1,000-year jade marrow Ganoderma, the main ingredient for foundation establishment pills. This meant they would only need 500 or 600 years to cultivate 1,000-year jade marrow Ganoderma. That met the requirements for refining foundation establishment pills. Zhou Chun immediately didn't hold back and had the wood spirit cast the Sweet Dew ability on the purple mulberry wood, which was already a 3rd-tier high-grade spiritual wood. As he had hoped, the already exceptional purple mulberry tree, thanks to this opportunity, quickly advanced to a 4th-grade low-level spiritual tree. Although this premature advancement meant it might not be able to grow much for the next few centuries, for the Zhou family, it meant they could directly plant the jade marrow Ganoderma as spiritual mushroom buds on the tree, cultivating the main ingredient for foundation establishment pills. Of course, Zhou Chun didn't forget to have Mu Mei and Mu Sang use the Sweet Dew divine power on other spiritual fruit trees to see the effect. However, the results this time left him somewhat speechless. A 2nd-grade mid-level spiritual fruit tree that the Zhou family originally owned directly advanced to a 2nd-grade high-level tree under the Sweet Dew divine power. This should have been a good thing. But the problem was that the advanced tree's flowering and fruiting time was extended, and it didn't bear any spiritual fruit this time. As a result, Zhou Chun dared not let Mu Mei and Mu Sang use their divine power on the Zhou family's foundation-building fruit tree again, lest some uncontrollable consequences occur. The good news is that Mu Mei Mu Sang can still use the Sweet Dew rejuvenation divine power she mastered at the 3rd rank, increasing the fruit tree's yield once every few decades. Therefore, in the following period, as soon as Mu Mei Mu Sang recovers, she uses her divine power to extend the lifespan of some spiritual herbs in the Zhou family's medicinal garden. These herbs with extended lifespans are usually harvested immediately for alchemy, as they are destined to remain young for the next few hundred years. This is perhaps the constraint of the heavenly Dao on divine powers like Sweet Dew. After Lei Jiao Baibai's injuries healed considerably, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to learn about the divine powers it gained after breaking through to the 4th rank. As a 4-clawed Lei Jiao Baibai with superior bloodline aptitude, its breakthrough to the 4th rank was extremely smooth, and the divine powers it gained were naturally extraordinary. First, its thunder escape divine power was further strengthened. If it used its full power to fly, its speed would be several times faster than that of an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator using a magic weapon. Then, the Heavenly Thunder/Divine ability was upgraded, directly becoming the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation/. Its power in all aspects was greatly enhanced, possessing unparalleled offensive capabilities, even more domineering and fierce than Zhou Chun's God-slaying Golden Spear. The original, Heavenly Divine Thunder, divine ability was also upgraded and enhanced, or rather, finally restored to its original power, unlocking multiple applications. Moreover, from now on, it no longer requires storing Heavenly Thunder power within the body beforehand to use this divine ability. Of course, if Heavenly Thunder power is stored in advance, the mana consumption will be reduced when using the divine ability, further enhancing its power. At the same time, like Mu Mei and Mu Seng, after breaking through to the 4th rank, Lei Jiao Bai Bai also awakened 3 additional innate divine abilities. One is the Thunder Lightning Purgatory Claw, an innate divine ability that can be used for both ranged and melee combat, which, when combined with the Thunder Escape divine ability, can unleash extremely strong melee capabilities. Another is the Undying Thunder Body, which, when used, can greatly weaken incoming attacks and can neutralize a potentially fatal attack. Unfortunately, the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon attacked very suddenly. Otherwise, if Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai had been prepared and used this divine ability beforehand, he might not have suffered such severe injuries. The 3rd divine ability is Nine Heavens Thunder Prison, an offensive divine ability whose power is difficult to measure. The reason why its power is difficult to measure is because the power of this divine ability fluctuates greatly. If it encounters a thunderstorm and is aided by the power of Heavenly Thunder, the power of this divine ability can double. Alternatively, if the Heavenly Thunder Guidance divine ability is used in advance to gather thunder clouds, the power of this divine ability can also be greatly increased. However, without the above 2 environmental factors, the power of this divine ability is not particularly strong. It can only be considered a decent divine ability for trapping enemies and crushing weaker ones. But in any case, after breaking through to the 4th tier, Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai's strength is already extremely powerful. Zhou Chun estimated that without using the Moon Toad Pearl, he would most likely not be a match for it in a one-on-one fight. It can only be said that the 4-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon's bloodline talent is truly powerful. Before reaching the 5th rank, it can still steadily suppress the vast majority of human cultivators of the same realm. For Zhou Chun, the stronger the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai becomes, the happier he is undoubtedly. Thinking deeper, aren't the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai's supernatural abilities his own? After he uses the Beast Spirit Fusion technique, he will have complete control over the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai's supernatural abilities, and then he can truly experience the thrill of crushing cultivators of the same realm. What surprises and delights Zhou Chun even more is that after breaking through to the 4th rank, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai actually obtained a portion of the Thunder Flood Dragon clan's bloodline inheritance. It should be known that among demonic beasts, bloodline inheritance is an extremely rare thing. Generally, only very powerful demonic beast species, such as the Flood Dragon, Fire Phoenix, and Mountain-bearing Turtle, demonic beast species with top-tier bloodlines, can possess bloodline inheritance. As the name suggests, bloodline inheritance is a method of inheritance through bloodline inheritance techniques and secret arts. The advantage of this method of inheritance is that there's no need to worry about the lineage being cut off, unless all the bloodline descendants you left behind are completely wiped out. But this is practically impossible for any demon beast species that possesses a bloodline inheritance. And to leave behind a related inheritance through bloodline, even a 5th-tier demon king isn't qualified. Zhou Chun wasn't sure if a 6th-tier demon saint could, but the prevailing opinion in the cultivation world is that only demon beast races that have produced extremely powerful beings can leave behind a bloodline inheritance. Even among the dragon race, those who obtain a bloodline inheritance at the 4th tier are rare. The vast majority of dragons only obtain a bloodline inheritance after cultivating to the 5th tier. Generally speaking, the purer the bloodline and the higher the cultivation level of the dragon, the more complete the bloodline inheritance it will receive. The fact that the Thunder Dragon Bai Bai obtained a portion of the bloodline inheritance right after breaking through to the 4th tier undoubtedly proves its extraordinary talent and aptitude. If the deceased Thunder Dragon King knew this, he would probably hate himself even more for not coming sooner to kidnap Bai Bai. According to Lei Jiao Bai Bai himself, the bloodline inheritance he received mainly included a demon race cultivation technique and 2 supernatural abilities, as well as some survival-related knowledge, such as which types of demon beasts to avoid, which demon beasts and spiritual herbs and ores would aid in his growth, and how to recover quickly from injuries. Of course, due to the differences in era and region, most of that survival-related knowledge was not very useful. It was enough to have a basic understanding. The key was the cultivation technique and the supernatural abilities, which were the real benefits for improving his strength. The cultivation technique was called the Thunder Dragon Transformation Scripture, an exclusive supernatural ability of the Legiao clan, which only the Legiao clan could cultivate. After Legiao Bai cultivated this technique, not only would his cultivation speed increase much faster than those demon beasts of the same level who did not cultivate such techniques, but he could also purify his own magical power and bloodline, and temper his physical body. The other two cultivation methods for divine abilities are Thunder Dragon Roar and Thunder Armor. One is a sonic attack that targets the soul and body, and the other is a tribulation transforming divine ability to resist heavenly tribulations. Both are extremely practical divine abilities. Unfortunately, these bloodline inheritances have special restrictions. Not only could Legiao Bai not tell Zhou Chun about the cultivation methods and divine abilities, but it also couldn't tell other dragons. This was perhaps intentionally done by the powerful demon races who left behind the bloodline inheritances, not only to prevent the inheritance from being stolen, but also because they didn't want descendants with inferior bloodlines to take shortcuts when they weren't worried about the inheritance being lost. Although Zhou Chun had some slight regret about this, he didn't care too much. He was genuinely happy for Legiao Bai. Bai, you should focus on recovering from your injuries and cultivating your divine abilities. Once you're fully healed, let's go do something big. After praising and comforting his beloved pet, he left it in the secret chamber with the spirit eye spring to recuperate, while he went outside to cultivate. The cultivation world of Jing Kingdom became unusually lively afterward. After all, the series of events that had occurred were truly astounding. Whether it was the battle between the nascent soul stage cultivators and the Golden Horned Dragon King, or the clash between a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators and the combined forces of the Flood Dragon clan and the Dragon Transformation Sect, these were events no less significant than the previous decisive battle between the Heavenly Spirit Legion and the Yuan Demon Legion. The subsequent destruction of the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters by 9 nascent soul stage cultivators was equally shocking. Crucially, this time, unlike some previous major events where cultivators were merely spectators, gaining nothing, many cultivators who rushed to the scene after the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon self-destruction had obtained a vast amount of fragments, scales, bones, dragon blood, and other materials, spread over a wide area. While these gains might not make them rich, for some key refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators, obtaining even a tiny scale the size of a fingernail from a 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Many Golden Core stage cultivators also reaped substantial benefits from the destruction of the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, reaping considerable advantages as well. Therefore, Jingguo is unusually bustling now, with people selling materials from 5th-tier Thunder Dragons in every market, some genuine and some fake. If that 5th-tier Thunder Dragon knew about this, it would probably be furious. Zhou Chun didn't care about those scattered materials, they were too fragmented and of little use. He already possessed a 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, what kind of material couldn't he obtain? Zhou Chun's current task was to take advantage of the fact that the Golden Core cultivators of Jingguo had gained a great deal from the battle to destroy the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, and to collect a batch of relevant spiritual medicinal materials from them. He had seen that some Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect had planted many rare varieties of spiritual herbs in their private and sect-wide herb gardens, including materials for refining the Ancient Dust Pill, Purple Dust Pill, and Jade Golden Glow Pill. However, the situation at the time did not allow him to compete for those things, so he could only keep them in mind. Now that they were back in the safe rear, to prevent those things from being traded away or used up, he naturally had to act immediately. After making some preparations, Zhou Chun sent invitations to many Golden Core cultivators from the Jing Kingdom, inviting them to participate in an exchange event he organized. To entice them, Zhou Chun generously included in the invitations some items he would exchange, such as millennium-old precious herbs, top-grade magic weapons and spiritual materials, things Golden Core cultivators needed. Perhaps it was Zhou Chun's current reputation that was truly impressive, or perhaps the items he had noted in the invitations had an effect, More than 30 golden core cultivators attended, practically half of the Jing Kingdom's golden core cultivators. At the exchange event, Zhou Chun successfully acquired many desired spiritual herbs, adding nearly a batch of herbs for one batch of ancient dust pills, and enough for one batch of purple dust pills, with some even left over. He also successfully acquired several auxiliary ingredients for Jade Golden Glow pills. Meanwhile, most of the other golden core cultivators also benefited from this opportunity, making it a truly enjoyable occasion for both host and guests. After the exchange meeting, Zhou Chun received a decree from the Moon Wheel Sect for the next 100 years. The supply of dragon blood as tribute could be suspended, but 81 complete 4th-tier Thunder Flood dragon scales had to be submitted within that time frame. Zhou Chun's face darkened upon seeing the decree. While the dragon scales weren't unremovable, each scale was forged through countless trials by the dragon's own magical power. Even if a scale was lost and regenerated, it would take decades, even centuries, of refinement to achieve the same defensive capabilities as the original. Furthermore, the regrowth of scales after removal would hinder the dragon's cultivation. If the Moonwheel Sect's demands were followed, the Thunder Flood dragon would have to shed a complete scale almost every year for Zhou Chun. This would severely slow its cultivation progress over the next 100 years. These guys are really ruthless, Zhou Chun cursed, yet he was helpless. This decree was issued by a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect, clearly leaving him no room for negotiation. Now, all that's left is for Lei Jiao Bye-Bye to suffer. Of course. Zhou Chun wouldn't forget Lei Jiao Bye-Bye's sacrifices and would definitely find a way to find nourishing spiritual items for it during these 100 years, ensuring that this matter wouldn't truly hinder its cultivation. For the next 3 years, everything seemed quite peaceful. The fervor surrounding the destruction of the Dragon Transformation Sect gradually subsided, and the Flood Dragon clan seemed to have accepted their fate, making no further moves. One day, while Zhou Chun was cultivating, a message from the Jade Gathering Valley stronghold filled him with shock and joy, prompting him to immediately set off for the desolate land. Chapter 548 Wind Attribute Top Grade Spiritual Root Genius. In the desolate wilderness, at the Jade Gathering Valley outpost, Zhou Chun arrived in less than a day after receiving the news. To get there as quickly as possible, he even requisitioned Lei Jiao, whose injuries hadn't fully healed, and used the underground waterways to get there. His haste was all because of an infant, a newborn just a month old. This infant's status was indeed noble. Her father was Su Fu, an honorary elder of the Zhou family, and her mother was Zhou Yuanun, a core member of the Zhou family. But these alone were clearly not enough to make Zhou Chun so anxious and excited. The reason was this infant's extraordinary spiritual root aptitude. According to the message from Zhou Daoquan, this infant was likely to possess the legendary top-grade spiritual root aptitude, and moreover, it was a wind attribute spiritual root inherited from her father, Su Fu. Top-grade spiritual root aptitude, and wind attribute at that. These 2 points combined held extraordinary significance for Zhou Chun. Therefore, upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed to the Jade Gathering Valley outpost to verify this matter personally. Upon arriving at the Kiu Mountain stronghold, he didn't say much, directly addressing Zhou Daoquan and Su Fu, who came to greet him. "Where is the child? Take me to see her quickly. The child is with her mother." "This junior will take you there, clan chief," Su Fu replied with a smile, immediately leading the way. He was extremely excited at this moment. If his daughter truly possessed top-grade spiritual root aptitude, then she would be guaranteed to be a golden core cultivator in the future, and even had a considerable chance of reaching the nascent soul stage. And he could then naturally rise in status through his daughter, escaping his current awkward situation. With his age and aptitude, he might even be able to aspire to the golden core realm in the future. Thus, led by Su Fu, Zhou Chun quickly arrived at his cave dwelling and met Zhou Yuanun and her daughter. "This junior greets the clan chief. Welcome to my humble abode," Zhou Yuanun said with delight upon seeing Zhou Chun, quickly holding her daughter and bowing in greeting. She wasn't stupid. The fact that Zhou Chun had rushed over so quickly after hearing the news showed how much he valued her daughter. If her daughter's spiritual root aptitude was correct, she, as the mother of a daughter, should have no problem obtaining the spiritual artifact to aid in opening her purple mansion. Zhou Chun, however, ignored Zhou Yuanun's words and immediately looked at the baby in her arms. This little girl, barely a month old, didn't cry or fuss upon seeing him, a stranger. Her small, dark eyes met his gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips. Zhou Chun didn't even need to test her spirit, He could sense the extraordinary spirituality within the baby and knew at a glance that she was definitely a child with spiritual root aptitude. He hadn't felt this way even when he met Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun, who also possessed superior spiritual root aptitude. Perhaps it was related to his low cultivation level back then, but he couldn't deny the special nature of this baby girl. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise, truly a natural wonder, extraordinary indeed. He then had Zhou Chun place the baby girl in the cradle and personally performed a spirit testing technique to test her spiritual root. As the white sphere of light formed by the spirit testing technique entered the baby girl's body, a dazzling bluish-white spiritual light immediately emanated from her, instantly illuminating the entire room and creating a gentle breeze. Such extraordinary phenomena were beyond the reach of even those with superior spiritual root aptitude. Spiritual light fills the field, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Such a natural wonder, indeed, is the legendary top-grade spiritual root aptitude. Zhou Chun waved his sleeve, scattering the spiritual light throughout the room, and then joyfully announced his test results. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs walk. Although the Zhou family had never produced a member with top-grade spiritual root aptitude in its more than 1,000 years of history, there were still records of such aptitude in ancient texts. In many texts about spiritual root aptitude that Zhou Chun had read, there were special records of top-grade spiritual root aptitude. These records stated that during the testing of any type of top-grade spiritual root, a phenomenon of abundant spiritual light would appear, completely different from the testing of high-grade spiritual root aptitude. Furthermore, depending on the spiritual root attribute, a phenomenon like a gentle breeze would also appear. Now, Su Fu and Zhou Chun's daughter simultaneously exhibited both of these phenomena described in the texts, undoubtedly confirming that she possessed a top-grade wind attribute spiritual root aptitude. Clearly, the results spoken by Zhou Chun, a golden core cultivator, carried even greater authority. Upon hearing his words, Su Fu and Zhou Chun, who had initially felt somewhat apprehensive, immediately beamed with joy, their hearts filled with happiness and excitement. Zhou Chun, standing to the side, also wore a broad smile, exclaiming, "I never imagined I'd witness a genius with such exceptional spiritual root talent emerge in my family. My life has truly been worthwhile. Heaven is indeed blessing our Zhou family, indeed, heaven is blessing our Zhou family." The appearance of such a genius proves that our Zhou family is destined for great prosperity, Zhou Chun echoed excitedly. He had previously paid little attention to the phrases like heaven blesses the Zhou family often uttered by elders like Zhou Mingde. But now, the birth of a genius with exceptional wind attribute spiritual root talent made him feel that perhaps some kind of divine will truly existed. Within the entire Zhou family, only he and a few others, including Zhou Mingde, truly understood the immense importance of a genius with exceptional wind attribute spiritual root talent to the family. It wasn't just some genius guaranteed a golden core stage cultivation, it was a tremendous opportunity that could propel the Zhou family's heritage forward by several leaps. It might even be a great opportunity for Zhou Chun to potentially reach the nascent soul stage in the future. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Chun looked at Su Fu and Zhou Chun and said, "This girl probably hasn't been named yet, right? In that case, I'll take the liberty of naming her Zhou Xiang, hoping that she will grow up to be a heroine of the Zhou family." Normally, Zhou Chun wouldn't presume to do such things. For example, he refused when Zhou Zhengyang asked him to name his son, Zhou Xinglan. His willingness to make this request shows his excitement and how much he values this baby girl. Since he had taken the initiative, Su Fu and Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't refuse. The couple exchanged a glance and then respectfully replied with smiles, "On behalf of our daughter Yinger, we thank the clan leader for bestowing a name. Well then, Yinger will be raised by you two for now. Once she begins her cultivation, I will personally take her as my disciple." Zhou Chun nodded, making a decision that greatly surprised and delighted the couple. After speaking, he looked at the people present with a serious expression and said, "Also, remember this, from now on, Yinger's true spiritual root aptitude will be a top secret of the Zhou family. To outsiders, we will only say that she has a superior spiritual root aptitude. Yes, we will obey the clan leader's orders." The three, including Zhou Chun, were all on high alert and agreed in unison. Afterwards, once little Zhou Xiang had fallen asleep, Zhou Chun called the overjoyed Su Fu and Zhou Chun to a quiet room for a private talk. He first glanced at the couple, then said, "Yinger is exceptionally talented. It would be a waste to entrust her to you. It's best if we, the Supreme Elder and I, personally teach and nurture her. so as not to squander her talent and to better protect her. Do you understand? Hearing this, Su Fu immediately replied, "We understand. It is Yinger's blessing to be accepted as a disciple by the clan chief. We, her husband and I, are naturally overjoyed." Zhou Yuan, hearing her husband's words, quickly echoed, "My husband is absolutely right. It is a great blessing for Yinger to be valued by you, clan chief, and accepted as a disciple. We, her husband and I, we're too grateful to not understand. It's good that you understand." Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the two and continued, "As the saying goes, a mother's status rises with her sons. Since you two have given birth to such a gifted descendant, the family naturally cannot treat you unfairly." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Zhou Yuan and said, "When Yinger formally becomes a disciple, I will bestow upon her a purple dust pill as a gift." Zhou Yuan understood the meaning of these words perfectly, and was immediately overjoyed. She hurriedly thanked him. This junior thanks the clan leader for his kindness. Su Fu, who was standing to the side, was happy for his Taoist partner, but also looked at Zhou Chun with trepidation and expectation. His Taoist partner Zhou Yuan had gained so much, there was no reason why he would have nothing. After all, judging from his daughter's wind attribute spiritual root aptitude, she should have inherited more of her father's aptitude. Facing his expectant gaze, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Yes, and Su Fu, if you wish to form your core in the future, I will bestow upon you a core formation spiritual object." Hearing this, Su Fu's eyes lit up with joy, and he hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. Clan leader's kindness is deeply appreciated. Due to his background, he had never been valued or treated favorably before, and even the spiritual object to assist in opening his purple mansion was something he had painstakingly obtained through life or death struggles. Without the clan's support, relying on himself, no matter how daring he was, he would have almost no chance of forming his core. Now, Zhou Chun was willing to promise him a core formation spiritual object, which filled him with immense joy. It also reaffirmed one thing: being born into wealth is worse than doing well. Some people, like Su Fu, possess talent and ability, and are daring and relentless, ultimately achieving considerable success, but their potential is already predetermined. Some people, like his daughter Zhou Xiang, possessed more than he, as a father, could ever hope to achieve in his entire life, even at birth. He could only be thankful that she was his daughter, and that he could share in some of her benefits in the future. Zhou Chun didn't stop there, continuing to bombard the couple with more information. "Both of you have excellent aptitudes. As long as you serve the family well, once Yinger reaches the core formation stage, you two might both have the opportunity to glimpse even higher realms. Don't waste your time." This was a grand promise, but the problem was that it was real, tangible. Moreover, Zhou Xiang was their daughter. She would certainly help her parents when she achieved success. Therefore, Su Fu and Zhou Yuan deeply believed in Zhou Chun's promise, their hearts pounding with excitement. Just as Zhou Chun said, they weren't hopeless cases. On the contrary, their aptitude and cultivation were both above average in the Zhou family. With the family's support, their future achievements would be substantial. Perhaps the reason for their previous support was simply a lack of a compelling reason to gain acceptance. However, if their daughter successfully forms her core in the future, and with Zhou Chun as their master, supporting them, it would be no problem at all to reasonably utilize the family's resources to help them, and they wouldn't have to worry about being questioned by their clansmen. The two were naturally extremely grateful to Zhou Chun, repeating their words of gratitude over and over again. But they could never have imagined that the promises Zhou Chun made to them didn't require the Zhou family to contribute a single ingredient, nor would they use any of the Zhou family's own resources. Even if Zhou Chun didn't make those promises now, they would definitely have that opportunity in the future. Zhou Chun had cleverly used information asymmetry to his advantage. After securing Su Fu and Zhou Yuan's relationship with tangible benefits and promises, Zhou Chun didn't linger at the Kiu Mountain stronghold and quickly returned to Jing Kingdom. He had considered bringing Zhou Xiang and Su Fu back to Jing Kingdom, as it might be safer there. However, Zhou Chun was more worried that Su Fu might take the risk and abduct his daughter to join a powerful force. If that happened, even if he ultimately failed, the consequences would be very difficult to handle. Therefore, after careful consideration, Zhou Chun decided to leave the couple at the Kiu Mountain stronghold. However, for the safety of little Zhou Xiang, Zhou Chun specifically instructed Zhou Yuan not to let her daughter out of his sight or leave the Kiu Mountain stronghold. Concerned about her future path, Zhou Chun naturally took this matter very seriously and readily agreed. To ensure everything went smoothly, Zhou Chun also left the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone at the Kiu mountain stronghold to cultivate, entrusting the item to awaken it to Zhou Yuanlian and Zhou Daoquan. In this way, even if a fourth-tier demonic beast attacked the stronghold, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone could protect Zhou's Hying if necessary. Upon returning to the family, Zhou Chun immediately shared the good news with Zhou Ming. As he expected, upon hearing that Zhou's Hying truly possessed a top-grade wind attribute spiritual root, Zhou Ming's face flushed with excitement, and he repeatedly exclaimed his praise. After praising her, he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression, asking, "Since that little girl truly possesses top-tier spiritual root talent, Zheng Chun, why don't you bring her back for me to see? Besides, the wilderness is ultimately not a safe place. It's safer and more reliable to keep such a genius by our side." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately explained his concerns and arrangements. After listening to Zhou Chun's explanation, Zhou Ming, though still regretful that he couldn't see this most talented member of the Zhou family in history soon, nodded understandingly and said, "Zheng Chun, your concerns are indeed not without merit. Let's do as you arrange for now. Once that little girl begins to cultivate, we'll keep her by our side and train her properly." Seeing his understanding, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile and say, "Exactly. With Yinger's spiritual root talent, as long as we train and nurture her properly, she can establish her foundation in her 20s, open her purple mansion in her 50s or 60s, and reach the purple mansion perfection before the age of 150. Then we can send her to that secret island to obtain the inheritance of the cave master. If we can gain control of that secret island, not only will our Zhou family obtain the inheritance of a powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but we will also gain a secret realm that continuously produces a large amount of spiritual herbs. At that time, the true foundation of our Zhou family will be no less than that of those major sects. Given time, we will surely become a renowned nascent soul family that resounds throughout the countries." As he finished speaking, a fiery glint appeared in Zhou Chun's eyes. He wasn't sure how many good things were still inside that secret island. But judging from the harvest from the small herb garden he was given, the spiritual herbs growing in the other herb gardens were certainly plentiful. Perhaps enough to support several golden core cultivators to reach the late-stage golden core realm. If Zhou Hying can inherit the mantle of the island's master and become its master, then Zhou Chun, as her master, the head of the Zhou family, and the one who bestowed this fortune upon her, should rightfully share in its rewards. At that point, while other things are uncertain, cultivating to the late golden core stage with the abundant spiritual resources within should be no problem at all. If things go even better, the island's master might have even left a nascent soul formation opportunity for his successor, meaning Zhou Chun will have that opportunity in the future. A nascent soul family, Zhou Ming murmured to himself, then looked at Zhou Chun with longing and anticipation, saying, "If I could truly witness the Zhou family become a nascent soul family, even if I were to die on the spot, I could still hold my head high to meet my ancestors." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied with a smile, "Then you must live well, sir. Perhaps not only will we be an ordinary nascent soul family, but in the future, our Zhou family might even become a nascent soul family with several nascent soul cultivators and fifth-tier demon kings." Both of them laughed heartily. In the following years, taking advantage of Lei Jiao Baibai's recovery, Zhou Chun began to extract dragon blood from it to cultivate the 4th level of the dragon transformation secret technique. At the same time, he also had Lei Jiao Baibai begin to infect some of the demon beasts raised by the Zhou family, hoping to add several more dragon-blooded demon beasts to the Zhou family's ranks. During this time, Zhou Ming couldn't resist the urge to visit Zhou's Hying in the wilderness and personally tested her spiritual root aptitude again. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years later, Zhou Chun finally achieved initial success in cultivating the 4th level of the dragon transformation secret technique. When he used the beast spirit fusion technique with Lei Jiao Baibai, the harmony was much better than before. Crucially, after years of refinement, his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, finally advanced to a mid-grade magic weapon after he incorporated a large amount of iron essence from the broken blade he bought at the auction. Refining a natal magic weapon to the mid-grade level at the early golden core stage wasn't particularly rare in the cultivation world. As long as one didn't cut corners too much when refining the natal magic weapon, veteran golden core cultivators could achieve this over time. However, cultivators like Zhou Chun, who achieved this in just 20 years after refining their natal magic weapon, were extremely rare. If things continue like this, he could cultivate this natal magic weapon for another 1 or 200 years, and perhaps even have the chance to upgrade it into a high-grade magic weapon. At the same time, although it has only been a few years since it was introduced into the Zhou family, Lei Jiao Baibai has already cultivated 3 new dragon-born demon beasts for the Zhou family by virtue of its powerful bloodline and cultivation influence. These 3 types of dragon-born demonic beasts are, first, the Wind and Thunder Dragon Lizard, a mutation of the Horned Lizard Beast, which possesses both wind and thunder attribute spells and can unleash wind blades and lightning spells, making its combat ability far superior to most low-level demonic beasts. Second, the Dragon Scale Water-Splitting Deer, a mutation of the 8-horned water-splitting deer. Compared to the original 8-horned water-splitting deer, it has grown silver-white dragon scales, greatly enhancing its defense and endurance. It can also unleash lightning spells with its antlers, resulting in a qualitative leap in its strength. Third, the Unicorn Wind Chaser, a demonic beast that the Zhou family had only recently tamed. These Unicorn Wind Chaser originally had a considerable chance of advancing to the 2nd tier. One of the 1st-tier high-grade Unicorn Wind Chaser, after being tainted by the White Dragon aura of the Thunder Flood Dragon, actually mutated into a dragon-born demonic beast and thus broke through to the 2nd tier. This 2nd-tier Unicorn Wind Chaser also possesses both wind and thunder attributes, and its body is covered in silvery white dragon scales, making it look extremely majestic and spirited. Its combat ability is stronger than many mid-level demonic beasts, and its flight speed surpasses many flying demonic beasts of the same tier. Zhou Chun named it Swift Wind Lightning Dragon Steed, listing it as a breed that the Zhou family would not sell to outsiders. The appearance of these 3 powerful dragon-blooded demonic beasts also verified Zhou Chun's previous speculation. The stronger the dragon itself, the easier it is to successfully infiltrate other demonic beasts, and the stronger the dragon's own bloodline, the greater the increase in the strength of the demonic beast successfully infiltrated. Currently, it is still early, and only 3 types of dragon-blooded demonic beasts have been successfully infiltrated. In the future, as long as the infiltration continues, Lei Jiao Baibai will definitely be able to create more varieties of dragon-blooded demonic beasts for the Zhou family. Through generations of infiltration and mutation, eventually, the bloodlines of these dragon-blooded demonic beasts will stabilize, and they will be able to pass on their dragon bloodline like the Dragon Scale Horse and the Dragon Claw Giant Lizard. However, for the time being, this infiltration and mutation must be stopped. Because Lei Jiao Baibai's injuries had been completely healed, and Zhou Chun had successfully cultivated the 4th level of the Dragon Transformation secret technique and refined his natal magic weapon, Myriad Transformation Golden Cauldron, into a mid-grade magic weapon, Zhou Chun was preparing to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom again to settle a grudge that should have been settled long ago. Chapter 549 The Alchemy Plan, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Xianyuan Immortal City. Zhou Chun, having come from Jing Kingdom, arrived in this immortal city again. However, unlike usual, he didn't visit Luo Qingni first, but instead went to Zhou Daoyi's secluded cultivation place. Judging by the time, Zhou Daoyi had successfully formed his golden core some time ago and was now able to emerge from seclusion to receive guests. Junior greets granduncle, "Congratulations on your successful golden core formation, may you live 1,000 years." Inside the cave, Zhou Chun sincerely offered his congratulations upon seeing Zhou Daoyi. Among the elders of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoyi was undoubtedly the closest to him. Now that this elder had also successfully formed his golden core, he was genuinely happy for him. Upon hearing his congratulations, Zhou Daoyi couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, congratulations to you too. Zheng Chun, you must have brought Baibai over, right? Quickly, let me see what a 4th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon looks like." Hearing this, Zhou Chun naturally fulfilled his elder's request and quickly released the Thunder Flood Dragon Baibai for him to see. After observing the strange sights, Zhou Daoyi first instructed Zhou Chun to retrieve the Thunder Flood Dragon, then looked at him seriously and said, "I've heard about what happened in the family before. We'll keep some scores in mind and settle them later." Zhou Chun knew he was referring to the King Lian Temple hiring someone to assassinate him and the Moon Wheel Sect's scheme against the Zhou family. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand. We'll settle these scores with them sooner or later." He then told Zhou Daoyi about the emergence of a top-grade wind attribute spiritual root genius in the Zhou family. Like Zhou Ming before him, Zhou Daowei was overjoyed and excited upon hearing this, immediately asking for details. After Zhou Chun finished explaining the details, including his own arrangements and plans, Zhou Daowei carefully considered them. After pondering for a while, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zheng Chun, your plan is generally sound, but before Yinger truly controls that secret island, Su Fu and his wife must not know about it, lest they instigate Yinger to do things detrimental to the family. Furthermore, once Yinger begins to understand things, Zheng Chun, you must spend more time and effort guiding her, cultivating a strong bond between master and disciple from a young age. This will make it easier to share the treasures within the secret island with her in the future." Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this and immediately replied, "Indeed, after I complete my revenge this time, I will return to the family to cultivate in seclusion for 20 or 30 years, give Yinger a good talking to." Upon hearing him mention revenge, Zhou Daowei frowned slightly and looked at him, saying, "According to what you said, Zheng Chun, Wang Jun is also from a major sect and has a blood relationship with an ancestral cultivator. Are you sure you're okay going to seek revenge on him alone? Why don't you let Huangao and me go with you?" Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. I've come fully prepared. Even if he really has a trump card given to him by an ancestral cultivator, I'm confident I can take him down." This was his personal matter, so he didn't want to involve Zhou Daowei and his wife. Moreover, he didn't think Wang Jun was a match for him. "Very well. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Just be careful." Zhou Daowei looked at Zhou Chun for a while, then sighed softly and didn't insist any further. "I will be careful," Zhou Chun replied. He then chatted with Zhou Daowei about some family matters and left after staying for a few days. According to the Zhou family's plan, Zhou Daowei would no longer make public appearances within the family. He would instead reside permanently in Xian'an Immortal City. With his talisman-making skills, renting a cave dwelling in Xian'an Immortal City was no problem for him, especially with the family providing subsidies. Furthermore, Zhou Chun had discussed something with him. He planned to have him rent a shop in Xian'an Immortal City to sell resources developed by the Zhou family from the wilderness. He would act as the Zhou family's representative, overseeing the shop and liaising with the forces of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Similar situations were not uncommon in Xian'an Immortal City. Zhou Chun would also later transfer another batch of foundation establishment and key refining cultivators from the Zhou family to assist, essentially providing them with another burrow. After leaving Zhou Daowei's cave dwelling, Zhou Chun quickly went to visit Luo Qingni's Qingni residence. He had contacted her yesterday and arranged to visit today, so he soon met Luo Qingni, whom he hadn't seen for some time, outside the residence. "It's been many years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Luo's cultivation has become even more refined. Zhou Chun, I'm truly envious." Looking at Luo Qingni, whose cultivation aura had increased considerably, Zhou Chun couldn't hide his envy and sighed. This wasn't just politeness, he genuinely envied her. After forming his golden core, he had no more pills to take, so his cultivation growth had been quite slow. After all, his true spiritual root aptitude was only a mid-grade spiritual root. Judging from his cultivation progress over the years, even if everything went smoothly, without the aid of pills, it would take him at least 150 years to reach the peak of the early golden core stage. And how to break through the barrier of the mid-golden core stage would be a severe test. It was only because Zhou Chun formed his golden core relatively early, successfully doing so in his early 20s, that he had ample time ahead of him. Otherwise, he would probably have already been frantically searching for spiritual items to enhance his cultivation and magical power. Faced with Zhou Chun's exclamation, Luo Qingni smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're too kind. Unlike you, I don't need to worry about trivial matters. Focusing on cultivation is enough, steady improvement is only natural." She then looked at Zhou Chun with surprise and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, even with family affairs to tend to, your cultivation hasn't lagged behind. I truly admire you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun sighed softly. "Alice, I also wish I could be as carefree as you, fellow Taoist Luo, but being in a family and enjoying its offerings, I have to be mindful of certain things." He shook his head and smiled at her. "All right, let's not talk about these troublesome matters. Let's talk about why I've come to visit you today." He then explained his purpose. He had come to see Luo Qingni mainly to ask for her help in refining a batch of purple dust pills, and also to see if he could gather the necessary spiritual herbs for another batch of ancient dust pills. Regarding the collection of materials for the ancient dust pill, he had previously asked Luo Qingni to keep an eye out for them. If any appeared, she was willing to help him acquire them as long as the price was right. Finally, he wanted to show Zhou Chun the auxiliary ingredients he had collected for the Jade Golden Glow pill, to see what other materials they needed to refine the pill together. Upon hearing his purpose, Luo Qingni readily agreed to refine the purple dust pill, and then showed Zhou Chun the various spiritual herbs she had collected for the ancient dust pill. After comparing them, Zhou Chun discovered that as long as he found another 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, he could gather enough materials for another batch of ancient dust pills. This made him extremely happy. Luo Qingni's eyes also lit up with delight after seeing the auxiliary ingredients for the Jade Golden Glow pill that he had collected. He couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaim, "Wonderful! If we add the auxiliary ingredients that fellow Taoist Zhou has collected, we have already gathered 80% of the important auxiliary ingredients needed for the Jade Golden Glow pill. We only need to find 2 more main ingredients before we can try to start refining this pill." Hearing her words, Zhou Chun also showed a happy expression, but soon seemed to think of something and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "If we start refining the Jade Golden Glow pill, fellow Taoist Luo, are you confident?" This question might be considered offensive, but since it was a matter of great importance, he naturally had to say what needed to be said. Fortunately, Luo Qingni was a reasonable person and didn't take his doubts to heart. She immediately replied, "Qingni has been studying that pill formula whenever she has free time these past few years. If we can really gather all the materials, and with the help of some rare spiritual items, I'm confident I can succeed." Hearing her answer, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "A 70% chance is already quite high. Since fellow Taoist Luo is so confident, we should speed up the collection of the 2 main ingredients. Does fellow Taoist Luo have any information about those 2 spiritual herbs?" There's still no news about the 3,000-year-old golden thread orchid, but we know that 2 forces are cultivating the 3,000-year-old jade in their medicinal gardens. If we can offer them something attractive in exchange, we might try to trade. Luo Qingni didn't hide anything and quickly revealed her findings. As a famous alchemy master in Xianying Immortal City, she had a very wide network of connections, making it much easier for her than Zhou Chun to inquire about high-end spiritual herbs. However, when it comes to rare and precious medicinal herbs like millennium-old treasures, she can often only gather information. Actually obtaining them is not an easy task. After hearing her explanation, Zhou Chun's spirits lifted, and he immediately said, "Since we already have information about one of the main ingredients, fellow Taoist Luo, why don't you inquire about their exchange conditions? If they're not too outrageous, we could exchange them at a slightly higher price." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni couldn't help but smile wryly. "If we could exchange them, that would be wonderful. But to exchange for a medicinal herb of this level, especially since we're the ones actively seeking it out, I'm afraid even herbs of the same level wouldn't be enough. We'd need even rarer ones. Although Qingni also has a few millennium-old treasure herbs, I'm afraid they won't catch their eye." Saying this, she looked expectantly at Zhou Chun. She knew a little about Zhou Chun's situation, knowing that when he participated in the exchange fair in Xianying Immortal City, he often used millennium-old medicinal herbs and treasures for exchange. Therefore, she hoped that Zhou Chun could offer sufficiently rare millennium-old treasures to exchange for the jade of jade flower. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before meeting her expectant gaze and saying, "I do indeed possess some rare 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. However, if I also provide the main ingredient, how should the resulting elixir be distributed?" Hearing this, Luo Qingni quickly replied, "Currently, fellow Taoist Zhou has the majority of these materials. If fellow Taoist Zhou provides one main ingredient, we will split the elixir 50-50 after it's completed. If both main ingredients are provided by fellow Taoist Zhou, I will only take one elixir. What do you think, fellow Taoist Zhou?" After all, she had the advantage of technology as equity, so even if she didn't provide any medicinal herbs, she was guaranteed at least one elixir. This was considered an unspoken rule in the alchemist industry. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't feel cheated after hearing her words and quickly nodded, saying, "Very good." He then listed several spiritual items he could use for exchange and handed them to Luo Qingni. Upon seeing the list of 7 or 8 rare millennium-old medicinal herbs, including a 3,000-year-old jade marrow ganoderma, a 4,000-year-old phoenix blood vine, 1,000 gold fruit, and a 3,800-year-old earth dragon ginseng, Luo Qingni's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Zhou Chun. Although she knew Zhou Chun was wealthy and likely possessed some rare millennium-old herbs, she hadn't expected him to be so incredibly rich. Even if she were foolish, she knew these herbs weren't the rarest she possessed. Fellow Taoist Zhou, did you perhaps obtain a medicinal garden left behind by a senior cultivator? After hesitating for a long time, Luo Qingni couldn't help but ask. More or less, Zhou Chun replied vaguely, not wanting to elaborate. He dared not tell Luo Qingni the truth, otherwise, she might immediately demand the Jade Talisman to enter the secret island. Although even if he gave her the talisman, it was unlikely she could replicate his experience. Fortunately, Luo Qingni remained rational and didn't delve further. She simply said with envy, fellow Taoist Zhou's luck is truly enviable. With this list you provided, I'm quite confident I can exchange it for the jade dew of the jade flower. Then I'll leave this matter to fellow Taoist Luo. Zhou Chun cupped his hands, entrusting the matter to her. In the following days, Luo Qingni first refined the purple dust pill, at Zhou Chun's request. Because it was her first time refining this kind of pill, the yield wasn't very high, only 5 pills. But even so, Zhou Chun was very satisfied. With these 5 purple dust pills in hand, at the very least, the Zhou family could gain another purple mansion stage cultivator. Moreover, unlike foundation establishment pills, this kind of spiritual item wasn't something the family had to provide to its members. If used sparingly, the Zhou family wouldn't have to worry about assisting in the development of Purple Mansion spiritual items for the next 100 years. After obtaining the elixir, Zhou Chun quickly left Xian'an Immortal City and headed straight for the area where the Thunder Cliff Valley's mountain gate was located. Thunder Cliff Valley's overall strength wasn't particularly high in the Great Zhou Kingdom. This sect was previously a mid-tier power, similar to the Spirit Control sect, until the current Supreme Elder, Mad Thunder True Person, successfully formed his nascent soul, which elevated it to a major power. After Mad Thunder True Person's successful nascent soul formation, the Wang family, to which he came from, took over Thunder Cliff Valley with his support, gradually transforming the sect into a family-style sect. Currently, the Golden Core cultivators in Thunder Cliff Valley are either members of the Wang family or sons-in-law, or Mad Thunder True Person's personal disciples. Ordinary Thunder Cliff Valley disciples who want to obtain nascent soul resources can only choose to marry into the Wang family or become disciples of a Golden Core cultivator from the Wang family. Such instances of cultivation families overthrowing and annexing sects are not uncommon in the cultivation world, but those that truly endure are rare. Taking Thunder Cliff Valley as an example, once Mad Thunder True Person passes away or perishes, Thunder Cliff Valley, without his leadership, will immediately regress to a mid-tier sect. Whether the Wang family can still control the sect by then is uncertain. Even if they can, the ongoing conflicts between the sect's disciples and the Wang family's disciples will continue to drain both sides' strength, leading to their decline. But that's a long way off. At least for now, thanks to the prestige of true immortal Kuang Lei, the Wang family of Lehigh Valley is a renowned cultivation family in the Great Zhou Kingdom, and many forces will give them face. As a powerful force with a nascent soul stage cultivator in charge, Lehigh Valley naturally has its own market. Minglai Market is a market under Lehigh Valley's control. This market isn't very large, located on a spiritual mountain about 500 or 600 miles away from Lehigh Valley's gate. Usually, most of the cultivators who come and go are Lehigh Valley disciples. Because the Lehigh Valley sect is famous for its lightning attribute supernatural powers and spells, Minglai Market often sells lightning attribute talismans and magical artifacts, which often attracts cultivators from other regions. After all, thunder magic is fierce and domineering, far surpassing the power of other 5 elemental spells. Having a thunder talisman of the same rank in hand greatly increases one's chances of victory in battle. When Zhou Chun arrived at Minglai Market, he had already used the 100 Illusion Pearl to transform into a mature-looking middle-aged man, his cultivation level concealed at the late Purple Mansion stage, and changed his name to Qi Changfen. Minglai Market was just a small regional market, and a cultivator of his level naturally attracted the attention of the Purple Mansion stage cultivator from Lehigh Valley who was stationed there. When Zhou Chun entered the official shop opened by Lehigh Valley and expressed his desire to purchase a third-rank Thunder Talisman, he easily met Wang Long, a mid-Purple Mansion stage cultivator from the Wang family. Wang Long was a stout middle-aged man, wearing a golden robe, with 7 rings of different colors on his 10 fingers, which appeared to be magical artifacts. After receiving Zhou Chun in a private room, he first subtly inquired about Zhou Chun's background. After feeling he had a good grasp of the situation, the man looked at Zhou Chun with a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Qi, we don't have any Tier 3 Thunder Talismans in stock right now. If you really want them, I can apply to my family for them." He then narrowed his eyes and continued, "However, fellow Taoist Qi should know our shop's rules. Tier 3 Thunder Talismans are generally only for exchange, not for sale. You'll need to offer matching spiritual items to exchange for these treasures. Since I've come all this way, I naturally understand your shop's rules." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, "However, the Thunder Talismans I want to exchange aren't ordinary Tier 3 Thunder Talismans, but high-grade Tier 3 Thunder Talismans, and I need at least 3. "What? 3 high-grade Tier 3 Thunder Talismans?" Wang Long's eyes widened, looking at Zhou Chun with astonishment. Immediately, the man's expression turned serious, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression, saying, "Fellow Taoist Qi, do you know what you're saying? A 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Talisman is no less valuable than an ordinary 4th-tier low-grade talisman, and is even harder to obtain." He couldn't help but question, "Fellow Taoist Qi, what do you have to offer in exchange for 3 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Talismans?" Faced with a question, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Of course I know the value of 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Talismans, but I believe even more that what I have is entirely worth this transaction." Hearing this answer, Wang Long couldn't help but twirl the rings on his finger, then asked curiously, "Oh, but I wonder what exactly is this so-called bargaining chip?" "Fellow Taoist Qi," Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this, "Fellow Taoist Wang misunderstands. My bargaining chip isn't some treasure, but rather information about a certain treasure." He then added with a greedy glint in his eyes, "If that treasure were truly in my hands, I wouldn't just be asking for a 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Talisman, I would be demanding a 4th-tier Thunder Talisman in exchange. Just information, and you want to exchange it for 3 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Talismans." Wang Long was slightly taken aback, then his expression darkened, and he coldly looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Qi, are you perhaps mocking me? What kind of news could be worth 3 high-grade 3rd-tier Thunder Talismans? Do you know the value of 3 high-grade 3rd-tier Thunder Talismans? They're almost enough to exchange for a core formation spiritual item." He was genuinely angry at this point, thinking he had encountered a swindler trying to deceive him. Although such swindlers were rare at the Purple Mansion stage, they weren't non-existent. Zhou Chun, however, showed no sign of panic. He simply patted his storage bag, took out an item, and handed it to him, saying, "Fellow Taoist Wang, don't be angry. You can take a look at this first." Wang Long stared intently at it and saw that it was a phantom bead magic artifact. This phantom bead was similar to a record bead, except that the phantom bead could imprint the scenes a cultivator had experienced into it through divine sense, allowing other cultivators to view them. Filled with intense curiosity, Wang Long took the phantom bead magic artifact from Zhou Chun. After a brief refinement, he channeled his divine sense into it. Instantly, he saw a giant black-skinned earthworm-like demon beast in his consciousness. This beast was covered in silver-white lightning patterns and had a single silver-white horn on its head, capable of unleashing lightning spells. In the image, this giant earthworm-like demon beast was fighting a greenish-blue deer demon and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Could that earthworm-like demon beast be the legendary Thunderworm Beast? Wang Long's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but withdraw his divine sense to look at Zhou Chun, letting out a low gasp of disbelief. As a cultivator from the Wang family of Thundercliff Valley, although he lacked a lightning attribute spiritual root and couldn't cultivate lightning attribute spells, he was very familiar with information on various lightning attribute demon beasts. After all, the lightning attribute cultivators of the Wang family often obtained materials from these demon beasts to refine magic artifacts and treasures. As for rare demonic beasts like the Thunderworm Beast, he had naturally read about them in ancient texts. Faced with Wang Long's exclamation, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist Wang, you have insight. That is indeed a Thunderworm Beast, and a mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast at that." He then looked at Wang Long with confidence and said, "Regarding the uses of the Thunderworm Beast, I suppose I don't need to explain to you, fellow Taoist Wang. For those lightning attribute cultivators of your sect, the value of this beast's single horn is probably far greater than 10 high-grade 3rd-tier Thunder Talismans. It's worth more than 10 high-grade 3rd-tier Thunder Talismans. Even 10 4th-tier Thunder Talismans would be worth it." Wang Long silently sighed inwardly, But on the surface, he said with a straight face, "Fellow Taoist Qi is joking. If you really brought that single horn, it wouldn't be a problem, but to think you can exchange it for 3 high-grade third-tier thunder talismans based solely on a piece of information is far too greedy." He immediately used all his skills to bargain with Zhou Chun. Chapter 550. A scheme to deceive Wang Jun. Fierce battle in the Mist Marsh. At Minglai Market, after a heated negotiation with Zhou Chun, Wang Long successfully negotiated a deal: 2 high-grade third-tier thunder talismans and 1 low-grade third-tier thunder talisman in exchange for 3 high-grade third-tier thunder talismans. As agreed, Zhou Chun would provide the specific location of the thunderworm beast and lead Wang family cultivators to hunt it. The agreed-upon condition was that the Wang family cultivators must personally witness the thunderworm beast before they could obtain the thunder talismans. Zhou Chun naturally had no objection to this. His intention wasn't to obtain a few thunder talismans, he wouldn't care about such things. Besides, as long as he killed Wang Jun, who was going to hunt the thunderworm beast, the thunder talismans would still fall into his hands. As for why Zhou Chun was so certain that the Wang family would send Wang Jun to hunt the thunderworm beast, this was related to the Wang family's current situation. Currently, the Wang family, including Wang Jun, had 4 golden core cultivators from the main clan and 3 golden core cultivators from relatives outside the clan. Of the 4 golden core cultivators from the Wang family, only Wang Jun possessed a lightning attribute spiritual root and cultivated lightning attribute techniques. As for the other 3 relatives, although one of them also possessed a lightning attribute spiritual root, he was said to have suffered an incurable internal injury from cultivating supernatural abilities and needed a treasure from Thundercliff Valley to suppress his injuries, making it impossible for him to leave the valley for extended periods. Therefore, once Wang Long reported the news of the thunderworm beast, the current patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Jun's father, would most likely give this opportunity to his son. With Wang Jun's golden core cultivation, capturing a third-tier thunderworm beast would be a piece of cake. In short, after agreeing on the exchange terms with Zhou Chun, Wang Long had Zhou Chun wait in the market while he personally returned to the Thundercliff Valley Gate to report the deal to the Wang family patriarch, also taking the phantom pearl given to him by Zhou Chun. In Wang Long's view, the patriarch would not possibly disagree with the deal. If he could actually hunt down a third-tier thunderworm beast, Wang Long would have made a great contribution, and might even have the chance to obtain a precious core formation spiritual treasure. As Zhou Chun had predicted, everything went exactly as he expected. About half a day after leaving, Wang Long returned, accompanied by Wang Jun, a golden core cultivator. Logically, Wang Jun had seen Zhou Chun at the exchange event in Xianyun Immortal City and should be familiar with his aura. However, the 100 Illusion Pearl possessed the ability to simulate and alter its owner's aura, and Zhou Chun had also specially cultivated a rather sophisticated aura concealing technique. With a combined effect of the magical artifact and the technique, unless Zhou Chun made a move, Wang Jun would have difficulty discerning his true identity unless he possessed an extremely powerful spiritual ability. Given that Zhou Chun had only been a core formation cultivator for a few decades, such a situation was highly unlikely. Therefore, Zhou Chun acted very naturally during their meeting. After both parties reaffirmed the terms of the transaction, Wang Jun quickly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Fellow Taoist Qi, the thunderworm beast recorded in your illusion pearl seems to be fighting a demon beast of the same rank. Could you please tell me what happened?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, reporting to Senior Wang, "The deer demon fighting the thunderworm beast seemed to be a mid-grade third-rank demon beast, the horned wood deer. When I was secretly observing the 2 demon beasts, I was inadvertently discovered by the horned wood deer. That scared away those 2 beasts," he said, then quickly added, "However, I can assure you that the thunderworm beast's lair is in that area, because I later discovered several tunnels dug by this beast underground in that area." Hearing this answer, Wang Jun narrowed his eyes and stared intently at him, saying, "Then tell me, where did you find these 2 demonic beasts?" This, Zhou Chun hesitated, as if he had some concerns. Seeing his expression, Wang Jun's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "What? Fellow Taoist Qi, do you not believe me? Are you afraid I'll go back on my word?" "This junior dares not." Zhou Chun hurriedly lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "Senior Wang, you are wise. I found the thunderworm beast on an island in the Black Mist Swamp, so it was in the Black Mist Swamp, A glint flashed in Wang Jun's eyes, and he nodded slightly, saying, "That makes sense. The Black Mist Swamp is indeed a very suitable place for a demon beast like the Thunderworm Beast to inhabit and hide." He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Then fellow Taoist Qi, please take me to the Black Mist Swamp. As long as we can kill that Thunderworm Beast, you will receive all the rewards you are entitled to." "Yes, I obey." Zhou Chun's spirits lifted, and he immediately left Minglai Market with Wang Jun. The journey from Minglai Market to the Black Mist Swamp was quite long, and Wang Jun did not want to waste time on the way, so he took the initiative to use his magic weapon to carry Zhou Chun to the Black Mist Swamp. The magic weapon he used was a silver spear, and judging from its aura, it was a mid-grade magic weapon, but it was not his natal magic weapon. However, this was not enough to make Zhou Chun wary. As the only golden core cultivator with a lightning attribute spiritual root in the Wang family, Wang Jun was undoubtedly favored by the family patriarch, and it was normal for him to bestow upon him some magic treasures he had used before. Even if Wang Jun brought out a high-grade magic treasure, Zhou Chun wouldn't be surprised. Of course, a top-grade magic treasure was out of the question. Not to mention that the Wang family patriarch himself could use such a treasure. Even with Wang Jun's early golden core cultivation, it would be difficult to unleash the power of such a magic treasure. And even if Wang Jun possessed excellent magic treasures, Zhou Chun, having come prepared, was quite confident that he could capture him. After the two had traveled for more than a day, Wang Jun led Zhou Chun to a market near the Black Mist Swamp to rest for half a day and recover his magic power. Once Wang Jun had fully recovered his magic power, he had Zhou Chun led the way into the Black Mist Swamp. Zhou Chun had spent a considerable amount of time in the Black Mist Swamp in the past, and could be said to have explored 8 or 9/10 of its territory. After leading Wang Jun inside, he didn't waste any time and immediately took him to the place where Lei Jiao Bai had transformed into a dragon. After all, when he recorded the scene with the Phantom Pearl, he had also recorded part of the terrain and environment, and he couldn't afford to give anything away here. This is the place. This is the island where I previously discovered the Thunderworm Beast. On one of the islands, Zhou Chun led Wang Jun to this location and pointed to the island below, explaining the situation. In fact, after so many years, the island's environment was completely different from before. Many places showed signs of battle, and the island's current inhabitants were 2 second-tier demonic crocodiles. However, the general terrain still corresponded somewhat to the scenes he had captured in the Phantom Pearl. Therefore, after carefully examining the area, Wang Jun didn't suspect that he was lying. After carefully examining the island with his divine sense, the man suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Fellow Taoist Qi, do you have a way to find that Thunderworm Beast?" "Well, I've read in the ancient texts that the Thunderworm Beast occasionally comes to the ground during thunderstorms to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. Perhaps we can wait for a thunderstorm and see what happens." Zhou Chun hesitated slightly before whispering his opinion. Hearing this, Wang Jun, who had initially harbored some concerns, completely relaxed and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Qi's idea coincides with mine. Let's wait and see." He didn't bother to deal with the 2 demonic crocodiles on the island, but instead pulled Zhou Chun to hide somewhere on the island, setting up an illusion array within which they waited. It was springtime, and thunderstorms were not uncommon. Zhou Chun and Wang Jun only waited for a little over a month before a rather powerful thunderstorm arrived. Boom! Before the rain even started, the thunder had already begun. On the island, Wang Jun, who had been waiting for over a month, immediately opened his eyes, a look of joy on them. A month wasn't a long time, but being unable to cultivate on the island and having nothing else to do had been incredibly boring. At first, he would talk to Zhou Chun, subtly trying to learn about Zhou Chun's background. Later, seeing that Zhou Chun seemed uninterested in conversation, the naturally arrogant Wang Jun stopped paying attention and both of them took out some books to read and study. Now that this tedious and unbearable time was finally over, Wang Jun's mood brightened with the sound of thunder, sweeping away his vexation. He immediately turned to Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist Qi, the thunderstorm has arrived. Let's split up and search for the Thunderworm Beast." Zhou Chun, however, quietly advised, "Senior Wang, please don't be hasty. This thunderstorm seems quite heavy. If the Thunderworm Beast is truly going to come out to absorb the power of the heavenly lightning, it will likely appear after the rain. To avoid alerting it, we should wait until after the rain to quietly slip away. Is that so?" Wang Jun looked into his eyes, but saw only calmness. revealing no emotion. This is merely my suggestion. If you disagree, Senior Wang, please disregard what I said, Zhou Chun added, bowing slightly. All right then, as you say, let's wait and see. After pondering for a moment, Wang Jun decided to adopt Zhou Chun's suggestion. Although arrogant, he knew that a cultivator like Zhou Chun, who frequently ventured into the Black Mist Swamp, certainly had more experience in searching for demonic beasts than himself. Seeing that Wang Jun agreed to his suggestion, Zhou Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to his plan, it would be more reliable to act after the thunderstorm had fully arrived. If Wang Jun had disagreed, he would have had no choice but to act prematurely. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the torrential rain finally poured down, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Fellow Taoist Qi, is it about time now? Wang Jun looked up at the flashes of lightning that pierced through the black mist and couldn't help but speak again. It should be ready. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then stood up, seemingly preparing to go out and search for the thunderworm beast. Seeing this, Wang Jun immediately said, then let's split up and search. If you find it, don't alert it, just send a message to me. With that, he set off in a certain direction. But just as he took off, his consciousness suddenly went black, and he involuntarily let out a scream. Just then, a silver sword light shot out from Zhou Chun's mouth, instantly striking him. But as Zhou Chun had expected, a silver-white lightning shield suddenly rose up just as the Tai Ba dragon-slaying sword was about to hit Wang Jun, blocking the fatal blow. As a descendant of a bloodline valued by nascent soul cultivators, how could he not possess such an automatic means of protecting his master? Even when Zhou Chun released the god-slaying sword to attack the opponent, it was blocked by the opponent's protective magic weapon against divine sense attacks, and the attack was not particularly effective. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chun immediately flew backward a distance, then raised his hand and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the thunder dragon Bai and the wood spirit Muse sang. Just as he finished doing all this, Wang Jun finally regained consciousness from the divine sense attack. His reaction was almost identical to Zhou Chun's. As soon as he regained consciousness, he hurriedly activated the magic weapon within his body, instantly donning a silver-white armor that shimmered with silver lightning. It was actually a very rare type of armor-type defensive magic weapon. The silver-white lightning shield that had blocked Zhou Chun's attack was the automatic protective ability of this defensive magic weapon. With this protection in place, Wang Jun raised his hand, and the silver-white spear magic weapon appeared in his hand. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver-white bolt of lightning, which transformed into a large silver-white bell that floated in the air. This silver-white bell was also a mid-grade magic weapon, and judging from its aura, it should be Wang Jun's natal magic weapon. This person had only successfully formed his core less than 100 years ago, yet he had already cultivated his natal magic weapon to such a level, showing that the effort he had put into this magic weapon was absolutely considerable. After unleashing several magical treasures in one go, Wang Jun looked at Zhou Chun, who had suddenly dropped his pretense and revealed his golden core stage cultivation. His expression turned cold, and he said in an icy tone, I, Wang, have never had any enmity with you, Zhang Liang. Why are you so determined to kill me? Really no enmity. Wang Jun. Do you still remember that, millennial thunder-like grass, from back then? Zhou Chun stared coldly at his enemy, his tone equally icy. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anything anymore, since Zhang Liang's identity had been exposed the moment he made his move. Upon hearing him mention the millennial thunder-like grass, Wang Jun's pupils shrank, and he looked at him in shock, blurting out, It's you. You're actually the kid who escaped from my hands back then. His tone was full of disbelief. It was understandable, after all, when he was being chased by Zhou Chun back then, Zhou Chun was only at the early Purple Mansion stage. Who would have thought that 100 years had passed, and Zhou Chun had already reached the same golden core stage as him, and had even painstakingly plotted a revenge scheme against him. Looking at the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai and the Wood Spirit Muse sang on either side of Zhou Chun, Wang Jun's heart sank. Then, he looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and slowly said, 4th tier Thunder Flood Dragon and 4th tier Deer Demon, you've really hidden yourself well. It seems you're determined to kill me today, otherwise, do you think I'm playing house with you? Zhou Chun coldly replied, then without hesitation ordered his spirit pets to attack. The Thunder Flood Dragon Bai soared into the sky, flying directly into the thunder clouds, gathering heavenly lightning power in its body with every breath. releasing bolts of silver lightning that blasted towards Wang Jun. The wood spirit Mu Sang hid among the vegetation of the island below, occasionally condensing a greenish-blue, wood divine lightning, to bombard Wang Jun. Zhou Chun also unleashed all his magical treasures, fully coordinating with his spirit pets to besiege their target. Facing the combined attack of Zhou Chun and his servant, Wang Jun knew his own predicament was unbearable. He cultivated the art of lightning escape, and after reaching the golden core stage, his mastery of this technique was quite good, comparable to that of the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye before breaking through to the 4th rank. Originally, with this impressive lightning escape technique, he could have gained a significant advantage in battles against golden core cultivators of the same level. At least some of Zhou Chun's attacks would have difficulty hitting him. However, he had unfortunately encountered the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye, whose mastery of lightning escape technique far surpassed his own. Every time he used the lightning escape technique to dodge Zhou Chun's attack, the lightning released by the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye would accurately strike him on the head. Although the defensive armor he wore, the lightning armor, offered considerable protection, helping him neutralize more than 80% of the lightning attack damage, the remaining 10% or so of lightning damage was enough to cause his internal mana to fluctuate, making it difficult to continue using the lightning escape technique to escape. After several attempts, Wang Jun gave up the idea of fleeing. With a thought, he shattered a jade talisman on his body, informing the Wang family patriarch, Master Kuang Lei, of his perilous situation. Then, rousing himself, he unleashed his full power, activating his magical artifact to battle Zhou Chun and his servant. Although Thundercliff Valley's gate was far from Black Mist Swamp, with Master Kuang Lei's speed, he could arrive in less than 2 hours if he went all out. If Wang Jun could hold out until his patriarch arrived, only Zhou Chun and his servant would ultimately perish. This sudden change immediately caught Zhou Chun's attention. After a moment's thought, Zhou Chun understood his plan, and a cold smile crept across his face. Since Zhou Chun dared to plan this revenge, how could he not consider Master Kuang Lei such an important figure? His choice to lure Wang Jun to Black Mist Swamp was precisely to utilize its unique environment for his own cleanup. Although Zhou Chun didn't know if the Black Mist Swamp's environment could interfere with a nascent soul cultivator, killing Wang Jun here would greatly increase his chances of escape. Moreover, the Black Mist Swamp was far enough from the Thundercliff Valley gate that he had ample time to kill Wang Jun. Wang Jun's current defensive posture, awaiting reinforcements, was exactly what he wanted. He calmly and methodically wielded the Tai Ba dragon-slaying sword, and the silver-white spear, engaging in a back-and-forth battle. He also activated his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, unleashing golden sword rainbows that attacked Wang Jun's body. At times, he activated the white mirror obtained from the ice prison Sect assassin, projecting white icy light at Wang Jun, forcing him to distract himself. His own defense relied on his natal divine power, Jin Yuan Golden Glow, and the Tai Yin Protective Immortal Robe, forming a double layer of protection. Wang Jun, on the other hand, was determined to hold his ground and await reinforcements, focusing primarily on defense. He raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing a 4th-grade high-ranking magic talisman, which he then activated without hesitation. Upon activation, the talisman immediately transformed into a phantom mountain, protecting him within. It was none other than the renowned 4th-tier superior-grade talisman, the Mountain Protection Talisman, an Earth attribute talisman famous for its defensive capabilities. Under the protection of the Mountain Phantom, neither the silver lightning crashing down from the sky nor the golden sword rainbow unleashed by Zhou Chun could break through its defenses. Having gained a chance to breathe thanks to the talisman's protection, Wang Jun immediately activated a large silver-white bell, causing it to emit a deafening, thunderous sound. This bell sound had the effect of attacking the soul. If an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator encountered it, even if their soul wasn't directly injured by the sound, their mind would be shaken, making it difficult to unleash their normal strength. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun's Jin Yuan Golden Glow divine ability itself had a good protective effect against this kind of sonic attack, and his own divine sense was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the Golden Lotus derived from the Heart Lotus Orthodox method protected his Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness, so the impact was almost negligible. As a 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, Lei Jiao Bai's resistance to this type of sonic attack was much stronger than that of cultivators, and he was hardly affected. Even Mu Sang could continue attacking despite the bell sound. This situation caused Wang Jun's expression to darken, and he could only activate another attack divine ability of the Silver White Bell. Many silver lightning patterns on the Silver White Bell flashed simultaneously, emitting dazzling lightning light, and then condensed into a silver lightning bolt as thick as a bucket, which slammed towards Zhou Chun. This attack was indeed powerful. The golden globe protecting Zhou Chun was instantly torn apart and shattered, and even the silver-white immortal robe he wore shook violently and dimmed considerably. A surge of lightning even penetrated the silver-white immortal robe's protective barrier, striking Zhou Chun's body and causing a tingling sensation throughout his body. However, this lightning, which could normally harm the physical body of an ordinary golden core cultivator, was merely like an electric shock to Zhou Chun, who had already cultivated the dragon transformation secret technique to the 4th level. Although he felt some discomfort, it was not a serious injury. He quickly activated the dragon transformation secret technique, transforming into an armored, horned dragon man to add another layer of defense to himself. This scene made Wang Jun's heart sink to the bottom. Then, he gritted his teeth, suddenly withdrew his natal magic weapon, and instead summoned a black wooden shield magic weapon. This black wooden shield magic weapon looked unremarkable, but the aura it emitted was much stronger than that of the silver-white spear magic weapon. It was actually a rare, high-grade defensive magic weapon. After Wang Jun unleashed this treasure, both the lightning that the Thunder Dragon had unleashed and the Yu divine lightning, cast by the wood spirit Mu Seng were easily blocked by this shield. A magic weapon made of lightning struck wood. Zhou Chun's eyes darkened. He quickly recognized the origin of this object after seeing how easily the black wooden shield magic weapon blocked the lightning attack. Then he felt a sense of unease. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.